Chapter 1. The Peculiar Doctor of Strange Ailments. Doctor, I am afflicted with an astonishing malady in my right foot. At times when I walk, a sudden alarm sound echoes in my mind. The moment I lift my right foot, the alarm ceases. Yet as soon as I step down, the sound resumes that I in the surgical room of one Gang People's Hospital. Zhang Xianjie sat on a chair, his face etched with distress as he meticulously detailed his symptoms to the female doctor before. In a moment of anguish, he lamented, "The alarm sound comes out of nowhere, startling me each time. It is unbearable. Please, doctor, devise a remedy, or I fear I shall lose my sanity." "Are you describing the function of a metal detector?" The female doctor shot Zhang Xianjie a disapproving glare. "Men are truly tiresome, often fabricating absurd ailments that waste my time and hinder the care of other patients." Her name was Chun Yao Yao. Possessing fair skin and striking beauty, her figure captivating, particularly her slender waist and ample bosom, which left a profound visual impact. Thus, many suitors pursued her, often resorting to outlandish pretenses to gain her attention. "That I am not pretending, I speak the truth," Zhang Xianjie protested, a look of indignation on his face. "Doctor, please examine me." With that, he rolled up the cuff of his right pant leg and removed his shoe and sock. "Your nervousness is quite off-putting, even if you are handsome," the female doctor muttered under her breath as she conducted a thorough examination of his right foot and leg, then inspected his head. With an exasperated tone, she remarked, "Your right foot appears healthy, and your head looks quite handsome from what I can see. However, any internal issues may not be detectable through surgical examination. Perhaps you should consult a neurologist." "My nerves are perfectly normal. I am not feigning illness. The issue lies solely with my foot. I am in great distress." "When did you first experience these symptoms?" Dr. Chun, feeling somewhat exasperated, could only summon the patients to inquire further. "It began 3 days ago when I took a metal detector to a site once inhabited by bandits, hoping to unearth treasure. Indeed, I discovered a small golden egg, which I concealed in my shoe for fear of theft. Later, while resting on the ground to smoke, I was struck from behind and lost consciousness. Upon waking, both the metal detector and the golden egg had vanished. In my frustration, I made my way home, only to hear the alarm sound again, which I must admit bore a resemblance to that of the metal detector." Zhang Xianjie animatedly gestured as he recounted his tale, his expression somewhat comical. "Struck from behind? What about the wound?" The female doctor stood up, beginning a meticulous examination of Zhang Xianjie's occiput. Her ample figure nearly brushed against him as she leaned in, an unusual fragrance wafting towards him, causing Zhang Xianjie to feel a flutter of distraction. "It hurts here a bit," he said, touching the back of his head. In truth, there was no pain at that spot. He had merely lost consciousness in that moment, unsure if he had indeed been struck. Yet, he reasoned, his health was robust. It was improbable to faint without cause, was it not? "There's no redness or swelling. This fellow must be pretending." Doctor Chun quietly reached a conclusion, returning to her seat and casting a disapproving glance at him. Coldly, she remarked, "If you possess the audacity, pursue me after my shift. Please refrain from feigning illness during working hours, if you would be so kind." "Doctor, I am not so frivolous, I assure you. I am not pretending to be ill." "Then I shall offer you a suggestion. Perhaps you might excavate in the vicinity of the alarm sound. You might unearth some treasure." "I surmise that a metal detector has lodged itself within your foot," Dr. Chen jested. "Doctor, your imagination knows no bounds. That I have indeed entertained such a notion, but dismissed it, for the alarm and the metal detector differ fundamentally. The latter sounds off at the detection of any metal, hence it is quite frequent. Mine may only sound once every half day," Zhang Xianjie replied, both amused and exasperated. "It does sound at specific locations, does it not?" Dr. Chen inquired. "Indeed," he responded. "Thus, we may conclude that not only has the metal detector embedded itself in your foot, but that golden egg has nestled there as well. They have merged, their functions evolved, only sounding when valuable objects are detected, hence the infrequency. Go back and dig for treasure. Fortune awaits you, Dr. Chun continued her playful banter. "Your reasoning is compelling. I shall return to try it. Previously, I assumed I'd been knocked unconscious and robbed of my treasures, thus refraining from such associations." Zhang Xianjie's eyes sparkled as he eagerly prepared to leave, but he quickly turned back, hopeful, and asked, "Doctor, may I add you on WeChat?" Should my condition change, I would like to consult you. Or if you have further insights, it would be convenient to contact me. Your appearance suits my preferences, yet I must confess, your attire is rather pedestrian. So perhaps it is best to leave it at that. Dr. Chun hesitated. Could it be that this gorgeous doctor has taken a liking to me? Is she repeatedly suggesting I pursue her? Is she now probing my qualifications? Zhang Xianjie mused in astonishment, becoming animated. Doctor, which wealthy individual dons designer labels daily? Most don casual shorts and slippers, dressing comfortably. It is only those truly impoverished who concern themselves with brand names. Very well. Contact me this evening to discuss your situation. My working hours are not conducive to such matters. Dr. Chun conceded, adding Zhang Xianjie on WeChat and waving him off. You have occupied too much time. Other patients are waiting impatiently. Understood. I shall take my leave at once. Zhang Xianjie replied promptly, hurrying out. Outside, a handsome young man in his 20s awaited, eagerly rushing in. He first winked at Zhang Xianjie before plopping down on the chair, producing a vibrant, dew-kissed rose from his pocket and presenting it. Dr. Chun, this is for you. It is my working hours. What business do you have with flowers? I came for a consultation and happened to bring you a flower. And what ails you? Much like that previous gentleman, but mine is my left foot. What sort of person? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xianjie was infuriated, nearly turning to seize the man by the collar. You've pilfered my idea. Have you paid the patent fee? However, recalling the speculations and advice of the female doctor ignited a fervor within him. Descending the stairs, he mounted his electric bicycle and raced homeward with the swiftness of the wind. Seizing a hoe, wielding a spade, and carrying a small basket for soil, he ventured into the vegetable patch, first placing his right foot upon a specific spot. A piercing alarm resonated instantly in his Minda sound that had previously tormented Zhang Xianjie, instilling a sense of dread as he feared he might be afflicted by some dreadful ailment. Yet now, infused with hope and anticipation, it felt as harmonious as celestial music. With determination, he promptly bent down and began to dig earnestly. Chapter 2. Unearthing the gold bar. The upper layer of soil in the vegetable garden was soft and pliable, making the initial digging relatively effortless as the spade sliced through the earth like a knife through a delicate cake. However, as he delved deeper, the soil became increasingly tenacious. Each swing of the spade required all his strength, his arm muscles taut, sweat soaking through his garments, cascading down his cheeks. After more than an hour, he had finally excavated a pit approximately 1.5 meters deep, yet not a single treasure was discovered. Zhang Xianjie, panting and exhausted, felt his chest heave violently, and his legs trembled slightly, a wave of surrender washing over him. Nevertheless, the eerie alarm persisted, echoing like a specter in his mind, becoming the very impetus for his perseverance. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his grip on the hoe and summoned all his energy to continue digging. Zhang Xianjie, are you on a treasure hunt? Came a mocking voice from Gong Yong, a local bachelor who sauntered over, a half-burnt cigarette pinched between his fingers, a hint of derision tugging at his lips. Recently, Zhang Xianjie had been impulsive, spending several thousand yuan on a metal detector in his quest for treasure, only to find nothing and be knocked unconscious, losing even the detector. This incident had spread throughout the village, becoming a source of amusement for everyone. Could it be that this scoundrel was the one who knocked me out and made off with my treasures and metal detector? Zhang Xianjie shot an unfriendly glare at Gong Yong, fully aware that men like him, who idled away their days, could be quite unscrupulous. Wow, you've dug quite a deep hole. One could easily fit a coffin in there. Gong Yong stepped into the soft yellow mud, approached the pit's edge, and peered down, astonished. By the time you're gone, we could indeed bury you here, Zhang Xianjie retorted, feeling irked by the remark. Have you lost your mind, Zhang Xianjie? I wasn't the one who knocked you out. That day, I was playing mahjong with some friends and won 500 yuan, Gong Yong replied, his expression darkening, his tone growing brusque. Who knows what's true or false? Zhang Xianjie muttered inwardly, dismissing Gong Yong and returning his focus to the task at hand. At this juncture, the pit had become quite profound, and the difficulty of excavation increased significantly. Each mound of soil extracted required substantial effort to remove from the pit. Give me 100 yuan, and it'll help you with the dirt from above, Gong Yong suggested, his eyes glinting with mischief. And no need, Zhang Xianjie replied without hesitation, declining the offer. The treasure remains uncertain in its excavation. Should he incur a loss of 100 yuan in labor, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among the villagers. Suddenly, with a resounding clang, the iron shovel struck something solid. Zhang Xianjie's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as he crouched down, gingerly clearing away the dirt, and was soon greeted by a dazzling flash of gold. Grasping one end, he gently wiggled it before slowly pulling it free. It was undoubtedly a brilliant golden object, adorned with indistinct patterns and inscriptions. Could it be a gold bar? Zhang Xianjie swiftly assessed it, weighing it in his hands, feeling its substantial heft, which reassured him that a tide of joy surged through him, overwhelming like a relentless wave. Could his feet truly unearth treasure? What is it? Let me see. Gong Yong's eyes widened like saucers, nearly popping out of their sockets, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief, laced with urgency. What's there to see? Zhang Xianjie shot him a glare, promptly stashing the object, which he suspected to be a gold bar, into his pocket. He then resumed his search with his right foot, only to find the alarm still echoing in his mind. Fueled with determination, he swung his hoe once more, continuing the excavation. Before long, he unearthed another, similarly radiant object that appeared to be a gold bar. The alarm abruptly ceased. Zhang Xianjie immediately halted his digging and climbed out of the pit. In contrast, Gong Yong, brimming with excitement, leaped in to continue the treasure hunt. Disregarding him, Zhang Xianjie returned home to cleanse the two gold bars. Under the sunlight, they gleamed with a brilliant luster, their purity evident and seamless. He became increasingly convinced that these were indeed gold bars. To verify a burgeoning hypothesis, he slowly raised his right foot, gently placing it upon the gold bar. In an instant, the alarm resounded thunderously in his mind. More astonishingly, a cool, ethereal vapor emanated from the gold bar, curling up and entering through his right foot. The refreshing sensation rapidly spread throughout his body, enveloping him in unparalleled comfort. Soon after, amidst the alarm, a mechanical, monotone voice chimed in, "Depth beneath your feet. 0 meters. Goodness, it can even read the depth beneath my feet. Is this an evolution? Could it be due to the gas I just absorbed from the gold bar?" Zhang Xianjie trembled with excitement, his heart brimming with astonishment and elation that he continued his experimentation and soon discovered that the treasure emitted alarms and prompts in two directions, one vertically, within 10 meters beneath or above his feet, the other horizontally, within a 10-meter radius. A slight deviation in position posed no issue. My heavens. This makes treasure hunting exceedingly convenient. Zhang Xianjie's face radiated with joy that he pressed on with his exploration, leading to a new revelation. Focusing intently, he perceived a small space, approximately 1.5 meters in radius, within his right foot, where the previously lost metal detector lay quietly resting. Is there truly a space? The metal detector is inside. Zhang Xianjie's mind was tumultuously shaken, his face a portrait of incredulity. Was the space inherently present, birthed from that golden egg? Or was it merely my enhanced introspective ability, fueled by the essence I had absorbed from the gold bar, that allowed me to perceive it? How, then, is the treasure hunting ability formed? Is it an innate characteristic of the golden egg, or a consequence of the metal detector? Zhang Xianjie was engulfed in boundless curiosity and confusion. He began to experiment, focusing his thoughts on the metal detector, silently commanding, "Come forth." Yet, the metal detector remained utterly still, as if it had fused with the very fabric of space. That he shifted his gaze to a gold bar, inwardly urging, "Enter." In an instant, the gold bar vanished, having entered that enigmatic small space. "Come forth," he repeated, and the gold bar obediently reappeared, resting steadily upon the ground. Thus, Zhang Xianjie reached a conclusion. The small golden egg he had unearthed that day had somehow merged with the metal detector, embedding itself in his right foot, creating a small space within. Furthermore, the metal detector had evolved, endowing his right foot with the capability to detect treasures, a power that seemingly absorbed the special energy within treasures, facilitating further evolution. This unique energy must be the so-called spiritual essence. Essentially, the observations made by the charming women were indeed accurate. It was as if his mouth had been enlightened. Therefore, the second alert location must surely harbor treasures as well. He must hasten to excavate them. Chapter 3. Astonishing Discovery of Silver Dollars. Zhang Xianjie, filled with exuberance, ventured into the woods of the back mountain. The dense foliage resembled a verdant labyrinth, completely concealing his figure and rendering him nearly invisible. Following his usual practice, he raised his right foot and stepped onto a specific spot on the ground. Beep. 1 meter. The alert and notification resonated in his mind once more. What treasure could it be? Zhang Xianjie's heart brimmed with anticipation. Gripping his hoe tightly, he commenced a frenzied excavation. Perhaps due to his overwhelming excitement and excessive vigor, blisters quickly formed on his palms, the sharp pain momentarily halting his movements. After digging approximately a meter, a small jar came into view. It was an exceedingly ordinary earthenware pot, crudely crafted and seemingly unremarkable. The pot lacked a lid and was filled with dirt. Zhang Xianjie cautiously employed a stick to excavate the soil inside, wary of fragile treasures that might be concealed within. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps approaching from behind. A thought flashed through his mind, prompting him to store the jar in a small space. He then turned around to investigate. A shadow darted away, concealing itself behind a large tree. Who is trailing me? Zhang Xianjie furrowed his brow. Could it be someone from the village? Suspecting that I am burying gold bars here, waiting for my departure to unearth them? With this thought, Zhang Xianjie resumed digging with fervor, deliberately disfiguring the site he had just excavated, ensuring that no trace of the jar remained. Noticing a pile of dog excrement nearby, he hastily buried it in the pit, covering it with soil, meticulously flattening it down, and then placing a patch of grass over it. At a glance, it appeared utterly inconspicuous. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he surveyed the surroundings before stealthily departing. He concealed himself behind a nearby tree, eyes wide open, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Moments later, the concealed figure emerged from behind the tree. To his astonishment, it was another bachelor from the village, Du Jun. This fellow, in cahoots with Gong Yong, had been involved in various petty crimes, deceiving and bullying others until Zhang Xianjie grew into a formidable figure at 182 meters tall, which had made them somewhat more cautious. Du Jun strode straight to the spot where Zhang Xianjie had unearthed the treasure, a smug smile spreading across his face. I knew that cunning Zhang Xianjie would bury the gold bars. Now they belonged to me. He swiftly lifted the patch of grass and began to dig forcefully with his hands. Before long, he had unearthed a pit, only to be met with a foul odor. What is going on? Why does it smell so terrible? Eyes widening in disbelief, he found himself clutching a handful of dog excrement in his left hand and another handful in his right. Damn it! Du Jun quickly released his grip, retreating a considerable distance as he frantically wiped his hands on the grass, retching and gagging violently. Ha ha ha! Zhang Xianjie stifled his laughter, nearly gasping for breath. How clever of that rascal Zhang Xianjie to cover the buried gold bars with a pile of dog excrement, thinking that others would abandon their search at the sight of it? Dream on. Du Jun finally caught his breath, grasped a branch, and trudged over, simultaneously spitting and digging. However, after excavating the ground thoroughly, he found no trace of gold bars. Where could they be? Why were they absent? Du Jun, infuriated, nearly coughed up blood, his eyes burning red with rage. Clearly, he could no longer remain there. He hastily dashed off in search of water to wash his hands. Ha! You won't escape unscathed. Zhang Xianjie erupted into hearty laughter, swaying with glee, his heart brimming with satisfaction. He retrieved a jar and meticulously cleaned out the mud inside with a branch. Gradually, the dark silhouettes of silver dollars began to emerge, one by one, revealing precisely 100 in total. All were of the renowned Yuan Shikai, presenting various styles. As an amateur antiques enthusiast, he was well aware of the approximate value of these yuan coins. As long as they were genuine, each could be worth several hundred yuan. And if any rare varieties were among them, their worth would soar even higher. Therefore, possessing 100 of them was indeed a fortune. Goodness! So many silver dollars. This is a windfall. Zhang Xianjie, astonished and elated, felt his blood quicken. It was worth noting that in his previous treasure hunting endeavors, he had never stumbled upon even a single silver dollar. Yet now, after discovering treasures with his right foot, including both gold bars and silver dollars, he was certain that more awaited him in the future. He pondered whether the silver dollars possessed any spiritual essence. With eager anticipation, Zhang Xianjie stepped onto them with his right foot. Indeed, a cool, refreshing aura emanated from the coins, coursing through his foot and into his body. It invigorated him, filling him with an exhilarating strength. He soon realized that perhaps all treasures exuded spiritual energy. It may well be that treasures have the capacity to absorb and store such energy. Beaming with joy, he fondled the yuan coins affectionately before stowing them away in his small space. Upon returning home, he prepared to ride out. However, Gong Yong and Du Jun, accompanied by several villagers, intercepted him. Zhang Xianjie, let us take a look at those gold bars. Gold bars? What gold bars? Zhang Xianjie feigned confusion. Come on, Zhang Xianjie. I saw you dig up 2 glittering gold bars with my own eyes. We merely wished to have a glance. We want to seize them from you. You are planning to sell those gold bars, aren't you? Stop pretending. Don't be so stingy. Let us just see them, the crowd chimed in, pulling at Zhang Xianjie to prevent his escape. There truly are no gold bars. I was merely teasing Gong Yong back then. They were just 2 yellow stones. If you don't believe me, search for yourselves. If you find them, they are yours. I want to object. Zhang Xianjie firmly denied their claims. He didn't want the news to spread, attracting unnecessary trouble. Although these treasures were unearthed from his ancestral home, should the powerful and influential learn of them, they might claim them as state property, leaving him powerless to contest. Then don't come crying to us later. The villagers proceeded to search Zhang Xianjie thoroughly, and lo and behold, they found nothing, no gold bars, not even a trace of golden hair. Where could they be hidden? Gong Yong inquired, perplexed. There were no gold bars. I was just pulling your leg. I never imagined you would take it seriously, especially after you turned my family's vegetable garden into a chaotic mess. Zhang Xianjie teased with a mischievous grin. Could it be that I truly misperceived the situation at that time? At this moment, Gong Yong began to doubt himself. When Zhang Xianjie unearthed the object, he indeed had not observed it closely. You must have hidden it at home, asserted another villager with conviction. Feel free to search. Whatever you find belongs to you. Zhang Xianjie shrugged nonchalantly. You just went to the back mountain. You wouldn't have buried it there, would you? Du Jun pressed on, suspecting that Zhang Xianjie had noticed him and thus chose to conceal the gold bar elsewhere. Please, it's merely a small yellow stone. Even if it were a gold bar, it weighs only 30 grams. 2 of them are worth just 20 to 30,000. Do you think I would be so anxious to hide it in the back mountain? Zhang Xianjie scoffed disdainfully. True. It seems likely this was a misunderstanding. With that, the crowd found reason in his words and began to disperse, their spirits dampened. Yet, Gong Yong remained skeptical and inquired, Zhang Xianjie, what are you doing back in town? Didn't you just go this morning? I went to the hospital and encountered an exceptionally beautiful female doctor. I got her WeChat ID, and I'm inviting her to dinner tonight. You all can be envious, Zhang Xianjie replied with feigned seriousness. It's a wonder she would be interested in someone like you, a penniless wretch, Gong Yong scoffed, losing his suspicions and joining several villagers for a game of mahjong. Having a personal space is so convenient. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to keep this from them, and it would surely have caused a great deal of trouble. Zhang Xianjie felt a surge of self-satisfaction as he mounted his electric scooter, speeding towards Wengang City, undoubtedly to sell his treasures. Chapter 4. Earned a fortune of 150,000. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening glow ignited the sky, draping the earth in a resplendent crimson hue. Zhang Xianjie arrived at the street renowned for its exquisite artifacts. Indeed, in prosperous times, antiques flourish. In times of turmoil, gold reigns supreme. Moreover, given that Wengang is itself a bustling metropolis, the street brimming with cultural treasures was abuzz with activity, with stalls lining the sidewalks, although most were selling mere crafts. Zhang Xianjie made his way directly into a jewelry store. Good day, sir. What type of jewelry are you interested in? A sweetly smiling young lady greeted him. Do you buy gold? Zhang Xianjie inquired in a hushed tone. Indeed. The young lady's eyes sparkled with excitement. The jewelry store not only sold gold jewelry, but also engaged in its buyback. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman in his 50s attended to Zhang Xianjie, and they both sat down in a meeting room. Zhang Xianjie suddenly appeared to fumble at his calf, but in truth, he retrieved 2 gold bars from his concealed space and presented them, stating, "These are heirlooms from my family. Could you appraise them?" The old man's eyes lit up as he carefully accepted the gold bars, examining them meticulously and weighing them. With a smile, he remarked, "These are gold bars from the Republic era, primarily categorized into 2 weights, 1 tael and 10 taels. The 1 tael pieces are colloquially known as little yellow fish, while the 10 tael pieces are referred to as big yellow fish. At that time, 1 pound equaled 16 taels, and 1 tael is equivalent to 31.25 grams. Thus, the little yellow fish weighs 31. 25 grams, while the big yellow fish weighs 312. 5 grams. We can buy them back at a rate of 710 yuan per gram. What do you think? That sounds agreeable. Zhang Xianjie had previously consulted Baidu, discovering that the day's gold price was 720 yuan per gram, with the buyback price set at 710 yuan per gram. It seemed this jewelry store was relatively fair. Before long, the transaction was completed, and Zhang Xianjie found an additional 375 yuan in his bank account, a substantial sum that he had not experienced in years. He stood tall and proud. After all, money is the courage of a man. He then produced a plastic bag, smiling as he said, "I also have some silver dollars from my family that I wish to sell. My expenses have increased recently as I am courting a girlfriend." The old man remained silent, accepting the plastic bag with a smile and emptying its contents. His eyes instantly gleamed with interest. As he examined the coins, he remarked, "There are nearly 1,000 varieties of yuan shirkai silver dollars, but only 4 years are significant: the 3rd, 8th, 9th, and 10th years of the Republic. All of these are authentic, and their condition is quite commendable. This silver dollar from the 3rd year of the Republic is valued at 15,000 yuan, while the others are standard versions, priced between 600 to 1,000 yuan. Fortunately, you possess 100 pieces. If you are willing to sell, we will purchase them all. Let me calculate the total for you. I will inquire elsewhere." Zhang Xianjie was dissatisfied with the old man's offer, suspecting he was being taken advantage of, and thus took his silver dollars and departed. He visited several more shops seeking quotes, ultimately selecting the one that offered the highest price, which closely aligned with his expectations, and sold all of his silver dollars. In total, he earned just over 100,000 yuan. Combined, the sum amounted to a little over 150,000 yuan. This is a fortune that once eluded Zhang Xianjie for an entire year. Yet now, he has managed to acquire it in just a single day. Indeed, it is true that without unexpected windfalls, one cannot attain wealth. Similarly, without nighttime fodder, a horse cannot thrive. My decision to seek treasures and seize opportunities was undoubtedly the right one. Zhang Xianjie felt an overwhelming sense of excitement and anticipation. As darkness enveloped the sky, he prepared to return home. Suddenly, he noticed a message from Dr. Chen on WeChat, stating she had just finished work. Goodness, could it be that Dr. Chen has developed feelings for me? Zhang Xianjie was taken aback, and images of Dr. Chen's voluptuous figure and her exquisite beauty inexplicably flooded his mind. He found himself reluctant to head home at that moment, replying, "Dr. Chen, allow me to treat you to dinner. I am currently at the antique street. First, please share your conditions. If they do not meet my basic requirements, there would be no need for dinner. I am 23 years old, a graduate of a rather obscure university, and I have developed an interest in antiques. Therefore, after graduation, I chose the path of a freelancer, specializing in treasure hunting and bargain hunting, with an annual income of around 300,000. Zhang Xianjie half-truthfully introduced himself, while earning 300,000 previously seemed implausible. It should now be within reach, thus not entirely a lie. 300,000 a year? That is quite impressive. Are you aware of my conditions? Not quite. Please enlighten me. Let us discuss this in person. Please send me your location, and I will come to find you. I reside near the antique street. Wow, I really secured a date. Zhang Xianjie mused. It seemed Dr. Chen was eager to settle down. Could it be that fortune was smiling upon him? With a peculiar expression, he found it somewhat absurd to be going on a blind date with Dr. Chen. Yet, the prospect of dining and conversing with such a beautiful woman on this splendid evening was far more delightful than returning home to dine alone. He promptly sent his location, and after a mere 10 minutes, Chen Yao arrived. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her stunning figure was accentuated to perfection, every curve seemingly whispering tales of allure. With a subtle touch of makeup, her features appeared even more refined. Her thick, dark hair cascaded like satin behind her. She approached gracefully, and even before her arrival, a rich fragrance wafted through the air. Dressed this way, she was far more enchanting than in a white coat. Zhang Xianjie marveled secretly. No wonder so many men were infatuated with her, even feigning illness to get closer. "Good evening, Dr. Chen." Zhang Xianjie greeted her warmly. "Good evening," Chen Yao replied, a hint of shyness evident in her demeanor. They found a quaint little restaurant on the antique street, ordering dishes and engaging in light conversation to get to know each other better. "What is your family situation?" Chen Yao inquired earnestly. "My parents worked hard in Beijing when they were young, but my father passed away in a car accident when I was 15. Out of necessity, my mother remarried. Her current husband does not treat me well, which is why I do not live with her in Beijing. Zhang Xianjie replied, a touch of melancholy evident in his voice. The stepfather, having built his fortune through a modest business, possesses a car, a house, and savings in the capital city. His daughter is equally impressive, a graduate of a prestigious university, now a civil servant earning over 30,000 a month. How could he possibly hold his head high in comparison, being merely a graduate of a lesser-known institution? Whenever he visits, it often leaves his mother feeling humiliated in front of his stepfather. Thus, he vowed to amass wealth, to become affluent enough to make his mother proud and to confront those who look down upon him. Subsequently, Qin Yaoyao shared her own circumstances. A doctor of medicine at the age of 28, earning 20,000 a month, with a father who serves as the deputy chief of a hospital and a mother working in the finance department. She also has a younger sister who recently graduated from a prestigious university and is now employed in the capital, earning a high salary. Presently, she owns a 200 square meter apartment and drives a Maserati worth over $1 million, along with savings amounting to several hundred thousand. Her advantageous circumstances had led her to be overly selective, causing delays in her pursuit of a partner. 5 years her junior, Zhang Xianjie felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. With his potential to uncover treasures, he was destined to become wealthy and saw no necessity in seeking a girlfriend older than himself. Yet, he hesitated. For Qin Yaoyao was undeniably beautiful, as radiant as a blossom, and being a PhD, her intellect must be remarkable. Her family background was equally impressive. Should he agree or decline? Chapter 5. An evening stroll. An unexpected alarm. Your family circumstances are rather dismal, and you possess neither a car nor a home. Yet you still have the audacity to disdain my 5 years of seniority? I am a physician, adept at self-care, aging gracefully. Do you comprehend? As Qin Yao now observed Zhang Xianjie's conflicted and disdainful expression, her displeasure grew. To be frank, I harbor doubts about your claims of earning 300,000 annually through treasure hunting and serendipity. If your right foot remains unscathed, it would be a challenge to even earn 30,000. 3,000 might be feasible. Zhang Xianjie sighed internally and seized the opportunity to suggest, we are merely acquaintances at this stage. We require time to contemplate and understand each other better. Let us start as ordinary friends. That proposal is rather agreeable. Qin Yaoyao nodded in assent. Thus, as they dined, they engaged in various conversations, finding common ground and enjoying a pleasant exchange. Zhang Xianjie took the initiative to pay the bill, which amounted to a little over 200 yuan, insignificant pressure considering his current circumstances. Exhibiting gentlemanly grace, he escorted Qin Yaoyao home. He refrained from using his electric scooter, deeming it too unrefined, and opted instead to walk. The hour was still early, just past 8, and the antique street bustled with life. Vendors lined the sidewalks, showcasing an array of antiques, and throngs of customers perused the stalls, indicating a thriving business. As Zhang Xianjie and Qin Yaoyao strolled, they engaged in light-hearted banter. One was a striking gentleman, standing over 6 feet tall, exuding charm. The other, a stunning beauty over 5'7", possessed a captivating figure and alluring features. Their appearance resembled that of a perfectly matched couple, drawing envious glances from countless passers-by. Suddenly, a sharp alarm pierced through Zhang Xianjie's consciousness, accompanied by a notification. Distance, 5 meters. As they approached a stall, the alert echoed in his mind. Could there be treasure on the ground? Zhang Xianjie's heart surged with excitement as he whispered to Qin Yaoyao, wait a moment, I wish to purchase something. Qin Yaoyao halted, her eyes widening as they both leaned in to scrutinize the stall. An assortment of intriguing items adorned the table. At the forefront lay a delicately crafted snuff bottle, its body made of translucent glass, thin as a cicada's wing, yet remarkably sturdy. The surface was embellished with a vibrant spring garden scene, where flowers bloomed in profusion, peonies dripped with beauty, and the graceful peony swayed gently in the breeze. With slender willow branches that seemed poised to sweep across the canvas, a lady clad in a flowing gown, holding a silk fan, strolled along a winding path. Her figure elegant and her countenance lovely, with a subtle smile that hinted at unspoken thoughts. Beside the snuff bottle was a small walnut wood carving, the wood's dense grain showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. The artisan had skillfully shaped it into a lively squirrel, its front paws tightly clutching a plump nut, with round, glimmering eyes radiating cleverness, as if poised to crack open the nut at any moment. Additionally, a petite copper mirror caught the eye, although its surface was tarnished. It could not conceal its former splendor. The reverse bore intricate patterns of auspicious creatures: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, each depicted in vivid detail, alive with expression. They appeared to either roar fiercely or stand proudly, as if guarding the mirror itself. The edge of the copper mirror is adorned with a circle of cloud and thunder patterns, characterized by its simple yet fluid lines, imbued with a sense of mysterious power. Additionally, there are copper coins, silver dollars, and jade pendants. Which treasure did the right foot detect? Zhang Xianjie, uncertain, crouched down to examine each item closely, pretending to scrutinize them before his chest. Upon lifting the copper mirror, an alarm rang in his mind, signaling 3 meters. A strange feeling washed over Zhang Xianjie. The copper mirror seemed different. Gently caressing its surface, he sensed the weight of time and the passage of countless stories and faces it had once reflected. It would make for a lovely ornament. Could it be sold for 10 yuan? He suppressed his excitement, adopting an air of nonchalance. He suspected that the vendor was unaware of the true value of the mirror. Otherwise, it would not be mingled among so many trinkets. This was an authentic Han Dynasty 4-beast pattern copper mirror, which would fetch a cool million at auction. You're offering 10 yuan? The vendor, a man in his 30s with bright eyes, regarded Zhang Xianjie as if he were a plump sheep, feigning anger. Come on, don't exaggerate. There are hardly any antiques on this street. Most are crafts or fakes. If this copper mirror were truly worth $1 million, you wouldn't be selling it from a stall. You'd have an antique shop. Zhang Xianjie retorted, while casually pressing the mirror against his leg. Instantly, a cool sensation surged into his body, causing him to shiver with delight. This time, he even perceived that the gas split in two, one half integrated into his being, while the other entered a small space, transforming into white vapor that floated within. Forget it, you can have it for 500 yuan. The vendor, momentarily speechless from the rebuff, waved his hand in frustration. 15 yuan. Zhang Xianjie generously added 200 yuan. The vendor lowered his price. 20 yuan. If you want to sell it, so be it. Zhang Xianjie added another 5, rising to leave, a demeanor of indifference about him, signaling that 20 yuan was his final offer. You can have it for 20 yuan. The vendor feigned a disgruntled expression and quickly shouted his acceptance. Although unaware of its true worth, Zhang Xianjie felt triumphant. Surely, he had struck gold. Silently rejoicing, he returned and purchased the copper mirror for 20 yuan. Fool, you bought a copper mirror I found in a trash heap for 20 yuan? The vendor chuckled inwardly, viewing Zhang Xianjie with disdain. Was 20 yuan too high? Could it have been bought for 5? Zhang Xianjie sensed the vendor's smugness. Feeling a twinge of regret and annoyance for having spent more, he resolved to learn from this experience. Just as he was about to tuck the copper mirror into his pocket, an elderly man and a young man approached. The elder, with hair as white as snow yet full of vitality and a radiant complexion, emanated an aura of scholarly elegance. He fixed his gaze upon the copper mirror in Zhang Xianjie's hand and eagerly inquired, "Young man, may I take a look at that copper mirror?" Chapter 6, Reselling the Bronze Mirror, earning a whopping 25,000 times. Indeed, Zhang Xianjie felt a surge of excitement and handed the bronze mirror to the other party. Having stumbled upon a treasure, he was eager to have a master authenticate it, and it seemed that this distinguished elderly gentleman was indeed the expert. It was as if a weary traveler had finally found a comfortable pillow to rest upon. The old man took the bronze mirror, donned his reading glasses, and while scrutinizing the mirror, he explained to the young man, Ping Qi, the authenticity of a bronze mirror can be discerned through 4 methods. First, observation. Second, weighing. Third, listening. And fourth, smelling. 1. Observation. Assess whether the overall shape of the bronze mirror is balanced. Examine the patina, which should appear naturally layered and firm. Counterfeit rust is often uneven, coarse, and merely superficial, with a stark contrast between the rust and the copper. Observe the decorative patterns and inscriptions. Genuine mirrors display clear, flowing lines, while fakes, despite similar shapes, often have blurred designs and rigid lines. 2. Weighing. A significant challenge for counterfeiters is replicating the weight of ancient bronze artifacts. After being buried underground for centuries, the copper becomes porous and lighter due to chemical reactions, a level of authenticity that forgers struggle to achieve. 3. Listening. A gentle tap on an old bronze mirror produces a distinctive sound, whereas a new imitation resonates loudly like a gong. 4. Smelling. The scent of the bronze mirror is telling. Imitations lack the earthy aroma of genuine pieces. When rubbed, they emit a sharp metallic odor. Additionally, One can take a piece of rust and burn it. Counterfeit rust will ignite, releasing noxious smoke with a chemical scent. Now, can you determine whether this is genuine or a counterfeit? Yes, master. The young man, barely in his 20s and brimming with youthful exuberance, inspected the mirror meticulously before exclaiming, Master, this is a genuine Han Dynasty bronze mirror adorned with the four-beast motif, and it is quite valuable. The old man's face lit up with satisfaction as he turned to Zhang Xianjie, saying, Young man, would you consider selling this bronze mirror? I am willing to offer 500,000. This is a fair price. Do not be misled by inflated auction prices you may have found online, as they often conceal many hidden fees. I am Professor Wang Chunhua from the History Department of Wengang University, and I do not engage in unethical dealings. 500,000? Zhang Xianjie was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the enormity of the offer. Could it truly be that a mere tarnished bronze mirror, in poor condition, was valued at such a staggering sum? At that moment, he realized just how precious his treasure-hunting right foot truly was. It was undoubtedly a divine gift, capable of unearthing gems among a heap of trinkets, far surpassing even the most extraordinary vision. Wait, I found something worth 500,000 in a pile of junk? I've been utterly shortchanged. The stall owner, upon hearing this, felt his earlier pride evaporate, replaced by deep regret. His heart ached at the realization he had just lost 500,000. It seems you were reluctant to part with it. Keeping it as a family heirloom is also a commendable choice. Here is my business card. Should you change your mind, please call me. Seeing Zhang Xianjie remain silent, Professor Wang smiled and handed him a business card. Professor Wang, let us discuss this elsewhere. Zhang Xianjie, suddenly alert, noticed the stall owner's bloodshot eyes and feared potential trouble. Thus, the four of them hastened away, pausing only when they reached a spot out of the vendor's sight. Zhang Xianjie chuckled, Professor Wang, you exude an air of great respect and esteem. I am quite pleased with the price you proposed, and am willing to part with it. Very well. Professor Wang replied with a faint smile. Soon, they completed the transaction, and an additional 500,000 yuan was added to Zhang Xianjie's account. He had made an astonishing profit of 650,000 yuan that day, leaving him exhilarated and filled with fervor. Brother, how much did you purchase that bronze mirror for? The young man inquired with envy and curiosity. 20 yuan, Zhang Xianjie candidly admitted. To be honest, my experience in appraising treasures is limited. I relied primarily on my intuition, sensing its value, which prompted me to buy it. You are far too modest, brother. It must be your keen eye that discerned its worth. You are undoubtedly a master of treasure appraisal, the young man expressed, his admiration evident. Once Professor Wang and the young man departed, Qin Yao now gazed at Zhang Xianjie with admiration and appreciation. You truly did not exaggerate, Zhang Xianjie. Perhaps you were even modest. You are remarkably honest. Living near the antique street and walking through it daily, she had never witnessed anyone stumble upon hidden treasures, making it hard to believe that someone as young as Zhang Xianjie possessed the ability to unearth such fortunes. However, witnessing him acquire 500,000 yuan in such a brief moment was genuinely shocking and reshaped her understanding. Tonight was indeed fortunate. I merely glanced and discerned that the bronze mirror was exceptional. Zhang Xianjie fabricated, secretly reflecting on how he had never truly stumbled upon treasures in the past, having instead made several poor judgments that led to significant losses. Now, with an unusual change in his right foot, he had developed a remarkable ability to detect treasures, and for the first time, he had indeed struck gold. Before long, they arrived at the luxurious building where Qin Yao resided. I have arrived. Thank you for escorting me back, she said, stopping and smiling radiantly. Not at all. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Zhang Xianjie responded as he turned to depart. He had initially considered wandering back to the stall, perhaps to uncover another treasure. But just then, a call from Gong Yong interrupted him. Zhang Xianjie, your home has been burgled. Everything is in disarray. You should return quickly to check if anything important has been lost. Damn it, Zhang Xianjie cursed, hastily mounting his bike and racing home, only to find the door had been pried open and the interior in utter chaos, as if ravaged by a storm. Clothes lay strewn across the floor. Drawers were pulled open, and papers fluttered everywhere. Fortunately, his most cherished possessions, the diploma, degree certificate, and a family photo imbued with warm memories, had been tossed about but, due to their lack of value to the thief, miraculously remained intact. Quick, check your gold bars. Make sure they haven't been taken. Gong Yang sauntered in with a casual demeanor, feigning concern. Could it be that you orchestrated this theft? Do you take me for a fool? Zhang Xianjie scoffed inwardly. He clearly recalled the moment Gong Yong's eyes glinted with greed upon seeing the gold bars. That fleeting look had not escaped his notice. It was evident that Gong Yong had been fixated on the gold, believing he could seize the opportunity to steal them in Zhang Xianjie's absence. Unable to locate the gold bar, he resorted to the despicable notion of enticing himself to seek it out, waiting for an opportune moment to act. Yet, Zhang Xianjie did not expose this scheme. Instead, he maintained a tranquil demeanor and replied nonchalantly, "There is no gold bar at all. Where would I even look? Is it truly absent?" What, then, was unearthed that day? Gong Yong, with a countenance of frustration, felt a sense of ennui and turned away in dismay. Zhang Xianjie closed the door and gathered his diploma, degree certificate, and cherished photographs, items of great personal significance, into a bag, which he then placed in a concealed space. Thus, even if thieves were to ransack his home, he would remain unconcerned. The following day, before dawn had broken and the morning light lingered on the distant horizon, Zhang Xianjie quietly rose. He meticulously gathered the tools needed for treasure hunting and set forth towards the mountain, once again heading towards the area that had previously been inhabited by bandits. Chapter 7. The Bandit's Treasure. After approximately an hour of trekking, Zhang Xianjie ventured deep into the heart of the mountains. Towering trees loomed overhead, their branches lush and intertwined, allowing sunlight to filter through the foliage like golden threads cascading down, casting a patchwork of dappled light upon the leaf-strewn ground. In the forest, a symphony of unknown birds flitted about, their melodious calls rising and falling, intertwining to create a beautiful natural concerto. Some birds, adorned with vibrant plumage, shimmered under the sunlight, either gracefully perched upon branches preening their feathers or soaring high, tracing elegant arcs across the sky, infusing the tranquil woodland with a sense of vitality and movement. The rugged path beneath his feet wound perilously, the steep hills and deep valleys epitomizing nature's grandeur and majesty. This place could truly be described as a formidable fortress, nearly impenetrable. Historically, this land was once a stronghold for numerous bandits, who, taking advantage of the advantageous terrain, claimed dominion over the mountains, howling through the forests. The legendary tales, though weathered by time, continue to be passed down through generations. Hence, Zhang Xianjie was convinced that beneath this land lay the potential for buried treasures. Plundered by bandits in days gone by, he was determined to unearth these treasures, allowing them to bask in the light of day once more. Beep, 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 5 meters. At last, the familiar alarm and notification resonated in Zhang Xianjie's mind. His face lit up with excitement, his gaze sharp and discerning as he meticulously surveyed every inch of the ground beneath him and around him. Soon, he noticed several stones nearby, distinguished by their unique shapes and colors. With keen intuition, he surmised that a tomb was likely concealed beneath, possibly accompanied by treasures of gold, silver, and copper. "I seek treasure, not tomb raiding," Zhang Xianjie murmured, shaking his head slightly, resolutely abandoning this spot to continue his ascent up the mountain. For the better part of the day, he traversed the forest, the alarm sounding 5 times in succession. Regrettably, each instance pointed towards a tomb. One particular site even contained a looter's tunnel. Though misaligned, it had not reached the core of the burial chamber, leaving its treasures intact. In just one morning, he had uncovered so many potential treasures. What other riches lay hidden within this vast expanse of earth? Zhang Xianjie sighed in awe. Settling upon a stone by a mountain spring, retrieving a few roasted sweet potatoes he had brought along, savoring them with the sweet spring water. After a brief respite, he rose once more, continuing his ascent along the winding mountain path. Before long, he reached the summit of the peak. Here, a cave awaited, once a campsite for bandits, with faint traces of their past lives still visible upon the cave walls. Many treasure seekers had previously come equipped with metal detectors, yet these devices were inherently limited. The large detector could only scan a distance of 5 meters, while the smaller one reached merely 5 meters, and any detection of metallic substances would inevitably emit a sound. Thus, after an exhaustive search that yields nothing but a mere iron nail, a tattered toothpaste tube, or a diminutive thumbtack, one could certainly be driven to frustration. However, the right foot of Zhang Xianjie only alerts him to genuine treasures, boasting a detection depth of 10 meters, far surpassing that of conventional metal detectors. This gives him considerable hope. The area is littered with holes dug by treasure seekers, creating a patchy landscape. Previously, Zhang Xianjie had also excavated several holes here, discovering a mysterious golden egg. Beep, 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 underfoot. 9. 2 meters. After traversing the hillside near the cave for several minutes, that long-awaited alarm and notification sound once again echoed. The ground was strewn with layers of rock, and the depth of the treasure was astonishingly profound, making it nearly undetectable by metal detectors. Thus, Zhang Xianjie formed his own conclusion. It was certainly not a tomb. He swiftly retrieved his tools and began to dig fervently. Merely a meter down, he encountered a stone the size of a water barrel. Straining every muscle, he finally pried the stone free. Suddenly, a cave revealed itself, approximately 8 to 9 meters deep. At the bottom of the cave lay a small wooden box, partially rotted, revealing a glimmer of gold. Ha ha ha! I've finally uncovered the bandit-ass treasure. Zhang Xianjie beamed with delight, his face alight with joy. The thrill of nearing the discovery of treasure enraptured him profoundly. He immediately supported himself against the cave walls with both hands and feet, cautiously descending to the bottom. Upon closer inspection, it resembled more of a wooden case than merely a box. An old lock, rusted and corroded, adorned it. With a gentle twist, it snapped open. And as he lifted the half-decayed lid, a rush of damp air greeted him, likely due to the cave's frequent flooding. Zhang Xianjie carefully extracted the contents within, placing them on the ground. 3 small yellow fish, 5 large yellow fish, and 50 pieces of yuan daidu coins. It is noteworthy that 1 large yellow fish is equivalent in value to 10 small ones. Thus, this trove is of considerable worth. Wow, I'm going to strike it rich. Zhang Xianjie's heart raced with excitement, his blood coursing with exhilaration. He gazed at the treasures with a dreamy expression, caressing them as one might tenderly touch a beloved's fair skin. Subsequently, he placed these golden and silver objects upon his lap, and indeed, a refreshing coolness surged within him. This time, he sensed with particular clarity, half of the spiritual energy was absorbed into himself, rendering him considerably lighter and rejuvenated, while the other half merged into that mysterious small space, enriching the previously white gas within. How delightful! How exhilarating! Zhang Xianjie couldn't help but exclaim in joy. He then stored the treasures in his small space and, surveying the modest cave, stepped foot in every corner. Yet regrettably, no further alarms sounded. He promptly climbed out with agility. As dusk began to descend, enveloping the mountains and forests in twilight, Zhang Xianjie commenced his return, opting for a shortcut home. Perhaps treasures await along the journey. While traversing, Zhang Xianjie encountered a nearly 2-meter-high cliff. Rather than taking a detour, he boldly attempted to leap, astonishingly clearing the height with ease. Goodness, can I truly jump this high? Has the subtle influence of the spiritual energy transformed my body, enhancing my strength and leaping ability? Gradually, Zhang Xianjie became aware of the changes within himself, secretly rejoicing. He quickened his pace, eager to return home. However, he suddenly halted, his instincts on high alert. Before him, 3 suspicious men lurked within the shadows of the trees, their bodies caked in yellow mud, presenting an oddly peculiar appearance. Almost simultaneously, the trio spotted Zhang Xianjie, and a look of tension and panic flickered across their faces. Chapter 8. Encounter with Grave Robbers. What are you doing here? Zhang Xianjie could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired. We're mushroom picking, brother. What about you? Chuckled one of the trio, a seemingly simple-minded middle-aged man. Mushroom picking? There aren't any mushrooms around here, are there? A wave of suspicion surged within Zhang Xianjie. However, the counter-question was striking. He could not disclose his true intentions and thus resorted to fabricating a response. I too am here to pick mushrooms. Then we are in the same line of work. The 3 men simultaneously exhaled, their faces displaying a peculiar expression. Same line of work? What do you mean by that? Zhang Xianjie nearly erupted in anger. Who are you calling a colleague? Mushroom picking hardly qualifies as such. Wait a moment. Mushroom is also a euphemism for tombs. Are these 3 men grave robbers? With this realization, Zhang Xianjie swiftly contemplated a retreat. However, the trio closed in on him. The leader, narrowing his eyes, scrutinized Zhang Xianjie with an intense gaze. Brother, have you found any mushrooms? If not, we have made a discovery, albeit with considerable difficulty. How about we cooperate temporarily? Searching for treasure in the mountains harbors inherent risks, especially when encountering formidable grave robbers, which poses extreme danger. Zhang Xianjie cautiously braced himself. He dared not underestimate these men, as they were undoubtedly skilled and adept. While he stepped back, he coolly replied, I apologize, but I have my own team and am quite busy. I have no time to collaborate with you. However, rest assured, I will not interfere with your endeavors. You may continue your work. You possess some skill. The trio noted Zhang Xianjie's swift and agile retreat, recognizing his remarkable dexterity. Given his disheveled appearance, mirroring theirs, they increasingly suspected him to be a fellow grave robber, thus refraining from pursuing him with full intensity. May the heavens be vast and the waters deep, until we meet again. With a respectful gesture, Zhang Xianjie quickened his pace, deftly maneuvering around them and hastening his departure. He secretly broke into a cold sweat. Had he not undergone a transformation through spiritual energy, enhancing his speed, those three would have easily captured him today, silencing him permanently and disposing of him in a tomb, leaving no trace behind. After approximately an hour, Zhang Xianjie finally returned home safely. Zhang Xianjie, have you been treasure hunting again today? You don't even have a metal detector. What are you searching for? Smirked Gong Yong and Du Jun as they approached, their faces adorned with faint mockery. I figured the person who stole my metal detector might be looking for treasure in the mountains, so I went to search for him. Unfortunately, I found nothing. Zhang Xianjie feigned a look of frustration, but noticed a few individuals sneaking around in the woods, digging at something while emitting hushed cheers. I didn't dare to get too close. Which patch of woods? The two men immediately showed interest, their eyes gleaming with excitement as if they had caught a whiff of blood. Zhang Xianjie meticulously described the location and site. Thank you. Two individuals, their faces alight with excitement, soon set forth, each wielding a machete, eager to partake in a share of the spoils. They were seasoned in their endeavors. It was evident that tomb raiding was afoot. Be careful, Zhang Xianjie cautioned as he pursued them. Rest assured, should we strike gold, I shall treat you to a feast. Gong Yong replied, confidence radiating from him. I hope you can catch those three tomb raiders unawares. Should you suffer injury or meet a grim fate, do not blame me. Zhang Xianjie thought with a cold smirk. Even if they triumphed and acquired treasures pilfered by the tomb raiders, it would present a significant peril, potentially leading them to imprisonment. His intentions were far from benevolent, given their repeated schemes to usurp his gold bars. Exhausted from a day of treasure hunting, Zhang Xianjie retired early that night. When he awoke, the sun had risen high in the sky. He hastily got up and knocked on Gong Yong's door, concerned that he and Du Jun might have fallen victim to the tomb raiders. To his surprise, both Gong Yong and Du Jun were alive and well, seated together for breakfast. Indeed, good men do not live long, while calamities persist through the ages. Upon seeing Zhang Xianjie enter, their expression shifted to something peculiar. Did you not encounter the tomb raiders? Zhang Xianjie inquired with curiosity. We did find them, but they were acquaintances, so no confrontation ensued. Moreover, we unearthed nothing. The tomb was completely barren, having been plundered on numerous occasions, Gong Yong lamented. Alas, tomb raiding has lost its allure, after exhausting days of toil. We have nothing to show for our efforts, Du Jun said, munching on a fried dough stick while shaking his head. Zhang Xianjie quickly comprehended that these two had indeed attempted to raid tombs, but lacked the skill to locate those rich in treasures, thus avoiding incarceration. I had hoped you would bring me some bounty worthy of a splendid meal, Zhang Xianjie exclaimed, cursing under his breath. He did not suspect them of deceit, after all. In the vast expanse of the mountains, he had only discovered 5 tombs containing treasures. Tomb raiders, devoid of an innate sense for treasure, relied solely on feng shui to guide them, employing a luoyang shovel to excavate the depths and verify the soil. Locating a tomb might be simple, but finding one rich in treasures proved exceedingly difficult. Throughout the centuries, tomb raiders had proliferated, and it was entirely normal for any tomb you stumbled upon to have been previously visited. It was the unplundered tombs that were the rarity. Here, have an egg, Gong Yong urged, handing one to Zhang Xianjie. As Zhang Xianjie peeled the shell, he queried, and what of those tomb raiders? They retreated last night, claiming they would seek treasures elsewhere and invited us to join them, but we declined, Du Jun said nonchalantly. Tomb raiding is against the law, and we shall not partake in it. Indeed, we shall not engage in unlawful activities, Gong Yong echoed. Zhang Xianjie chuckled inwardly, knowing all too well the irony of their words. Yet he kept his thoughts to himself. With the tomb raiders having retreated, tranquility enveloped the village, allowing Zhang Xianjie to proceed without hesitation. He ventured once more into Wengang City, first visiting a jewelry store he had not previously explored, where he sold 5 large yellow croakers and 3 smaller ones. The price was comparable to that of the previous day, netting him a sum of 175,937, 5 yuan. He then sought out an antique shop, where he sold 50 yuan Shirkai silver dollars. This time, lacking any special editions, he only received 50,000 yuan. Altogether, his earnings reached 1,225,937, 5 yuan. In a single treasure hunt, he had amassed over 1,200,000. Such a sum would take a decade of labor to earn. Zhang Xianjie was overwhelmed with excitement and determination. Today, he resolved to uncover a significant fortune, aiming to elevate his savings beyond 2 million. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he began to meticulously explore the various stalls along the cultural street. Chapter 9. The Antique Shops Selling Heirlooms. Zhang Xianjie wandered among numerous stalls for over an hour, yet returned empty-handed. Although alarms had echoed in his mind a few times, they merely indicated various coins or silver dollars, and the vendors were fully aware of their true worth. My treasure hunting ability in my right foot is the result of an evolution from a metal detector, and it remains confined to metallic treasures. Thus, the treasures detected recently consisted of gold bars, silver dollars, and copper mirrors. However, this is one gang, which pales in comparison to a bustling metropolis like Yanjing. The availability of metallic antiques here is quite limited. A sense of clarity surged within Zhang Xianjie. Unwilling to concede, he stepped into the largest antique shop, Wenwaxuan. The establishment exuded grandeur. Its entrance was crafted from sturdy mahogany, its surface enriched by the passage of time, creating a profound patina that radiated antiquity and solemnity. Inside, the shop was filled to the brim with a dazzling array of antiques, yet it possessed an astonishing orderliness that fostered a unique, ancient ambience. The walls were adorned with exquisitely framed calligraphy and paintings, ranging from the ethereal elegance of cursive script to the meticulous detail of fine brushwork depicting birds and flowers. Each piece seemed to narrate tales of yore. Surrounding wooden shelves displayed various porcelain wares. From the jade-like Song Dynasty Qi by porcelain to the vividly colorful Qing Dynasty Famille Rose porcelain. Within the display case lay numerous small yet precious artifacts. Ancient coins were meticulously arranged, spanning from the rounded square coins of the Qin dynasty to the intricately designed flower coins of the Song dynasty, representing nearly every dynasty. Additionally, there were jade pendants of various forms, some sculpted into the likeness of auspicious beasts, exuding an air of majesty. Others took the shape of rui, with smooth lines symbolizing good fortune. At the center of the shop stood a robust wooden table, upon which rested several large bronze vessels. A faint scent of sandalwood permeated the air, intertwining with the antiquated essence of the artifacts, soothing the spirit and immersing one in a rich historical and cultural ambience. "Young man, is there something you wish to purchase?" The owner, who had been seated behind the counter, rose to greet him warmly. He appeared to be in his 50s, exuding an air of elegance and intellect typical of a scholar. "I am interested in bronze vessels and coins," Zhang Xianjie replied, requesting to see some genuine articles. "These bronze vessels are indeed authentic," the owner asserted, gesturing toward the table. Zhang Xianjie leaned closer for a better look, positioning his foot beneath the table to create an almost perpendicular stance. However, the alarm did not sound. Clearly, they were forgeries. Zhang Xianjie lost interest and felt a growing aversion to the shop, realizing the owner lied without a flicker of hesitation. The owner, slightly embarrassed, had not anticipated that this young man, clad in attire reminiscent of street vendors, possessed the ability to discern genuine treasures. Consequently, he retrieved some ancient coins from the counter, placing them before Zhang Xianjie while enthusiastically extolling their virtues. He claimed they were coins from this or that dynasty, genuine artifacts valued at exorbitant amounts, in his words. Each coin was worth tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. "I can hardly believe you," Zhang Xianjie exclaimed, scrutinizing the coins one by one, and indeed, alarms began to sound. Beep, 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 indicating a reading of 1.6 meters on his foot. However, it can only be confirmed that it is an authentic item. And while Zhang Xianjie has a rough idea of its value, it is certainly not as exorbitant as the owner claims. In such an antique shop, the prospect of finding a bargain is nearly impossible. Zhang Xianjie silently assesses the situation, about to turn away when a man in his 30s, visibly intoxicated, stumbles in. He immediately addresses the owner, saying, "Boss Wang, I've brought my family heirloom, and this time you must offer a high price, otherwise, I won't sell." "Luojun, have you been drinking with your dubious friends again?" The owner responds, "We have a long-standing relationship, and as long as your heirloom is genuinely valuable, I will certainly offer a corresponding high price. I would never deceive you." Boss Wang's eyes sparkled with interest. Luojun cautiously retrieved a brush holder from his bag, placing it on the counter before the owner. The brush holder stood about a foot tall, with a moderate opening, its cylindrical body characterized by simple, flowing lines that exuded an air of ancient elegance. Crafted from dense and resilient old bamboo, The passage of time had imbued it with a deep hue. The bamboo surface gleamed with a rich amber color, as if stained by the sands of time, warm and lustrous. The brush holder was adorned with intricately carved landscapes, conveying profound artistic depth and vividness. "This heirloom is not worth much," Boss Wang remarked, losing interest after a brief inspection. "My grandfather once advised me that this brush holder is a family treasure and should not be sold for less than 500,000. "How can you say it is worthless?" Luo Jun exclaimed, exasperated. "My grandfather held a significant position and was a distinguished collector." He scowled. Unperturbed, Boss Wang replied coolly, "Indeed. Some brush holders are quite valuable, such as those made of Wang Wali and rosewood from the early Qing dynasty, which can fetch astronomical prices, often hundreds of thousands, even millions. For instance, at the 2010 Beijing Poly Spring Auction, a bamboo carved piece by the renowned artist Zhang Xianjie sold for an astounding 736 million yuan. However, your brush holder is made of bamboo, specifically from the Qing dynasty, and the value of lacquered brush holders ranges from 10 to 30,000 yuan. Furthermore, this piece is not from the early Qing period, but rather from the Republic of China era. Therefore, I can offer you a maximum of 1,000 yuan. Not a penny more." 1,000? You dare utter such a sum?" Luo Jun shouted in frustration, his anger reaching a boiling point. The disparity between the offered price and his expectations was staggering. Yet, Boss Wang remained convinced that Luo Jun was merely putting on an act, sneering. "I suspect you've inquired at other shops. Their offers would not exceed mine. If it is worthless, it is worthless. Do not harbor fantasies. That jade pendant you brought last time was indeed valuable, which is why I offered 300,000. Is it possible my grandfather deceived me? Or perhaps he was mistaken?" Luo Jun's face was clouded with confusion, but with his grandfather long deceased, he had no means to seek clarification. After a moment's hesitation, he stomped his foot. 20,000. 1,000. Not a cent more, Boss Wang replied with disdain, his expression reflecting his lack of interest in the brush holder. "Another shop offered me 1,001. Are you unable to match that?" Luo Jun was now thoroughly enraged. "Then go to that shop. If you can sell it for 100 more, good for you." With a scowl, Luo Jun exited, casting a furtive glance over his shoulder, only to find that Boss Wang showed no intention of calling him back. A profound sense of despondency enveloped him. This pin holder was indeed worthless, shattering his hopes entirely. Zhang Xianjie followed closely, addressing Luo Jun. "May I take a look at your pin holder?" "Certainly," replied Luo Jun, recognizing Zhang Xianjie from his earlier visit to the shop. Presuming his interest was to purchase, he handed the pin holder to Zhang Xianjie. Clutching the pin holder close to his chest, Zhang Xianjie heard a faint beeping sound. 6 meters. An alarm resonated in his mind. Could a bamboo tube trigger an alarm? Surely, my feet cannot detect non-metallic objects. Zhang Xianjie stood there, momentarily stunned. Chapter 10. The hidden treasure within the bamboo pin holder. Zhang Xianjie immediately widened his eyes, scrutinizing the interior of the bamboo tube. The height within the tube differed significantly from that of its exterior. A wooden seal lined the interior, suggesting a substantial possibility of concealed metallic treasures. This was precisely why Luo Jun's grandfather had insisted on a sale price of 500,000 yuan. Upon contemplating this, Zhang Xianjie felt a surge of excitement. He then turned to Luo Jun and stated, "I find this pen holder quite appealing. It can be considered an antique, adding a touch of elegance to my study. I offer you 200 yuan. Will you accept?" The proprietor, displaying generosity, agreed to the sale. Luo Jun was delighted, having made an additional 200 yuan, sufficient to purchase 2 packs of snacks. Thus, the transaction was swiftly concluded. Elated, Zhang Xianjie grasped the pin holder and was about to depart when Qin Yaoyao unexpectedly emerged, casting a curious gaze upon the pin holder in his hand. "Have you stumbled upon another treasure?" she inquired. "No, I simply liked this pen holder and decided to buy it." Zhang Xianjie hesitated, harboring doubts about the potential treasure concealed within, as his instincts had signaled a warning. Yet he refrained from proclaiming it a fortunate find without further inspection. "Then sell it to me. I will offer you 5,000 yuan, Qin Yaoyao proposed, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "That would net you a profit of 3,800 yuan. Clearly, she had overheard Zhang Xianjie's initial bid. "This pen holder is indeed of little monetary value, but I suspect there is something hidden within, which is why I purchased it. Now, I need to find a tool to pry it open," Zhang Xianjie whispered, noticing that Luo Jun had already distanced himself. "Come to my house. I have a complete set of tools," Qin Yaoyao replied, her interest piqued. She promptly led Zhang Xianjie back to her home. which turned out to be an expansive 200 square meter flat, exquisitely and luxuriously decorated, both spacious and inviting. Chen Yao now invited Zhang Xianjie to sit on the sofa and, much like a graceful butterfly, swiftly retrieved the necessary tools. Zhang Xianjie carefully and slowly pried open the inner layer. Indeed, there was something, a piece of cloth wrapped around an object. As he gently unwrapped it, to his astonishment, it revealed a coin, Tianwan Tongbao. A copper coin? Chen Yao expressed a hint of disappointment. However, Zhang Xianjie was somewhat knowledgeable about the Tianwan Tongbao and exclaimed with excitement, "Dr. Chen, do not underestimate this Tianwan Tongbao. Tianwan is the era name of Jin Shizong, Wanyanzhan. The Tianwan Tongbao was minted during the Tianwan period, a time when the Jin dynasty was transitioning from a slave society to a feudal one. Jin Shizong implemented sinicization reforms, and the Tianwan Tongbao was likely a trial coin modeled after the counterfeit Qi Lu Yufu Chang coin. The survival rate of Tianwan Tongbao is exceedingly low, with only a few specimens remaining. Consequently, its value is remarkably high, varying from hundreds of thousands to millions of yuan, depending on factors such as the coin's condition and type. Is it possible? From tens to over a million? Chen Yao appeared skeptical and promptly began to search online. Within moments, she discovered significant information. In 2007, a Tianwan Tongbao was auctioned at the China Guardian Spring Auction for 344 million yuan. On May 17, 2013, another Tianwan Tongbao, estimated between 9 million to 5 million yuan, was sold for 415 million yuan. On June 30, 2017, a Tianwan Tongbao, valued between 8 million to 8 million, was sold for 207 million yuan. On January 31, 2018, another Tianwan Tongbao, estimated at 167 million to 167 million, fetched a price of 2,837 million yuan. On July 15, 2018, a Tianwan Tongbao with an appraisal of 500,000 to 500,000 concluded at 935,000 yuan. In 2016, a Tianwan Tongbao featuring the Urkai calligraphy style was auctioned for an astonishing 796 million yuan. My goodness, if this Tianwan Tongbao is indeed authentic, it could be worth the price of a house. Chen Yao exclaimed. It is highly probable. Zhang Xianjie nodded enthusiastically, retrieving his phone to call Professor Wang Chunhua. Professor Wang, this is Zhang Xianjie, the young man who sold you a copper mirror yesterday. I've come across another Tianwan Tongbao, and I believe it is genuine. Are you interested? What? Tianwan Tongbao? I would like to see it now. Is that possible? I am currently at Wilwan Street. Please send me your location, and I will arrive shortly. Professor Wang's excitement was palpable, his voice trembling with anticipation. Certainly, Zhang Xianjie replied, hanging up the phone before turning to Chen Yao. Professor Wang wishes to come over now. Would that be all right? After all, this is Chen Yao's home, and she deserves respect. Of course, Chen Yao replied without hesitation. Zhang Xianjie then sent a location to Professor Wang, providing the address and room number. In less than 5 minutes, the silver-haired yet youthful Professor Wang knocked on the door. Accompanied by that well-mannered young man, Zhang Xianjie warmly invited them to sit on the sofa, while Chen Yao poured them tea. Professor Wang, unable to contain his eagerness, barely touched his tea, his eyes sparkling as he urged, "Please bring out the Tianwan Tongbao for me to examine." As Zhang Xianjie retrieved the coin, Professor Wang donned gloves and reading glasses, meticulously scrutinizing it with a magnifying glass. While examining, he elaborated. The Tianwan Tongbao comes in 2 varieties, the small flat and the folded 2. The flat coin features both regular and seal script. The folded 2 coin bears the regular script, with a diameter of 3 centimeters and a weight of approximately 2 grams. The flat coin is inscribed with regular script. Read from right to left, with an additional stroke on the character Wan. The character Tong resembles the writing style of the Southern Song Dynasty's Jinyan Tongbao, with the character Bao composed of 3 strokes, quite peculiar. This coin has a smooth reverse, exhibiting a brownish patina, with rust embedded in the letters, indicating it is likely an official minting. Peng Qi, now you tell me, which type is this? Teacher, this is the Tianwan Tongbao flat coin in regular script. Though unfortunately, its condition is not optimal, significantly diminishing its value. Yu Pingqi had been observing intently and immediately reached his conclusion upon hearing this. Not an optimal condition? Zhang Xianjie paused slightly, scrutinizing it carefully, realizing that its condition indeed left much to be desired. likely as it had been before being stored in a brush pot. This is undeniably the Tianshan Tongbao flat coin in regular script, an authentic piece. Zhang Xianjie, you have stumbled upon a remarkable find. How much capital did you invest? Professor Wang could not help but express his envy. I purchased it amongst other coins for 50,000. Zhang Xianjie replied with a fabricated tale. He refrained from disclosing that he had retrieved it from a penholder, fearing that the original owner might come seeking it. Though he was not particularly afraid, it would inevitably lead to complications. 50,000. TSK, you have struck gold. Professor Wang exclaimed repeatedly in admiration. Professor Wang, what is its true worth? Zhang Xianjie inquired eagerly. I can only say that this is a genuine piece of Tianshan Tongbao. If you are inclined to sell, I can introduce you to potential buyers. You may negotiate the price amongst yourselves, Professor Wang stated. Professor Wang, please do introduce me to buyers. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xianjie resolved to sell. He found himself in dire financial straits, lacking even 200,000. It was imperative to accumulate more funds, otherwise he would miss out on future opportunities. Consequently, Professor Wang made a phone call and remarked, in 10 minutes, he will arrive. Be prepared to negotiate. Chapter 11. Reaping a whopping 1,250-fold return in the interim, Professor Wang surveyed the room with a keen eye, subsequently expressing a heartfelt admiration. Zhang Xianjie, your abode is spacious and luminous, adorned with a delightful ambience. It is truly remarkable. Your girlfriend is exceptionally beautiful, with an enchanting figure and a lovely visage. A veritable paragon of grace. Such a life is indeed a source of envy. The last time he encountered Zhang Xianjie, he had seen him in the company of Chen Yaoyao, and now witnessing them together again, he firmly assumed they were a couple. Brother Jie is an extraordinary connoisseur of antiques, amassing considerable wealth through his expertise, which has enabled him to win the affections of such a stunning and alluring girlfriend. I aspire to emulate Brother Jie and diligently learn from him. The young man's eyes sparkled with admiration and anticipation, quietly reflecting on his thoughts. His name is Yupichi, a vibrant freshman endowed with a remarkable talent for antique appraisal, regarded as Professor Wang's prized pupil, receiving his utmost guidance. Professor Wang, you have misunderstood. She is not my girlfriend. Her name is Chen Yaoyao, and she is a surgeon. We have only recently met and are merely friends. A hint of embarrassment spread across Zhang Xianjie's face as he hastily clarified. Greetings, Professor Wang. I have long admired your esteemed reputation in the world of antiques. Chen Yaoyao said, her cheeks slightly flushed, greeting the professor with a touch of shyness. Before long, a man strode in with measured steps, hurrying towards them. His name is Deng Gaosheng, only 32 years old, with a name that suggests a promising career, yet his family has long been engaged in commerce. Thus, despite his youth, he navigates the business world adeptly, amassing considerable wealth. He is particularly passionate about collecting rare coins, garnering a modest recognition in the realm of collectors. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately captivated by the Tianshan Tongbao, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He eagerly turned to Professor Wang and inquired earnestly, Professor Wang, is this Tianshan Tongbao indeed an authentic piece? I have meticulously authenticated it. Rest assured, it is genuine. Otherwise, I would not have invited you here. Professor Wang responded with a serious demeanor, solemnly assuring him that such an extraordinary treasure deserves the utmost care, which can only be provided in his repository. Deng Gaosheng then shifted his gaze to Zhang Xianjie, pausing briefly before making an offer. Considering that the condition of this coin is not flawless, I can only bid 500,000. However, this treasure is nearly unique, one of a kind, with immeasurable value. The price I anticipate is 3 million, Zhang Xianjie countered without hesitation, defending his stance. 550,000. Deng Gaosheng swiftly raised his offer. 9 million, Zhang Xianjie decisively responded. The two engaged in a lively exchange, their bargaining reverberating through the room. Deng Gaosheng increased his bid by 50,000 each time, while Zhang Xianjie reduced his asking price by 100,000, the figures gradually converging through their negotiations. After a vigorous back and forth, both parties ultimately arrived at a mutually acceptable equilibrium, finalizing the price at 5 million. The transaction was swiftly completed, and Zhang Xianjie's account swelled by 5 million, propelling his total savings beyond the remarkable threshold of 3 million. In merely 2 days, wealth has surged astonishingly, and Zhang Xianjie finds himself engulfed in a tumult of excitement and exhilaration that is difficult to articulate. Should you come across any rare artifacts in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. My collection is not confined to coins. I harbor a keen interest in other precious items as well. Zhang Xianjie, with a smile adorning his face, enthusiastically remarked, I have procured numerous treasures from Professor Wang and hold great trust in his discerning eye and connections. As a treasure hunter by profession, I frequently encounter various remarkable items, and I shall certainly contact you at the very first opportunity. Zhang Xianjie confidently nodded in agreement, believing that his right foot could indeed uncover treasures. As long as he ventured out, he had no doubt he would encounter riches. You are so young, and yet you have taken treasure hunting as your vocation? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Zhang Xianjie's eyes. Do not underestimate Zhang Xianjie, Professor Wang interjected earnestly, just yesterday. He acquired a copper mirror for a mere 20 yuan at a street stall and subsequently sold it to me for 500,000 yuan. Today, he successfully stumbled upon this Tianshan Tongbao, amassing an incredible 2 million in just 2 days. Zhang Xianjie possesses genuine skill. Impressive, truly remarkable. I am in awe. Zhang Xianjie exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. You flatter me. I merely had good fortune, Zhang Xianjie humbly replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. After some light conversation, Professor Wang, Zhang Xianjie, and Yu Pengqi rose to take their leave. Dr. Chen, come, I insist on treating you to a late-night meal. I am immensely grateful for your provision of the venue and tools today. It is essential that I express my thanks properly. Zhang Xianjie sincerely invited Chen Yaoyao. Let us skip the late-night meal. I am currently watching my weight and fear gaining some. Chen Yaoyao replied with a sweet smile, gracefully declining Zhang Xianjie's invitation. Very well, we shall save it for another day. I'll take my leave now, Zhang Xianjie agreed readily. Be careful on your way home, Chen Yaoyao said as she escorted Zhang Xianjie to the door. A new day dawned, and filled with eager anticipation. Zhang Xianjie arrived early at the antique street. He traversed the various stalls in search of treasures. However, as the day wore on, his high hopes dwindled into disappointment. For that day he found nothing at all. It seemed that stumbling upon treasures was indeed not a reliable endeavor. His luck yesterday must have been extraordinary. Henceforth, he resolved to focus more on treasure hunting. Just as he was about to head home, he encountered Yu Pengqi, the young man who accompanied Professor Wang. Brother Jia, are you out treasure hunting again? Yu Pengqi greeted him warmly. Indeed, Zhang Xianjie nodded. What brings you here? There is a rock gambling shop that has just received a shipment of raw materials from Myanmar today. I thought I might try my luck. Would you care to join me? Yu Pengqi enthusiastically invited. Given Zhang Xianjie's profession as a treasure hunter, he assumed he might possess unique insights into stone gambling that could guide Yu Pengqi. Stone gambling is truly not my forte. Zhang Xianjie hastily waved his hand in refusal. His right foot is only capable of detecting metallic treasures, and beyond that, it is utterly powerless. To gamble on stones is akin to becoming a mere harbinger of fortune, is it not? You are far too modest. Yu Pengqi believed that Zhang Xianjie was simply being self-effacing and continued to extend his enthusiastic invitation. I am not deceiving you. I truly lack the skill for this stone gambling endeavor. Zhang Xianjie earnestly explained once more. Come on, it's still early. You wouldn't want to return home, would you? To speak candidly, Professor Wang has imparted numerous secrets of stone gambling to me, and I wish to test my abilities. I feel somewhat apprehensive alone. Yu Pengqi insisted, not letting go of Zhang Xianjie. Very well, Zhang Xianjie, in a moment of resignation, had no choice but to comply. As long as he could restrain himself and resolutely refrain from participating in the gambling, he believed there would be no significant loss. Zhang Xianjie, what a coincidence. I encounter you again. Just then, Chen Yaoyao, who had just finished work, approached, dressed in a pristine white dress. The hem swayed gently with her movements, her long black hair flowed like satin, and her figure was graceful and alluring. Yu Pengqi planned to go gamble on stones, sister. Would you like to join in the excitement? Zhang Xianjie seized the opportunity to invite her. Of course, I want to go. Chen Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with excitement and thrill. And without a moment's hesitation, she followed eagerly. Chapter 12. The stone gamble. Zhang Xianjie and Chen Yaoyao followed Yu Pengqi into a stone gambling shop named Qianzhai. The interior of the store was extraordinarily spacious, spanning several hundred square meters. High above, specially designed chandeliers cast a soft yet brilliant glow, illuminating every detail within the shop. The walls were painted in an ancient deep gray, harmonizing beautifully with the various raw stones displayed around, creating a profound sense of history. In the central area, an array of raw stones of varying sizes and shapes was meticulously arranged. Some bore rough surfaces marked by the passage of time, with their uneven contours seemingly narrating the tales of their tumultuous journeys. Others were relatively smooth, their delicate textures subtly hinting at an enigmatic luster. The stones exhibited a kaleidoscope of colors. Vibrant green stones exuded the vitality of life, as if brimming with endless energy. Dark green stones appeared deep and distant, concealing unknown secrets, while others in earthy yellows and gray whites seemed unremarkable, yet hinted at hidden mysteries. Against the wall stood a row of shelves filled with smaller gambling stones. Beside each stone, a small tag indicated its price, ranging from several hundred to hundreds of thousands of yuan, the price disparity adding an extra layer of intrigue to these stones. On the opposite side, a designated stone analysis area featured a massive stone-cutting machine, standing quietly like a slumbering giant, its cold steel body glinting in the light, awaiting awakening to unveil the mysteries concealed within the raw stones. Various models of cutting tools were arranged beside the machine, their sharp blades reflecting a chilling gleam under the illumination. Scattered on the ground were fragments of cut stones, some hinting at the green jade hidden within, igniting the imagination. Others were merely ordinary stones, underscoring the unpredictable nature of stone gambling. The shop bustled with activity, throngs of customers gathered. Groups of 3 or 5 congregated around their favorite stones, engaging in fervent discussions. Others stood alone, flashlight and magnifying glass in hand, intently scrutinizing a particular stone, their eyes filled with anticipation and tension. Some customers displayed excited expressions, seemingly envisioning exquisite jade hidden within the stones. Others wore furrowed brows, torn with indecision among the multitude of options. Store employees moved through the crowd, enthusiastically introducing the characteristics and origins of each stone, addressing inquiries. As an atmosphere of both tension and exhilaration enveloped the shop. Such a thriving business? Zhang Xianjie exclaimed in astonishment, finding it hard to believe. A new batch of raw stones had arrived today, drawing numerous stone enthusiasts, an unusual sight for an ordinary day. Yupichi, brimming with excitement and enthusiasm, was a frequent patron of this shop and was very familiar with it. Zhang Xianjie, you must be quite skilled at stone gambling, right? Help me pick a stone today so I can earn a little pocket money. Chen Yaoyao looked at Zhang Xianjie with eager anticipation. Zhang Xianjie forced a smile. Sister, everyone has their areas of ineptitude. I am utterly unskilled in the art of stone gambling, far less knowledgeable than a mere novice. This is my first visit to a stone gambling shop. Perhaps you could enlighten me? I had hoped to profit from your expertise, yet you have left me disheartened. Chen Yaoyao felt a tinge of disappointment, but her amiable nature compelled her to patiently offer Zhang Xianjie a thorough introduction. It was revealed that stone gambling refers to the practice in jade trading where merchants sell uncut and untreated raw stones to buyers. The buyers, relying on their experience, knowledge, and a stroke of luck, must assess and speculate on the quality of the jade concealed within the stone, subsequently purchasing it at a predetermined price. Given that the exterior of the raw stone is enveloped in a weathered crust, the internal jade remains obscured, rendering the purchase akin to a gamble, rife with uncertainty, hence the term stone gambling. Jadeite raw stones are predominantly sourced from Myanmar, making them one of the most prevalent varieties in the stone gambling market. The crust of jadeite raw stones exhibits diverse colors and textures, such as yellow sand skin, black sand skin, and white salt sand skin. The distinct characteristics of these crusts often suggest the quality and type of jade hidden within. Stone rubbing is a more conservative approach to stone gambling, wherein buyers select key areas on the surface of the raw stone and gently abrade a small portion of the crust with tools, revealing the internal jade. By observing the texture, color, and transparency of the exposed jade, they can infer the condition of the stone within. Stone cutting represents the most direct yet riskiest method of stone gambling. Buyers, based on their assessment of the raw stone, choose appropriate cutting positions to split the stone into halves or multiple pieces, allowing for immediate observation of the internal jade quality. Once severed, the true value of the raw stone is instantly unveiled. It may harbor a precious high-quality jade or prove to be worthless debris. Stone grinding resembles stone rubbing, but it involves removing a greater portion of the surface crust, revealing a larger expanse of jade for a more comprehensive examination of the internal conditions. The risks of stone gambling are exceedingly high. A raw stone that appears promising on the outside may, upon cutting, reveal a network of cracks and impurities, or even lack any high-quality jade altogether. Conversely, a stone that seems ordinary or unremarkable might conceal a gem of significant value. Thus, stone gambling can lead to substantial financial losses for participants, yet it also holds the potential for sudden wealth. To enhance one's skills, one must first learn to observe the characteristics of the raw stone's crust, such as color, texture, and pattern. as these traits are often correlated with the quality of the internal jade. For instance, a raw stone with a delicate, compact crust and uniform color may likely contain superior jade. Additionally, attention should be paid to the stone's origin, as different locales yield jade with varying characteristics and qualities. Renowned sites like Myanmar's Paking and Muna are known for a higher probability of producing high-quality jadeite. Furthermore, one can utilize a light source to examine the stone's translucency and light reflection, aiding in the speculation of the internal jade structure and color distribution. Sister, it seems you are quite the adept in stone gambling, possessing a profound understanding, exclaimed Zhang Xianjie, his face brimming with astonishment. I merely engage in theoretical discourse. When it comes to actual gambling, I find myself losing more often than winning. Thus, I generally come merely to observe the spectacle. Qinyao remarked. Let us watch Yu Piqi gamble on stones. As a disciple of Professor Wang, he must possess exceptional skills in this art. Witnessing his bets would surely be a delightful indulgence. Consequently, the two of them followed closely in Yu Pengqi's footsteps. Yu Pengqi's initial focus was on the large rough stones laid out upon the ground, some weighing several hundred pounds. With expert precision, he illuminated them with a powerful flashlight, his eyes eagerly striving to penetrate their depths in search of jade. Meanwhile, Zhang Xianjie leisurely stood aside, taking great interest in the fervent enthusiasm exhibited by Yu Piqi and other stone gambling aficionados, including Qin Yaoyao, as they passionately selected their rough stones. There was an essence of being a solitary beacon of clarity amidst a world clouded in confusion, a sentiment of being sober while all others were intoxicated. Chapter 13. The alarm mysteriously sounded. However, after following Yu Piqi for a mere dozen meters, an inexplicable alarm echoed in Zhang Xianjie's mind. Beeping incessantly, horizontal direction, 7 meters. Zhang Xianjie became unsettled, his eyes widening in disbelief. This was a jade gambling shop, filled solely with raw stones, devoid of any metallic treasures. Why then did an alarm resonate? Could it be that someone had inadvertently dropped a gold ring? Contemplating this, Zhang Xianjie maneuvered past Yu Pengqi to scrutinize the ground closely. As he approached, the alarm in his mind shifted, horizontal direction, 5 meters. Clearly, the source was right before him. Thus, Zhang Xianjie found himself lost in thought, gazing at a grayish-white stone the size of a basketball. After a prolonged moment, he came to his senses and bent down to search meticulously, yet found no traces of gold or silver. Even after moving the stone aside, it remained utterly empty. Tentatively, he raised his right foot, gently placing it upon the stone. Beep, 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 0 meters. The alarm and prompts persisted, albeit with a twist. Could it be that this stone concealed gold or silver within? At that moment, Zhang Xianjie still had difficulty believing that his right foot could detect jade. However, a realization dawned upon him. If the stone contained gold or silver, the distance would not register as 0 meters, but rather at 1 or 0.08 meters. The fact that it was 0 meters indicated that this stone was indeed a treasure. The only conceivable possibility for it being a treasure was if it contained jade. Could it be that his right foot was capable of detecting jade? If so, surely it could also sense other treasures: diamonds, Hetian jade, Tianhuang stone, bloodstone, paintings, porcelain. Perhaps he simply had not encountered them before. No, he might have, but he had overlooked them. The tombs that triggered alarms might not solely harbor gold and silver, but could also contain porcelain or other artifacts. This was it. This was the moment of fortune. Zhang Xianjie exclaimed inwardly, exhilaration surging like a tidal wave. The significance was monumental. The ability to detect all treasures represented an endless wealth beckoning to him. After a considerable time, Zhang Xianjie managed to regain his composure. He squatted down, scrutinizing the stone with care. Its appearance was far from impressive, though he lacked the knowledge to define what constituted an appealing stone. What truly mattered to him was the price, 200,000. Quite substantial. He then glanced back at the nearly 100 stones he had passed, realizing only this singular stone contained jade. Yet, perhaps others might also hold value, albeit minor, failing to register an alarm. Nonetheless, it seemed that only this particular stone held potential for profit. Pondering this, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Among the multitude drawn to gamble on stones, the chances of finding a valuable one were painfully slim, at most, 1 in 100. It was disheartening. Yet, there would always be individuals willing to gamble on luck, aspiring to be that singular fortunate soul. Hence, jade gambling shops, lottery outlets, stock markets, and casinos have never lacked participants. Everyone is investing their hard-earned money into this venture. Most of them enter with BMWs and exit with nothing but a bicycle. Some leave with even less, perhaps just a solitary pair of shorts. Brother Jia, do you have high hopes for this stone? At that moment, Yupichi approached Zhang Xianjie, crouching down beside him, illuminating the stone with a powerful flashlight. After examining it for quite a while, he stroked his chin and feigned wisdom, stating, "This stone possesses no remarkable features. It is utterly ordinary and quite expensive, 200,000. If this is your first experience in stone gambling, you should purchase the rough stones on display. They are smaller and more affordable. Consider it an opportunity to partake in the excitement of stone gambling." Zhang Xianjie, you ought to heed Yupichi's advice. I too see no signs or potential for jade in the stone. As you mentioned, it's merely for entertainment, not for gambling. While you may excel at finding bargains, there is no need to squander 200,000. Chen Yaoyao interjected earnestly as she leaned in for a closer look. Do you think those purchasing this stone are fools? Zhang Xianjie muttered awkwardly to himself, not anticipating that his right foot would uncover jade, thus creating a persona of a novice in stone gambling that he now felt compelled to dismantle. Having finally encountered a stone potentially containing jade, he was reluctant to let it slip away, fearing it might be snatched by someone else. Without hesitation, he declared, "I will buy this one. It is destined for me." Qin Yaogao and Yupichi exchanged bewildered glances. Did you simply disregard our words? They seemed to say, you, a novice in stone gambling, should merely enjoy the spectacle. Why purchase a stone valued at 200,000? Observing Zhang Xianjie heading towards the payment area, Qin Yaoyao hurriedly caught up to him, grasping his arm. Zhang Xianjie, clarify for me, how is this stone fated to be yours? How should I know? I merely sought an excuse. Why do you inquire so thoroughly? Zhang Xianjie opened his mouth, at a loss for words. He inwardly regretted not claiming expertise in stone gambling earlier, as that would have deterred Qin Yaoyao from opposing him. Yu Pengqi rushed after them, snatching the stone from Zhang Xianjie's hands and placing it on the ground. Brother Jia, please calm down. 200,000 is no trivial amount. The shop owner, a rotund man in his 40s, approached with a scowl. I brought him here. It's his first time gambling with stones, and he might be a bit too excited. Just let him be. Yupichi and Professor Wang, familiar with the owner from previous visits, boldly retorted, this young man's girlfriend is quite beautiful. Why stop him from purchasing rough stones? It's 200,000, after all. A crowd gathered to witness the spectacle, with some murmuring among themselves. I simply have a gut feeling. I feel a connection to this stone. Not purchasing it would be a regret, and perhaps I could profit from it. Zhang Xianjie dryly explained to Qin Yaoyao and Yupichi. You are mistaken. I have had numerous similar experiences, feeling a strong connection to a stone, only to purchase it and end up losing everything. An elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit squeezed his way in, offering to examine the stone for me. Should it prove valuable, he would encourage its purchase. Wow, is Master Shi here? Willing to examine stones for free. What good fortune! Someone exclaimed. Yu Pengqi's face lit up with delight, as he quickly added, Master Shi, I beg of you. As far as he was aware, Master Shi's skills in the art of stone gambling surpassed even those of Professor Wang. He was indeed a true master in this craft. Master Shi meticulously illuminated the stone with a powerful flashlight, turning it over and scrutinizing it from various angles. Finally, he raised his head and spoke slowly. This is a piece of white salt-skin raw stone. The pale yellow base is adorned with granules resembling tiny white salt, scattered across the surface like a winter snow scene. The Moshi-sha and Munin areas are renowned for producing such skins, with those from Munin being particularly exceptional, their quality exceedingly rare in the world. Although the skin appears coarse, it cannot conceal the dripping emerald hue within, akin to a raw jade waiting for a discerning eye to recognize its worth. However, the performance of this particular raw stone is dismal. It appears to have been discarded by others, with the probability of containing jadeite being less than 1 in 10,000. In any case, I would never purchase such a stone. Chapter 14. The stakes have been raised. I see green. Zhang Xianjie's nostrils flared in indignation. He had hoped for a chance to wager, but instead, the other party condemned the stone to a dire fate. Brother Jie, even Master Shi has doubts. You should return the stone. Do not proceed with the purchase, urged Yupichi and Qin Yaoyao, their voices laced with concern. Let me share a secret with you. My knack for discovering hidden treasures relies on intuition, and I never imagined that intuition could also guide me in gambling on stones. I must validate this notion, Zhang Xianjie whispered, feeling cornered. Intuition for picking stones? Then hurry and make the payment. Yupichi and Qin Yaoyao, having witnessed Zhang Xianjie's astonishing fortune in unearthing hidden gems worth millions, chose to support him, their anticipation mounting. Without delay, Zhang Xianjie seized the stone and approached the counter. Boss, this raw stone priced at 200,000 is exorbitant. Would you accept 100,000? He inquired. Apologies, but I do not negotiate on raw stones. The listed price is final, replied the hefty proprietor, Luo, with unwavering resolve. Zhang Xianjie silently grumbled. Even if you were to lower the price, I would not buy it. He did not linger further and completed the transaction, acquiring the raw stone for 200,000. Let us go. We shall unveil the stone as secrets, he declared. Chen Yaoyao, brimming with excitement, grasped Zhang Xianjie's arm, practically propelling him towards the stone-cutting area. Eager to witness the unfolding drama, her enthusiasm for gambling on stones was palpable, perhaps influenced by her proximity to the antique street. Before long, they arrived at the stone-cutting venue. Zhang Xianjie placed the stone on the ground as Luo demonstrated the cutting process, then stepped aside, arms crossed, to observe the spectacle. A throng of stone enthusiasts, including Yupichi and Master Shi, gathered around, forming concentric circles of eager spectators, revealing the inherent curiosity of the Chinese people. Zhang Xianjie activated the machine. The sound of slicing echoed as he meticulously removed the stone's edges. Why not just cut it open from the center? This is wasting our time, a young onlooker impatiently urged. What if there's jade inside? Cutting through the middle could ruin it. I spent 200,000 on the stone. Caution is warranted, and I wish to prolong the thrill of cutting, Zhang Xianjie retorted confidently. Reluctantly, the young man fell silent, resigned to continue observing the unfolding event. Zhang Xianjie commenced polishing the stone. As the fine dust cascaded down, a vivid, dripping green gradually revealed itself to the onlookers, akin to the first rays of dawn piercing through the clouds, illuminating the entire scene. In that instant, the crowd fell into a momentary hush, as if under a spell, before erupting in a cacophony of astonished gasps. My heavens, it truly is green, and such a pure shade. The brilliance of this color is simply exquisite. The gaze of the onlookers was magnetically drawn, firmly fixated upon that striking green hue, their expressions brimming with astonishment and fervent greed. Chen Yaoyao, flushed with excitement, clutched Zhang Xianjie's arm with such intensity that her nails nearly embedded themselves into his skin, her voice quivering slightly with exhilaration. Zhang Xianjie, you truly struck gold. It's an extraordinary search. Yupichi, equally wide-eyed, wore a look of disbelief as he murmured to himself, Brother Jie has such a keen intuition. Incredible. There's indeed jade. My right foot is nothing short of miraculous. Within, Zhang Xianjie was a tempest of emotions, excited like a volcano on the verge of eruption. He inhaled deeply, steadying his mind, and continued to meticulously polish the stone. As the layers of the stone peeled away, the emerald emerged, roughly the size of 3 fists. Its green hue deepening and becoming more profound, reminiscent of a tranquil and ancient forest or the mysterious, cerulean depths of the oceans. Every shade of green radiated an intoxicating allure. Fat Luo was overwhelmed with excitement, leaning in for a closer look. His eyes sparkling with admiration. This is ice glutinous tycoon green jade, a rare and exquisite quality. With these words, the atmosphere erupted into chaos, akin to a powder keg igniting. Yang green, ice glutinous type. This was premium jade, immensely valuable. The previously orderly crowd surged like a tidal wave, jostling and clamoring, their eyes gleaming with avarice, akin to hungry wolves spotting their prey. Could it be that ice glutinous yang green was indeed revealed? Only Master Stone, who had earlier condemned the stone, remained in disbelief, his face flushed with embarrassment. Had he been thoroughly humiliated, and quite painfully at that? Brother, I'll offer 2 million for this piece. Sell it to me. A burly middle-aged man adorned with a heavy gold chain bellowed first. 2 million? How naive. I'll bid 2. 8 million, retorted a man clad in a crisp suit, his hair slicked back. An elderly gentleman, leaning on a cane, trembled as he approached the crowd. His murky gaze held a depth born of decades in the jade world, and he cleared his throat, his raspy voice piercing through the tumult. 3 million. A young man, mysterious and donned in sunglasses, smirked and shouted, 4 million. This jade is mine. His tone carried an air of audacity, seemingly dismissive of the others around him. All eyes turned towards him, speculating about his identity and confidence. At that moment, a melodic laughter floated in from outside the crowd. A woman, gracefully dressed in a red cheapao, glided through the throng. With an alluring sweep of her gaze, she parted the sea of people and spoke, her red lips parting. 5 million. Handsome, I am more fated to possess this jade. 5 million. 6 million. 6. 2 million. The bidding escalated fervently, the competition growing ever more intense. Suddenly, the shop door swung open. A gust of cold air ushering in a middle-aged socialite clad in a mink coat. Her sharp eyes scanned the jade before her, and after a brief glance, she coldly declared, 7 million. This voice resonated like a heavy bomb dropped into a crowd, instantly silencing the previously raucous scene. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden high bid and the commanding presence of the noblewoman. The enigmatic man, who had earlier donned sunglasses, removed them and boldly proclaimed, 5 million. The woman in the red qipao furrowed her delicate brows, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately shook her head, opting to forego further bidding. The noblewoman's expression shifted slightly, clearly surprised by the man's relentless pursuit. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke again, 8 million. 10 million. The mysterious man replied with a cold smile, raising the bid by 2 million, striking the hearts of all present like a heavy hammer. The room fell into a profound silence as everyone turned their gaze toward the noblewoman, awaiting her response. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with reluctance. Ultimately, she slowly shook her head, surrendering, as any further increase would yield no profit. After a lengthy pause, no one else dared to raise the bid, thereby concluding the exhilarating auction. Goodness, 10 million? Throughout the bidding process, Zhang Xianjie had been in a daze, and now he felt utterly bewildered. He had merely alerted the right foot once, spending 200,000 on a piece of stone, and inexplicably found himself with nearly 10 million in profit. Was gambling on stones truly this lucrative? Chapter 15. Assisting Qin Yaoyao in selecting stones after a considerable interval, Zhang Xianjie finally regained his senses. Pretending to be reluctant, he crouched down and placed the jade on his knees, gazing at it intently. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy emerged from the jade, penetrating his right leg. Half of it entered the small space within him, revitalizing the energy contained therein, while the other half was absorbed by his body. To his delight, Zhang Xianjie realized that the jade was imbued with spiritual energy as well. He feigned a look of heart-wrenching loss and stood up, declaring, "Very well. I shall sell it to you." The transaction was swiftly concluded, and Zhang Xianjie's account swelled by 10 million, propelling him from the realm of a millionaire to that of a multimillionaire in a haze of confusion. The exquisite icy glutinous green jade was now in the hands of the mysterious man, who beamed with delight and handed Zhang Xianjie a business card, saying, "Mr. Zhang, should you come across quality jade in the future, do not hesitate to contact me." At that moment, the rotund Luo could no longer contain his excitement. Like a madman, he dashed to the counter, seized a gong, and raced to the entrance, exerting all his strength to strike it fervently, all the while shouting at the top of his lungs, "Congratulations to this gentleman for winning big. He has unearthed icy glutinous green jade, with a transaction price of 10 million. A staggering 50-fold increase." The resonant sound of the gong echoed sharply, drawing the attention of passers-by on the street. Curiosity piqued, a crowd quickly gathered, transforming the storefront into a sea of people. Expressions of awe and envy intertwined in the air. "Zhang Xianjie, you are truly remarkable, earning 10 million in one fell swoop," Qin Yaoyao exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. "You absolutely must help me decide today. I too wish to purchase a stone and make a fortune. Everyone claims I am your girlfriend. Based solely on that, you cannot refuse. Brother Jia, I always knew you enjoyed playing the fool to catch the wise. Remaining concealed until now, and look, you have astonished us all," added Yu Pichi, his face full of envy. "Well, this is merely a combination of luck and intuition. I stumbled upon a winning bet. I truly know nothing about jade," Zhang Xianjie admitted, feeling somewhat dazed. "What is this icy glutinous green, anyway? I still do not comprehend its quality. Could you enlighten me?" Rubbing his head in confusion, he seemed somewhat overwhelmed. "Ah, Brother Jia, you truly are a novice in jade, yet you managed to strike it rich. How astonishing." Yu Pichi chuckled, placing a hand on his forehead before commencing a lesson. It turned out that jade varieties in their rankings are categorized primarily into glass type, icy glass type, high icy type, icy glutinous type, and bean type. Among all jade hues, green holds the highest value. Within the green spectrum, the most precious is imperial green, followed by true yang green, spinach green, seedling green, apple green, scallion green, parrot green, melon peel green, bean green, silk gourd green, and toad green, among others. Red, yellow, and violet jade are also highly valuable, albeit rarer. Thus, the quality of icy glutinous green jade is not particularly high, as there are many superior varieties, correct? Zhang Xianjie pondered aloud. He had felt a twinge of reluctance to sell it earlier, captivated by its beauty. Yet, knowing it was not of the utmost caliber, he felt reassured. It could be considered of fine quality, especially due to its substantial size. However, the most exquisite jadeite is the glass-type imperial green, followed closely by the glass-type Xinjiang green and glass-type Yang green. Yet, they are exceedingly rare and not easily encountered. Yupachi remarked. Enough talk. Quickly select a raw stone, or else they will be snatched away in no time, Chen Yaoyao urged excitedly. Indeed. After witnessing Zhang Xianjie gamble 20,000 to win a jade worth 10 million, soaring 50-fold, everyone went into a frenzy. Some did not even take a moment to examine, simply picking up stones and making their purchases, all eager to replicate the miracle created by Zhang Xianjie. Oh my goodness. Yupachi was also anxious, rushing over to choose a raw stone. This is madness. Zhang Xianjie felt somewhat speechless. Had he known that the stone he possessed was so valuable, he would not have cut it open but rather explored other stones before doing so. He hurried over, swiftly using his foot to test for treasure. His treasure-seeking was remarkably simple and effortless. After a quick round, he had tested all the raw stones on the floor. However, to his astonishment, none of them triggered any alarms or notifications. Hundreds of stones remained untouched. Scoundrels! Zhang Xianjie cursed inwardly. He hastily approached the shelves, placing his foot beneath them, testing all the stones above. After examining 5 shelves, an alarm finally echoed in his mind. Beep, 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 at his feet. 1. 5 meters. 1. 52 meters. 1. 53 meters. Why was the position still changing? Zhang Xianjie was filled with confusion. He widened his eyes and spotted a wealthy lady in a mink coat, who had previously participated in the bidding, holding a raw stone the size of 2 fists, flipping it over and over as she examined it, causing the position of the raw stone to shift. Please don't buy it. Zhang Xianjie silently prayed. Yet contrary to his wishes, the lady placed the stone into a small cart, which already contained several others. It was evident she intended to purchase it. With a heavy heart, Zhang Xianjie had no choice but to abandon that hope and continued searching for treasure on other shelves. After testing them all, still no alarms or notifications rang out. At that moment, Chen Yaoyao approached with 3 stones in hand, excitedly saying, Zhang Xianjie, you're lucky. Can you help me select one from these 3? It's not merely luck, it's about the skill of treasure-seeking with my right foot. Otherwise, even if the god of wealth himself were here, it would be difficult to acquire that stone, Zhang Xianjie retorted in his mind. He scrutinized closely, noticing 1 yellow sand skin, 1 black sand skin, and 1 white salt sand skin, each roughly the size of a fist. With his abilities, he could not discern which contained jade. Thus, he took the stones from Chen Yaoyao and brought them close to his chest. Expecting no surprises, he was taken aback when an alarm sounded, beep, 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 at his feet. 1. 5 meters. He cast an odd glance at Chen Yaoyao, thinking to himself that this girl truly had good fortune, or perhaps she was simply blessed. He then tested each stone in turn, ultimately discovering that the black sand skin raw stone contained jade. With an excited voice, he exclaimed to Chen Yaoyao, Call out my name in a sweet tone. I shall assist you in making a selection. Trust in my fortune and intuition, for once chosen, it is bound to appreciate. Father. Chen Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with resplendent brilliance. Could it be that Zhang Xianjie has developed an intuition regarding one of these 3 stones? That would surely lead to prosperity. Such words are rather unseemly. Zhang Xianjie stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Who would have thought that Chen Yaoyao possessed such a playful spirit? Calling out father directly? My dear. Chen Yaoyao's delicate face flushed crimson, her captivating eyes shimmering with emotion. She was genuinely a bit enchanted. Zhang Xianjie had an exceptional talent for generating wealth. To her knowledge, he had amassed over 10 million in just a few days. Perhaps he had additional earnings as well. He is indeed a remarkable investment opportunity. Chapter 16. The Unveiling of the Stone. Chen Yaoyao strikes it rich. All I desired was for you to call me brother. Zhang Xianjie found himself both amused and exasperated, yet he dared not jest further. Any more teasing and he might find himself at the Civil Affairs Bureau applying for a marriage certificate. He swiftly placed the piece of dark black sandpaper solemnly into Chen Yaoyao's hands, assuring her that selecting this one would surely bring her immense joy. The other 2 pieces were discarded without a second thought. Thank you. Chen Yaoyao's face radiated sheer delight as she cradled her newfound treasure. Rushing over to Yu Pengqi with an air of triumph. Look, Yu Pengqi, I chose 3 raw stones, and Zhang Xianjie helped me discard 2. Now, we're off to unveil the stone. I believe it will yield a great fortune, for he possesses extraordinary luck. Brother Jia, hurry. Help me choose which piece I should buy. Yupanqi's eyes sparkled as he seized Zhang Xianjie, pointing eagerly at his cart. Inside were 3 stones, significantly larger than Qin Yaoao's selection, with a total value of around 100,000. Zhang Xianjie examined the 3 stones in succession, but alas, he remained silent, unable to detect any treasures within. He could only manage a rueful shake of his head. Yupanqi, I do not hold much faith in these 3 stones. Not much faith? Yupanqi frowned slightly. However, his own conviction remained strong, prompting him to proceed with the purchase. Before long, Qin Yaoyao and Yupanqi completed their transactions and excitedly made their way to the stone unveiling area, where a multitude of eager participants awaited. The atmosphere was charged, with many cutting the stones brutally from the center. 3,000 down the drain. Sigh, another loss, 8,000 gone. Alas, I've lost 15,000 as well. The air was thick with lamentations. I shall cut the stone myself. I am certain I can strike it rich. Qin Yao boldly stepped forward. Excellent. Let the beautiful lady take her turn. Beauty surely brings good fortune. The crowd, captivated by Qin Yaoao's beauty, voiced no objections. Zhang Xianjie, your luck is splendid. Will you assist me in unveiling the stone? Qin Yaoao's face was aglow with anticipation. Of course, I wouldn't refuse, Zhang Xianjie replied. For unveiling stones allows one to absorb the jade's spiritual energy. He then took hold of the stone and began to polish it. It was he who had previously wagered on a jade worth 10 million. His luck was indeed unparalleled. The onlookers gazed at Zhang Xianjie with envy. This fellow had seemingly been possessed by the god of wealth today, making millions overnight, a truly exhilarating experience. After polishing for a while, Zhang Xianjie's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "It appears we may have revealed some green." Really? Qin Yaoyao trembled with exhilaration, rushing forward with a scoop of water. In an instant, the dust was washed away. Indeed, there it was, a hint of green emerging from the polished area. This glimmer of green shone like a spark in the night, igniting a fervor among the crowd. A moment of stunned silence ensued, followed by an eruption of deafening cheers. It's green. It's truly green. Qin Yaoyao's face flushed crimson with excitement. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she fixated on that splash of green, hands covering her mouth, unable to contain her overwhelming joy. Zhang Xianjie, you are simply marvelous. Beautiful lady, I will offer 100,000 for this piece. Sell it to me. 100,000? Are you mocking me? I bid 200,000. The sound of bidding immediately erupted from the crowd. Zhang Xianjie continued to meticulously polish the stone, and as the powder fell away, the hint of green became increasingly pronounced, gradually expanding in area, its hue rich and even. Another voice in the crowd called out, 300,000, that's the maximum. But it was soon overshadowed by another. For 100,000, this jade appears to be of excellent quality. I will take it. Qin Yaoyao watched the fervent bidding with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. She hoped for even higher prices while fearing the temptation to sell the jade too soon. Zhang Xianjie remained composed as he polished the stone, revealing more of the jade, its color pure and its translucency ample, the texture refined and smooth. Finally, the jade was fully uncovered. It was not large, about the size of 3 ping-pong balls, but it was undeniably beautiful, shimmering brilliantly under the lights. The stone master, with a swollen face, could not bear to be left out and approached, envy etched across his features, saying, ice glutinous spinach green, slightly inferior to the previous piece, yet still remarkable. 500,000, 600,000, 700,000. The frenzy of bidding escalated. A middle-aged man, distinguished in appearance and wearing glasses, pushed through the crowd, his gaze fixated on the jade, exclaiming, 800,000. Beautiful lady, please sell me this piece. I have great use for it. Goodness. 5,000 has turned into 800,000. This is a fortune. Qin Yaoyao was both astonished and elated. Her gaze towards Zhang Xianjie transformed. I bid 1 million. A previously silent noblewoman now stirred, calling out imperiously. The room fell silent. No further bids were made. It was evident that the price had reached its zenith. Thus, Zhang Xianjie discreetly handed the jade, now infused with vitality, to Qin Yaoyao, exchanging a knowing glance. Qin Yaoyao understood and turned to the expectant noblewoman, stating, deal. A satisfied smile spread across the noblewoman's face as she swiftly completed the transaction with Qin Yaoyao. As Qin Yaoyao glanced at the bank notification on her phone, her hands trembled slightly, and she looked at the jade, now no longer hers. A tumult of emotion surged within her, excitement and reluctance intertwined, but she promptly handed it over to the noblewoman. This girl is truly fortunate. Having a master's guidance makes all the difference. Indeed, that young man is like a lucky star in the jade gambling world. The crowd murmured, filled with envy and admiration. Yupachi stood aside, witnessing the entire scene, his expression complex. A blend of envy for Qin Yao's fortune and concern for his own purchase stones. He glanced at the stones in his cart, silently praying for a stroke of luck. As Zhang Xianjie and Qin Yao stepped aside, the crowd lined up to cut stones. These stones were of the kind that did not set off alarms, once cut. Most revealed no trace of green, merely white stones, utterly worthless. Yet a small fraction yielded jade, albeit of poor quality and color, essentially valueless. In any case, it was a gamble gone awry. The most fortunate individual invested 1,000 yuan in a rough stone, yielding a modest piece of jadeite, which he sold for 500 yuan, thus recovering half of his expenditure. In contrast, Yu Panqi acquired 3 rough stones, yet only managed to extract jadeite valued at 20,000 yuan, incurring a staggering loss exceeding 80,000 yuan. Given that even Brother Jie had lost faith in the venture, one might question the rationale behind further purchases. Was it a surplus of wealth? Yupachi lamented his decision with deep regret. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Master Shi, too, had purchased 2 rough stones that turned out to be disastrous, resulting in losses amounting to a staggering 300,000 yuan. Consequently, the air was filled with lamentations, and some individuals were reduced to tears. Witnessing such widespread despair, many began to regret their initial decisions to buy rough stones, trembling and hesitating to proceed with their cuts. Those who had yet to finalize their payments hurriedly removed their rough stones from their carts. A wealthy lady, who had previously selected her stone and approached the counter to settle her purchase, now found herself hesitating. Chapter 17. Lost and Found. Ice-seeded chicken, oil yellow. Mr. Liu, it is merely 3 million in raw stone. Why are you so troubled by it? For you, 3 million is nothing. Fatty Luo, concerned that the wealthy lady might abandon the deal, could not help but advise. Though these raw stones are newly acquired, the probability of yielding jadeite is indeed quite low. No matter how affluent I am, I do not wish to squander my resources, Lu Tianshan retorted with irritation. Mr. Liu, you are an expert. The stones you select are undoubtedly distinct. While they may falter, you are certain to yield a profit, Fatty Luo flattered. Forget it. I didn't bring a gemstone expert today, so I shall not purchase, Lu Tianshan ultimately conceded, lacking confidence in her own stone gambling skills. She then pushed the cart back, placing the raw stones one by one onto the ground and shelves. Goodness, can one truly recover what was lost? Zhang Xianjie thought, elated, and swiftly rushed over to grasp the yellow sand skin raw stone, about the size of 2 fists, that Lu Tianshan had returned to the shelf. Do you have your eye on this stone? Lu Tianshan asked, regarding Zhang Xianjie with a peculiar expression. She had been observing him and had noticed that he had eliminated 2 stones for Qin Yao, resulting in her substantial profit. Now, with Zhang Xianjie selecting a stone she had dismissed, her interest was piqued. I am merely an amateur, relying on luck, Zhang Xianjie replied vaguely. He then proceeded to the counter to settle the payment, which was steep at 6,000 yuan. After he completed the transaction, Qin Yao and Yupachi eagerly surrounded him, eager to witness the stone being revealed. I just bought this stone as a memento to place in my study as a paperweight. I have no intention of cutting it. Zhang Xianjie chuckled. I dare not cut it after consecutively achieving 3 successful yields. My luck has been extraordinary. It might even reveal the secret of my right foot's treasure-seeking ability. Unveil it. I wish to see if the stone I forsook can indeed yield jadeite. If it does, then it is not merely luck, but true skill. Perhaps one day, you could also become a top-tier gemstone master. I have witnessed the finest gemstone masters gamble successfully on 5 consecutive stones, Lu Tianshan interjected, blocking Zhang Xianjie, her tone laden with meaning. Is it true that top gemstone masters are so formidable? They can succeed on 5 consecutive stones? Zhang Xianjie mused, taken aback yet finding solace in his heart. Even if this stone were to yield, it would only make for 3 consecutive successes, especially since most people only knew of his 2 consecutive wins. Nevertheless, he shook his head, saying, Mr. Liu, let us exchange WeChat contacts, and I shall inform you of the results after I unveil the stone. It is prudent to minimize risks. I am the owner of Tianshan Jewelry. My visit to Wugan is to establish a branch, necessitating a significant acquisition of high-quality jadeite. Therefore, I hope you will unveil it now, so I can proceed with the purchase, alleviating my urgent needs, Lu Tianshan insisted as she added Zhang Xianjie on WeChat. Tianshan Jewelry is a premier jewelry company in the country, of which Zhang Xianjie was certainly aware. Given her courtesy, he felt obliged to acquiesce, smiling, Very well then. Let us cut it open now. May it yield jadeite. With that, he, accompanied by the eager crowd, made his way to the stone unveiling area. Today, the King of Luck is once again engaged in the art of jade carving. Those who were previously working have stepped aside, eagerly observing the spectacle. Zhang, with tools in hand, devotedly begins to polish the stone. In an instant, the shop is enveloped in a profound silence, as all present hold their breath. Their gazes magnetically drawn to the yellow sand skin of the raw stone in his grasp. As the polishing tool glides gently, fragments of stone fall away, gradually revealing a soft, hazy yellow that tantalizingly emerges. A murmur of excitement ripples through the crowd, akin to pebbles disrupting the tranquility of a still lake. Zhang's heart tightens, and his movements become increasingly meticulous, fearful that a moment's lapse could compromise the precious jade within, diminishing its value. As the area of removed stone skin expands, the yellow deepens in richness, its hue reminiscent of ripe, golden rice ears awaiting harvest in the autumn sun, exuding an enchanting radiance. Even the stone master, whose face bore the marks of defeat and despair, is drawn to the commotion, hastening over. His previously composed demeanor now betrays a flicker of astonishment. Could this hue be yellow jade? And the texture, could it be ice-type? Indeed. It is ice-type chicken oil yellow, interjects the corpulent Luo with unwavering certainty. Heavens, this is exceedingly rare. The crowd erupts into a cacophony of whispers, their excitement palpable as they instinctively surge forward, eager to witness the marvel up close. Unfazed, Zhang continues his patient and meticulous work. As the contours of the jade become increasingly distinct and complete, a piece about the size of a fist is revealed in all its glory. Its clarity and transparency are enhanced by the ice-type quality, rendering the delicate veining within almost ethereal, like a hidden masterpiece cloaked in mist. The rich, pure yellow resembles the luscious chicken fat, smooth and radiant, exuding a unique and captivating sheen that instantly captivates the beholder. What a stunning chicken oil yellow! It is simply exquisite. The crowd erupts into thunderous gasps of awe, their voices brimming with shock and envy, as if they might shatter the very ceiling of the shop. In the realm of jade, yellow jade is already considered precious, with chicken oil yellow and chestnut yellow standing as the finest among them. Should one discover chicken oil yellow jade of ice type or superior quality, it becomes an extraordinarily rare treasure, though it lacks the flamboyant fame of imperial green. During the Qing dynasty, it was a privilege reserved for royalty. The term chicken oil yellow can be traced back to the Hongzhi period of the Ming dynasty, originally denoting a glazed color. At that time, the production of yellow glazed porcelain reached historical zeniths, with its delicate yellow hue closely resembling chicken fat, thus giving rise to the name. Through the passage of time, this unique color and texture, when re-emerging in jade, continues to astonish all, becoming a coveted gem pursued by countless collectors. Tianshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. As the proprietor of Tianshan Jewelry, she had navigated the jade industry for many years, possessing an extraordinary acumen for assessing the value of jade. This icy variety of chicken oil yellow jade, when crafted into a pendant, could easily command over $1 million in the market. One could only imagine the immense potential value of such a substantial piece. She immediately recognized it as a rare treasure. $3 million. Tianshan was the first to bid. $3 million. $5 million. As the crowd shared a collective admiration for the jade, the bid surged. $5 million. Tianshan called out once more. The room fell into a hushed silence. $5 million, a staggering figure indeed. While it is true that icy chicken oil yellow is exceedingly rare, one could not overlook its modest size. Chapter 18. From Joy to Sorrow, Sleeping with Qin Yaoyao. All eyes turned toward Zhang Xianjie, awaiting his response. As if the very air in the shop had become stagnant, Zhang Xianjie, with practiced ease, absorbed the spiritual energy, feigning a heart-wrenching reluctance as he sealed the deal. A satisfied smile graced Tianshan's face as she quickly completed the transaction with him. Upon receiving the jade, she examined it meticulously, playing with it lovingly. Qin Yaoyao leaped with excitement, grasping Zhang Xianjie's arm and exclaimed, "Zhang Xianjie, you are incredible. You've just made a fortune of $5 million. Surely, you must be the reincarnation of the god of wealth." Luo Piqi looked at him with admiration, putting an arm around Zhang Xianjie's shoulder. "Brother Jie, I'm thoroughly impressed. From now on, you must guide me." The surrounding crowd bestowed upon Zhang Xianjie looks of admiration, their murmurs filling the air. This young man is a legend in the stone gambling world. Indeed. To consecutively cut 3 pieces that increased in value is no mere stroke of luck. It speaks of formidable skill. Mr. Zhang, you must visit my shop often. Your presence brings prosperity to my business, Luo Pengzi remarked. Zhang Xianjie responded to everyone with a smile, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. An exhilarating profit of 15 million in one night. It was simply exhilarating. Upon entering earlier, he hadn't dared to envision such success. He had thought he might leave empty-handed. Soon, they ventured out to a bustling eatery for a late-night snack. As dawn approached, a sliver of morning light seeped through the curtain-esque gap, dispelling the darkness within the room. Zhang Xianjie awakened from his slumber, his eyes barely opening before he was overwhelmed by a throbbing headache. He had drunk too much last night. Yupiqi was a robust man from the north, known for his drinking prowess. To his surprise, Qin Yaoyao was also quite the expert in alcohol consumption. They had coincidentally encountered Yupiqi's female classmate, another northern woman, who imbibed with remarkable gusto. The three took turns toasting, and despite his body being transformed by spiritual energy, he was unable to withstand the onslaught. Excitement over his 15 million fortune led him to drink heartily, ultimately collapsing onto the table, completely unconscious. He surmised that they had arranged for him to be taken to a hotel. Hence, the bed felt so indulgently soft. Yet, what was this delightful scent? Confused, Zhang Xianjie cautiously opened his eyes for a closer inspection. The room exuded a distinctly feminine charm, delicate and warm, suffused with the fragrance of a woman's perfume. This was certainly not the layout of a hotel. Could it be? Was he in Qin Yaoyao's home? Suddenly, the door creaked open gently. Qin Yaoyao entered, clad in a white spaghetti strap dress, radiating a rich aroma, and said with a smile, "You rascal, you've finally awakened. You wore me out last night. What did I do to you?" Zhang Xianjie gasped in shock, his voice trembling. Had he truly slept with Qin Yaoyao last night? Last night, you were intoxicated. And I realized that the hotel was quite distant while my home was nearby. Thus, I requested Yupiqi to assist in carrying you to the guest room in my house, only for you to promptly vomit. After I tidied up the mess, you insisted on sleeping in my bed. In light of the million you had earned for me, I had no choice but to relocate you to my room. Qin Yaoyao remarked, touching her forehead. And what about you? Where did you sleep? Zhang Xianjie inquired nervously. Naturally, I slept in another room. You aren't imagining that I spent the night with you, are you? Qin Yaoyao shot Zhang Xianjie a glare, her face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, I certainly had that thought. Why didn't you grasp it? Zhang Xianjie sighed inwardly, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. You wish. Qin Yaoyao's cheeks turned a vibrant shade of red as she approached, pretending to strike Zhang Xianjie. Don't hit me, I admit my mistake. Zhang Xianjie quickly dodged and pleaded for mercy. Are you hungry? I shall prepare something for you to eat. Qin Yaoyao cast a seductive glance at Zhang Xianjie and then gracefully swayed away like a blooming flower. It was Saturday, and she was not required to work. Indeed, one can say that joy can lead to sorrow. Getting drunk and sleeping on Qin Yaoyao's bed was rather complicated. In ancient times, a woman's boudoir was not meant for a man, and to do so would certainly entail responsibility. Even in modern times, such taboos persist. How could I have acted so recklessly? Was my subconscious truly yearning to be with Qin Yaoyao? In the end, I merely occupied her bed. Zhang Xianjie watched Qin Yaoyao depart, his mind wandering. He continued to recline lazily on the bed, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance that lingered, reveling in the comforts of the moment. Soon, he began contemplating whether to venture out today in search of hidden treasures or rare finds. Although he already possessed over 18 million in his account, undeniably a millionaire, there was no pressing need to rush for more wealth. Perhaps it was time to seek a girlfriend as alluring and beautiful as Qin Yaoyao to truly save her life. Yet, the exhilarating thrill of treasure hunting was undeniably addictive. Suddenly, his phone rang. Zhang Xianjie glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Deng Gaoxing, who had purchased the Tianshan Tombo 2 nights prior. Upon answering, Deng Gaoxing's deep and clear voice resonated through the phone. Zhang Xianjie, are you free tonight? I am. What is the matter? Zhang Xianjie replied with a smile. Would you accompany me to the black market? I need your discerning eye, Deng Gaoxing stated, as there are rumored to be several rare coins and some invaluable artifacts. Is it safe? Zhang Xianjie's eyes brightened. Though he had never participated in the black market, he had certainly heard tales during his year and a half in this industry. Antiquities or artifacts from the black market were often illegal and irregular, predominantly sourced from tomb raiding or other illicit means, mixed with numerous fakes and replicas. With keen insight, one could reap substantial profits. Conversely, one could incur significant losses. Each time, the location changes, making it quite safe. I have attended it a dozen times. Very well, I shall accompany you tonight. Zhang Xianjie readily agreed. At present, he still harbored uncertainty regarding the capabilities of his right foot. He had previously believed it could only detect metallic antiques, only to discover yesterday that it could also sense jade. While he speculated it might be capable of detecting other artifacts, such as paintings, porcelain, and wooden items, he had yet to validate these assumptions. A venture into the black market could afford him the opportunity for such validation. Moreover, there remained the possibility of uncovering hidden treasures and absorbing their spiritual essence. After ending the call, Zhang Xianjie swiftly rose from his bed. Upon exiting his room, he encountered Chun Yaoyao entering through the grand door, one hand clutching a towel and toothbrush, while the other carried 2 portions of breakfast. Quickly wash your face and brush your teeth, Chun Yaoyao said with a radiant smile. Thank you, Zhang Xianjie replied as he accepted the toothbrush and towel. After breakfast, he remarked, Sister, this evening, I will venture to the black market with Deng Gaosheng. I need to prepare some cash and shall make a trip to the bank. I am quite bored at home as well. I shall accompany you, Chun Yaoyao responded, rising to leave with Zhang Xianjie. However, her face inexplicably flushed, adding an extra touch of allure. Chapter 19. The Joy of Wealth. Sunlight cascaded over the streets as Chun Yaoyao navigated her Maserati, the engine humming softly, the vehicle gliding through the traffic like a lithe cheetah. Zhang Xianjie sat comfortably in the passenger seat, watching the street scenes flash by like a slideshow. Soon, they arrived at the agricultural bank, where Chun Yaoyao skillfully parked the car and elegantly linked her arm with Zhang Xianjie as they entered the bank's grand hall. In a hushed tone, Chun Yaoyao reminded him, You didn't make an appointment in advance. Withdrawing several $100,000 in cash might prove challenging. Let's give it a try. Zhang Xianjie replied, retrieving his ordinary bank card and taking a number to queue. Once a mere struggling individual, his bank card was nothing more than a standard one, devoid of any prestigious status or perks. Yet now, the bustling hall was filled with throngs of people, the lines winding and chaotic, the cacophony of voices overwhelming. If he were to wait patiently, he might be there indefinitely. What should I do? You have over 10 million in savings. Simply head to the Platinum Card section for your transactions. You can apply for a Platinum Card later, Chun Yaoyao suggested once more. That makes sense. Zhang Xianjie glanced toward the Platinum Card area, where the queue was notably shorter, and transactions were conducted in a designated room. He proceeded into that space. Do you have a number? Another Platinum Card holder glanced at Zhang Xianjie's ordinary card, a smirk playing on his lips. You need a number to access this area. But without a Platinum Card, one cannot obtain a number for the Platinum Card section. What does that have to do with you? Zhang Xianjie noticed the derisive expression on the man's face and responded sharply. You don't have a number. It's my turn now, so it concerns me. The man retorted coldly. He appeared to be in his 30s, impeccably dressed, his gaze lingering on the stunningly beautiful Chun Yaoyao. He couldn't fathom why such an exquisite and elegant woman would be intimately linked with someone who looked so impoverished. Why not choose a wealthy man like himself? Was her vision clouded? I had no intention of cutting in line or disturbing you. I merely wished to inquire with the staff, Zhang Xianjie shot back, glaring at the man before turning to a nearby staff member. Excuse me, miss, I would like to apply for a Platinum Card. Is that possible? The staff member, a mature and attractive woman in her 30s, glanced at Zhang Xianjie and replied, Platinum Cards can only be obtained through invitation from our bank. You may apply for a small Platinum Card, but that cannot be processed on a Saturday. Please come back another time. But what if I want to withdraw 10 million in cash? What should I do? Zhang Xianjie asked coldly. You? With that pitiful appearance, you have 10 million in cash? Dream on. Just drop the 10,000 from your figure, the man who had previously mocked Zhang Xianjie chimed in. And if I did, what then? Zhang Xianjie retorted with a cold smile. If you had it, I would call you father, the man laughed, then turned back to Chun Yaoyao, saying, Beautiful lady. There are countless fraudsters in the world. You should keep your eyes wide open. Boring, Chun Yaoyao dismissed him. Having been approached by countless men using various excuses due to her natural beauty and allure, certainly, the individual before him sought to capture her attention through such means. Brace yourself for the inevitable submission. Zhang Xianjie let out a cold chuckle, presenting his bank card to the staff member. Miss, could you kindly assist me in checking my balance? I'm afraid this is solely for Platinum Card services, and you possess a standard card. To inquire about your balance, please proceed to the ATM in the lobby. The staff member's tone was decidedly frosty, her lips curling slightly in disdain. She discerned from Zhang Xianjie's attire that he was of humble means, a conclusion that prompted her to dismiss him. Please, assist him in his inquiry. It won't take long. We can then unveil the true nature of his deception and perhaps save a beautiful woman from being duped. Lu Yong urged the staff with meaningful glances. Are you suggesting I help you in your courtship? The staff member felt a twinge of annoyance. Yet recognizing the potential significance of a platinum card holder, she begrudgingly acquiesced, her face still impassive as she accepted Zhang Xianjie's card and commenced the transaction. As soon as Zhang Xianjie entered his password, the balance promptly appeared on the screen. Her eyes widened in disbelief. My goodness, over 18 million? Such a substantial amount in a standard card? The indifference and faint disdain that once adorned her features vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Her voice transforming into a melodious and enchanting tone. Mr. Zhang, what services may I assist you with today? Her voice was akin to the warm breeze of early spring, bringing unexpected joy and comfort to Zhang Xianjie, allowing him to truly appreciate the advantages and superiority that wealth could bestow. It is absolutely delightful. I would like to withdraw 500,000 in cash urgently, though I lack an appointment, Zhang Xianjie replied with a subtle smile and a calm demeanor. An appointment is not necessary. I shall take care of that for you immediately. Tao Wen regarded Zhang Xianjie with a newfound respect, her smile growing ever more inviting. Her voice increasingly charming, evoking goosebumps. Thank you. Zhang Xianjie felt a surge of delight in his heart. He then turned to the now visibly distressed man and coldly remarked, You may now call me father. Ah, I was merely jesting earlier, Lu Yong stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. He had sensed the shift in the staff's demeanor, realizing that Zhang Xianjie's card held at least 10 million, leaving him astonished and frustrated, finally comprehending why such a stunning and alluring woman would be drawn to him. I do not wish to have a son with such a narrow perspective, Zhang Xianjie remarked disdainfully, but without excessive pressure. My apologies, I was blind to the truth. Lu Yong, now visibly anxious, began to apologize profusely, bowing deeply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly apprehensive about potential repercussions from Zhang Xianjie. Subsequently, Zhang Xianjie experienced unparalleled service as a manager entered, personally pouring tea for him and assisting in the processing of his platinum card. This manager was no ordinary individual. Named Duan He, she was in her 20s, stunningly beautiful and captivating, her appearance rivaling that of Qin Yaoyao. She even took the initiative to add Zhang Xianjie on WeChat, stating that he could reach out to her for any business transactions. Should any difficulties arise beyond the scope of business, he could also seek her assistance. With a service so exceptional for just over 10 million, one can only imagine the treatment afforded for sums exceeding 100 million, a billion, or even hundreds of billions. At that moment, Zhang Xianjie was overwhelmed with anticipation for the day to come. After a brief wait, 500,000 in cash was prepared and placed into the black leather suitcase he had brought, accompanied by 2 security guards. Zhang Xianjie and Chen Yaoyao exited the bank and entered the car. On their way home, Chen Yaoyao playfully remarked, Zhang Xianjie, how do you feel? The privileges of a platinum card are quite delightful, aren't they? If you weren't accompanied by someone as stunning as me, that beautiful manager would likely have asked you out on the spot. The feeling of wealth is indeed exquisite, Zhang Xianjie mused. Thus, he resolved to earn even more, preferably hundreds of billions or even trillions. Chapter 20. Deng Gaoxiang's treasure trove after enjoying a delightful lunch. Zhang Xianjie returned to Chen Yaoyao's residence for a brief afternoon slumber. Later that afternoon, the pair ventured out to watch a film, during which Zhang Xianjie found himself yearning to sever his own hand, unable to resist embracing Chen Yaoyao's delicate waist. Following dinner, Chen Yaoyao drove Zhang Xianjie to Deng Gaoxiang's villa. Be cautious, Chen Yaoyao advised with genuine concern before departing. Zhang Xianjie nodded and rang the doorbell of the villa. The door swung open shortly thereafter, revealing Deng Gaoxiang, who cast a glance at Chen Yaoyao as she reversed her vehicle, pondering whether the two might be romantically involved. Unable to resist a playful jab, he remarked, You rascal, this affluent beauty treats you rather well, doesn't she? With your handsome looks, it's no surprise. But your talents are equally impressive. I am merely a graduate of a mediocre university. I possess no extraordinary talents, Zhang Xianjie humbly replied, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Your talents are not merely academic. They lie in your ability to unearth treasures and discern the worth of stones. Last night, you struck it rich, gaining 15 million from gambling on stones, a tale that has spread like wildfire, leaving many astonished and envious. As Deng Gaoxiang spoke, he ushered Zhang Xianjie inside. The scene of Zhang Xianjie's remarkable win had been witnessed by numerous onlookers, who, upon returning home, regaled their families and friends with embellished accounts. The news, akin to wings, traveled swiftly, and Deng Gaoxiang had certainly caught wind of it. Upon learning that the protagonist was Zhang Xianjie, he was genuinely taken aback, his admiration and respect for Zhang deepening. It was for this reason that he had invited Zhang to the black market, not only to leverage Zhang's unique insights, but also to forge a friendship. It was merely good fortune. Zhang Xianjie continued to exhibit humility. To consecutively win thrice, could that solely be attributed to luck? Deng Xiaoxing laughed heartily. I have ventured to Yunnan and Myanmar to gamble on stones, and I understand the difficulty of achieving 3 consecutive wins. It encompasses not just luck but also skill. Luck plays a significant role, though I have diligently studied the art of gambling on stones and possess some knowledge, Zhang Xianjie replied with a smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Deng Xiaoxing, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "It is still early for the black market. Come, let me show you my collection." There was an unmistakable note of pride in his voice. As a seasoned collector, showcasing his treasures to a connoisseur brought him an indescribable sense of accomplishment. The treasure trove lay on the 3rd floor, behind a heavy metal door. Deng Xiaoxing gently pressed the fingerprint lock, and with a soft beep, the door creaked open, releasing an air imbued with an ancient yet subtly mysterious aroma. The surrounding display shelves were adorned with a myriad of artifacts, predominantly coins, ranging from archaic knife coins and cloth coins to round coins with square holes, and even modern silver dollars, bathed in soft lighting. The rust and sheen on the coins intertwined, whispering tales of bygone eras. Deng Xiaoxing, beaming with pride, elaborated, "These coins represent the culmination of my life's work." Many were acquired from antique markets across the nation, at auctions, or even procured from overseas. He carefully picked up a rusted knife coin and presented it to Zhang Xianjie, explaining that it was a Gandan knife coin from the state of Zhao during the Warring States period, an exceedingly rare artifact for which he had searched diligently for 5 years. Upon receiving the coin, a familiar alarm echoed in Zhang Xianjie's mind, beeping, indicating a proximity of 1.5 meters. Almost simultaneously, a faint stream of spiritual energy flowed into his body through his fingertips, causing him to pause in astonishment, followed by overwhelming joy. Previously, he could only absorb spiritual energy through his right foot and leg, but now he was able to do so by mere touch. Likely due to the significant amount of energy he had recently absorbed, leading to a remarkable evolution in his right foot's spatial abilities, bestowing his hands with similar capabilities. After admiring the coin, he discreetly placed it back on the shelf and continued his browsing. Soon, his gaze was captured by a silver dollar, which bore a profile of Yuan Shirkai on the obverse and a pattern of grain on the reverse, exhibiting exquisite craftsmanship and a soft silver sheen. Deng Xiaoxing remarked with a smile that this was a signed version of the Yuan Daitu, signed by the Italian engraver Rolzi George, making it extremely valuable and rare in the market. As Zhang Xianjie reached out to touch the silver dollar, the alarm sounded once more, and spiritual energy surged into him through his fingers. He nodded silently, gaining a deeper appreciation for Deng Xiaoxing's discerning eye for collectibles. In addition to coins, the treasury housed numerous paintings and porcelain pieces, many of which triggered alarms, solidifying Zhang Xianjie's understanding that his right foot was capable of detecting all treasures. His attention then fell upon a prominent landscape painting, showcasing picturesque mountains and rivers rendered with delicate brushwork, evoking a sense of serenity. Deng Xiaoxing pointed to the painting and introduced it. "This is Fishing in the Stream and Mountains by Tang Yin from the Ming Dynasty. I consulted several experts for authentication, and they all confirmed it to be genuine, yet I still feel somewhat uneasy. Please take a look." As Zhang Xianjie approached, no alarms sounded in his mind. He scrutinized the brush strokes, ink, and seal, even reaching out to touch it, yet he was unable to absorb any spiritual energy. A slight frown formed on his brow as he spoke slowly. "I suspect this painting may be a forgery. Tang Yin's works are characterized by lively brushwork and a soulful essence. Although this piece closely mimics that style, it lacks the seamless fluidity and details, such as the delineation of tree trunks, and the color and material of the seal seem off as well." Having deduced it was a forgery, he refrained from further pleasantries, as they would seem disingenuous. Deng Xiaoxing's expression shifted, for he had regarded this painting as a treasure, only to discover it might be inauthentic. He stared at the painting for a long time before sighing. "Alas, it seems I have misjudged. Your keen eye is truly remarkable. Had you not pointed it out, I would have remained oblivious." Next, a beautifully shaped blue and white porcelain vase caught Zhang Xianjie's attention, adorned with a pattern of intertwined lotus flowers. The blue hues vividly vibrant, and the glaze smooth as jade. As he approached, the alarm blared urgently, beeping, indicating a proximity of 0.5 meters. Upon touching it, a richer surge of spiritual energy instantly flooded into his body, invigorating him. Deng Gaoxing stood beside and introduced. This is a blue and white porcelain vase from the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty, produced by the imperial kiln of Jingdezhen. Observe the craftsmanship. It is truly exquisite. Zhang Xianjie nodded in agreement. After circling the treasure vault, Zhang Xianjie felt an abundance of spiritual energy enveloping him, sensing that the power within him was increasingly enriched. And the spiritual essence in the small space grew ever more plentiful. He silently resolved to create a similar treasure vault for himself in the future, filled with the treasures he had unearthed and salvaged, that would undoubtedly bring a profound sense of accomplishment. After touring the vault, Deng Gaoxing glanced at the time and remarked with a smile, "It's about time. We should head to the black market. I hope that tonight will yield great rewards, just as your stone gambling did." Chapter 21. A haunting encounter in the black market, Part 1. A formidable Hummer emerged slowly from the villa's garage, driven by a long. The bodyguard of Deng Gaoxing. Seated in the back were Zhang Xianjie and Deng Gaoxing. It was 9 o'clock in the evening, and the city was ablaze with lights. The neon signs flickered and danced in the night, vividly portraying the city's splendor and bustle. The Hummer navigated through the streets for a full 40 minutes, ultimately arriving at a dilapidated building on the outskirts. This night, the tranquility of the past was absent, as numerous men clad in black and donning sunglasses stood sentinel like silent guardians, the atmosphere thick with tension akin to a darkened forest. After parking in a concealed location, the trio donned sunglasses and masks before disembarking, led by a towering figure in black into the depths of the crumbling edifice. Inside was a makeshift hall, furnished with simple seating arrangements. Over 30 individuals sat quietly, some appearing anxious and restless, while others seemed remarkably at ease, as if well accustomed to such circumstances. They all wore sunglasses and masks, making it difficult to discern their true identities under the dim lighting. In the hall stood 4 men in black, 2 of whom were surprisingly Gong Yong and Du Jun. Zhang Xianjie felt a surge of astonishment. These 2 individuals were indeed connected to the black market. Their imposing demeanor suggested they held significant status. He realized, to his dismay, that he had underestimated them. It turned out they were not only involved in tomb raiding, but were also key figures in the black market. No wonder they had shown no fear when hearing of tomb robbers, immediately arming themselves and rushing forth. Gong Yong and Du Jun immediately recognized Zhang Xianjie, their brows furrowing in unison, their eyes flashing with a fierce intensity as they fixed their gaze upon him, clearly warning him to remain silent about their identities. Zhang Xianjie, maintaining his composure, offered them a slight nod, which seemed to ease their expressions somewhat. A twinge of regret coursed through him. Had he known he would encounter acquaintances, he would have refrained from attending. However, upon reflection, he concluded that as long as he did not partake in any transactions tonight, merely absorbing the spiritual energy and observing the spectacle, he would likely remain unscathed, even if these 2 were to be imprisoned in the future. The most they could divulge was that he, Zhang Xianjie, had merely visited the black market once without making any purchases. Thus, he leaned closer to Deng Gaoxing and whispered, "If I happen upon a coveted treasure, please assist me in acquiring it, and I shall reimburse you afterward." "Of course," Deng Gaoxing replied, casting an appreciative glance at Zhang Xianjie. He mused that such carefulness revealed the potential for achieving great things. After a brief wait, a bald man wearing sunglasses and a mask entered the hall, striding directly to the stage. With a swift motion, he lifted a black cloth to reveal 2 large baskets brimming with various treasures of dubious origin. The first item presented was an ancient coin, its surface marred by rust that bore the heavy imprint of time, a myriad of blemishes obscuring the inscriptions, as if silently narrating a long-buried past. The bald man raised the coin high, his voice booming. "This is a 5-ju coin from the Western Han dynasty, exceedingly rare and of immense value. Hereafter, you shall have 5 minutes to evaluate. Those well-versed, please step forward." No sooner had the words been uttered than several eager buyers advanced, their hands reaching out, yearning to touch the ancient coin steeped in a millennium of history. Among them were Zhang Xianjie and Deng Gaoxing. At last, the coin found its way into Zhang Xianjie's hands, and as he stood at a height of 0.8 meters, an alarm sounded with precision. Simultaneously, a faint yet antiquated aura surged through his fingertips and into his being, invigorating his spirit. However, upon observing the coin's indistinct inscriptions in ordinary condition, he concealed his enthusiasm, merely exchanging a knowing glance with Deng Gaoxing, indicating that this was indeed a genuine artifact. A nearby buyer, elegantly attired, discerned Zhang Xianjie's subtle cue to Deng Gaoxing and inquired softly, "What do you think of this coin, young man?" Zhang Xianjie smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, "It appears satisfactory." The inquisitive buyer pressed further. Are you considering placing a bid? Zhang Xianjie shook his head and said, I shall observe a while longer. Time's up. The starting bid is 30,000. You may commence the auction, the bald auctioneer declared with authority. 50,000. 60,000. 70,000. The bidding grew increasingly fervent, and ultimately, the 5 Zhu coin was secured by a robust buyer for the sum of 150,000. Deng Gaoxing had also placed a bid but chose not to persist, quietly explaining to Zhang Xianjie, this is the black market. Prices are considerably lower than outside. We need not compete fiercely, as most have limited funds. Sooner or later, we shall acquire treasures that are both affordable and exquisite. Immediately thereafter, the auctioneer revealed a magnificent piece of calligraphy and painting, unfurling it slowly before the crowd. The scene depicted towering peaks shrouded in mist, embodying a magnificent spirit, and the signature Zhang Daqian was prominently displayed. This is a painting by Zhang Daqian. Worth a fortune, the auctioneer boasted with fervor. The crowd was instantly stirred, and many rushed forward to scrutinize the authenticity of the artwork. Zhang Xianjie, too, edged closer, positioning his right foot forward to maintain a perpendicular stance with the painting. Regrettably, no alarm sounded. Upon further examination, he noted that while the brushstrokes bore a semblance to Zhang Daqian's essence, the paper was coarse, and the ink lacked the depth of a genuine piece, clearly indicating a forgery. He gently tugged at Deng Gaoxing's sleeve, subtly shaking his head. Deng Gaoxing immediately understood, halting his bidding. A flicker of relief flashing in his eyes, silently grateful for Zhang Xianjie's discerning oversight. At that moment, a woman clad in a red qipao approached Zhang Xianjie and softly inquired, Sir, do you believe this painting to be authentic? She evidently recognized Zhang Xianjie as the expert brought by Deng Gaoxing. Zhang Xianjie politely responded, in my opinion, it does not resemble an original. The woman frowned slightly, but it appears very similar. Zhang Xianjie patiently elucidated, observe the paper and ink, both seem amiss. The woman nodded thoughtfully. Let the bidding commence now. Starting at 500,000, 600,000, 700,000, 1 million. The price unexpectedly soared, ultimately culminating in a middle-aged woman purchasing it for 3 million. Zhang Xianjie was left dumbfounded, pondering how a mere imitation could command such a staggering sum. Did these individuals possess an abundance of wealth? Surely, some among them were mere shills, not genuine buyers. The line between truth and deception blurred. Deng Gaoxing whispered an explanation into Zhang Xianjie's ear, elucidating that while the black market held the potential for substantial profits, it also harbored the risk of catastrophic losses. Zhang Xianjie could not help but clutch his suitcase tightly, fearing that his money might be swindled or stolen. Chapter 22. A terrifying encounter in the black market. Part 2. Subsequently, an ancient bronze sword was displayed upon the pedestal. The sword measures over 3 feet in length, with a blade width of approximately 1.5 inches, its overall design simple yet exuding a fierce elegance. The hilt is wrapped in archaic hemp rope, the knots tightly and neatly bound, having withstood the ravages of time. The rope, though darkened in hue, remains resilient, as if silently narrating tales of its past grips and swings. The blade is long and straight, glimmering in the dim light with a cold and profound sheen. This luster is not the dazzling brightness of new metal, but rather a depth cultivated through the passage of time. Both sides of the blade are adorned with mysterious patterns, intricate and fluid, resembling the meandering of mountains and rivers, as well as the trajectories of stars. Each line appears to encapsulate ancient secrets, marks etched by millennia. These patterns, softened by the relentless passage of time, retain a clarity that speaks of a rich history, each one akin to a silent tome chronicling epics of warfare and strife. The bronze sword emanates an aura of antiquity and majesty, akin to a seasoned general who, despite enduring the vicissitudes of life, commands respect without uttering a word, drawing the gaze of all present. As if through this sword one might glimpse the tumultuous tides of a distant age of cold weaponry. The bald man, brimming with excitement, exclaimed loudly, "This is a bronze sword from the Warring States period, perfectly preserved after a millennium, an absolute treasure." Many, intrigued, stepped forward to take a closer look. As Zhang Xianjie approached, an alarm blared urgently in his mind. Beep, beep, distance 0.3 meters. His eyes lit up as he gently grasped the bronze sword. And in an instant, a rich surge of spiritual energy flowed into him, invigorating his spirit. Deng Gaoxing also sensed the sword's exceptional nature and whispered in Zhang Xianjie's ear, "I perceive a certain dominance in this sword. It must be authentic. It could fetch a high price. Indeed, it is genuine, but I fear we lack sufficient funds to secure it. Zhang Xianjie replied with a nod of regret. The auction commenced, with a starting price of 100,000. The bald man, timing his shouts, called out, 500,000, 800,000. The bidding escalated rapidly, the atmosphere intensifying as offers surged to 5 million, ultimately secured by a distinguished middle-aged buyer, with only a little over 1 million in hand. Deng Gaoxing could only stare in disbelief, while Zhang Xianjie found himself devoid of any thoughts. The bald man then retrieved a bracelet from the basket. At first glance, it appeared rather unimpressive. The beads were irregularly oval, varying in size, the largest akin to a quail's egg, while the smallest was scarcely the size of a soybean. The material seemed to be a peculiar type of wood, its dark color suggesting it had been steeped in the currents of time countless times, exuding an aura that was both ancient and mysterious. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the intricate wood grain, resembling a map imbued with ancient codes, or the winding contours of mountains and rivers, each line seemingly narrating a tale of forgotten pasts. The bracelet was adorned with irregularly distributed black specks, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky or enigmatic black holes in a mysterious universe, deep and alluring. Under the illumination of the lights, the bracelet lacked the warm luster typical of wooden accessories, instead appearing somewhat coarse, as if it had endured countless trials against wind and sand. The bald man casually shook the bracelet and nonchalantly remarked, "This bracelet, I have no idea of its origins. It looks rather peculiar. The starting price is 1,000. Is there anyone interested?" The onlookers glanced at the bracelet, their faces reflecting disdain as they whispered among themselves. "This does not look like a valuable item. I wouldn't want it even for free. Indeed, it hardly seems like something that could fetch a price." For a moment, no one stepped forward to examine it. However, Zhang Xianjie found himself intrigued and approached the bracelet. In an instant, a familiar alarm rang in his mind. Beep, beep, beep. 1. For meters away, he feigned calmness, maintaining an impassive expression, yet his heart raced with excitement. This bracelet was surely extraordinary. Affecting a curious demeanor, he picked up the bracelet, idly toying with it. Feeling the continuous flow of spiritual energy coursing into him, he then returned to Deng Gaoxing, whispering, "Help me bid on the bracelet. If it exceeds 100,000, let it go. No bids? Then it will go unsold." The bald man intentionally raised his voice, preparing to reclaim the bracelet. "I bid 1,000. Deng Gaoxing quickly called out, his voice soft yet resonating clearly in the silent hall. All eyes turned to him, filled with confusion and disbelief. The bald man paused for a moment, then chuckled. "Very well. This gentleman bids 1,000. Is there anyone who wishes to raise the bid?" He scanned the room and, seeing no one respond, proclaimed loudly, "Going once at 1,000, going twice at 1,000, sold. This bracelet belongs to this gentleman." Subsequently, genuine and counterfeit items were auctioned off in an orderly manner. Each time Deng Gaoxing received a prompt from Zhang Xianjie, he participated in the bidding without hesitation. He successfully acquired 2 rare coins, one for 200,000 and the other for 300,000. He also secured a fine piece of Qing dynasty porcelain for 600,000, totaling over 1 million, nearly exhausting the funds he had brought. Zhang Xianjie finally recognized his own shortcomings. While he could identify genuine items, he lacked clarity on their specific values, leaving him uncertain in the bidding process. He realized he needed to study diligently and research the prices of antiques and cultural relics more thoroughly. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of an inconspicuous wooden box resting on a bench in the corner. For reasons unknown, he felt compelled to approach it. As he drew near the box, the familiar alarm blared in his mind. Beep, beep, beep. 0. 3 meters away. His heartbeat quickened, and his hands trembled slightly as he opened the wooden box. Inside, he discovered a jade pendant, emitting a soft and faint glow, intricately carved with strange patterns that resembled neither dragon nor phoenix. The lines flowed smoothly, yet exuded an air of mystery, as if narrating an untold story. A rich surge of spiritual energy instantly enveloped him, half absorbed by his body and half flowing into a small space. Upon closer examination of the jade pendant, he discerned that the intricate patterns seemed to harbor an ancient symbol, reminiscent of a long-lost script or perhaps a mysterious guide, igniting his curiosity further. At that moment, Gong Yong and Du Jun appeared to notice Zhang Xianjie's unusual demeanor and approached him. A wave of anxiety washed over Zhang Xianjie as he hastily returned the jade pendant to the wooden box, feigning nonchalance. As Gong Yong and Du Jun drew near, their gaze lingered momentarily on the box in his hands, before one of them coldly remarked, "Young man, refrain from touching things carelessly." Zhang Xianjie smiled and nodded, placing the box back on the stool, yet inwardly he pondered that if the competition were not so fierce, he would seize the opportunity to bid on the pendant. However, as the auction neared its conclusion, the jade pendant remained unsold, evidently not part of the auction items, as it was absent from the basket. With a sense of resignation, Zhang Xianjie prepared to depart. Yet, an unforeseen crisis suddenly erupted. The lights in the hall abruptly extinguished, plunging the entire space into utter darkness, rendering it impossible to see one's hand before one's face. A voice erupted, shouting, "Someone is stealing. Seize him." Immediately, the sounds of fists colliding, frantic cries, and curses intertwined, spiraling the scene into chaos and panic. Chapter 23. A Frightening Encounter in the Black Market, Part 3. Amidst the chaos, a small box fell at Zhang Xianjie's feet. Almost simultaneously, an alarm resonated in his mind, a persistent beeping indicating a proximity of 0.02 meters. Unable to resist, he swiftly grasped it. Upon contact, he recognized it as the small box containing the jade pendant he had observed moments earlier. Without a second thought, he stored it within his spatial pocket. Just as he was reveling in his unexpected windfall, he suddenly felt a powerful hand seize his suitcase, desperately attempting to snatch it away. Could it be Gong Yong or Du Jun trying to rob me? Those two rascals are certainly capable of such treachery. Zhang Xianjie cursed inwardly, yet he remained composed. With his left hand firmly gripping the suitcase, he retaliated with a fierce punch. The impact resounded. It seemed to have struck the assailant squarely in the face, eliciting a chilling scream. The grip on his suitcase loosened. Fortunately, thanks to the enhancement from spiritual energy, he possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, he might have lost the 500,000 cash. Zhang Xianjie silently lamented. "My suitcase!" Deng Gaoxing exclaimed in an enraged shout. Clearly, the suitcase had been seized. "Let go!" The bodyguard's voice rang out, followed by the sounds of fists and feet in a fray. It appeared that the suitcase had been reclaimed by the bodyguard. Seizing the moment, Zhang Xianjie edged closer, closely trailing Deng Gaoxing, relying on his vague recollection of the surroundings as he navigated through the dark towards the exit. He could distinctly sense the tension and panic among those around him, and he heard Gong Yong and Du Jun loudly directing the burly men in black to maintain order. At last, they reached the exit and swiftly climbed into the Hummer. Zhang Xianjie and Deng Gaoxing sat in the back seat, gasping for breath, hearts racing, their minds replaying the harrowing scene they had just escaped. As the bodyguard drove away, they were intercepted by several men in black. The leader among them was the bald man from the auction, his expression dark and piercing as he approached the car window and rapped sharply on the glass. With no other choice, the bodyguard slowly lowered the window. The bald man coldly stated, "You cannot leave just yet. Something was lost at the scene, and everyone must be checked." A flicker of panic crossed Zhang Xianjie's mind, but he quickly regained his composure. The jade pendant was concealed within his spatial pocket, undetectable to others. He discreetly signaled Deng Gaoxing to cooperate with the search. Deng Gaoxing understood, yet feigned displeasure, saying, "We haven't taken anything. On what grounds do you have to search us?" The head of the black market sneered, "Humph. Something happened on my turf, and everyone is a suspect. Those who are wise will comply without fuss. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xianjie was the first to open the car door and step out, maintaining a serene demeanor. Deng Gaoxing and the bodyguard followed suit. The men in black immediately approached and began to search the trio. Gong Yong also appeared, one hand covering his nose, blood seeping through his fingers, casting a suspicious glance in their direction. "That bastard must have been the one who tried to steal my suitcase," Zhang Xianjie thought to himself. Yet he realized Gong Yong could not be certain that it was he who had struck him. The suspicion arose solely because the other party was aware that he had discovered the jade pendant. Thus, they informed the bald man to conduct an inspection. The burly men in black, upon searching, found nothing. The bald man, with a furrowed brow and a glimmer of doubt in his eyes, personally stepped forward to meticulously examine the clothing and belongings of Zhang Xianjie and others, even rummaging through the crevices of the car seats and the trunk, yet still found no trace of the missing items. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted in the crowd. It turned out that a few buyers, taking advantage of the chaos, attempted to slip away unnoticed but were caught by other men in black, leading to an immediate scuffle between the two parties. The scene descended into further disorder, with shouts and curses ringing out incessantly. Witnessing this, the bald man's expression darkened, and he turned toward the source of the turmoil, bellowing at his subordinates to restore order. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xianjie and Deng Gaoxing returned to their car, where the bodyguard swiftly started the vehicle, speeding away. Through the rearview mirror, Zhang Xianjie observed the distant, dilapidated building, and his anxiety began to ease slightly. He couldn't help but curiously inquire. Was the black market always this chaotic? Such incidents never occurred before, as they were typically held in secure locations like hotels and villas. However, this time it was in a rundown building. Someone deliberately cut the power to seize the opportunity to steal, likely instigated by someone within the black market. Deng Gaoxing replied angrily. Although the experience was perilous, they had not lost anything. Instead, they had acquired a bracelet and the jade pendant, making it quite a profitable venture. Judging by the concentration of spiritual energy, these were undoubtedly valuable treasures, Zhang Xianjie mused to himself. Upon returning to Chun Yaoyao's spacious apartment, it was already 2 a.m. Seeing Zhang Xianjie return safely, Chun Yaoyao, who had been awake all night, let out a sigh of relief and eagerly asked, "Did you find anything?" "I managed to pick up a small treasure," Zhang Xianjie replied as he removed the bracelet from his wrist and presented it to her. "Do you like it?" As for the jade pendant, he dared not reveal it, planning to consult an appraiser in the future. "It's beautiful. I love it," Chun Yaoyao exclaimed, her face brimming with delight as she watched Zhang Xianjie place the bracelet on her wrist. "We should have Professor Wang appraise it later. It should be quite valuable," Zhang Xianjie added. Yes, Chun Yaoyao nodded repeatedly. "Well, I should head back now," Zhang Xianjie said as he prepared to leave. "Why go back at this hour? You might as well stay here. Besides, it's not like you haven't slept over before." Chun Yaoyao playfully tugged at Zhang Xianjie. "Fine, I'll rest here for the night." "You should get some sleep too," Zhang Xianjie replied as he headed toward the guest room. "Not sleeping in my bed tonight?" Chun Yaoyao asked meaningfully. Her eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of shyness. "I haven't had a drop to drink. I wouldn't dare sleep in your bed," Zhang Xianjie said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Once in the guest room, he quickly showered and collapsed onto the soft, expansive bed, soon drifting into a blissful slumber. The following day, Zhang Xianjie awoke to find it was already 10 a.m. However, he soon sensed something amiss, feeling a sticky sensation on his body. Upon closer inspection to his astonishment, his pajamas had turned black, seemingly drenched in an unusual sweat that carried an unpleasant odor. He hastily rushed to the bathroom for a cleansing wash and soon discovered that his skin had taken on a healthier appearance, his spirit invigorated. As if an overwhelming energy coursed through him, empowering him to strike down a bull with a single punch. Could it be that his recent absorption of spiritual energy had led to this? Had he undergone a profound transformation? He immediately turned his attention inward, peering into his internal space, where he noticed a rich concentration of spiritual energy gradually flowing into his body. To his surprise, he realized he could absorb the spiritual energy from this small realm. Was it possible that the golden egg was responsible for creating this internal space, allowing for the absorption and storage of spiritual energy? And why had it merged with a metal detector, prompting such an evolution? What kind of extraordinary treasure was this? In the days that followed, Zhang Xianjie found himself in a state of unparalleled leisure. By day, he sought hidden treasures, while his evenings were spent cooking with Chun Yaoyao, watching films, and taking leisurely strolls. Occasionally, he would invite Yupachi to join them for dining, drinking, and indulging in lively conversations. Until one day, he received a perplexing phone call. Chapter 24, A Golden Opportunity for Treasure Hunting. Zhang Xianjie, do you know any feng shui masters? I wish to purchase a parcel of land, yet I am apprehensive about potential feng shui issues. Unfortunately, the feng shui expert, Wen Gang, has been engaged by someone else. The call came from Deng Gaoxing, whose tone was laced with urgency. Zhang Xianjie found amusement in this predicament. As a young man with a penchant for treasure hunting, he thought it rather misplaced to seek out a feng shui master from him. However, a sudden idea sparked in his mind, and with a smile, he replied, I possess a rudimentary understanding of feng shui. Perhaps I could assist you in this matter? Deng Gaoxing, a businessman involved in real estate, was likely considering a substantial plot of land, possibly once belonging to a landlord, where treasures might lie hidden underground. It was the perfect opportunity to masquerade as a feng shui expert and perhaps stumble upon a modest fortune. In recent days, his treasure hunts had yielded little success. He had nearly contemplated venturing to gamble on stones in Yunnan or Myanmar, but upon further inquiry, he discovered that the Myanmar public auction was still months away, and he needed to return to Yinjing to procure a passport, thus abandoning that plan. Ha, it seems I have indeed found the right person. Where do you reside? I shall come and fetch you immediately. Deng Gaoxing laughed joyously. Zhang Xianjie sent a location pin, and soon enough, Deng Gaoxing arrived in Xiaoshui village. Accompanied by a beautiful secretary, appearing to be in her 20s, with fair skin, striking features, and a charming voice. He drove the same luxurious Maybach, with his bodyguard along at the wheel. Once Zhang Xianjie settled into the passenger seat, Deng Gaosheng elaborated, "That piece of land is set for bidding tomorrow. Its location is exceptional. We must ascertain today whether there are any feng shui concerns, as the land was unexpectedly released, catching me off guard." "Then let us hasten," Zhang Xianjie replied eagerly. The vehicle swiftly turned around and sped away. Wow, Zhang Xianjie knew such a big boss. The villagers watched in bewilderment as the Maybach disappeared from view. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at the destination. It was a plot of land on the eastern outskirts of the city, covering around 300 acres, surrounded by bustling commerce, schools, and factories. "Let us take a closer look." Zhang Xianjie was intrigued. Such a vast expanse, evidently a site of prior demolition, was undoubtedly a prime location for treasure hunting. "Did you not bring any feng shui tools?" Deng Gaosheng inquired hesitantly. It was then he noticed that Zhang Xianjie was empty-handed. "I am merely an amateur. I rely on my eyes to assess feng shui, without any tools. I can only discern whether the land is ominous or unsuitable for construction," Zhang Xianjie deflected. "I am merely here to provide you with a quick assessment. Once you secure the land, you will still need to consult a professional feng shui master." Deng Gaosheng ceased his doubts. He held great admiration for Zhang Xianjie's talent in identifying treasures. The artifacts he had procured from the black market and subsequently authenticated by Professor Wang were all genuine and of considerable value. Hence, he trusted Zhang Xianjie's integrity. He would not deceive him. Zhang Xianjie began to stroll slowly across the parcel, feigning a meticulous examination. The land was overgrown with weeds, though not densely, indicating it had previously been cleared by bulldozers. Thus, the likelihood of treasures being buried here was significantly diminished. Nevertheless, since they were already present, it was only prudent to conduct a thorough inspection. Having traversed halfway, he arrived at the higher end, where an alarm echoed in his mind, beeping insistently. 2 meters beneath his feet. Astonishingly, a treasure lay hidden. Zhang Xianjie's heart surged with joy. He quickly surveyed the surroundings, noting that no one was paying him any heed and that they were quite distant. He crouched down and retrieved a small pickaxe from his spatial pocket, commencing his excavation. A depth of 2 meters posed no challenge. Thus, with just a few deft strokes, he unearthed a small pit, revealing the true nature of the treasure. There lay a tattered cloth pouch, within which resided 2 silver ingots, each weighing 50 taels. The front bore the inscription, Deqing Bank, Year of Guangxu. "What a magnificent silver ingot! I have struck gold." Zhang Xianjie beamed with delight, swiftly stowing both the ingots and the pickaxe back into his pocket, continuing his stroll while feigning an air of feng shui assessment. At that moment, another entrepreneur, accompanied by a feng shui master, appeared. The entrepreneur was a woman, fair-skinned and beautiful, tall and graceful, exuding an air of refinement. Her name was Lan Ishue, the eldest daughter of the Lan family, aged 26, a graduate of a prestigious university, who had set her sights on this land for the development of a commercial plaza. The feng shui master appeared to be in his 40s, clad in a flowing dark robe that danced lightly in the breeze. His gaze was profound, as if he could perceive all the secrets hidden within the land. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing chill and tousling his hair. He produced a compass from his sleeve, its surface engraved with intricate runes and hexagrams, shimmering with an ancient luster under the sunlight. His hands cradled the compass steadily. As he slowly rotated it, his eyes fixated on every subtle quiver of the needle. The compass needle seemed to be swayed by an invisible force, gently vibrating and emitting a faint clicking sound, as if whispering the clandestine messages of the land. The feng shui master paced deliberately along the edge of the parcel, his gaze sharp as an eagle, missing no detail. Suddenly, he halted, crouching down to gently caress the earth, the soil's temperature transmitting through his fingertips to his very core. The energy here flowed smoothly. It was an auspicious sign, he murmured. Rising to his feet, he continued onward, his eyes drawn to the center of the plot. There. The terrain slightly rose, forming a natural knoll, lush with verdant foliage and vibrant greenery. He hastened towards the knoll, casually breaking off a twig to draw lines upon the ground, seemingly marking something of significance. Subsequently, he produced an aged tome from his bosom, its cover inscribed with archaic characters. He cautiously opened the book, aligning it with the records within, meticulously observing and comparing various aspects of the land. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the pages to rustle softly. Just then, Zhang Xianjie approached. The feng shui master lifted his gaze, regarding him coldly. Do you understand feng shui? Somewhat, Zhang Xianjie replied, feeling a twinge of unease, as though he had encountered a kindred spirit in the realm of deception. What have you disowned? The feng shui master pressed, his tone assertive. Zhang Xianjie, feeling a surge of displeasure and aversion, coolly retorted, and what have you perceived? You, an amateur feng shui practitioner, dare to question me? The feng shui master sneered with disdain. His name was Lu Yaohong, the most renowned master of feng shui in Wengang. Naturally, he was displeased by the sudden emergence of an amateur, fearing that this newcomer might threaten his reputation and even usurp his livelihood. Such a threat must be eradicated at its inception. I may be an amateur, but I do not consume your resources. Whatever I discern is none of your concern. Zhang Xianjie retorted coldly, unwilling to tolerate Lu's arrogance. You encroach upon my livelihood, which is far more egregious than merely taking from my table. Today, I shall ensure your downfall, Lu Yaohong thought, a cold smirk forming in his mind, before he declared ominously. Unless you can reveal some insights today to earn my and the two esteemed gentlemen's approval, you shall be expelled from Wengang. I will not permit a charlatan to tarnish the reputation of feng shui practitioners here. Chapter 25. A bet. The feng shui master loses everything. What happened? As tensions escalated between Zhang Xianjie and Master Lu, with an atmosphere thick enough to ignite, Deng Gaoxing and the enchanting businesswoman, Lan Ishue, hurried over. Master Lu seized the opportunity to strike first, his demeanor serious as he proclaimed with a voice that resonated authority, Boss Gao, Boss Deng. This fellow is nothing more than an amateur feng shui practitioner. He is undoubtedly a complete charlatan. He must be expelled from Wengang to prevent him from continuing his deceitful antics, which tarnish our local reputation. Humph. I could just as easily label you a fraud. Who do you think you are to accuse me of being a swindler? Zhang Xianjie retorted, his anger palpable and a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Master Lu, with his head held high and an air of arrogance, responded haughtily, I am a seasoned feng shui master, recognized by many. And you? You dare claim to understand feng shui without even carrying a compass? What else could you be but a fraud? It is utterly ludicrous. Zhang Xianjie, undeterred, raised an eyebrow with a hint of mockery, countering, do you really believe that one must rely on a compass to read feng shui? Is it impossible to do so without one? Your ignorance is astonishing. I perceive the mysteries of feng shui without the need for such trivial instruments. The insights I possess are beyond your comprehension. Oh, pray tell, what have you discerned? Master Lu's face bore a smirk, his eyes filled with disdain. As if regarding a foolish jester, I have seen far more than you can imagine. Just here, approximately 2 meters below the surface, lies an ancient tomb. And you? Can you discern any other burial sites in the vicinity? If you cannot, how dare you call yourself a feng shui master? You are merely a source of amusement. Zhang Xianjie bent down to pick up a stone, marking a position on the ground. He then stood tall, his gaze piercing, filled with an air of superiority as he fixated on Master Lu. In truth, he had sensed with his right foot the presence of numerous tombs beneath the ground. Alarms ringing in his mind. If it were treasure, it could not possibly be so densely packed nor at such a similar depth. Tombs. Deng Gaoxing and Lan Ishue's expressions turned grave. For merchants, encountering ancient tombs during land acquisition was the utmost concern. Should artifacts be unearthed, the site would inevitably be sealed off, with the Cultural Relics Bureau intervening for protracted archaeological work, often delaying projects for 3 to 5 years, an immense hindrance indeed. But what if there were no tombs at all? Master Lu's brow furrowed, resembling 2 intertwined caterpillars, as he scrutinized the surroundings. Crouching to sift through the soil, he stood again, surveying the area, yet the landscape had long been transformed, the once distinguishable terrain now leveled. As a feng shui master, he found himself unable to ascertain whether tombs truly lay beneath. However, if I cannot determine it, then this young upstart must be fabricating his claims. If there are none, I shall leave Wengang at once and never return. But if there are, Zhang Xianjie's gaze was as sharp as a blade in the cold night, piercing directly toward Master Lu. If indeed there lies an ancient tomb 2 meters beneath, I shall concede my compass to you. Master Lu raised his compass high, its antiquated and weighty form exuding a somber hue, the edges bearing the marks of time's caress. This was a treasured heirloom from his lineage, having withstood the passage of centuries, a possession of considerable worth. In his estimation, the vast expanse of the earth holds but a handful of burial sites. How could one so casually claim the existence of such a thing? In this wager, he felt overwhelmingly confident of his victory. Very well, it is settled then. Zhang Xianjie sneered coldly, his eyes brimming with self-assurance. Deng Gaoxing swiftly retrieved his mobile phone, summoning 2 sturdy farmers who bore shovels and picks, their expressions simple and earnest. The two men promptly began excavating at the spot designated by Zhang Xianjie. A palpable tension enveloped the onlookers, thick enough to wring water from the air. For they all understood that the outcome of this dig would determine their confidence for the auction the following day. Clarity was imperative. There is absolutely no possibility of an ancient tomb here. Rest assured, Boss Lon, this is a site of geomantic fortune, suitable solely for construction, utterly inappropriate for burial. Master Lu leaned closer to Lan Yishuang, asserting his conviction. He firmly believed in his inevitable triumph. Such declarations were merely a means to enhance his own reputation. In his mind, defeat was out of the question. Though it was difficult to ascertain subterranean conditions from a geomantic perspective, he possessed alternative grounds for judgment. This area had once been the old city center, with a history spanning nearly a millennium, consistently inhabited by people. How could a tomb possibly exist here? Tombs ought to be located in serene wooded areas. Prepare to leave in disgrace shortly. Master Lu turned to Zhang Xianjie, a smug smile gracing his lips. Your compass will soon be mine. Do not weep when that time comes. Zhang Xianjie retorted coldly. He indeed coveted the other's compass. Possessing it would enable him to masquerade as a geomancer, feigning divination while secretly searching for treasure, an arrangement quite fitting. Although he lacked knowledge of geomancy, he could always delve into the study of relevant texts. Even at the brink of disaster, you still cling to bravado. You're merely speaking of yourself. The two exchanged barbs, neither willing to yield, their rivalry reaching a fever pitch. As time passed, the excavation grew deeper, exceeding a meter. Suddenly, a resounding clang echoed. The pickaxe had seemingly struck something solid. The two farmers, invigorated, hastened to clear the soil, revealing neatly arranged stone blocks before the gathering crowd. Surely, beneath this lies an ancient tomb, one farmer exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as he turned to Deng Gaosheng, proposing, Boss, should we pry open the stone slabs? There may be treasures hidden below. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is the old city center. With a history of nearly 1,000 years, how could there be an ancient tomb? Master Lu's complexion turned as pale as parchment, his lips quivering as he shouted hoarsely, attempting to deny the reality that was about to be unveiled. Pry it open, Deng Gaosheng commanded, his expression grave, gesturing with a sweeping motion. Soon, the stone slabs were pried apart, unveiling a darkened burial chamber before the astonished eyes of the crowd. Sunlight poured in, illuminating the interior, where a massive bronze coffin lay, exuding an air of ancient mystique. Beside the coffin lay several pieces of bronze artifacts, their surfaces cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Despite the passage of time, their former splendor remained undeniable. A bronze coffin? This is truly a treasure, exclaimed two farmers in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment and greed. Is there really an ancient tomb? This young man is remarkable. Lan Yishuang gazed at Zhang Xianjie, her face a mask of shock. Incredible, truly incredible. I underestimated Zhang Xianjie. Deng Gaosheng was equally astonished, filled with admiration for Zhang Xianjie. Impossible. Master Lu's expression was one of disbelief, his body trembling slightly as he struggled to accept the harsh reality before him. Master Lu, you have lost. Hand over the compass. Zhang Xianjie commanded without hesitation, stepping forward to seize the compass. The moment his fingers brushed against it, an alarm rang out in his mind. Beep, beep, beep. Distance. 5 meters. What? It's also an antique. Zhang Xianjie felt a surge of exhilaration. Almost simultaneously, a rich and potent spiritual energy erupted from the compass, akin to a crystal-clear spring, flooding into his body and filling his small space. He sensed that his physique was being baptized by a mysterious force, undergoing a transformation, while the spiritual energy within his small space grew ever more abundant. Then, an astonishing event unfolded. Chapter 26. The right foot evolves again, enhancing its functionality. Perhaps it was due to the profound and rich spiritual energy absorbed from the compass. A vivid image of the compass suddenly emerged in Zhang Xianjie's mind without warning. Astonishingly, it could now project images. Had my right foot undergone another evolution? An uncontrollable wave of elation surged within Zhang Xianjie. This unexpected change was akin to a brilliant beam of light, illuminating the many mysteries on his treasure-seeking journey. In the past, even when he detected treasures buried underground, he had no way of knowing what they were, whether they were burial accompaniments or hidden riches. However, from now on, he could utilize the projection function to uncover the truth, which undoubtedly represented a significant enhancement. Zhang Xianjie immediately focused his attention, meticulously testing this new capability. Soon, He discovered that only when he concentrated all his energy and fervently yearned to reveal the images of treasures would they gradually materialize in his mind like a dream. Otherwise, he was left with only the familiar alarm sound and simple location prompts. Moreover, each projection consumed the spiritual energy within his small space. And if the energy was nearly depleted, he would be unable to project images. Master Lu, you had confidently asserted that there were absolutely no ancient tombs here. What on earth is happening now? Had it not been for your presence to survey the feng shui, I would have foolishly believed your words and ended up acquiring this land at the auction, resulting in a disastrous loss. Lan Yixue's originally radiant face was now as dark as the sky before a storm, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, glaring fiercely at Master Lu, her fury seemingly ready to engulf him. This is probably just a singular ancient tomb, with minimal impact. The archaeological team should complete their work in a few days, Master Lu stammered, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, beads of perspiration cascading down his cheeks, soaking his collar. His speech had lost the confidence and arrogance he had just displayed. It was not merely a single ancient tomb, but rather a vast necropolis, rich in accompanying burial goods. Based on my assessment, it is highly likely to contain bronze artifacts. Boss Ding, Boss Lan, you must not bid on this land. Zhang Xianjie's expression turned solemn, his tone resolute. A large-scale necropolis? With abundant burial goods? Upon hearing this, Deng Gaoxing and Lan Yixue simultaneously gasped in astonishment. They secretly rejoiced, realizing that Zhang Xianjie had indeed rendered them an immense service. Previously, they had been determined to secure this land in tomorrow's auction. They had no doubt about Zhang Xianjie's words, as he had already proven his abilities when he circled an area indicating the presence of a tomb. They had indeed unearthed an ancient tomb containing bronze coffins and artifacts. Such marvels were hard to dismiss. Master Lu nearly stumbled, his face as pale as the remnants of winter snow, filled with trepidation. Had Zhang Xianjie not come today, and had he failed to notice the anomalies here? If Lan Yixue had secured this land and discovered a large necropolis during development, given her temperament, she would surely have torn him to shreds. Upon contemplating this, Master Lu's resentment towards Zhang Xianjie dissipated in an instant, replaced by profound relief. Though some fame was lost, at least his life was preserved. Thank you, Master. Lan Yixue expressed sincerely, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she solemnly declared, consider me indebted to you. Deng Gaoxing then pulled Zhang Xianjie aside, lowering his voice and speaking with a hint of admiration. It is only now that I realize your humility is excessive. To refer to yourself as merely an amateur in feng shui is quite misleading. You are, in fact, a top-tier feng shui master compared to you. Master Lu is hardly worth mentioning. I truly am just an amateur, Zhang Xianjie responded with a smile, humbly deflecting the praise. However, I possess a unique talent for discerning details about tombs. Surely, you cannot be involved in tomb raiding? Deng Gaoxing inquired skeptically. The term tomb raiding is a euphemism for theft. Of course not. For me, the rewards from legitimate finds far surpass those of grave robbing, and they are, of course, lawful. My ability to assess tombs stems from my fortunate encounter with an exceptionally rare ancient text on feng shui, a true singularity, coupled with my considerable aptitude and understanding. I have mastered this skill. I had never showcased it before. Today, however, I was compelled to teach Master Lu a lesson due to his insistence. A flicker of alarm crossed Zhang Xianjie's mind, yet he maintained a facade of composure, hastily fabricating excuses. Zhang Xianjie, you are far too modest. You are indeed a person of great ability. I must express my gratitude. You have saved me from a significant loss. Please accept this token of my appreciation. After speaking, Deng Gaoxing promptly pinned a check for 200,000 yuan and handed it to Zhang Xianjie. Despite his repeated refusals, Zhang Xianjie could not resist Deng Gaoxing's enthusiasm and ultimately accepted it. Subsequently, Deng Gaoxing decisively contacted the police, informing them of the discovery of a large ancient tomb, which contained bronze coffins and artifacts. It was not long before the shrill sound of police sirens pierced the air and officers quickly arrived at the scene. Shortly thereafter, personnel from the Cultural Relics Bureau also arrived, led by none other than Professor Wang, an acquaintance of Zhang Xianjie. Zhang Xianjie, Gaoxing, what brings you here? Professor Wang exclaimed, astonished, his gaze flitting between the two men. This ancient tomb was discovered by Zhang Xianjie, Deng Gaoxing replied, drawing closer to Professor Wang and whispering. He is well versed in feng shui and claims that there is an extensive necropolis here, with dozens of burial sites. You will certainly have your hands full moving forward. Is it truly that remarkable? Professor Wang's eyes widened in disbelief, his gaze toward Zhang Xianjie akin to that of a man beholding a most enigmatic creature. It appeared he had underestimated this young man. Indeed, the truly skilled often remain hidden among the populace. Professor Wang, may I descend into the burial site to explore further? I wish to validate my hypotheses. Zhang Xianjie stepped forward, lowering his voice with a hint of eagerness. The bronze artifacts must surely be infused with considerable spiritual energy. Such a rare opportunity to absorb this energy could not be easily overlooked. In the past, he had not fully grasped the significance of spiritual energy and had not paid it much heed. However, now that he understood its value, he cherished the chance immensely. Certainly, Professor Wang, a distinguished expert in archaeology, commands considerable authority within his team. Without hesitation, he acceded to Zhang Xianjie's request. Soon, Professor Wang directed the staff to cautiously pry open the stone bricks at the top of the tomb chamber and securely erected a ladder. Together with Zhang Xianjie and two other archaeologists, he descended slowly down the ladder into the tomb. They began to meticulously clear the burial items surrounding the coffin, all of which were exquisite bronze artifacts. As time has passed, other materials have long since decayed and vanished in the relentless march of time. Zhang Xianjie feigned assistance while subtly leaning his leg against the bronze coffin. Chapter 27. Appraising the compass and silver ingots. In an instant, an ethereal energy surged forth, as palpable as a physical entity, flooding into Zhang Xianjie's body like a torrent breaching its banks. Half of this spiritual essence was greedily absorbed by his form, while the other half seeped into a small space, transforming into a delicate, wispy white mist. It took a full 5 minutes for the energy within the bronze coffin to be completely consumed. Subsequently, Zhang Xianjie gently touched other bronze artifacts with his foot, similarly draining their spiritual energy. With the task accomplished, he bid farewell to the onlookers. He harbored no covetous desire for the burial treasures within the bronze coffin, for they rightfully belonged to the nation and deserved to be protected with care. Zhang Xianjie, could you share the locations of other tombs? Professor Wang, having emerged from the tomb for a brief respite, seized the opportunity to inquire. Essentially, it's within this vicinity. Zhang Xianjie gestured casually. He had no intention of divulging the precise locations of each tomb. Otherwise, he would surely be regarded as an anomaly. Did you deduce this based on feng shui? Professor Wang asked, his interest piqued. Indeed, it is derived from a special feng shui text, though regrettably, that book has long since been lost. Zhang Xianjie stubbornly continued to fabricate the previous lie. Soon after, he hurried to the bank to cash a check, filled with excitement and anticipation, and quickly made his way to Wenhua Pavilion. He solemnly presented the compass he had won from Master Lu, inquiring, Boss Wang, could you assess the quality of this compass? This compass was exceedingly extraordinary. It contained energy almost rivaling that of the bronze coffin, and he eagerly wished to have it appraised by an expert. Earlier, at the ancient tomb site, he had refrained from asking Professor Wang due to the latter's busy schedule. While this item is indeed an antique, it lacks significant monetary value. Furthermore, its market audience is quite limited. Only feng shui practitioners might show interest. Boss Wang took the compass, examining it meticulously before ultimately stating, I can only offer 3,000. 300,000. Zhang Xianjie countered emphatically. He was well aware of the common tactics employed by antique shop owners. When presented with treasures, they often undervalue them, initially quoting figures in the thousands or even hundreds. That is utterly impossible. You appear to be somewhat familiar with the antique trade yourself. I have seen you numerous times. Therefore, I will present a fair offer of 30,000. Boss Wang furrowed his brow slightly, raising his offer a bit. 280,000. Zhang Xianjie responded without hesitation. Even 30,000 seems excessive to me. Boss Wang ceased to raise his offer, clearly uncertain of the compass's true worth. Yet Zhang Xianjie remained convinced that this compass was a rare gem, with the alarm in his right foot and the abundant spiritual energy serving as undeniable evidence. It was merely a matter of both himself and Boss Wang being unable to recognize its true value. Thus, he chose not to lower his price, retracting the compass and producing 2 silver ingots, placing them upon the counter. Boss Wang, what price would you offer for these 2 treasures? Boss Wang retrieved a magnifying glass from beneath the counter, picked up one of the silver ingots, and scrutinized it closely. Instantly, the subtle intricacies of the ingot's surface, previously imperceptible to the naked eye, became vividly apparent under magnification, each line resembling the marks of time, some deep, some shallow, some straight, and some curved. Suddenly, Boss Wang gently brought the silver ingot close to his nose and took a delicate sniff. After completing his appraisal, he methodically examined another silver ingot. Finally, he lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Xianjie, his expression grave yet tinged with a hint of regret. These 2 silver ingots were counterfeit. In terms of weight, genuine silver ingots possess a specific density and purity, giving them a substantial feel in hand, whereas these 2 were noticeably lighter. Furthermore, upon scrutinizing the surface texture, the casting marks appeared excessively uniform, revealing a rigid and mechanical quality, devoid of the natural and spontaneous craftsmanship that older artifacts typically exude. It is essential to understand that ancient artisans, in their manual casting, imbued each silver ingot with unique handmade imprints. Additionally, the aroma of aged silver ingots carries an ineffable essence, a fragrance steeped in the passage of time. However, these 2 exuded only the cold, sterile scent of new silver. Counterfeits? Zhang Xianjie was taken aback. The items he had found were mere fakes? In the realm of antiques, making mistakes is commonplace. One learns from experience, and with time, diligent study and practical knowledge will inevitably lead to the discovery of genuine treasures. After imparting this wisdom, Boss Wang gently placed the silver ingots back before Zhang Xianjie. He then resumed his previous task of studying antique texts, continuing to read with an air of nonchalance. Are they worthless then? Zhang Xianjie inquired again. Not exactly, replied Boss Wang. These are silver ingots made of current silver, and thus still hold some value. I can offer you 50,000 for the pair. He spoke with casual indifference. If they were indeed from the Qing dynasty, what would their value be? Zhang Xianjie pressed. Approximately 100,000 each, Boss Wang succinctly responded. My right foot can detect treasures. Silver is a treasure in itself, thus it is reasonable that it would emit warning signals and hints, even absorbing faint spiritual energy to declare them as counterfeits. However, these ingots were unearthed by me, and the fabric that once wrapped them had decayed, indicating they have been buried for quite some time. Zhang Xianjie pondered, could it be that Boss Wang assumed these silver ingots were collected from the countryside, mistakenly believing my youth signifies ignorance, thus intentionally labeling them as fakes to acquire them at a lower price? Doubts burgeoned in his mind, akin to wild grass sprouting in the spring. Nevertheless, he refrained from revealing his suspicions, merely allowing a slight smile to grace his lips as he remarked, it seems even counterfeits can hold value. 50,000 is no small sum. He feigned nonchalance and turned to exit the shop. In the instant he stepped out the door, he abruptly turned back. He caught a fleeting glimpse of an unnatural expression on Boss Wang's face, a glimmer of disappointment in his eyes, as if lamenting an unfulfilled desire. Damn, I nearly fell for it. Boss Wang's intentions are rather unscrupulous, Zhang Xianjie silently chastised, quickening his pace as he left Wenhua Pavilion without a backward glance. Revitalized, he entered the next antique shop. This time, he had learned his lesson. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he casually addressed the proprietor. Boss Wang next door valued them at 120,000 each. What can you offer? The proprietor, having received the silver ingots, meticulously evaluated them before declaring 125,000 each. I shall take both for 250,000. Zhang Xianjie then proceeded to inquire at several establishments, skillfully employing his previous rhetoric to gauge the merchant's offers. Ultimately, at one shop, he successfully sold the 2 silver ingots for 140,000 apiece, amassing a total of 280,000. Despite the ability to uncover treasures with his right foot, one could still fall victim to deceit when selling them. Zhang Xianjie mused as he walked along the street, vowing to exercise greater caution in the future. This time, masquerading as a feng shui master had yielded substantial rewards, netting him 480,000 along with an exceptionally intriguing compass. The notion of a feng shui master leading treasure hunts appeared to be a promising avenue, brimming with potential for discovery. Zhang Xianjie was filled with joy and anticipation. Chapter 28. The beautiful boss invites me to partner. In the following days, the news of a large burial site from the Warring States period spread across the nation like a bird taking flight, transcending geographical boundaries. It was akin to a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples that stirred the waters, generating an extraordinary commotion. In no time, numerous archaeologists, as if summoned by a clarion call, flocked from various cities and esteemed universities. They established camps on this land rich with historical secrets, marking the commencement of an extensive archaeological excavation. As time unfolded, many exquisite bronze artifacts, including the solemn and mysterious bronze coffin, gradually emerged from the earth. More astonishingly, the archaeological team unearthed even more invaluable relics, their worth incalculable. Consequently, the planned auction of the land was abruptly halted. Zhang Xianjie, truly remarkable, had predicted the existence of a large burial site, and indeed, his assertion proved accurate. Professors Wang, Deng, and and Lan were filled with awe. Upon learning the details, Chen Yaoyao was equally astounded, her mind swirling with questions, perplexed as to how Zhang Xianjie had suddenly transformed into a master of feng shui. One day, Zhang Xianjie received an unexpected phone call. "Hello, Master Zhang. This is Lan Yixue. Are you free tonight? I would like to invite you to dinner. You were a great help to me last time. It was merely a trivial matter, Miss Lan. You were too courteous." Zhang Xianjie hesitated slightly. He was reluctant to dine alone with Lan Yixue, a top-tier socialite, as he had little acquaintance with her and was wary of potential complications. "In addition to expressing my gratitude, I wish to discuss a collaboration with you." Lan Yixue seemed to sense Zhang Xianjie's apprehensions and added, "My skills are limited to treasure hunting and a bit of feng shui, which may not align with your expertise." Zhang Xianjie was taken aback. "I have a rather imaginative proposal. Perhaps we could indeed collaborate. Shall we discuss it in person?" Lan Yixue's voice was charming, laced with excitement. "Very well." Zhang Xianjie, intrigued, agreed without further reluctance. At 6 o'clock in the evening, as the city lights began to twinkle, Zhang Xianjie arrived at the Wengang International Hotel. This illustrious five-star establishment was nothing short of magnificent. Upon pushing open the door to the luxurious private room, he found Lan Yixue already awaiting his arrival. She wore light makeup that accentuated her exquisite features, and her elegant attire showcased her slender, alluring figure. With skin as fair as snow and waist-length hair flowing like silk, she radiated an aura of opulence, appearing both strikingly beautiful and impeccably refined. After a warm exchange of pleasantries, the lavish dinner commenced. As the wine flowed and the dishes were served, Lan Yixue, with a smile gracing her lips, spoke softly, "Master Zhang, with the development plans for that land falling through and no pressing matters occupying my time, I intend to immerse myself in the jade development business. My decision was not made impulsively. Rather, it is grounded in a solid foundation. I have an uncle named Lan Yuha, who is engaged in the exploration of Hetian jade mountain or veins in Xinjiang. He has been fortunate, as the quality of the ore veins is exceptionally high, leading to substantial profits. As a remarkable master of feng shui, you possess the extraordinary ability to discern underground tombs. Might you also employ your feng shui skills to uncover the rich deposits of Hetian jade mountain or the areas where jadeite is concentrated? Your idea is indeed bold and innovative, a glimmer of peculiar brilliance flashing in Zhang Xianjie's eyes. Recently, with aspirations to expand his treasure hunting endeavors, he has not only delved into literature concerning jade and gambling stones, but has also meticulously researched the distribution of Hetian jade and its ore veins. The Hetian jade ore veins primarily extend along the Kunlun and Altan Taf mountain ranges, originating from the Tajik autonomous county of Tashkurgan in the west, traversing the Hetian region, and reaching the eastern autonomous prefectures of Bengal and Mongol, including Chiama and Ruoxiang counties, extending north to the fringe of the Darim Basin and south to the main peaks of the Kunlun and Altan mountains. This expanse stretches approximately 300 kilometers in length and varies between 80 to 150 kilometers in width, encompassing 3 prefectures and 14 counties, with every inch of land potentially concealing treasures of Hetian jade. His next step involves traveling to Xinjiang to excavate Hetian jade, as it is a treasure accessible to all and legally permissible to mine, seemingly inexhaustible in reserves. Unlike the limited raw stones found in gambling stone shops, however, he is acutely aware that his individual efforts can yield only a limited quantity of Hetian jade each day. Even if he were to earn tens of thousands, or even over 100,000 daily, such returns would hardly captivate him, given his elevated aspirations. Yet, at this moment, Lan Yixue's proposal arrives like a timely rain, offering him an exquisite cover, seeking the ore veins under the guise of feng shui. This way, no one would doubt his remarkable treasure hunting abilities. He would need only to identify areas rich in Hetian jade, leaving the subsequent development to others, allowing him to transform this endeavor into a grand enterprise. It is precisely because of your extraordinary feng shui prowess that I dare to entertain this notion. Other feng shui masters generally lack such capabilities, being limited to inferring the direction of the ore veins, while estimating the yield of Hetian jade within those veins is exceedingly challenging. Lan Yixue smiled radiantly and then urgently inquired, "Master Zhang, please be candid. Is it truly feasible? If so, we should commence our collaboration at once. While it is theoretically possible, I cannot guarantee success at this moment. I must personally visit Xinjiang to conduct an on-site investigation to ascertain the outcome." Zhang Xianjie replied cautiously after a moment of contemplation. This uncertainty weighs upon him. His right foot's detection range is limited to 10 meters, allowing him to explore only shallow or veins, while deeper veins remain beyond his reach. Moreover, he harbors concerns regarding the partnership with Lan Ishue. She may not be inclined to offer a sufficient share. If the shares are scant, the collaboration loses its significance. Thus, he must prepare for two contingencies. First, to collaborate with Lan Ishue and secure a satisfactory share for himself. Second, to seize this opportunity to learn relevant experiences from her. Subsequently founding his own company and immersing himself in the field of Hetian jade development. Now, having accumulated nearly 20 million in funds, I am barely equipped to establish a company. Shall we promptly embark on a journey to Xinjiang for an exploration? Lan Ishue inquired, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Certainly. Yet you must not place all your hopes solely upon me. We still need to employ scientific methods to assess the mineral veins. My primary objective in Xinjiang remains the quest for treasure, specifically to unearth some Hetian jade. Zhang Xianjie preferred to maintain a low profile, not wanting to raise the other party's expectations too high, and gently reminded her. Nevertheless, his own heart was already brimming with exhilaration. Chapter 29, Xinjiang. Yulong Cache River treasure hunting and excavating Hetian jade? I, too, felt a surge of enthusiasm. Why not accompany you on this quest for treasure? The exploration of mineral veins can be discussed later. There is no urgency in the matter. Lan Ishue suggested with a radiant smile. The essence of her plan for developing Hetian jade hinged upon Zhang Xianjie. If he could not uncover rich mineral veins through his geomantic expertise, establishing a company for development would be rendered futile. Her uncle, Lan Yuhe, had been mining in Xinjiang for many years, yet had seen little profit due to the ordinary nature of the mineral veins. It was only in recent years that fortune smiled upon him, leading to the discovery of a lucrative vein that brought substantial wealth. There was no need to rush into a detailed plan. We would deliberate further upon our arrival in Xinjiang, Zhang Xianjie replied with a smile. He did not wish for Lan Ishue to always be by his side, yet he undeniably required her assistance in certain aspects. That evening, Zhang Xianjie packed his belongings and visited Chen Yao's home. Sister, I am embarking on a treasure hunt in Xinjiang tomorrow, and I may not return for quite some time. A hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes. Then you must return with great fortune, Chen Yao responded, her smile as bright as a flower, devoid of any sadness. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Xianjie bid farewell to Yu Pengqi and Professor Wang over the phone, and finally called Deng Gaosheng, both to say goodbye and to inquire about Lan Ishue's character. Lan Ishue is of excellent character, has no boyfriend, and is said to maintain her integrity. It is surprising that she chose to collaborate with you. Deng Gaosheng answered earnestly. The following day, as the sun began to rise, Zhang Xianjie, along with Lan Ishue and her female bodyguard, Weiyana, boarded a flight to Xinjiang. Upon arrival, they took a brief respite to gather their energy and prepare for the endeavors ahead. The next day, they journeyed to the renowned Yulong Cache River, which had gained fame in recent years for its superior quality Hetian jade, often regarded as exquisite or even exceptional. The jade produced here is characterized by the following features: smaller in size, of exceptional quality, often bearing a sugary skin, also known as sugar jade, sugar white jade, and sugar skin jade. Its texture is smooth and delicate, clean and lustrous. Among these, a type known as mutton fat jade is particularly precious, resembling the rich, translucent fat of a sheep's tail, not only boasting a pure white hue but also exuding a seemingly vibrant life force, devoid of the inert rigidity associated with stone. A piece weighing around 1,000 grams, featuring a sugary skin, typically ranges in price from several tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of yuan. Should one encounter an exceptional piece of mutton fat jade weighing between 1,000 to 500 grams, the price may soar to over 1,000,000 yuan. The valuation primarily hinges on the jade's quality and color, while also considering factors such as the presence of cracks, fissures, inclusions, impurities, and the color and whiteness of the sugary skin. The traditional methods employed for jade excavation are quite straightforward, often involving partnerships among several individuals, family collaborations, or solitary endeavors. The tools for digging, though simple, are remarkably effective, primarily consisting of a specially crafted iron shovel, a pickaxe, and a small rake. The locations for jade excavation predominantly center around riverbeds, valley terraces, dry beaches, ancient river channels, and the gravel layers of alluvial fans at the foot of mountains, where individuals seek the renowned Hetian jade. The prime season for jade mining spans from October to May of the following year, a period devoid of devastating floods, rendering the excavation activities relatively safe. along the route to the Baye coal mine, particularly in the riverbed of the Yulong Cache River that stretches between the Yulong Cache River and the Jiaxiang and Luapu. One can find a congregation of no fewer than 15,000 jade diggers at peak times. The jade stones they unearth are often sold directly at the excavation site, typically at prices considerably lower than those found in the broader market. Gathered along the banks of the jade mining riverbed are numerous buyers of raw jade, the majority of whom are local residents, with over 95 belonging to the Uyghur ethnic group. Each of them carries a briefcase filled with funds for purchasing jade, diligently patrolling the roughly 100-kilometer stretch of riverbank each day. Upon discovering a jade digger unearthing stones, they hastily approach to assess the quality and grade, subsequently engaging in negotiations. They frequently manage to finalize transactions at prices 20 to 80 below market value, later reselling the jade at stone markets. These individuals can be regarded as primary collectors of jade, with over 85 of the jade produced from the Yulong Cache River in Hetian finding its way to market through their hands. When they acquire particularly rare or exquisite jade, they often refrain from immediate sale, opting instead to store it carefully for a period, awaiting significant buyers. Occasionally, they may sell exceptional pieces directly to renowned jade shops in the local Hetian city. Of course, the process of jade collection is not without its pitfalls. Misjudgments can lead to difficulties in selling the stones at their purchase price in the market, often resulting in a loss. It is now June, and the sun blazes fiercely, its scorching rays bathing the vast land in a layer of searing golden silk. Zhang Xianjie stands by the Yulong Cache River, gazing at the expansive riverbed. A desolate expanse seemingly sculpted by the passage of time and human effort, riddled with pits and extending endlessly into the distance. Countless jade diggers scatter throughout, busy like an army of ants, their shovels and picks rising and falling, orchestrating a vigorous symphony of labor under the sweltering heat. Anticipation swells within Zhang Xianjie, an exhilarating surge coursing through him as if his very blood were boiling with excitement. Master Zhang, how do you plan to seek the treasure? Inquires Lan Yixue, clothed in simple coarse fabric yet unable to conceal her innate beauty and noble demeanor. Her enchanting eyes sparkle with curiosity. Naturally, I shall rely on the principles of geomancy. Zhang Xianjie replies, deliberately lowering his voice for effect, as he solemnly retrieves the compass he won on a previous venture from his satchel, holding it steadily. As though grasping the key to unlock hidden treasures, he strides with an air of casual confidence across the uneven riverbed. Within mere minutes, an acute alarm suddenly resonates in his mind, signaling a depth of 1.5 meters. Ha! I have found Hetian jade, Zhang Xianjie exclaims inwardly, a wave of indescribable exhilaration surging through him. Perhaps this riverbed is truly his treasure-hunting paradise, where the gateway to wealth opens without any cost. Zhang Xianjie swiftly bent down to mark the ground conspicuously, then called out loudly, "Quick, bring the tools." This time, he did not intend to exhaust his spiritual energy for the purpose of manifestation. Having undergone numerous treasure-hunting experiences, he had become quite adept. As long as his right foot signaled an alert, the treasure would undoubtedly be of considerable worth. Furthermore, the Hetian jade was not buried deeply this time, making it relatively easy to excavate. It was precisely because he had not manifested the treasure that he remained unaware of its quality and size, which filled him with anticipation. Chapter 30. The first piece is extraordinary. Here they come. Wu Yana and Lan Yixue, their faces alight with excitement, sprinted towards the site, tools for excavating jade in hand. As swift as arrows released from a bow. With anticipation, Lan Yixue inquired, "Master Zhang, is this method of feng shui positioning truly effective?" It is too early to say. However, based on my understanding of the principles of feng shui, the energy here is exceptional. Beneath the surface, there should indeed be Hetian jade. Let us excavate and verify this. Zhang Xianjie feigned uncertainty. With that, he seized his tool, his muscular arms tensing as he commenced the vigorous digging. Having absorbed a considerable amount of spiritual energy, he had already undergone a transformation, his strength far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Nevertheless, the riverbed, filled with sand and pebbles, made the excavation arduous. Each stroke demanded immense effort, far from the ease of digging through soft earth. What immense strength! Wu Yana marveled inwardly, her gaze towards Zhang Xianjie imbued with newfound admiration. So handsome. Lan Yixue found herself entranced. At that moment, Zhang Xianjie seemed to emanate a unique radiance. His tall stature, standing at 6 feet, exuded an imposing presence. His muscular arms, reminiscent of agile creatures, conveyed an undeniable sense of power, The definition of his six-pack abs showcased the pinnacle of physical fitness, coupled with his chiseled features and the confidence radiating from within. He possessed an irresistible charisma that captivated the eye. Adachi, you have worked hard. Have you found any stones? A gentle and friendly voice approached from behind. A well-dressed man in his 30s, smiling warmly, walked steadily towards them, holding 3 bottles of mineral water, which he enthusiastically offered. To their astonishment, before they had even unearthed anything, a jade buyer had arrived. Zhang Xianjie was taken aback. We just arrived today. This is our first attempt at jade digging. And we have yet to find anything, Lan Yixue replied apologetically as she accepted the mineral water. Then I shall look elsewhere. Pang Xiaohai's expression hinted at disappointment as he turned to leave. Wait, I believe I have unearthed jade. Zhang Xianjie exclaimed, feigning overwhelming excitement. At that moment, the treasure was within reach, poised to break the surface, and the jade buyer's presence was crucial for valuation, as he lacked experience in this area. He was not lying. Having dug quite deeply, the alarm in his mind had shifted, signaling a depth of 0.03 meters beneath his feet. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xianjie swung his shovel with vigor. Swiftly, he cleared away the top layer of river sand and tiny pebbles, revealing a piece of warm, lustrous Hetian jade. Gently, he touched it, only to find a rich flow of spiritual energy seeping into his fingertips. It appears the skin of the Hetian jade is quite thin, allowing for direct absorption of spiritual energy, unlike jadeite, whose thick exterior makes it challenging to access the energy within without cutting it open. Seizing the jade firmly, he shook it vigorously, and soon, a rather substantial piece of Hetian jade was completely extracted. His somewhat brusque gesture caused Pang Xiaohai, who was turning back, and Lan Yixue, well-versed in Hetian jade, to twitch their lips in disbelief. However, when they focused their gaze on the piece of Hetian jade, time seemed to freeze, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Their astonishment palpable. The jade in Zhang Xianjie's hand was at least the size of half a water bucket, its texture warm and delicate, radiating a soft and enchanting luster under the sunlight. Flawless in its entirety, its color was as pure as the first snow of winter. Dazzling white, yet imbued with a gentle warmth. Its rounded and plump form resembled a masterpiece meticulously crafted by nature. What stood out most was a layer of gold-flecked skin adorning the surface of the jade, shimmering with tiny glimmers in the gentle caress of sunlight. Akin to a noble golden garment draped over this exquisite gem, adding a unique charm and an air of mystery. This gold skin was evenly distributed, with a delicate interplay of textures that seemed to whisper tales of time. After a considerable pause, Pang Xiaohai regained his senses and stepped forward, extending his hands as if to seize the beautiful jade, yet hesitated mid-air, fearing that his reckless action might desecrate this rare treasure. This is truly the finest mutton fat jade, adorned with such perfect gold-flecked skin. His voice quivered with excitement. In all my years of collecting jade, I have seldom encountered such impeccable quality. The jade beneath the gold skin is exquisite, and this layer significantly enhances its value. Lan Yixue was equally captivated by the Hetian jade before her, her lively eyes fixed upon it, brimming with awe and affection. Instinctively, she reached out to gently touch the surface of the stone, her fingers trembling slightly as she murmured, "Incredible. This is truly a gem among Hetian jades. Master Zhang, your luck and skill are simply extraordinary." Zhang Xianjie was already overjoyed in his heart. Maintaining an air of composure, he slightly lifted his chin and humbly remarked, "It is merely good fortune." He refrained from mentioning the feng shui positioning that could be construed as misleading. Pang Xiaohai immediately retrieved a professional jade appraisal cloth from his pocket, carefully wrapping the Hetian jade within it. He then produced a magnifying glass, meticulously examining every detail of the stone, especially the gold-flecked skin, before swiftly pulling out a high-precision electronic scale from his bag. He cautiously placed the wrapped jade on the scales platform, and all eyes were glued to the small display screen, holding their breath. As the numbers fluctuated, they ultimately settled at 2,005 grams. Goodness! 2,000 grams of top-tier Hetian jade with gold-flecked skin. This is exceedingly rare. Under equivalent quality, this weight signifies a price that far exceeds that of ordinary materials. Pang Xiaohai could not contain his astonishment. In the world of Hetian jade transactions, a piece of this weight and exceptional quality was undoubtedly a treasure, with its price escalating exponentially with its weight. Then he turned to Zhang Xianjie, his gaze revealing a hint of complexity, a blend of yearning for the precious gem and a tinge of envy towards Zhang Xianjie's fortune. "Dear brother, I, Pang Xiaohai, have spent many years collecting jade along the Yulong Cache River, and my reputation is beyond reproach. I am willing to offer a handsome price for your piece of jade. Will you sell it to me? Zhang Xianjie felt a stir within, yet maintained his composure. Mr. Pang, since you are an expert and genuinely wish to purchase, I am inclined to sell. Pray tell, what price are you prepared to offer? Chapter 31. The Arrival of the Jewel Thieves. Pang Xiaohai pondered for a moment, his gaze oscillating between the jade and Zhang Xianjie, seemingly weighing his options. To be candid, my brother, the materials excavated from this riverbed, constrained by the trading environment, do not fetch prices comparable to those in the formal market. Considering the quality of your jade and this rare sprinkling of gold skin, I can offer you 500,000, which is already a remarkably generous price. Zhang Xianjie furrowed his brow. Lan Yishua's expression also darkened as she coldly remarked, your offer is excessively low. Her uncle is involved in the development of Hetian jade mines, and she has certainly visited there, possessing a keen understanding of the quality and pricing of Hetian jade. Then what price do you suggest? Pang Xiaohai smiled. 3 million. Lan Yishua, knowing Zhang Xianjie was not particularly knowledgeable in this area, promptly interjected with a counteroffer. 800,000. 2,600,000. After a vigorous exchange of bids, the two ultimately settled on a mutually agreeable price, 1 million. Master Zhang, although this price remains somewhat low, if sold in the market, it could fetch a higher sum. Possibly even 1,200,000. However, the back and forth is quite time-consuming. Lan Yishua whispered in Zhang Xianjie's ear, of course, you are not obliged to sell. Then let us proceed with the sale. Zhang Xianjie could certainly accommodate some Hetian jade in a small space, but since he was not treasure hunting alone, he preferred not to carry such a heavy burden back, lest it compromise their secrecy. I will transfer the funds to you right now. Pang Xiaohai's face lit up with joy. Today has proven fortunate. He had unexpectedly stumbled upon such a treasure. With some maneuvering, earning over 100,000 would pose no challenge. Soon, the transaction was complete, and Zhang Xianjie found an additional 1 million in his account. Brother, should you come across more fine goods in the future, do remember to contact me, Pang Xiaohai. He provided his phone number and hurriedly departed, anxious that this newfound treasure might slip away. Watching Pang Xiaohai's retreating figure, Lan Yishua exclaimed with excitement, Master Zhang, your feng shui positioning is truly remarkable. We have just made 100,000. It is simply unbelievable. Now we can discuss matters of cooperation. There is no rush for collaboration. Let us first excavate some more Hetian jade, Zhang Xianjie replied with a smile. With the aid of his right foot in treasure hunting, perhaps he could unearth a dozen pieces of Hetian jade in a single day. If every piece were as lucrative as the last, could he not earn over 10 million in a day? The necessity for collaboration seemed diminished. He could amass a fortune on his own. Very well. I shall accompany you in your treasure hunt, Lan Yishua conceded, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Yet she fully understood Zhang Xianjie's perspective. Zhang Xianjie continued his search along the riverbed. This time, fortune did not favor him. After half an hour, the alert in his mind finally chimed, signaling. Beep, beep, beep. Depth, 5 meters. This one is quite deep, Zhang Xianjie murmured to himself. At that moment, he realized he had been overly optimistic earlier. It would be unrealistic to expect to excavate many stones in a day. Earning millions was an exaggeration, yet several 100,000 should be attainable. Just as he was about to begin digging, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance. A group of individuals was swiftly approaching, led by a tall, portly middle-aged man whose fierce gaze emanated an unsettling aura. I have heard that someone has unearthed top-quality Hetian jade with golden specks around here. Is it you? The middle-aged man stepped closer, glaring menacingly at Zhang Xianjie and his companions, demanding loudly. Zhang Xianjie felt a chill run down his spine, sensing a hint of danger. Yet he maintained a facade of calmness. And if we did? What is it to you? The man scoffed. Humph, in this Yulong Cache River, there is nothing that Ma San does not know. You outsiders have struck gold and do not even consider honoring me? With that, the group behind him closed in, each person cracking their knuckles, ready for a confrontation. What? You wish to fight? Let me make it clear. If you end up dead, we bear no responsibility. This is self-defense, declared the bodyguard, Wu Yana, her voice icy as she swiftly produced an iron rod from her coat. The rod, approximately 2 feet in length, sliced through the air as she casually swung it a couple of times, producing a sharp whooshing sound. She assumed a stance, legs slightly apart, weight lowered. The iron rod angled towards the ground. Her gaze was as frigid as ice, suggesting a seasoned warrior, not to be trifled with. Zhang Xianjie was not idle either. He bent down and grasped a nearby shovel. The wooden handle was tightly gripped by his robust hands, with the blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, radiated an intense, killing intent, reminiscent of a valiant warrior poised for battle. At that moment, he realized that in this seemingly opportunistic treasure-hunting ground, hidden dangers lurked, concealing sinister forces intent on extorting and seizing ill-gotten wealth, much like the group before him, coveting the Hetian jade he had painstakingly acquired. Even if it comes to blows, I will take full responsibility for their demise, declared Lan Yixue, her voice devoid of emotion, as if merely stating an ordinary fact. Her gaze imbued with inherent pride and resolve. You are merely 3, while we number over a dozen. You should weigh your chances carefully. Ma San's expression was as frigid as winter frost, darkening with a foreboding intensity, akin to storm clouds gathering before a tempest, laden with threats and warnings. Of course. I am far more formidable, Zhang Xianjie bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder. Before the words fully left his lips, he surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Right leg raised high, tracing a sharp arc through the air, and delivered a powerful kick to Ma San's chest. With a resounding thud, akin to a heavy war drum being struck, the sound reverberated across the open space. Ma San's once sturdy frame was sent flying several meters away, akin to a kite severed from its string. He cut through the air in a clumsy parabolic arc before crashing heavily into the crowd behind him, which tumbled like a row of toppled dominoes, each person falling to the ground amidst a cacophony of anguished cries. The force behind Zhang Xianjie's kick was nothing short of terrifying, yet he was acutely aware that he had barely tapped into his full potential. Hit me with all your might. Ma San had never endured such humiliation. A surge of rage ignited within him, ascending to his very forehead, and he roared like a frenzied beast. At his command, the group of thugs seemed to awaken from a daze, brandishing their crude weapons, clubs and daggers, and surged forward, attempting to encircle Zhang Xianjie and his companions in a desperate bid to subdue them. Chapter 32. Excavating Jade, earning 60 million in a month? In a moment of decisive action, Wu Yana sprang into motion, her figure resembling a leopard pouncing in the dark of night, swift and formidable. The iron rod in her grasp seemed to come alive, slicing through the air with an impervious grace, creating impenetrable arcs. With each precise strike, the rod met its targets with a resounding thud, accompanied by anguished cries and the dull thump of bodies hitting the ground. The henchmen, under the onslaught of her assault, fell like leaves in an autumn breeze, collapsing one after another. Zhang Xianjie, equally undeterred, wielded his shovel like an indomitable weapon. He swatted away those attempting to breach Wu Yana's defenses as if swatting at pesky insects, sending them sprawling to the ground. In mere moments, the once menacing group of over a dozen lay scattered, writhing in pain and groaning softly. In stark contrast, Zhang Xianjie and Wu Yana stood tall and unscathed, their effortless victory reminiscent of an adult chastising a child. Zhang Xianjie's prowess astonished Lan Yixue, her eyes wide with disbelief, the previously cold depths now filled with surprise. She regarded him with intense curiosity, as if reevaluating the enigmatic man before her. To her, Zhang Xianjie was akin to an unfathomable treasure, consistently shattering her preconceived notions and delivering unexpected delights. You, how dare you strike me? Ma San roared, having been forcefully knocked to the ground once more, his fury reaching a boiling point. His gaze was filled with venomous hatred, as if he wished to devour Zhang Xianjie whole. Yet, he recognized that he had encountered formidable opponents today. Continuing to entangle himself would only lead to further misfortune. Thus, he refrained from further words, casting a venomous glare at Zhang Xianjie and his companions before retreating with the few remaining henchmen who could still muster the strength to move. As soon as Ma San and his crew departed, Zhang Xianjie turned and swiftly made his way to the second location where he had discovered Hetian jade. Grasping his shovel, he immersed himself in the task of excavation. Meanwhile, Wu Yana stood resolutely beside him, resembling a loyal sentinel. Her keen eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings, alert to any signs of disturbance, ever watchful for the safety of Zhang Xianjie and Lan Yixue. Lan Yixue gracefully retrieved an exquisite folding stool from her bag, unfolding it with elegance before settling down. She rested her hands gracefully upon her knees, a faint smile gracing her lips as she observed Zhang Xianjie's excavation efforts. At the same time, she did not forget to prop open a parasol, which bloomed like a flower, shielding her from the oppressive sun, lest her delicate skin suffer even the slightest sun-kissed blemish. Excavating to a depth of 5 meters on the sandy beach was no trivial endeavor. especially given the loose soil that frequently threatened to collapse during the process. Zhang Xianjie's forehead glistened with beads of perspiration, which cascaded down his resolute cheeks, saturating his attire. Yet, he gritted his teeth, wielding the iron spade with unwavering determination. As the seconds turned into minutes, and ultimately 4 arduous hours elapsed, he finally unearthed the deeply buried Hetian jade. This particular piece of jade was characterized by its creamy white flesh and yellow skin, somewhat smaller than the previous find, weighing approximately 1,500 grams. However, its quality was nothing short of exquisite, possessing a texture as delicate as mutton fat, warm to the touch. With a surface as smooth as a mirror, devoid of any cracks. Cradling it in his hands, he gently caressed it, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort radiating from his palms. To his astonishment, upon touching this piece of Hetian jade, he once again absorbed the ethereal energy it contained. This energy flowed into him like a gentle stream, enriching the aura within his body and revitalizing him as though he had undergone a profound cleansing. What a striking beauty! Its value would undoubtedly exceed $1 million. As Zhang Xianjie carefully ascended from the pit, holding the jade, Lan Yixue approached him like a jubilant bird. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and admiration as she extended her slender fingers to delicately stroke the jade, as if it were a rare treasure of the world. Zhang Xianjie felt a twinge of shyness. Lan Yixue was too close for comfort, her intoxicating fragrance enveloping him like a gentle mist. He could not help but inhale deeply, the aroma instantly refreshing his soul and invigorating his spirit. Looking at Lan Yixue, her noble elegance complemented her breathtaking beauty, exuding a captivating allure that stirred ripples in Zhang Xianjie's heart, causing his thoughts to wander. Zhang Xianjie, you truly are remarkable, remarked the bodyguard Wu Yana. Drawn in by the jade's beauty, her eyes filled with admiration as she genuinely praised him. It is merely good fortune, Zhang Xianjie humbly replied with a smile, gesturing dismissively. Good fortune? Do you realize that other jade miners might toil for an entire month without unearthing a stone valued at 10,000? Lan Yixue tilted her head, a hint of playful reproach in her bright eyes. Master Zhang, if you could unearth 2 such pieces daily, that would amount to 60 million in a month. The figure of 60 million sent a tremor through Zhang Xianjie's heart, profoundly astonished by the prospect. Compared to his previous treasure hunts in the mountains, this place was a veritable treasure trove of inexhaustible wealth. In the mountains, the treasures buried by predecessors were finite and fraught with challenges in their pursuit. Unless one resorted to tomb raiding, which is illegal and utterly reprehensible, the quest for riches was fraught with peril. Here, however, mining jade was entirely lawful and legitimate. With skill, one could reap boundless fortune. Shall we continue mining today? Lan Yixue blinked and turned to Zhang Xianjie, her voice soft and inviting. I find it hard to stop. Let us extract another piece, he replied earnestly. Very well, she agreed. A radiant smile blossomed on Lan Yixue's face as she readily agreed. After all, they had made ample preparations for this excursion, bringing sufficient food and water, and with dedicated personnel responsible for meal deliveries. Although the price was steep, it was not beyond their means. Thus, Zhang Xianjie continued his methodical stroll along the beach, appearing casual yet adhering to his own rhythm. He traversed horizontally back and forth before advancing upstream along the river. Perhaps fortune favored him, or perhaps this river truly held an abundance of Hetian jade. Within just half an hour, a familiar alarm resonated in his mind. Beep, 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 indicating a depth of 1.7 meters beneath his feet. Chapter 33. On such a splendid evening, should we engage in some activity? Hee, another fruitful endeavor. A euphoric smile illuminated Zhang Xianjie's face, as if he beheld an abundance of wealth beckoning to him. He promptly summoned Lan Yixue and Wu Yana to fetch tools, while he eagerly resumed wielding the iron shovel, laboring diligently in his excavation. Given the current circumstances, the day's yield was likely to exceed 2 million, perhaps even reaching 3 million or more. Lan Yixue, observing from the side, felt her admiration for Zhang Xianjie intensifying. She had never encountered someone as remarkable as him and had come to the resolute conclusion that if she wished to amass great fortune, she must closely align herself with Zhang Xianjie. She contemplated various strategies to cultivate a good relationship with him, ensuring that he received an ample share in their future mining endeavors. Only thus could they achieve a mutually beneficial outcome. This time, Zhang Xianjie's pace of excavation noticeably quickened. Within just over an hour, he unearthed a treasure, a piece of Hetian jade weighing approximately 1,000 grams, with a delicate, warm texture and a strikingly rich yellow skin, tinged with a hint of black. Undoubtedly, this was yet another exquisite specimen of Hetian jade. They promptly returned, only to be halted by a buyer en route, where Zhang Xianjie sold the 2 pieces of jade for a total of 7 million. Thus, his earnings for the day amounted to an impressive 2.7 million. Upon returning to the hotel, he indulged in a refreshing hot shower, washing away the fatigue and grime of the day. Following that, he dined sumptuously in the hotel restaurant. At this moment, Zhang Xianjie sat on his bed, engaging in a video call with Chen Yaoyao. "How was your harvest today?" Chen Yaoyao's sweet voice resonated from the phone screen, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Zhang Xianjie unreservedly shared his experiences and gains from the day. "Wow, your feng shui skills are truly extraordinary. Such substantial rewards," Chen Yaoyao exclaimed, her face instantly blossoming into a radiant smile, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring, her joy palpable in her sparkling eyes. The two conversed enthusiastically for about half an hour before reluctantly ending the call. At that moment, Lan Yixue gently pushed open Zhang Xianjie's door. She had just emerged from her bath, her lustrous black hair still slightly damp, cascading casually over her shoulders. Dressed in a fitted blue camisole dress that accentuated her alluring figure, she exuded sensuality and charm. A captivating fragrance enveloped her, akin to a walking Chanel perfume advertisement, leaving a trail of aroma in her wake. She approached the bedside and sat beside Zhang Xianjie without any hesitation, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she softly inquired, "Were you on the phone with your girlfriend?" "Not quite a girlfriend, merely a very close friend," Zhang Xianjie replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. His relationship with Chen Yaoyao is indeed rather intricate. They have never formally confessed their feelings for one another. Although there have been instances of subtle flirtation in their daily interactions, the disparity in their ages causes both to harbor reservations, fearing that prematurely shattering the fragile barrier between them might jeopardize their existing rapport, leaving them with no friendship at all. "By the way, you still don't have a girlfriend?" A flicker of surprise crossed Lan Yixue's eyes, accompanied by a hint of curiosity in her tone. "What is so strange about that? I'm only 23. "Not having a girlfriend is quite normal," Zhang Xianjie replied, rubbing his nose in an attempt to mask his inner anxiety. Lan Yixue was sitting so close, her fragrance enveloping him like an invisible force, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. For a young man of his vigor, such proximity was an irresistible temptation. What does age matter? What truly counts is your ability to create immense wealth. You are practically a super potential stock. Which beautiful woman wouldn't be captivated? They would likely pursue you fervently, Lan Yixue remarked with a gentle smile, one that seemed to conceal deeper meanings. "And what about you? Do you have a boyfriend?" Zhang Xianjie inquired with curiosity. "I'm only 26. I'm not looking for a boyfriend just yet," Lan Yixue replied with a smile. "At 26, you're still not seeking a boyfriend? Perhaps your standards are too high?" Zhang Xianjie mused silently, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, respecting her personal matters. "Currently, your endeavors in mining Hetian jade are indeed lucrative, potentially earning tens of millions each month. However, if you were to collaborate with me, simultaneously developing mountain materials while continuing to excavate seed materials, the profits would undoubtedly soar. What do you think?" Lan Yixue leaned slightly forward, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. "You make a compelling point," Zhang Xianjie conceded, acknowledging the foresight and practicality in her proposal. It appeared wise to first explore for mines and then return to excavate the Hetian jade independently, allowing him to discreetly accumulate the stones in his own space, thus enhancing convenience. "Then let us go prospecting tomorrow. If we discover a premium vein, we can allocate shares based on investment proportions. Plus, I will grant you an additional 5% in exploration shares." "How does that sound?" Lan Yixue suggested with anticipation. "How much investment is typically required for a vein?" Zhang Xianjie inquired, pleased with her proposal. "That depends on the depth of the vein. If it's not too deep, the investment isn't excessive, merely tens of millions. I believe, with your capabilities, this will pose no challenge," Lan Yixue assured him with a smile. "Then let us proceed with your proposed share distribution. It seems quite fair. You are truly genuine. I hope we can enjoy a long and pleasant collaboration," Zhang Xianjie responded, wholly reassured and immensely satisfied, accepting without a moment's hesitation. A spark of delight illuminated Lan Yixue's eyes, her smile blossoming even brighter. "Wonderful, Zhang Xianjie. I knew you were a straightforward person." Then, with a hint of shyness, she turned to Zhang Xianjie and asked, "On such a beautiful night, shouldn't we do something special?" "What?" Zhang Xianjie was momentarily taken aback, but his heart began to race, and his gaze gradually intensified, fixating on her. The woman before him embodies the pinnacle of maturity and beauty, exuding an alluring grace and an air of sophistication. Enveloped in a rich fragrance, what man could remain unmoved in her presence? Yet, Does her intention truly align with his assumptions? Could it be that he is misinterpreting her signals? Surely, she cannot be so frivolous. After all, Deng Gaoxing has remarked on her self-respect. I am not a woman of loose morals. To this day, I have not shared a bed with any man. Lan Yixue seems to perceive the thoughts swirling in Zhang Xianjie's mind, playfully casting him a sidelong glance. She rises in, before Zhang Xianjie, gracefully twirls, her skirt billowing. Raven locks cascading. The strap of her dress slips, revealing a flawless, enticing shoulder, a vision of exquisite beauty and endless temptation. Am I beautiful? Lan Yixue asks, her voice tinged with shyness. A beauty that rivals the finest blooms, eclipsing even the moon in its modesty, Zhang Xianjie marvels. Then why do you linger in silence? There is no obligation. Let us simply enjoy a splendid evening together, Lan Yixue chides playfully. Chapter 34. A Night of Bewilderment. How is this possible? Zhang Xianjie felt his throat constrict violently, his expression a tapestry of confusion and disbelief. The crystal chandelier above cast a mosaic of twinkling lights, illuminating the pearls adorning Lady Ixue's earlobes, yet accentuating the surreal mirth in her eyes. This radiant beauty, born into a prestigious family, exuded an innate air of nobility. Now gazed at him with those enchanting, flirtatious peach blossom eyes, uttering the desire to share a delightful evening together. His temples throbbed, and his heart raced uncontrollably. The memory of Lady Ixue's decisive demeanor clashed with her current softness, leaving him questioning the reality of the scene before him. A debutante, untouched by romance. Inexplicably surrendering herself to a man she had known for merely 3 days? Such absurdity rivaled the myths of instant wealth circulating in business circles. If this was indeed a scheme, the terms of their collaboration had long been established, with no current stakes or leverage to be found, rendering any motive elusive. The cool air from the air conditioning mingled with the faint rose scent enveloping Lady Ixue, yet it could not quell the heat rising in his neck. Desire stirred within him like a dormant beast, while reason fought desperately to restrain it. However, as her silky hair brushed against the back of his hand, and her shimmering eyes glazed over with a misty sheen, all hesitation disintegrated into ash. What man could resist such a divine encounter? Moreover, he had nothing to lose. At last, he extended his hand, moving with the delicacy of touching fragile glass, his fingertips barely grazing her dainty waist. Lady Ixue let out a soft sigh, her body yielding into his embrace, enveloping him in warmth. The sensation felt akin to silk warmed by water or the first thawing snow of spring. Radiating from their point of contact throughout his body, igniting his breath and making his heart pound fiercely against his chest. His gaze greedily traced her exquisite features. Her porcelain skin shimmered like pearls, her doe-like eyes veiled in a thin mist, and those luscious, rose-hued lips parted gently, releasing fragrant whispers. The surging desire nearly clouded his reason, yet a sliver of clarity remained. Why? Lady Ixue rose on her toes, her warm breath cascading against his ear. I have finally encountered a man whom I admire and cherish. He has yet to rise in fortune. Nor does he come from a prestigious background, making him unworthy of being my boyfriend. I do not wish to leave any regrets. So let us simply enjoy one or several beautiful nights together. Her voice, as sweet as honeyed silk, entwined around his final defenses, while the pearls upon her earlobes swayed gently, casting a mesmerizing halo before him. You are truly one of a kind, daring in love and hate. Zhang Xianjie's voice was hoarse, unfamiliar even to himself. Though I may not be worthy of being your boyfriend, I will love you well tonight. Before his words faded, he lowered his head and captured those enticing red lips in a kiss. Lady Ixue trembled as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Entwining like a vine, her inexperienced yet fervent response igniting a wildfire of passion. The gauzy curtains fluttered gently in the night breeze, while the flickering candlelight dances, causing garments to cascade like petals. The jade bracelet upon her wrist slips to the carpet, producing a clear, ringing sound, only to be swiftly engulfed by the intertwined breaths of the moment. Moonlight filters through the intricately carved window, casting a hazy silver glow upon the entwined figures. As the dawn breaks, piercing the thin mist, the delicate curtains are suffused with a honeyed hue. Zhang Xianjie awakens from his sweet slumber, and upon opening his eyes, he beholds the sleeping figure of Lan Yixue, nestled in his embrace. Her face still bears the vibrant blush of spring, rendering her exceptionally enchanting. The red roses upon the sheets serve as a poignant reminder of her innocence. The enchanting scenes of the previous night replay in his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. The events of last night remain our secret, known only to heaven and earth, you and I. Lan Yixue stirs awake, her cheeks flushed, gently reminding him. Is it only last night? Zhang Xianjie feels a twinge of reluctance. If I were in a better mood, I would continue this, but we are not a couple. Mind your words and actions, lest my uncle discovers the truth. He might take drastic measures. Lan Yixue does not refuse, yet her concern for Zhang Xianjie's safety lingers. After indulging in a sumptuous breakfast at the hotel, they hurriedly departed under the protection of their bodyguard, Wu Yana. According to their plan, they were to meet Lan Yixue's uncle, Lan Yuha, to inquire in detail about the development of the Hetian jade mountain mines. Throughout the journey, Lan Yixue introduced Zhang Xianjie to Lan Yuha's background, her words imbued with respect and trust. My uncle has navigated the local jade industry for many years, possessing extensive connections and profound experience. His understanding of the jade industry runs deep. With his guidance, we are sure to avoid many pitfalls in this mining venture. Zhang Xianjie listened attentively, nodding in acknowledgement, his heart brimmed with anticipation for their meeting. Soon, they arrived at Lan Yuha's office. Spacious and well-lit. The walls adorned with photographs of various jade raw stones and industry maps, while the desk overflowed with documents. Lan Yuha had been waiting for some time. Upon their entrance, he promptly rose to greet them. Tall and robust, with sharp facial features and eyes that exuded shrewdness and wisdom, he commanded an aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. Uncle, this is Zhang Xianjie, whom I mentioned to you. He is a master of feng shui and possesses remarkable skills in locating jade, Lan Yixue introduced with a smile. Lan Yuha scrutinized Zhang Xianjie momentarily, a glimmer of assessment in his gaze, before extending his hand with warmth. I have long heard of you. Yixue speaks highly of your unique talents. Indeed, you are quite the impressive individual. Zhang Xianjie quickly grasped Lan Yuha's hand, responding respectfully, Uncle Lan, you flatter me. I will rely on your guidance, as I am still a novice in the jade industry and have much to learn from you. After a round of pleasantries, they settled onto the sofa. Lan Yuha poured tea for them before addressing the matter at hand. I possess extensive knowledge concerning the mineral resources of that mountain range. However, developing a mine is no simple task. It requires significant initial investment, carries high risks, and involves intricate procedures, necessitating dealings with various departments. Have you truly considered this thoroughly? Lan Yixue cast a glance at Zhang Xianjie before resolutely stating, Uncle, we have made our decision. Zhang Xianjie possesses the technical expertise, and I have the financial resources. We are confident in our ability to execute this venture successfully and believe it will yield substantial wealth. Lan Yuha nodded slightly, acknowledging their resolve. Since you are determined, I shall elaborate on the specifics. I have conducted preliminary explorations regarding the orientation, depth, and jade reserves of this mineral vein. However, to attain precise mastery, further investigation is necessary. Additionally, we must meticulously plan every aspect of the extraction process, including safety concerns, personnel management, and sales channels. Subsequently, Lan Yuha expounded on the various stages of mineral development, covering geological structures, extraction equipment, personnel allocation, and market prospects with remarkable clarity. Zhang Xianjie and Lan Yixue listened intently, occasionally interjecting with inquiries, to which Lan Yuha responded with unwavering patience. Unbeknownst to them, the morning slipped away, as Lan Yuha's throat grew parched. He lifted his teacup and took several hearty sips. That is the general overview. Take your time to contemplate this further, and feel free to reach out with any questions. Chapter 35. The search for the ore vein. After departing from the office by the Blue Jade River, Zhang Xianjie and Lan Yixue, accompanied by a third companion, made their way to a restaurant for a meal. During their gathering, Lan Yixue expressed her excitement, stating, My uncle provided such intricate details, despite the formidable challenges. This project brims with opportunities. What is your perspective, Zhang Xianjie? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xianjie replied, Lan uncle's analysis is indeed astute. I have gleaned much from it. However, the next crucial step lies in utilizing geomancy to locate the ore veins precisely, determining both their position and scale, as this forms the very foundation of our endeavor. Absolutely, I possess unwavering confidence in your exploration capabilities, Lan Yixue remarked with a smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and trust. Once their meal concluded, they began preparing the tools and supplies necessary for the exploration. Lan Yixue contacted a professional geological survey company to rent essential equipment, designed to serve as a cover for their true intentions. Meanwhile, Zhang Xianjie meticulously studied the mountain maps provided by the Blue Jade River, charting their exploration route. With all preparations complete, they embarked on their journey to the Hetian Jade mountain range. As they traveled, the scenery outside the car window transitioned from bustling towns to undulating mountains and vast, unending deserts. Zhang Xianjie's emotions swelled with both tension and exhilaration. He understood the significance of this exploration, as it not only determined the success of his collaboration with Lan Yixue, but also influenced his future in the jade industry. At last, they arrived at their destination. Standing at the foot of the majestic mountains, Zhang Xianjie took a deep breath, silently motivating himself. I must succeed. Sensing his anxiety, Lan Yixue gently grasped his hand and reassured him. Do not worry. We will strive together. Turning to face her unwavering gaze, Zhang Xianjie felt a warmth surge within him and nodded firmly. Following their pre-planned route, they began their ascent along the mountain. Beep, 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 7 meters beneath their feet. Beep, 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 8 meters beneath their feet. As Zhang Xianjie pretended to hold the compass, alarms occasionally echoed in his mind, though not too frequently. Lan Yixue trailed closely behind him, holding an instrument and casually recording relevant data, feigning engagement in the exploration. Time passed slowly. The sun hung high in the sky, and its rays intensified, soaking their clothes with perspiration. Yet, neither of them displayed any intention of retreat. They remained wholly focused on their mining endeavors. Beep, 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 5 meters beneath their feet. 6 meters, 10 meters. Suddenly, the alarms crescendoed into a chorus. Deeper detection was impossible. Undoubtedly, they had encountered a rich or vein. Zhang Xianjie halted, a look of astonishment gracing his face. I can feel it. The geomancy here is exceptional, and it is highly likely that we have stumbled upon a top-tier or vein. Hearing this, Lan Yixue and Wu Yana rushed over, brimming with excitement. Is that true? How wonderful. However, just as they reveled in their joy, a cacophony of noises emerged from the distance. Zhang Xianjie and Lan Yixue turned to see a group of individuals approaching, led by a towering man with a brutish visage, his eyes gleaming with malice and avarice. The group of individuals moved with an urgent pace, stirring up clouds of dust from the ground. As they approached, Zhang Xianjie discerned that the leading man bore an intricate tattoo of a ferocious azure dragon on his arm, clad in a tight-fitting black vest, with muscular arms that seemed poised for an imminent assault. Following him were 7 or 8 men of varying physiques, some wielding clubs while others brandished daggers at their waists, clearly not benign characters. What are you three doing here? This is our territory, the tattooed man bellowed, his voice laced with arrogance. Lan Yixue gripped the instrument tightly in her hands, perplexed, and replied, We weren't informed that this area was claimed. Nor did my uncle mention it. Zhang Xianjie took a deep breath, stepping forward to assert, We are here to conduct a legitimate geological survey with proper documentation. As he spoke, he retrieved the prepared documents from his bag. The tattooed man dismissed the papers without a glance, letting out a derisive snort. Documentation? In these mountains, I am the authority. If you wish to survey, then you must pay a toll. Laughter erupted from his companions, heightening the tension in the air. Fury simmered within Zhang Xianjie, yet he understood that acting impulsively was unwise. This group was comprised of genuine local bullies. Engaging them in a fight would lead to endless complications for mining operations in the future. Meanwhile, Lan Yixue discreetly opened her phone, tapping the screen in an attempt to send a distress message to Lan Yuhe, but the mountain's unreliable signal hindered her efforts, and the message failed to transmit. Brother, we are merely ordinary surveyors with little money. How about this? If we confirm the presence of mineral veins here, we can employ locals for future mining operations. Zhang Xianjie endeavored to sound sincere. Such sweet words. How do I know you aren't trying to deceive me? If you don't cough up 100 to 200,000 today, don't even think about leaving, the tattooed man retorted, stepping closer, while his lackeys encroached as well. A sense of dread enveloped Zhang Xianjie. He realized that this situation would not end peacefully. He discreetly shifted the compass to his left hand, while his right hand subtly prepared for any sudden developments. Wu Yana, the bodyguard of Lan Yixue, was also ready for combat. Just as the standoff reached an impasse, the distant sound of engines roared to life. Everyone turned to see several vehicles racing towards them. Upon stopping, Lan Yuhe exited swiftly, followed by several uniformed individuals. Wang Matzi, what scheme are you concocting here again? Lan Yuhe reprimanded loudly, his gaze exuding authority. The tattooed man, referred to as Wang Matzi, visibly paled at the sight of Lan Yuhe, yet he feigned bravado as he responded, Boss Lan. These three are wandering about in my territory. I must inquire about their intentions. This is my niece, and they are conducting legitimate mineral exploration with all necessary permits. If you continue to cause trouble, I won't let you off easily, Lan Yuhe stated with firm conviction. Upon hearing this, Wang Matzi's expression faltered slightly, but he still begrudgingly countered, Boss Lan, You know the rules of the mountains. Shouldn't we grant the brothers a little something? Lan Yue furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, suggested, how about this? Once the mineral vein is confirmed for development, I will arrange some transportation tasks for you. Would that suffice? Wang Matzi hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. All right, considering your standing, I shall overlook today's incident. With that, he departed with his subordinates. Seeing Lan Yue, Lan Yixue expressed her grievances. Uncle, why didn't you inform us that there was a local power broker? Lan Yue comforted her by patting her shoulder. It is entirely my fault for not foreseeing this and failing to mention Wang Matzi's presence to you beforehand. Zhang Xianjie also breathed a sigh of relief and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Lan. Your timely arrival has spared us from an uncertain predicament. Lan Yue gazed at them solemnly and advised. The situation in these mountains is intricate. In the future, should you encounter similar matters, do not panic. Contact me immediately. Since we have established the presence of mineral vein indications here, we must expedite our efforts to confirm it and secure the mining rights at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 36. Absorbing the spiritual energy of the mine and upgrading the right foot. Once Lan Yue departed, Zhang Xianjie resumed his exploration of the mine. He first circled the vicinity with meticulous attention before setting off in a determined direction. Beep, 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 5 meters, 6 meters, 7 meters, 8 meters, 9 meters, 10 meters. The alarm echoed incessantly, creating a symphony of sound. In an instant, Zhang Xianjie comprehended that he was standing atop a subterranean vein rich with an abundance of Hetian jade. However, merely confirming the existence of the vein was far from sufficient. The pressing matter at hand was to ascertain the quality of these precious jades. Manifestation. Zhang Xianjie inhaled deeply, focusing all his concentration as he solemnly recited the enigmatic command within his mind. In that fleeting moment, a mysterious and potent force surged forth, unveiling the conditions of the Hetian jade lying 5 to 10 meters beneath him, as if an invisible hand had lifted the veil of secrecy, vividly depicting lifelike images in his consciousness. Before his eyes lay an array of jade stones weighing dozens, even over 100 pounds, akin to slumbering spirits beneath the earth, radiating a soft and enchanting luster. Almost every piece of jade exhibited the warm, delicate texture reminiscent of sheep fat white jade, pure and immaculate, resembling the most pristine snowflakes of winter. Moreover, their surfaces were largely adorned with a layer of golden skin, akin to sunlight cascading upon a blanket of white snow, shimmering brilliantly, a sight to behold. Incredibly, these were indeed exquisite Hetian jades, connected in a vast expanse. Prosperity was within reach. Zhang Xianjie's eyes gleamed with fervent excitement, as if he could envision an avalanche of wealth cascading toward him. It must be said, the miraculous manifestation ability was remarkably convenient. Without it, discerning the quality of the jade would have necessitated an immense investment of time and energy, potentially requiring a host of complex professional tools and navigating numerous arduous challenges to uncover the truth. In the ensuing 2 days, Zhang Xianjie embodied the tireless spirit of an explorer, wholly devoted to the in-depth investigation of this vein. He labored diligently, traversing the area repeatedly, meticulously measuring and recording every detail without overlooking a single aspect. At long last, through his relentless efforts, he successfully determined the approximate length and width of the vein, around 5 kilometers long and 20 meters wide. Yet, the depth of the vein remained an enigma, shrouded in darkness and elusive. As of now, it was confirmed that traces of the vein existed within the 5 to 10 meter range beneath his feet. Lan Yue, I intend to dig a hole here, approximately 5 meters deep. Please keep an eye on the surroundings, and notify me immediately should anyone approach, Zhang Xianjie murmured, his voice low and his expression grave, addressing Lan Yue and his bodyguard, Wiana. During the previous exploration, the spiritual energy within the confined space had been severely depleted, and replenishment was urgently needed. Excavating the vein would not only allow for the absorption of the spiritual energy contained within, but could also facilitate further exploration of the vein's deeper mysteries. Understood. Lan Yue and Wu Yana exchanged a glance, nodding earnestly, their faces reflecting a shared sense of anticipation. Despite carrying exploration tools, these implements served more as a guise than anything else. In this journey of mining, rife with uncertainty and challenges, they were acutely aware that their true hope rested upon the extraordinary and unique abilities of Zhang Xianjie. Without hesitation, Zhang Xianjie promptly retrieved his tools and commenced digging. Here, beneath the thick layers of earth, the task was considerably less daunting than excavating on the riverbank. Gripping the shovel tightly, Each swing exuded immense power, causing the soil to yield beneath his efforts. As the excavation deepened, Wuyana seamlessly assisted, hoisting the earth Zhang Xianjie unearthed into bags. At that moment, Zhang Xianjie displayed strength akin to that of a mighty ox, as if endowed with boundless energy. Through his relentless toil, within a mere 3 hours, a 5-meter deep pit emerged, revealing the hidden Hetian jade vein beneath the ground, akin to a bashful maiden slowly unveiling her mysterious veil. Before them lay the coveted mutton-fat jade, its texture smooth and delicate, the golden skin glimmering under the sun's radiance, a breathtaking sight. Zhang Xianjie could hardly contain himself and gently placed his foot upon the precious stone. In an instant, a potent aura surged forth like a torrential tide from the Hetian jade, flooding into his being. This energy seemed almost alive, swiftly coursing through his meridians, invigorating every cell as if celebrating a rejuvenating baptism. Simultaneously, within the enigmatic small space inside him, the energy grew denser, gradually taking on a liquid form, as though on the verge of coalescing into a spiritual spring. Clearly, the Hetian jade within this vein was tightly interlinked, forming an extensive and complete network of spiritual energy. At this moment, Zhang Xianjie was undoubtedly absorbing the quintessence of the entire vein's energy. Just as he reveled in this exquisite sensation, a deafening roar erupted within him, reminiscent of the primordial sound at the dawn of creation. To his astonishment, he discovered that his inner space had rapidly expanded like a balloon, doubling in size. The once 3-meter diameter sphere transformed into a vast expanse of 6 meters. Concurrently, Zhang Xianjie inexplicably realized that the distance he could detect treasures with his right foot had also doubled. What once spanned a 10-meter range now extended to 20 meters. This sudden and monumental change left Zhang Xianjie utterly astounded, as if he were ensnared in a fantastical dream. My goodness, my small space can upgrade? And my detection range can also enhance? Zhang Xianjie's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a portrait of shock and incredulity. However, before he could fully grasp this remarkable surprise, the energy within his small space was swiftly depleted, akin to a flood breaching its dam. However, the spiritual energy from the mind continued to flow into the small space, akin to an everlasting spring, gradually enriching the aura within. Regrettably, it was not long before the spiritual energy from the mind began to dwindle, no longer capable of providing sufficient power for the further enhancement of the small space. Nevertheless, the incessant alarm echoed in Zhang Xianjie's mind, beeping persistently, indicating depths of 0 meters, 1 meter, and 18 meters. This urgent sound seemed to whisper an astonishing secret to him. Astonishingly, there lay a vein of, or measuring, an impressive 18 meters in thickness. Zhang Xianjie was overwhelmed with joy. This discovery far exceeded his expectations, stirring his elation like a surging tide, impossible to quell. Chapter 37. The Establishment of Xuejue Yusher Company. Limited. How is it? Standing at the edge of the pit, Lan Yixue slightly bent forward, gazing with concern at Zhang Xianjie, who remained motionless at the bottom, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Let's discuss it later, Zhang Xianjie replied, glancing up at her momentarily. He then swiftly began to clear the surrounding soil, carefully capturing several photographs of the jade beneath his feet, eager to immortalize this precious moment. After taking the pictures, he hoisted his tools up with a rope, then firmly grasped the edges of the deep pit with both hands. With remarkable agility, akin to a nimble monkey or a sprightly raccoon, he rapidly climbed to the top. He seems far stronger than I am. Witnessing this scene, Wuyana couldn't help but feel a pang of inadequacy wash over her. As soon as Zhang Xianjie emerged from the pit, he continued his labor without pause. He meticulously filled the deep pit with the previously excavated soil, compacting each shovelful vigorously to ensure its firmness. Next, he procured a piece of grass turf and carefully covered the filled ground, making it blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment. He then arranged several stones with great care, camouflaging the area. After his diligent efforts, it was impossible to detect that a 5-meter deep pit had once existed from any angle. Once he completed this task, Zhang Xianjie took a moment to draw a detailed map. He understood that such a prime mining vein was exceedingly rare in the world, akin to a pearl lost in the vast ocean, immensely precious. Therefore, he silently resolved not to continue blindly exploring other veins. The immediate priority was to secure mining rights here, firmly grasping this treasure in his hands. Upon returning to their residence, Zhang Xianjie sat across from Lan Yixue, the atmosphere slightly tense. Yixue, this mining vein is truly top tier. If we manage to secure it, we could potentially earn billions. Zhang Xianjie spoke earnestly, elaborating on the particulars of the mining vein to Lan Yixue. This was not only an exchange of information but also a subtle test of her commitment to their previous collaboration. He sought to gauge whether her attitude had shifted regarding their partnership. Though they had already shared an intimate night, previous text has been modified. And the experience was extraordinarily delightful. She had no intention of entering a romantic relationship with him or marrying him. For now, it was merely a fleeting romance. If Lan Yixue could uphold her promise, their future collaboration would undoubtedly be bright. Conversely, if she wavered, even if they successfully developed this vein, it would be impossible for him to find another vein of such quality for partnership. That sounds wonderful. Lan Yixue's face instantly blossomed with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The depth of this mining vein is not too great, and it runs along the mountain, making it relatively easy to develop. Let us each invest 15 million. You will hold 55 of the shares, while I will have 45. I will manage all affairs during the development process. And you can continue to focus on treasure hunting. Please, trust me, I would never embezzle a single penny, nor would I engage in any actions that could jeopardize your interests. However, our profits may not be as substantial as you envision, given the exorbitant taxes involved. She then meticulously elaborated to Zhang Xianjie on the taxation associated with the mining of Hetian jade. The process encompasses various taxes, primarily resource tax and mining rights transfer revenue, among others. It is exceedingly complex, laden with numerous details. Zhang Xianjie felt somewhat overwhelmed, yet through Lan Yixue's detailed explanations, he gained a thorough understanding. Soon, the two officially signed a collaboration agreement, a sturdy bridge that tightly bound them together as they embarked on a journey filled with opportunities and challenges. They swiftly took action, establishing their own company, aptly named Xueji Jade Development Limited, and commenced intensive preparations for their subsequent plans. Lan Yixue busily reached out, leveraging her connections to prepare for the application for mining rights, while Zhang Xianjie diligently studied mining strategies, aiming for absolute precision. However, just as they believed everything was progressing favorably, new challenges emerged. During the application for mining rights, they faced malicious obstruction from competitors, who employed various tactics to delay the approval process, attempting to dissuade them from pursuing their goals. Zhang Xianjie and Lan Yixue sat in their office, gazing at the towering stack of documents and the stagnant approval progress, their brows furrowed in concern. Lan Yixue exclaimed in frustration, "These individuals are utterly unreasonable. We clearly meet all requirements, yet they deliberately complicate matters. We cannot sit idly by. We must take the initiative. Let's consult Uncle Lan to see if he has any solutions." Zhang Xianjie replied. In the days that followed, they tirelessly sought resolutions to their challenges. Throughout this process, they found themselves resting on several occasions, their collaborative friendship and budding affection deepening unbeknownst to them, with trust and reliance reaching new heights. Ultimately, through their relentless efforts, a breakthrough occurred in the mining rights approval process. After a series of communications and negotiations, the relevant authorities finally granted their application. At the moment they received the mining rights certificate, Zhang Xianjie and Lan Yixue embraced each other with exhilaration, their sacrifices and hard work crystallizing into tears of joy. The subsequent steps were straightforward: recruiting skilled mining personnel, acquiring advanced mining equipment, and establishing comprehensive sales channels. With the assistance of the seasoned Lan Yuha, these tasks became a mere trifle. Thus, Zhang Xianjie could now gracefully step back, refocusing his energy on the Yulong Kashgar River to unearth the invaluable Hetian jade seed material. A prudent decision, indeed. After all, upon that riverbank, leveraging his unique abilities, he could amass millions, if not more, in a single day. Such bountiful rewards were undeniably exhilarating, igniting fervor and anticipation within his heart. Zhang Xianjie, rest assured that I shall meticulously prepare all manner of reports, enabling you to have an intimate understanding of the company's operational status at any moment. I am determined to exert my utmost efforts to ensure that you, as our esteemed leader, reap the most substantial profits. With a heart full of reluctance, Lan Yixue tightly embraced Zhang Xianjie, earnestly making her promise. I have unwavering faith in your character and am confident that we can forge ahead together in a long-lasting partnership. Over the next decade or two, we shall undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of billionaires, if not trillionaires, through the mining of jade. Zhang Xianjie gently patted Lan Yixue's delicate shoulder, his gaze reflecting unreserved trust. Throughout their days of striving side by side, he had genuinely come to appreciate Lan Yixue's noble character and exceptional abilities. In his eyes, she was undoubtedly an outstanding partner. It was her sincere invitation that had compelled him to boldly venture into the jade industry and establish Jieshui Company, whose future gleamed like the rising sun, radiating vibrant vitality and boundless hope, truly filling him with anticipation. Thus, Zhang Xianjie regarded Lan Yixue as a benefactor on his life's journey. From another perspective, his remarkable mineral exploration skills had equally opened the door to wealth for Lan Yixue, making them mutual benefactors. Promise me you'll find a gentle, virtuous, beautiful, and affectionate girlfriend soon. I worry you might burst from pent-up emotions, Lan Yixue whispered softly into Zhang Xianjie's ear. Just don't be jealous in the future. Zhang Xianjie replied half-jokingly as he dragged his suitcase, preparing to depart. At that moment, Lan Yixue drove up, saying, Zhang Xianjie, I would like to ask you for a favor. Chapter 38. Troubles at Lan Yu River. It turned out that the mine owned by Lan Yu River was nearly depleted, and the question of which direction to dig next had become a perplexing dilemma before him. He had contracted the mining rights for the entire mountain and was eagerly hoping that Zhang Xianjie could employ his mystical geomantic techniques to pinpoint the location of another vein. This would allow for a targeted approach, thereby avoiding the futile waste of manpower and resources. After all, conventional exploration equipment paled in comparison to Zhang Xianjie's remarkable mining capabilities, significantly undermining their reliability. Initially, Lan Yu River had his doubts, but after hearing numerous extraordinary tales about Zhang Xianjie from his niece, Lan Yu Yixue, and witnessing the stunning photograph of a prime mineral vein taken by Zhang, his skepticism had diminished considerably. No problem. Zhang Xianjie was not the least bit displeased. Instead, he felt a surge of inner delight. This was an exceptional opportunity for him to showcase his extraordinary abilities, thereby solidifying the partnership with Lan Yu Yixue. He had no desire for any future complications in their collaboration. In his view, as long as Uncle Lan Yu remained astute, he would surely encourage Lan Yu Yixue to maintain a long-term partnership with him, leading to a shared fortune. Thus, without hesitation, Zhang Xianjie stepped into Lan Yu River's vehicle. The car sped away, quickly arriving at the mining site. Before them lay a mountain of moderate size, stretching over several kilometers, its grandeur quite impressive. However, it had been ravaged by extensive excavation, leaving a gaping wound in the landscape, a vast pit several kilometers long, dozens of meters wide, and nearly 20 meters deep, resembling a grotesque scar upon the earth. Zhang Xianjie remained calm, ostentatiously retrieving his compass and began to traverse the mountain with agile strides. His treasure-seeking depth had now increased to 20 meters, making the exploration process considerably more efficient. He moved with the grace of a black lightning bolt through the forest, effortlessly leaping over rocks several meters high with a mere bound. Lan Yu River, witnessing Zhang Xianjie's athletic prowess, felt a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. The bodyguard beside him was equally filled with admiration. Approximately 3 hours later, Zhang Xianjie descended from the mountain, holding a meticulously crafted map detailing the hidden distribution of mineral veins within. There were a total of 5 veins in the mountain. Among them, for yielded jade of average quality, with the texture of Hetian jade appearing somewhat coarse. Nevertheless, even within these, there were exceptional specimens of Hetian jade. After all, the quality of jade produced by any vein varied, albeit with differing proportions. One vein, however, could be confidently identified as premium quality, albeit at a depth of approximately 15 meters. Let us dig a hole for further verification, Zhang Xianjie asserted with conviction, his eyes gleaming with confidence. In truth, his actions held a deeper significance. Firstly, he sought to absorb the spiritual essence from the exquisite mineral vein to replenish the energy expended during the recent exploration. Secondly, he aimed to seize this opportunity to once again showcase his remarkable abilities, thereby securing his standing in the jade industry. If his assertions were indeed accurate, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Lu Yuhe, harboring a mix of skepticism and anticipation, was eager to validate Zhang Xianjie's claims. He swiftly gathered a team, equipped with various tools, and set off with Zhang Xianjie to the location of the 5th mineral vein. They commenced digging beneath a small tree, planning to excavate to a depth of 15 meters, where they would unveil the true visage of the premium Hetian jade. Zhang Xianjie pointed steadily at a swaying sapling, his voice calm and authoritative. I find it hard to believe that such superior Hetian jade lies 15 meters below. The onlookers expressed their doubts. Yet, out of respect for Zhang Xianjie or obedience to Lu Yuhe's command, they refrained from voicing their skepticism and instead sprang into action, fervently wielding their tools to excavate. This time, Zhang Xianjie need not lift a finger. He relished a moment of leisure atop a large boulder. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it leisurely. and inhaled deeply, the white smoke curling around him, adding an air of mystery to his presence. Blue Yuha settled beside him, engaging in casual conversation. However, a keen observer would discern that Blue Yuha's thoughts were far from the dialogue, his eyes reflecting a blend of anxiety and anticipation. Should there truly be a premium Hetian jade vein concealed here, he would be on the brink of a financial windfall, potentially reaping billions, if not tens of billions. While the other mineral veins offered slightly lesser profits, they still held considerable extraction value. The only concern lingered. Was Zhang Xianjie's judgment indeed sound? As time slipped away amidst the hurried and tense excavation, a full day elapsed until nightfall enveloped the surroundings in darkness, marking the completion of the 15-meter-deep shaft. To minimize labor, the excavation was executed with remarkable narrowness, resembling the work of grave robbers. Among the workers were two individuals, one named Rat and the other Flea, whose digging techniques were notably adept, their movements swift and precise, indicative of seasoned experience. Zhang Xianjie could not help but admire them, feeling he had gleaned numerous practical excavation techniques from their expertise. "Boss, the hole is ready, down below." Rat emerged from the shaft, his body caked in mud, appearing quite disheveled, and his excitement rendered his speech stammering. "What's down there?" Blue Yuha, anxious and impatient, rushed forward, gripping Rat's shoulders tightly, shaking him vigorously while eagerly inquiring. "It's a grand tomb." Rat began to speak, but abruptly snapped back to reality, slapping himself sharply across the face. "I misspoke. It's truly a premium Hetian jade vein down there." Flea is still working below, attempting to extract a piece of Hetian jade. "Boss, please remain calm." Soon, a basket laden with heavy materials was slowly hoisted up. Within the basket lies an exquisite piece of Hetian jade, weighing no less than 30 pounds. Its texture is warm and delicate, reminiscent of mutton fat, and the surface is adorned with a golden skin that glimmers enchanting reflections under the dim light. Each intricate vein appears to narrate tales of time gone by. Merely caressing it allows one to experience an unparalleled sense of comfort, as if all the weariness and worries of the world could dissipate in that singular moment. Chapter 39. Return to Wengang. Xin Yaoao contemplates confession. Behold, the exquisite and exceptional Hetian jade. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their astonishment palpable in the air. Particularly, Lan Yuha, in a fit of fervor, rushed forward to embrace the precious stone, clutching it tightly to his chest, as if it were his very life savings, his face alight with ecstatic joy, as though he were lost in a dream. The value of this singular stone exceeded 1 million, a fortune so immense it was impossible not to be overwhelmed with delight. Subsequently, all eyes filled with awe and admiration turned towards Zhang Xianjie. At that moment, Zhang Xianjie remained composed, as if this revelation was entirely anticipated. The crowd marveled in hushed tones, recognizing him as a rare master of feng shui, capable of discerning the hidden Hetian jade veins deep beneath the earth with nothing but a compass. And this extraordinary vein lay concealed 15 meters below the surface. Such miraculous prowess commanded profound respect. "Master Zhang, your abilities are truly astonishing. I am in complete awe of you," Lan Yuha finally remarked, having regained his composure from the initial euphoria. "I merely possess a modest understanding of feng shui and a few unique insights." "It is hardly worth mentioning," Zhang Xianjie replied, his smile humble and serene, devoid of any arrogance. His understated demeanor only served to deepen the respect and admiration he garnered from those around him. Zhang Xianjie was acutely aware that Lan Yuha had been thoroughly impressed. He would forever stand by his side, solidifying the future collaboration with Lan Ixue, no longer inclined to be polite. Zhang Xianjie first absorbed the spiritual energy emanating from the jade stone, then descended into the pit to excavate further, revealing another piece of Hetian jade. As he stepped upon it, a rich stream of spiritual energy surged into him, initiating a profound rejuvenation. His body quivered slightly, a look of utter bliss gracing his features, as if he were in a realm of the divine. Most of the spiritual energy entered a small space within him, replenishing the energy expended during the exploration, and leaving an excess that rendered the internal reservoir abundantly rich, as if on the verge of birthing a spiritual rain. Beep, 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 1 meter, 3 meters, 7 meters, 9 meters. Concurrently, an incessant alarm echoed in Zhang Xianjie's mind, akin to a rhythmic drumbeat, announcing the depth and distribution of the vein. Once the energy was fully absorbed, Zhang Xianjie ascended and smiled, saying, "Uncle He, the thickness of this extraordinary vein is approximately 9 meters. 9 meters? That is indeed astonishing. It appears I am truly destined for great fortune." Lan Yuha's face blossomed once more with a jubilant smile. based on Zhang Xianjie's markings. The vein measured 15 meters in width and stretched to 8 kilometers in length. Coupled with the 9-meter depth, the wealth contained within this vein was incalculable. That evening, Lan Yuha graciously hosted a lavish banquet for Zhang Xianjie at the most luxurious hotel in the area. The rich, fragrant wine swirls in the glass, exuding an irresistible aroma. The exquisite dishes, a feast for the senses, tempt with their vibrant colors and enticing flavors. After several rounds of toasting, Lan Yua's cheeks flushed slightly, imbued with a hint of inebriation, as he chuckled and remarked, "Master Zhang, I perceive that Yishui harbors quite an affection for you. Do you two have any intentions of furthering your relationship?" Yishui, merely 3 years Zhang's senior, embodies the adage. A woman 3 years older is akin to a gold brick. I believe the two of you are remarkably well matched. Well, Yishui currently has no desire for a boyfriend. As for myself, being only 23, I am in no rush for such matters. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xianjie felt a slight flush of embarrassment, finding himself unable to decline directly. Throughout their time together, he had been thoroughly pleased with both Yishui's character and appearance, and their close interaction that evening had fostered a genuine understanding. However, he had concealed his feelings too well, leaving Lan Yuha oblivious. To his astonishment, Lan Yuha, upon witnessing his formidable prowess, not only supported his potential romance with Yishui, but seemed to encourage it. Regrettably, Yishui was an extraordinary woman. She appeared to have no inclination towards romance, nor did she contemplate marriage. Ultimately, the bond between Zhang and Yishui was not one to be forced. Whether fate would allow their relationship to flourish further remained uncertain. Moreover, Zhang was destined to traverse the world in search of treasures, leaving little time for romantic entanglements. To be confined in one place would be to squander the extraordinary gift of treasure-seeking bestowed upon him. Thus, he too would not impose. He remained as carefree as Yishui. The following morning, sunlight bathed the earth, cloaking all in a golden radiance. Zhang Xianjie packed his belongings, preparing to take his leave. Lan Yuha insisted on gifting him the first piece of exquisite Hetian jade unearthed from the prime mining vein, as a token of gratitude. Despite Zhang's repeated refusals, he could not withstand Lan Yua's earnest hospitality and ultimately accepted it. He had already devised a plan to discreetly stow this precious stone in his personal space at an opportune moment. After all, his personal space, boasting a diameter of 6 meters, was spacious enough to accommodate numerous and valuable treasures. After bidding farewell to Lan Yuha, Zhang Xianjie called Yishui to inform her of his departure. "Yishui, I'm leaving now to excavate Hetian jade. The company is entirely in your capable hands. Thank you for assisting my uncle with the mining. You've rendered him an immense service. As for the company, rest assured, await your transformation into a billionaire," came Yishui's melodious voice through the phone. Thus, Zhang Xianjie proceeded to the Yulong Cache River, where he spent a month excavating Hetian jade. He discreetly sold nearly 20 million worth of jade, with still dozens of pieces remaining in his space. In essence, this journey to Xinjiang had not only yielded a company with boundless prospects but had also left his financial status unchanged, alongside a treasure trove of Hetian jade worth several million. Additionally, he had gained Yishui as a confidant. It was indeed a remarkable windfall. Without further delay, he boarded a plane back to Wengang, forsaking any return to Shaoshui village, where he felt no attachment, and instead headed directly to Chen Yaoyao's residence. At this moment, it was approximately 8 o'clock in the evening. As Chen Yaoyao opened the door, her eyes immediately fell upon Zhang Xianjie, and her face lit up with delight as she embraced him tightly. "You returned without even a phone call. I wanted to surprise you," Zhang Xianjie replied, gently wrapping his arms around her, inhaling the subtle fragrance that enveloped her, feeling an immense joy swell within him. "Indeed, you have surprised me." With a radiant smile, Chen Yaoyao invited him to sit on the sofa and poured him a cup of tea, curiously inquiring, "So, how much did you earn this time in Xinjiang?" "Primarily, I partnered with Lan Yishui to establish a jade company. Additionally, I personally excavated some Hetian jade, which is valued at several tens of millions," Zhang Xianjie chuckled. "Have you not become a tycoon then? If I were to confess my feelings for you now, would it still be timely?" Chen Yaoyao asked, her face a picture of astonishment, her tone laced with playful jest. Chapter 40. I shall go and court your sister. Why not simply confess your feelings to find out the outcome? Zhang Xianjie jested, his tone lighthearted. Absolutely not. Do you think I want to lose face if rejected? Besides, we are truly incompatible. I am 5 years your senior. I am in urgent need of a suitable man to marry, while you, being so youthful, surely do not wish to tie the knot just yet? Moreover, You will soon be heading to Yanjing, and we will not even be in the same city. Qin Yaoyao hesitated for a moment before shaking her head in denial. Why can't you be as carefree as Lan Ishui? Zhang Xianjie amused to himself, feeling a twinge of regret. He was genuinely captivated by Qin Yaoyao's allure and beauty. His return was solely to spend time with her, longing for the cherished memories of the past. With that expression, are you perhaps yearning for a night with me, yet unwilling to take responsibility? Qin Yaoyao shot him a penetrating glare, feeling a sense of disappointment at his lack of success. Are you reading minds? Zhang Xianjie exclaimed, astonished as he regarded Qin Yaoyao as if she were a peculiar creature. It seems I was correct in my assumption. However, there is no need for you to feel regret. I can introduce you to my sister, Qin Shishir. She graduated from Yinjing University and is currently working there. At 23, she earns a monthly salary of 50,000 and is even more beautiful and alluring than I am. You will undoubtedly find her to your liking. Once you arrive in Yinjing, I will arrange for you two to meet. But Zhang Xianjie was left dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. He had always known Qin Yaoyao had a vivid imagination, but this was another level entirely. Do not say another word. I understand your implication. Are you feeling quite pent up? You do wish to spend the night with me, don't you? Just hold out for one more night. You will be in Yanjing tomorrow and can meet her then. With your exceptional qualities, you will surely win her heart in no time, alleviating your current discomfort. Qin Yaoyao consoled him bashfully. Goodness. Zhang Xianjie nearly fainted. Qin Yaoyao's imagination was too wild. He needed to steer the conversation away from this awkward territory. Quickly pulling out a piece of exquisite Hetian jade the size of a volleyball, he smiled and said, Sister, this is a splendid piece of Hetian jade I specifically selected for you. Do you like it? I adore it. Qin Yaoyao clutched the jade tightly to her chest, her eyes misting over. Such a wonderful man. Yet she could not walk hand in hand with him into the sanctity of marriage. It was a lamentable situation. However, if he were to become her brother-in-law, that would not be too bad either. Suddenly, Zhang Xianjie's phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he noticed it was a somewhat familiar number, Lu Tianshan, the owner of Tianshan Jewelry, who had previously purchased his chicken oil yellow jadeite. Hello, Zhang Xianjie. Lu Tianshan's voice resonated through the phone. Next month, our company will be going to Myanmar for stone gambling, and we are in need of a stone gambling consultant. The position offers a monthly salary of 50,000. Without the obligation to report to the office daily, you would only need to travel to Myanmar once a year to bid for stones. If the stones you bring back appreciate significantly, there will be bonuses and even profit sharing. Do you truly have such faith in my skills? Zhang Xianjie replied, his face a mask of astonishment. Upon his return this time, he intended to accompany Qin Yaoyao for a few days before heading to Yinjing to procure a passport, followed by a trip to Myanmar for stone gambling. Unfortunately, his funds were limited, preventing him from purchasing many raw stones. However, as a gambling consultant, he could earn a commission, allowing him to leverage his resources wisely. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. If one were to win 3 consecutive bets, it would signify exceptional gambling skills, and I have faith in you. So, what do you say? Are you willing to accept? I am. And I shall come to Yanjing in the next couple of days. After concluding the call, Zhang Xianjie dialed his mother, Su Shui. Mom, I plan to return to Yanjing. That is wonderful. I have good news to share with you as well, but I will tell you once you arrive in Yanjing. Su Shui's excited voice resonated through the phone. Thus, Zhang Xianjie booked a flight to Yanjing for the following day. The next day, the afternoon sun streamed through the gaps in the window, gently bathing the room in a delicate golden hue. At 3 in the afternoon, Qin Yaoyao entered gracefully, her hands laden with bags filled with fresh vegetables and alluring fruits, bursting at the seams. As she stepped into the living room, she immediately spotted Zhang Xianjie seated quietly on the sofa, engrossed in a book about stone gambling. The pages turned softly beneath his fingertips, producing a subtle rustling sound. Have you prepared your luggage? Qin Yaoyao inquired with a gentle smile. Yes, I have, Zhang Xianjie replied, his gaze shifting from the pages to Qin Yaoyao, tinged with a hint of reluctance. The two shared an early dinner together. Qin Yaoyao drove Zhang Xianjie to the airport. Being a Sunday, it was quite convenient. Shall I have my sister pick you up from the airport? Qin Yaoyao asked, her hands expertly gripping the steering wheel as she glanced at Zhang Xianjie, a mischievous glint in her eyes. No, I need to go to my mom's first. Let me settle in before we make any plans, Zhang Xianjie quickly declined. Aren't you just bursting to explode? Qin Yaoyao teased, rolling her eyes at him. That's just your imagination. I'm not. Zhang Xianjie chuckled, scratching his head in exasperation. Before long, they arrived at the airport. Chen Yaoyao parked the car steadily at the entrance, and they both alighted, standing at the bustling airport entrance to bid farewell. Amidst the throngs of people, the sound of rolling luggage wheels and conversations intertwined, yet at that moment, it seemed as if only they existed in each other's eyes. With tears glistening in her eyes, Chen Yaoyao stood on her tiptoes, embracing Zhang Xianjie tightly, her voice slightly choked with emotion. Once you're in Yanjing, please take care of yourself. Even though we cannot be husband and wife, I hope you can be my brother-in-law. This way, you will still have a reason to look after me, and I will have an excuse to care for you. Sister, you must take care of yourself too. Actually, I really like you. Zhang Xianjie felt a wave of reluctance wash over him as he gently held Chen Yaoyao, unable to let her go. Though their acquaintance was brief, within the short span of time, they seemed to have become each other's most intimate friends. In truth, had Chen Yaoyao not been 5 years senior to Zhang Xianjie, there existed a considerable possibility that they might have evolved into romantic partners. At last, Zhang Xianjie released Chen Yaoyao, pulling his suitcase as he stepped through the airport entrance. However, he turned his head back and, with a reluctant smile directed at the wistful Chen Yaoyao, exclaimed, "Sister, I am off to Yanjing to meet your sister." With that, Chen Yaoyao erupted into laughter, her body swaying uncontrollably, her mirth ringing like silver bells, resonating beautifully in the air for a long while, instantly uplifting her spirits. Chapter 41. My wife, Chen Xianjie, comes to pick me up. Zhang Xianjie boarded the aircraft and found his seat, settling in with a sense of anticipation. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and sent a WeChat message. "Mom, I've boarded the plane. I'll arrive in Yanjing in 3 hours. You need not pick me up. I'll take a taxi home." Subsequently, he switched his phone to flight mode. With a gentle vibration, the airplane gradually began its ascent, speeding down the runway before soaring into the sky like an eagle breaking free from earthly confines. Gazing through the aircraft window, Zhang Xianjie beheld the familiar city below. At that moment, the setting sun cast a warm orange hue over the landscape, with bustling streets teeming with vehicles in constant motion. Observing this well-known scene, a flicker of melancholy crossed his eyes. Farewell, my hometown. Farewell, Chen Yaoyao, my beautiful and alluring sister-in-law. On this return to his native land, it had been less than a year since he had navigated through the darkest period of his life, a year devoid of financial gain. Yet, fate often unfolds in extraordinary ways. After a serendipitous turn of events, he had swiftly earned over 17 million in just a few days. Following that, he ventured to Xinjiang, amassing tens of millions more, and even established a company. Zhang Xianjie shook his head gently, casting aside these thoughts. He pulled out a jade book from his bag and began to read intently. This volume provided a comprehensive guide to identifying the quality of jadeite and Hetian jade, knowledge that was crucial for his impending role as a consultant for Tianshan jewelry as he prepared for his trip to Myanmar to gamble on stones. Without this understanding, he could easily find himself in a most embarrassing predicament. On board, 2 flight attendants moved gracefully, their beauty striking and their figures enviable, exuding an enchanting charm that was truly delightful to behold. However, Zhang Xianjie remained absorbed in the world of his book, oblivious to his surroundings. After a smooth journey, the plane arrived in Yanjing. Zhang Xianjie deactivated flight mode and checked his WeChat messages. As expected, his mother had not come to collect him, for taxis were exceedingly convenient in Yanjing. She had reminded him in her message to head straight home upon exiting the airport. Meanwhile, Chen Yaoyao informed him, "My sister will pick you up from the airport. Be sure to answer her call, or she might get quite upset." She had also sent him Chen Xianjie's phone number, accompanied by a captivating photo of her. Indeed, as soon as Zhang Xianjie exited the airport, his phone rang. He answered the call, and a melodious yet slightly irritable voice came through the receiver. "Hello, this is Chen Xianjie, Chen Yaoyao's sister. On my sister's orders. I'm here to collect you. I'm driving a white Porsche. The license plate number is." From her tone, Zhang Xianjie sensed a hint of annoyance. After all, it was late, and being asked to fetch a stranger would irk anyone. With a resigned smile, Zhang Xianjie stood quietly at the airport exit, awaiting her arrival. Moments later, a white Porsche gracefully came into view, and behind the wheel was indeed Chen Xianjie. She was stunningly beautiful, her features exquisitely crafted like a masterpiece of art. And in Zhang Xianjie's eyes, she even surpassed Chen Yaoyao by a fraction. Her figure was stunning. If Chen Yaoyao's physique could be likened to a large fruit, then Chen Xianjie could only be described as a colossal one. She donned a form-fitting white dress that clung to her body, seemingly on the verge of bursting at the seams. Her raven locks flowed like silk in the wind behind her, while her skin was as fair and delicate as snow. appearing as though a mere pinch could draw forth moisture. This enchanting combination of beauty and elegance drew the gaze of countless men around, their eyes widening in awe. Zhang Xianjie promptly waved to Chen Shishir, and upon catching sight of him, she skillfully brought the car to a halt. He opened the door and took his seat in the passenger side. As soon as he entered, a refreshing and delightful fragrance enveloped him. "Hello, Chen Shishir. I'm Zhang Xianjie, a friend of your sister. She was so insistent that you come to pick me up, I could have easily taken a cab," he remarked nonchalantly while fastening his seatbelt, though inwardly he was captivated by Chen Shishir's beauty, his face betraying none of his admiration. "So it's you. I was expecting someone truly handsome, but you seem rather ordinary." Chen Shishir glanced at Zhang Xianjie with a slight upward curl of her lips, revealing a hint of a smile. She then started the car, merging seamlessly into the bustling traffic. "Where to? The hotel, or somewhere else?" "Greenwater Manor?" Zhang Xianjie provided an address. "Fortunately, it's not too far," Chen Shishir sighed in relief. "By the way, what kind of friend are you to my sister? Surely, you're not her boyfriend?" "Just a regular friend." A hint of embarrassment crossed Zhang Xianjie's face. He hadn't anticipated such a direct question from her. "I thought so too. You seem quite modest in your attire, clearly not a match for my sister." Chen Shishir chuckled, her laughter imbued with a refreshing candor. "I speak my mind. Please don't take offense." So, Chen Yaoyao hadn't informed her of his circumstances, which was rather fortuitous. Zhang Xianjie mused internally. This allowed him to witness the genuine side of Chen Shishir. A woman of her caliber often concealed her true self for various reasons, making it difficult to truly understand her. With a self-deprecating tone, he replied, "I certainly harbor no resentment, for your words ring true. To be honest, I graduated from a rather obscure university and have struggled to find employment. I was compelled to leave Beijing in disappointment and return to the countryside for nearly a year. After much contemplation, I decided that Beijing holds greater opportunities, and I intend to settle here this time." "Have you found work then?" Chen Shishir, focused on driving, turned her head to look at Zhang Xianjie, her curiosity piqued. "One could say I have. Given my background, it's quite commendable to secure employment in Beijing," he replied. "May I inquire what it is?" Chen Shishir's curiosity intensified, urging him to elaborate. "It pertains to the field of gambling stones." Zhang Xianjie intentionally remained vague, withholding further details. "That sounds promising. If you apply yourself diligently, you might become an expert in gambling stones in a few years, and your salary will surely rise accordingly. You must strive to excel," she encouraged, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Chen Shishir spoke earnestly, her tone infused with a hint of encouragement. "I heard you graduated from Yinjing University with a monthly salary of 50,000? You are so remarkable. You must surely have a boyfriend, right?" Zhang Xianjie decided to probe into Chen Shishir's emotional status. After all, he was the designated brother-in-law of Chen Yaoyao, and now that he had met his sister-in-law, it was only natural to clarify the situation. "I'm only 23, so I'm not in any rush," she replied, though a trace of annoyance crept into her voice. "However, it can be a bit overwhelming, as I have quite a few admirers. Just yesterday, 2 men simultaneously presented me with flowers, and they ended up at odds with each other, resulting in a brawl that left them both battered and bruised. I didn't even know them. It was quite absurd." Chen Shishir furrowed her brow, a look of helplessness gracing her features. Zhang Xianjie could no longer contain his laughter, erupting into a fit of mirth that left him swaying unsteadily. Yet, he understood that given Chen Shishir's beauty, physique, temperament, academic credentials, profession, and even her background, the number of suitors vying for her affection would be staggering, and it was not at all surprising that conflicts might arise among them. Chapter 42. A tearful reunion in the capital city. In the heart of the capital, the night unfolded with bustling streets and shimmering neon lights, painting a vibrant tapestry of urban life. Chen Shishir navigated her vehicle through the congested traffic, making her way slowly forward. After a full hour's journey, she finally arrived at the serene Greenwater Manor in Chaoyang District. The manor resembled a tranquil castle amidst the city's clamor, enveloped by lush greenery and a picturesque environment. Here, the real estate prices hovered around 80,000 per square meter, placing it within the mid to high range of the capital's property market. Sure. I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. How about we add each other on WeChat? I would love to treat you to a meal sometime, Zhang Xianjie expressed gratefully. With a slight smile gracing her lips, Chen Shishir replied, "There is no need for a meal. However, should you encounter any difficulties in Yinjing, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. Since you are a friend of my sister, you are naturally a friend of mine as well." As she spoke, she took out her phone, and they exchanged WeChat contacts and phone numbers for future correspondence. After Zhang Xianjie stepped out of the car, Chen Shishir drove away. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xianjie walked toward the manor, the soft glow of the streetlights lining the road casting a warm ambience around the estate. Having resided here for 2 years during his high school days at the age of 17, Zhang Xianjie recalled that, despite the luxurious accommodations, he felt no joy. His poor academic performance had made him a source of frustration for both teachers and parents, leading to disdain from his stepfather, Xia Jingsheng, and deep contempt from Xia Jingsheng's daughter, Xia Manman. Since beginning university, he had seldom returned, only visiting for a few days during winter break. He approached the familiar door with heavy steps, raising his hand to press the doorbell. The entrance was equipped with a password and fingerprint access, neither of which he possessed, as Xia Jingsheng and Xia Manman had denied him such privileges. In their eyes, Zhang Xianjie had never belonged to this family. He understood the underlying reasons all too well. Xia Jingsheng had long wished for him to adopt the Xia surname, but he could never forget his biological father, Zhang Rulong, who had cherished him as a treasure. Had it not been for the sudden car accident, Zhang Xianjie believed he would have been the happiest person in the world. The door creaked open, revealing the familiar face of his mother, Su Shui. At 48, time had etched deep lines on her visage, and her hair had turned partly gray. Her health appeared to have waned, indicating that the years had not been kind to her. Upon seeing Zhang Xianjie, her eyes instantly welled with tears. "Mom." Zhang Xianjie's voice trembled, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions as he gazed at her. "Son." Su Shui could no longer contain her feelings. Enveloping him in a tight embrace, she whispered softly in his ear, "I have pleaded with your stepfather for a long time, and he has finally secured you a job as an apprentice in an antique shop, perfectly aligned with your passion. You must extend your heartfelt gratitude to him later, and ensure you work diligently, for in time you may become a master appraiser of antiques. Allow him to enter. What would it be like to embrace each other? He is already 23 years old, well into adulthood." A cold voice emanated from within the room. Su Shui was momentarily taken aback, then released Zhang Xianjie and invited him inside. The spacious and well-lit living room was luxuriously decorated, with furniture meticulously arranged. Xia Jingsheng lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, a hint of arrogance gracing his countenance as he scrutinized Zhang Xianjie with a condescending gaze. Meanwhile, Xia Manman occupied another sofa, similarly seated with her legs crossed, her eyes brimming with disdain, barely lifting her posture. Xia Manman, half a year younger than Zhang Xianjie, was the daughter of Xia Jingsheng's ex-wife. She had always held herself in high esteem, treating Zhang Xianjie with extreme cruelty and disdain. Undoubtedly, she was quite accomplished, attending a prestigious university and currently serving as a civil servant with a monthly salary exceeding 30,000. "Uncle, Manman, greetings." Zhang Xianjie casually placed the bag of fruit on a nearby table and offered a polite salutation. "Sit," Xia Jingsheng replied coldly, his tone devoid of warmth. Once Zhang Xianjie settled down, Xia Jingsheng spoke in an imperious manner. "The antique shop you were to visit, known as Jingu Zhai, was established by a friend of mine. It is substantial and thriving. For them to allow you to become an apprentice is a monumental favor to me. I owe them a significant debt of gratitude. While there, you must be earnest and sincere in your learning. Should they convey any negative remarks about you to me, it would be a disgrace to my reputation, and there would be no reason for you to continue." Xia Manman chimed in with derision. "Such a splendid opportunity. If you fail to seize it, you'll find yourself returning to your hometown to toil as a farmer, forever facing the earth with no hope of advancement. Moreover, with your current circumstances, you won't even find a wife, destined to remain single and lead the Zhang family to extinction." Zhang Xianjie listened to their words in silence, his inner fury gradually igniting. He could no longer endure their superior, condescending demeanor and their contemptuous treatment of him. He pondered inwardly that although accepting this position might impart some knowledge of appraisal that could aid his future endeavors, it would also bring endless troubles. Any success he achieved would be attributed to them, and they would forever use it to belittle him. Furthermore, his mother would never be able to hold her head high, as her son's future would be viewed as a gift from them. Moreover, he had already established a company and secured employment as a gambling stone consultant. There was no need to become an apprentice in appraisal. Self-study could easily bridge his gaps in knowledge. As long as one could ascertain the authenticity of an item, valuation would not be a daunting task. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Xianjie suddenly rose and strode towards the exit, declaring, "Mother, I have already found a job, so there is no need to trouble them. I came merely to see you. My wish is fulfilled, and I must take my leave." "Son, can you not endure this?" Su Shui wept, her face etched with sorrow. She is acutely aware of her son's volatile temper, while her husband and daughter always maintain an air of superiority. It is almost impossible for this family to achieve a harmonious outcome upon gathering. Mom, his assistance in finding me a job is solely the result of your desperate pleas. Otherwise, it would have been utterly unattainable, and he would continue to hold it over me for a lifetime. They have never regarded you as family to them. You are merely their free caretaker, and I, too, find myself unworthy of being considered one of them. Observing their haughty and self-righteous demeanor fills me with utter revulsion. Why not leave with me? Life would undoubtedly be far more pleasant for both of us if we were to live together, away from this place that has brought you so much distress. Zhang Xianjie gazed at his mother with hopeful anticipation, yearning for her to join him in escaping this oppressive environment. Chapter 43. Leaving home in anger. How dare you utter another word? I shall strike you down. Xia Jingsheng roared, his eyes wide with fury, resembling two blazing copper bells. Come at me. I could easily pin you to the ground with just one hand. Do you think I am still that 17-year-old who allowed you to bully and beat me? Zhang Xianjie wore a mocking grin, his gaze laced with disdain. You. Xia Jingsheng was rendered speechless, astonished that Zhang Xianjie would dare to confront him so boldly. Alas. Zhang Xianjie glanced at Su Shui once more. Noting her steadfast refusal to depart, and a deep sigh escaped his lips. Each visit to this place had historically inflicted pain upon his mother, which is why he had endeavored to avoid it. He turned and slowly made his way outside. Son, remember to report to that antique shop in the next few days. Su Shui called out, her voice resonating with urgency. She understood well the significance of this apprenticeship for her son's future, recognizing it as a beacon of hope for his destiny. For his sake, she would endure all hardships within this household, even if it meant toiling like a beast of burden. I'll wait until I start at Tianshan Jewelry to inform Mom of my actual situation. Until then, she won't believe any of my achievements. Zhang Xianjie comprehended his mother's concerns. He turned back, offering a slight nod, and then hastily vanished into the night. His silhouette appeared somewhat forlorn under the streetlights, yet his eyes radiated determination. Dad, there is no need to help that jerk find a job with such an attitude. Let him fend for himself, Xia Man declared angrily, evidently infuriated by Zhang Xianjie's demeanor. Indeed, if he showed no appreciation, there was no reason to assist him. Xia Jingsheng took out his phone, poised to call and cancel the job offer. However, his peripheral vision remained fixed on Su Shui's reaction. Honey, he is just young and hot-headed. Please don't hold it against him, Su Shui implored, her face awash with tears, believing that in time he would come to understand and express gratitude. He is nothing but an ingrate. How could he ever be thankful? Xia Jingsheng seethed, his grip on the phone tightening, ready to dial the number at any moment. Su Shui's face flushed crimson, her eyes ablaze with indignation as she locked her gaze onto Xia Jingsheng, her voice quivering with emotion. He hasn't cost you a penny. His father left him 500,000, which was used to purchase this house. He has only stayed here a few holidays. All his high school and university tuition was earned through my hard work. You didn't contribute a cent. Xia Jingsheng's expression darkened, akin to a tempestuous sky before a storm. Furrowing his brow, he retorted firmly, but you are my wife. Your earnings naturally belong to this household. Su Shui scoffed derisively, her eyes brimming with contempt as she pressed on, he is my son. I have an obligation to support him. Besides, isn't that 500,000 enough to cover his tuition and living expenses? Why do you harbor such disdain for him, constantly belittling and looking down upon him? If you could genuinely treat him well, would he truly be incapable of gaining admission to a prestigious university? At this point, Su Shui's emotions erupted completely. She could no longer suppress the dissatisfaction and anger simmering within her. Xia Jingsheng, with a darkened expression, retorted defensively. If you wish to discuss reason, it is he who harbors resentment towards me. Why should I extend warmth to someone so cold? I found him a job and offered a few words of advice. Surely that is not unreasonable? With his temperament, who would dare trust that he could perform well at work? Upon hearing about the job, Su Shui's fury subsided slightly, replaced by a sense of resignation and endurance. She had to concede that the current predicament was not solely Xia Jingsheng's fault. Their son bore some responsibility as well. He lacked the ability to charm or flatter and consistently preferred to oppose, which indeed exacerbated the situation. With a soft sigh, she remarked, could you not alter that lofty demeanor of yours? He possesses his own sense of dignity. He is an unreasonable fool, and I can assert that he is unlikely to achieve anything in his lifetime. He certainly won't last long in that job. Xia Man, displeased with Su Shui's criticism of Xia Jingsheng, interjected coolly before turning away with a dismissive stride back to her room. In the hall, Only Su Shui and Xia Jingsheng remained, continuing their heated exchange, their voices reverberating in the empty space. This night, their spirits were bound to be low, and the quarrel seemed destined to linger indefinitely. In a hotel room, soft lighting bathed the bed. Zhang Xianjie, freshly emerged from a bath and clad in loose pajamas, reclined lazily on the bed, ready to drift into slumber. Suddenly, the screen of his phone illuminated, revealing a video call from Chen Yaoyao. A faint smile graced Zhang Xianjie's lips as he mused to himself. She truly cares for me. Gently swiping the screen, he answered the call. Soon, Chen Yaoyao's beautiful visage appeared on the screen. Adorned in a pure white camisole dress, the fabric flowed lightly like clouds, accentuating her graceful figure. She lounged against the headboard, her long, lustrous black hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders. How is my sister? Are you satisfied? She inquired, her lips curling into a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Zhang Xianjie could not help but chuckle. She was indeed lovely. Her straightforward nature shone through as she candidly called him a poor loser. Yet there was no hint of disdain in her demeanor. However, if he were truly just a poor loser, she would likely not take an interest in him. He refrained from mentioning his affluence to her, wishing her to discover it for herself. He had confidence in his sister and in his own capabilities. But you must not become complacent, he cautioned. There are many suitors vying for her attention. If you're not careful, someone else may win her over. Beijing is teeming with hidden talents, each more impressive than the last. Rest assured, I will win her over. A beauty such as her is simply not my style to let slip away, Zhang Xianjie remarked, half joking, half serious. After conversing for a while, a triumphant smile suddenly graced Chen Yaoyao's face as she mysteriously remarked, Zhang Xianjie, this evening I encountered Professor Wang on Luwan Street. I showed him my bracelet and also shared a photograph of that piece of Hetian jade, mentioning its weight. Can you guess his appraisal? Zhang Xianjie pondered for a moment and ventured a guess. The bracelet is worth 100,000, and the Hetian jade, 800,000. Am I correct? Chen Yaoyao excitedly shook her head and replied, incorrect. The bracelet is valued at 1 million. He described it as a rare and exquisite type of diamond bracelet. As for the Hetian jade, it's worth far more than 800,000. He stated its minimum value is 1.2 million, owing to its exceptional quality and considerable weight. Chapter 44. Headquarters of Tianshan Jewelry, 1 million for a bracelet? Goodness. Zhang Xianjie's eyes widened in astonishment, resembling brass bells, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the trinket he had acquired for a mere 1,000 in the black market could appreciate to a staggering million, a 1,000-fold increase, truly remarkable. The black market indeed harbors hidden talents and treasures, though most remain oblivious to their worth. It was only due to his extraordinary intuition that he discerned the bracelet's true value. As for the worth of the Hetian jade, he felt no surprise, for its value did indeed lie within the million range, with 1.2 million not being an impossibility. Are you regretting it? Not at all. After all, the bracelet only cost me 1,000, and the Hetian jade was serendipitously found, Zhang Xianjie replied with a smile. Chen Yao mischievously winked and said, but its actual value is over 2 million. You are like a god of wealth, allowing me to profit over 300,000. If you don't become my brother-in-law, you will miss out immensely, so keep it up. After concluding the video chat with Chen Yaoyao, she received another video call request from Chen Shishir. With a playful smile, she answered the call. On the screen, Chen Shishir sat on her bed, visibly irked, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her eyes reflecting hints of displeasure and fatigue. She pouted, saying, Sister, who is Zhang Xianjie to you? Having me pick him up late at night has made me exhausted. Chen Yaoyao chuckled inwardly, thinking, that is your future boyfriend. It's worth the effort. However, she replied with a smile, Sister, don't be deceived by his current humble circumstances. He is far from ordinary. You will soon realize this, and you'll be grateful to me. Furrowing her brows, Chen Shishir playfully retorted, Beijing is so vast. I might not even have the chance to meet him. No matter how exceptional he is, I may never discover it. Unless he suddenly becomes a national leader or a top-tier tycoon. But how likely is that? Chen Yaoyao smiled mysteriously, saying, Fate will ensure your paths cross. Perhaps you will encounter him tomorrow. Chen Shishir rolled her eyes at Chen Yaoyao, pouting, I am not fated to meet him, nor do I wish to. While I do not look down on those with humble means, I prefer not to engage deeply with them. Chen Yaoyao's smile grew even more enigmatic, replying, Destiny is a gift from the heavens. Whether you desire it or not, it cannot alter the preordained connections. The night passed in silence, and time slipped away quietly. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, illuminating Zhang Xianjie's face. He awoke leisurely, and after refreshing himself, he indulged in a sumptuous breakfast at the hotel restaurant. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was precisely 9 in the morning. An hour later, Zhang Xianjie arrived at the headquarters of Tianshan Jewelry, a magnificent edifice situated in the bustling commercial heart of Beijing. Upon receiving the news, Lu Tianshan personally came out to welcome him, dressed in opulent attire, exuding an air of nobility and grace, showcasing the mature beauty and allure of a woman in her 40s. Upon encountering Zhang Xianjie, who was impeccably dressed in simple yet elegant street market attire, she smiled and remarked, "Master Zhang, you remain delightfully unpretentious." To which Zhang Xianjie replied with a grin, "It is not modesty, rather, comfort and simplicity." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Tianshan graciously invited Zhang Xianjie inside. Upon entry, one was greeted by a magnificent sculpture of jewelry artistry, crafted primarily from natural crystal. It was artfully embedded with resplendent diamonds and vibrant gemstones, their brilliance illuminated by specially designed lighting at the top, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. The floor, laid with warm natural marble, featured meticulously chosen and polished slabs, seamlessly joined, their patterns flowing like a living canvas, exuding an aura of elegance. Adorning the walls were various artistic paintings, predominantly themed around jewelry, depicting either the opulent scenes of ancient nobility adorned with jewels or innovative modern jewelry designs, enriching the entire hall with a profound artistic atmosphere. To one side of the hall lay a dedicated product display area. Massive glass showcases were arranged in a visually appealing manner, softly and precisely illuminated, showcasing exquisite pieces of jewelry. From the dazzling diamond necklaces, each stone meticulously selected and cut to perfection, radiating fiery brilliance, to the warm and delicate jade bangles, their translucent quality and captivating hues embodying the essence of Eastern traditional aesthetics, in the uniquely designed colored gemstone rings, where rubies resembled flames, sapphires evoked the depths of the ocean, and emeralds mirrored lush forests, each colorful gem harmoniously paired with precious metals, exuding an unparalleled fashionable allure. The internal office area of the headquarters was spacious and well-lit, with a rational layout. In the design studio, designers brimmed with inspiration, either carefully crafting designs on their computers or sketching ideas on paper, striving to imbue each piece of jewelry with a distinctive soul. The chief designer, Zhang Xianjie, focused intently on her computer screen, her slender fingers gracefully navigating the drawing board, as a butterfly-inspired brooch design gradually took shape, with every intricate detail of the butterfly's wings vividly rendered. In the sales office, a sales representative spoke animatedly on the phone, "Ms. Li, we have just received a new batch of high-quality diamond earrings that perfectly match your style, and there is a promotional offer available." Meanwhile, several sales personnel gathered nearby, enthusiastically discussing the sales strategies for the upcoming quarter, their ideas sparking vibrant exchanges in the air. Employees from the marketing department surrounded an electronic whiteboard displaying the latest market research report. A poised woman stood before the board, holding a pointer, analyzing current trends in the jewelry market. The data suggests that minimalist jewelry is increasingly favored among the younger demographic. We must consider adjustments in our design and promotional strategies. The jewelry appraisal room was equipped with advanced testing equipment, where seasoned appraisers, utilizing their extensive experience and skill, conducted rigorous evaluations of each piece. The conference room, adorned in a simple yet grand style, was fitted with state-of-the-art multimedia equipment. In the shared space, a variety of verdant plants not only enhance the aesthetics of the environment, but also infuse a sense of vitality and vigor into the bustling office atmosphere. "Master Zhang, do you know Xianjie?" Lu Tianshan could not help but inquire, noticing Zhang Xianjie's frequent glances towards Xianjie, who was diligently working in the design studio. Zhang Xianjie, returning to the moment, revealed a wistful smile and responded, "Indeed, she was the one who picked me up from the airport last night. To be honest, I never expected her to be working at Tianshan Jewelry. Xianjie is our company's chief designer, remarkably talented with an immeasurable future ahead of her. Moreover, she is an unparalleled beauty, with suitors flocking to her like fish crossing a river. So, she is a friend of yours, Master Zhang. It seems that you two truly are fated to cross paths," Lu Tianshan remarked, her words laced with a subtle insinuation as a knowing smile graced her lips. Meanwhile, within the design studio, a female employee leaned towards Xianjie, gently covering her mouth with her hand, and whispered, "Manager, the boss is over there, pointing at you with a handsome gentleman." Could it be that he intends to introduce you to a potential suitor? Chapter 45. The Contest Among Stone Betting Advisors. How could this be? Zhang Xianjie's movements halted momentarily as she instinctively lifted her gaze. Upon directing her eyes towards the spot where Lu Tianshan stood, she was instantly taken aback. There stood Zhang Xianjie, his posture erect beside Lu Tianshan, his somewhat shabby attire starkly contrasting with the opulence of the office environment. Could it be that my sister's words truly held some prophetic quality? Just last night, she mentioned that I might encounter him today, and lo and behold, her prediction has come to fruition. But what on earth could this fellow be doing at Tianshan Jewelry? Zhang Xianjie was overwhelmed with curiosity and confusion, eager to rush over and seek clarification. However, Lu Tianshan had already led Zhang Xianjie into the president's office, leaving her to stifle her inquisitiveness and return to her tasks. Inside the president's office, Zhang Xianjie and Lu Tianshan sat across from each other, the aroma of tea wafting delicately throughout the room. Yet, after a few sips, Lu Tianshan did not proceed with the onboarding formalities as Zhang Xianjie had anticipated. Instead, she escorted him to the company's underground treasury. Rows of shelves brimmed with raw stones of varied forms, while the floor was littered with stones of all sizes. A middle-aged man clad in an elegant suit, exuding sophistication, and an elderly gentleman with graying hair yet a vigorous demeanor were meticulously examining the raw stones in the treasury, armed with magnifying glasses and high-powered flashlights. Their eyes were intent and serious, scrutinizing every minuscule detail of the stones. Upon hearing footsteps, the two men looked up, and, upon seeing Lu Tianshan accompanied by Zhang Xianjie, promptly set down their tools and respectfully rose to greet her. "Good day, President. I would like to introduce you to." Lu Tianshan beamed with a warm smile as she began the introductions. The refined middle-aged man was named Su Lu, a distinguished graduate of the prestigious Yenjing University, renowned for his profound knowledge, while the elderly gentleman was Guan Luan, a retired history professor from Hetian University, who, despite his retirement, possessed extensive expertise in the field of gem appraisal. Both were seasoned stone betting advisors at Tianshan Jewelry, recently returned from Yunnan. The mountain of raw stones before them was a result of their careful selection and procurement for the company. "Zhang Xianjie, which esteemed institution did you graduate from?" Su Lu inquired with a hint of hostility. "I graduated from a rather ordinary university with a major in mechanical design. I'm still striving to learn about jadeite. At only 23 years of age, I have ample room for growth in the future. I humbly ask for your guidance, esteemed seniors." Zhang Xianjie adopted a modest demeanor, fully aware of the significant disparity in knowledge between himself and the two seasoned stone betting advisors before him. How could someone so lacking in expertise qualify for the role of a stone betting advisor? Su Lu and Guan Luan exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with confusion and disbelief. They regarded Lu Tianshan with strange looks, silently pondering. Has the president lost her mind? Otherwise, why would she hire such an unqualified young man for the position of a stone betting advisor? I believe that the art of gambling with stones bears little relation to one's educational background or depth of knowledge. Some prodigious talents are capable of transcending rules and breaking free from all constraints. Lu Tianshan smiled and suggested, "Today, let us engage in a game. Each of you shall select 3 raw stones from this collection and attempt to unveil their jade value on the spot. What do you say? The truth of one's skill will be revealed through action." Su Lu and Guan Luan nodded confidently in agreement. Su Lu even cast a provocative glance at Zhang Xianjie. "Very well," Zhang Xianjie replied, fully prepared to accept the challenge. Revealing jade not only showcases one's prowess, but also allows for the absorption of spiritual energy. It is evident that being a stone gambling consultant has its merits, especially since it is rare to encounter such high-quality raw stones in the gambling establishments of Yenjing. Thus, the trio eagerly commenced their selection of stones. The raw stones were not placed directly on the ground but rather on wooden boards, likely to prevent damage to the flooring. Consequently, Zhang Xianjie was unable to utilize his horizontal treasure-seeking abilities. However, he remained unperturbed, for he did not require a magnifying glass or a powerful flashlight. With a foot planted on the stones, he gazed down with a smile. Beep, 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 the alert sounded beneath his foot, after stepping on just 3 stones. The alarm was triggered, prompting him to carry that particular stone away and set it aside. He returned to the pile and repeated the process, selecting 2 more stones. Meanwhile, the 2 masters continued their meticulous work. Su Lu, wielding a magnifying glass, scrutinized the stone's surface, inching along with his eyes nearly touching the skin, leaving no detail overlooked. The granularity of this skin is uneven, The greenish hues are subtly discernible. Further deliberation is required, he murmured. Guanluan, on the other hand, employed a powerful flashlight, illuminating the stones from different angles to closely observe the internal light refraction. His brow furrowed at times and relaxed at others, clearly assessing the texture and crack patterns within the stones through the interplay of light. They paced back and forth among the raw stones, repeatedly comparing their findings. All these stones had been acquired by them, and they held great promise. Yet, identifying the most valuable stone to secure victory in the contest demanded considerable effort. Although it may seem like a mere trifling game, it ultimately determined the ranking of the stone gambling consultants. Each aspired to claim the title of the foremost consultant, with no desire to settle for second or, even worse, third place. Above all, they were determined to surpass Zhang Xianjie. Eventually, both Su Lu and Guanluan selected their 3 raw stones. The 3 stood firm, their gazes meeting, and the air seemed to thrum with a palpable tension. Tianshan stepped forward with a smile and said, "Since you have all made your selections, let us commence the unveiling." She signaled to the staff to transport the raw stones to the gem testing chamber. Su Lu, brimming with confidence, stepped forward first, instructing the staff to reveal his initial stone. This particular stone was as large as a water barrel. Soon, the jade was unveiled, icy, glutinous, and a vibrant green. However, regrettably, half of the jade exhibited a shade that fell short of being sunny green, instead resembling spinach green. Yet, the value was indeed extraordinary, as Tianshan appraised it at an astonishing 50 million. In that instant, Guanluan felt an overwhelming pressure. Zhang Xianjie quietly admired the expertise of the gambling stone consultant. The ability to select raw stones was impressive, and the jade quality of this stone was exceptional, its value immense, leaving him uncertain of his chances of success. Su Lu breathed a sigh of relief, his face displaying a smug expression. However, he found himself vexed as his 2 other raw stones had both failed miserably. One was devoid of jade, merely a mass of white, while the other contained high-quality jade but was no larger than a fingernail and exceedingly thin, rendering it worthless. The focus then shifted to Guanluan's raw stones. The first piece contained jade, approximately the size of half a watermelon. Alas, the quality was subpar, a bean variety, with a pale hue and numerous impurities, making it of little value. The second piece was entirely unremarkable, a complete failure. The third piece, however, was remarkable, revealing a stunning icy green jade. Although its size was smaller than Su Lu's, its worth surpassed expectations, reaching an impressive 60 million. Chapter 46. The emergence of the first gambling stone consultant. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Zhang Xianjie silently marveled. Both stone consultants were exceptionally skilled, with 3 stones yielding 1 successful result, far surpassing the average person. This was not mere luck. It was a testament to their prowess. Next, they proceeded to unveil Zhang Xianjie's 3 raw stones, starting with the smallest. Before long, a jadeite, akin to a slumbering sprite awakened after a millennium, was delicately extracted from the stone by the staff. Its rich emerald hue resembled the most verdant forest of spring, deep and enchanting, causing one's heart to flutter involuntarily. Tianshan stepped forward briskly, cradling the jadeite in her hands, her eyes filled with admiration and awe. Heavens! It is indeed ice-type Zhenyang green. This color, this texture, it is simply breathtaking. Regrettably, its size was not substantial. However, in my estimation, its value could reach around 40 million. Beside her, Su Lu and Guanluan exchanged glances, a flicker of relief passing between them. Following the previous trend, the 3 stones were expected to yield 1 success, and Zhang Xianjie could only hope for 1, albeit one valued at merely 40 million. Though he possessed some skill, he still paled in comparison to them, likely relegated to the status of a third-rate stone consultant. However, when the second piece, a black wuxia skin stone, had a corner cut away, both were left stunned, frozen in place by the sight before them. The interior of the stone revealed an ice-type blue flowered jadeite unfolding like a mesmerizing tapestry. The blue patterns, as if meticulously blurred with ink, spread freely against the ice-like texture, creating a dreamlike spectacle. Each strand of the blue flower flowed naturally, resembling a masterpiece sculpted by nature's finest artist, brimming with enchanting beauty. The staff carefully extracted this jadeite, its allure captivating all present. Despite its modest size, the charm it exuded was irresistible. Tianshan, trembling with excitement, held the jadeite tightly to her chest, as if cradling the world's most precious treasure, exclaiming, "This blue flower jadeite is valued at 30 million. Su Lu and Guanluan exchanged glances once more, this time their eyes reflecting not only shock but also a sense of unwillingness. They could hardly fathom that this seemingly ordinary young man managed to achieve two successful outcomes, totaling 70 million, surpassing them entirely. Their initial confidence crumbled in an instant. They realized they had lost to a brash youth, a graduate of a lesser-known university. This feeling was akin to capsizing in a gutter, leaving them utterly frustrated and disheartened. In that moment, Zhang Xianjie felt a twinge of regret. He chastised himself for being overly impulsive, for selecting 3 stones that all triggered alarms, thereby exposing himself too boldly. He glanced at Tianshan, contemplating whether to forego revealing the 3rd stone. Yet, Tianshan's gaze was resolute. Why not unveil it? Soon enough, the 3rd piece, a small yellow sand skin stone, was successfully revealed by the cutting machine. A piece of exquisite, translucent green jadeite revealed itself before the gathered crowd. Its vibrant hue reminiscent of the most resplendent sunlight in spring, pouring down upon the jadeite without reservation, set against the backdrop of its milky base. The verdant color appeared both gentle and textured, with a richness that was just right, emanating an enchanting radiance that compelled onlookers to gaze longer, as if each glance would allow them to capture the most beautiful colors of the world. Tianshan's face blossomed with a smile more radiant than spring flowers, as she exclaimed to Zhang Xianjie, "This jadeite is worth at least 30 million. Zhang Xianjie, you truly are a hidden gem. Your triumph this time is remarkable." At that moment, her heart was brimming with joy. She firmly believed that Zhang Xianjie was a prodigy in the realm of jadeite gambling, perhaps relying on an extraordinary intuition that was unfailingly reliable. With such a formidable jadeite consultant by her side, the future of the company was destined to ascend like the morning sun, and she envisioned the company basking in glory at the pinnacle of the jewelry industry. 3 gambles, 3 successes, a value of 100 million? Such prowess was nothing short of astonishing. Even if he could not yet rival the Jade King of Yunnan or the Jade Fairy, the gap was negligible. Su Lu and Guan Luan were thoroughly impressed by Zhang Xianjie's abilities. They had initially thought him merely a fellow genius in jadeite gambling, only to discover he was a truly gifted prodigy. They exchanged glances filled with admiration and resignation, their fleeting jealousy dissipating in the face of such formidable talent. "I am merely fortunate. Luck is capricious. Just as in card games, there are times I win wildly, yet at other times, I might lose everything," Zhang Xianjie remarked with a humble smile, his lips curving slightly to reveal a set of pristine teeth. He then discreetly sought excuses to handle the jadeites, feigning curiosity about their quality while subtly absorbing their ethereal energy. Both Tianshan and Su Lu, along with Guan Luan, responded to Zhang Xianjie's inquiries with enthusiasm and detail, sparing no effort in their explanations. In their eyes, although Zhang Xianjie seemed to possess limited knowledge of jadeite quality, his ability to accurately predict such high-caliber jadeite indicated an extraordinary talent. Such a person was destined for boundless financial prospects, and becoming wealthy was merely a matter of time. "Master Zhang, will you be returning to Wengang?" Tianshan inquired as she personally guided Zhang Xianjie to complete his onboarding procedures, her brow slightly furrowed with hesitation. "No. I plan to settle in Yanjing from now on. This city, rich in cultural heritage, is ideal for treasure hunting and jadeite appraisal. Furthermore, my mother resides in Yanjing." Making it convenient to care for her, Zhang Xianjie replied as he accepted his jadeite consultant badge, his smile lifting at the corners. "The company will provide you with a vehicle," Tianshan exclaimed with delight. She swiftly led Zhang Xianjie back to the president's office, retrieving a car key from a drawer and placing it in his hands. "An Audi A6, this understated yet elegant model perfectly suits your style. Do I really qualify for a company car even though I don't come to work every day?" Zhang Xianjie momentarily paused, a flicker of surprise dancing in his eyes. He hadn't anticipated such generosity from the company, and a warm surge of gratitude welled up within him. "You are indeed our company's golden goose," Tianshan explained with a smile. "From now on, every venture to Myanmar or Yunnan for gemstone betting will rely heavily on your expertise. For a top-tier gemstone consultant like you, there will also be a profit-sharing arrangement. We shall discuss the specifics of the distribution later. What about the other 2 gemstone consultants?" Zhang Xianjie inquired with curiosity. "Their capabilities are markedly inferior in comparison to yours, thus they do not qualify for profit sharing and will only receive bonuses," Tianshan candidly replied. "Indeed, strength reigns supreme," Zhang Xianjie mused quietly to himself, while simultaneously brimming with anticipation for the future. He understood that when venturing to Myanmar or Yunnan for gemstone betting, it is impractical to cut open every raw stone, and consistently betting on increases could lead to commotion and potential peril. Therefore, maintaining a substantial capital reserve is paramount. Gambling with company funds entails a share of the profits, which is undoubtedly a tremendous boon, allowing him to earn what he otherwise could not. However, investing his own resources in gemstone betting would yield maximal profits. Thus, he must devise strategies to discover treasures and seize opportunities to accumulate more funds in the near future. Chapter 47. Kidnapping Mother Recently. If you were to visit the jade gambling shop in Yanjing, be sure to leave the jadeite for the company, which will undoubtedly offer a handsome price for it, ensuring that you do not suffer any loss. After all, jadeite is of immense value to our company, and the more, the better. Tianshan seemed to grasp Zhang Xianjie's thoughts and reminded him. After engaging in casual conversation for a moment, Zhang Xianjie strode out of the company, driving his Audi A6 akin to a streak of black lightning racing away. Today's miraculous jade gamble spread like wildfire, swiftly relayed by the staff who had previously assisted in the jade extraction. By noon, the company cafeteria was bustling with chatter. A female employee, wearing a beaming smile, approached Qin Shishir and exclaimed, "Manager, we have a super talented jade gambler in the company. He has outperformed Su Liuhe and Guan Luan. What? 3 bets? 3 wins, valued at 100 million? Qin Shishir's chopsticks trembled in her hand, her entire being rendered completely astonished. Her eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had encountered a fanciful tale. I heard he's only 23 years old and still single. The employee's lips curled into a subtle, flirtatious smile. What is his name? Qin Shishir's heart inexplicably raced, and she eagerly widened her eyes in inquiry. His name is Zhang Xianjie, very handsome. Many beautiful women in the company are already stirred with excitement. What? Zhang Xianjie? Qin Shishir couldn't help but exclaim, her chopsticks clattering to the floor. Instantly, a familiar figure surged in her mind, and a complex array of emotions began to unfold within her heart. The evening sun cast a warm, golden glow, delicately draping itself over the vibrant city of Yanjing. At 6 o'clock, Su Shui, a diligent financial officer for nearly a decade, finally concluded her day's work. She rose slowly, stretching her stiff shoulders from prolonged sitting, her eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue. Over the past 10 years, her monthly salary of approximately 9,000 seemed meager, yet it bore the weight of countless responsibilities. Once upon a time, this income not only supported Zhang Xianjie's educational expenses from high school through university, but also covered the daily living costs for their family of 3. Meanwhile, her husband, Xia Jingsheng's earnings primarily went towards repaying the nearly 10 million yuan mortgage for their home, car loans, their daughter's tuition, and other household expenses. The house, which embodied their family's dreams, had been inhabited for several years, yet the mortgage still loomed like a heavy mountain over their hearts, far from being repaid. Although Xia Jingsheng had managed to save some money over the years, theoretically allowing for early repayment, and with both children now entering the workforce, the financial pressure on the family should have eased. Still, Su Shui's brow remained furrowed, her worries undiminished, all stemming from her profound concern for her son's employment. Instead of heading directly to the subway station, Su Shui retrieved her phone from her handbag, preparing to call her son and inquire if he had reported to the antique shop today. Suddenly, a sleek black Audi A6 pulled up beside her, the window gliding down like a stage curtain, revealing the familiar visage of Zhang Xianjie. With a cheerful smile, he leaned out and called, "Mom, get in." "Son, whose car are you driving?" A flicker of surprise illuminated Su Shui's eyes, as if her once still gaze had been ignited by a constellation of stars. "The company's car," Zhang Xianjie replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Wow, your stepfather has really done something remarkable this time. He arranged for you to be an apprentice in antique appraisal. And on your very first day, you're already driving the company vehicle. You must be held in high regard," Su Shui exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Unable to contain herself, she eagerly opened the door and took her place in the passenger seat. "Son, let us head to the market first. I need to buy some fresh ingredients to treat your stepfather tonight. You should enjoy a good meal as well." "Why do we need to treat him?" Zhang Xianjie asked, a look of confusion clouding his features, struggling to comprehend his mother's seemingly illogical reasoning. "He introduced you to this job. You wouldn't have this car without his help. We mustn't forget that," Su Shui explained patiently, her smile unwavering. "You shouldn't always be at odds with him. He does care about you." "Mom, let us not cook tonight. I'll take you somewhere fun." Zhang Xianjie chose not to mention that he had not actually started working at the antique shop. As he pressed down on the accelerator, the car sped away like an arrow released from a bow. "I can't. I must go back to cook, otherwise they'll come home to an empty table and be angry." Su Shui's voice rose in urgency. "You work too, and they work too. Why should it be your responsibility to cook for them? They are perfectly capable of taking care of themselves. Zhang Xianjie's brow furrowed, his expression darkening as years of suppressed frustration and anger threatened to erupt like a volcano. Su Shui found herself momentarily speechless, her mouth opening as she struggled to respond. As a mother, she had been conditioned to prioritize her family's needs above her own, but her son's question was like a sharp key, quietly unlocking the door of her heart, long confined by traditional values. Indeed, why must I rush home after work to wash, cook, and clean, while they can relax without a care? She pondered. If they truly cared for you, treating me like family, then my struggles would at least be somewhat comforting. But what has been the reality? For years, how have they treated me? Enduring various forms of bullying, humiliation, violence, and scorn, we have lived in constant trepidation, burdened by insurmountable pressure. Had you not remarried, we would have relied solely on each other, escaping these hardships. Perhaps I would have been happier, and my academic performance would have flourished. Zhang Xianjie slowed the vehicle, his voice low and gentle, each word striking Su Shui's heart like a hammer. Mom, don't make the same mistakes again. I see the suffering you've endured, and it pains me deeply. However, he secured you this job, and for that reason alone, any sacrifice I make is worthwhile. As long as you are well, it matters not how weary I become. Su Shui's gaze dimmed, and she sighed softly, her words laced with resignation and sorrow. Mother, your son has grown up. There is no need for you to worry any longer. Please do not bind yourself with such unfounded shackles. Zhang Xianjie felt a slight sting in his eyes, struggling to suppress the tears that threatened to overflow. He understood all too well that, influenced by his stepfather and stepsister over the years, his mother had long regarded him as a dependent child in need of care. This perception was deeply ingrained and could not be altered overnight. Thus, he silently swallowed his true feelings and resolved to demonstrate his capabilities through tangible actions, so that his mother could finally lay down her burdens and cease to toil for others. Son, where exactly are you taking me? Su Shui's heart was filled with trepidation, and her eyes reflected a hint of confusion. Chapter 48. The Gemstone Gambling Shop in Yanjing. I'm here to shop. Mom, you need not prepare dinner for them tonight. Just give them a call and let them sort their own meals. After all, a missed meal won't kill anyone. What are you saying, child? Su Shui replied helplessly, rubbing her forehead, a mix of amusement and exasperation crossing her face. In her eyes, although her son's words were somewhat rebellious, they carried a hint of charm. Yet, such a disposition inevitably led to conflicts with her husband's family during each visit. They treat us like that. It's hardly human, akin to the behavior of beasts. Zhang Xianjie muttered under his breath, his voice low yet laden with profound resentment. Su Shui retrieved her phone, opened WeChat, and with trembling fingers, she typed, Darling, there's an urgent matter at the company today, and I'll be working late. Please order takeout or eat out. She hesitated to disclose that she was taken away by her son, fearing it might ignite a family feud. You should also inform Man. Are you waiting for me to do it? Xia Jingsheng's reply was cold and clearly filled with discontent. All right, I'll inform her right away. Su Shui bit her lip and replied, swallowing her frustration. Subsequently, she sent the same message to Man. Couldn't you have told me sooner? I'm already home. This is ridiculous. Man's response was filled with anger and reproach. Fortunately, Zhang Xianjie did not see these messages. Otherwise, he would have erupted in fury. For years, his mother had been oppressed by his stepfather's family, and how could he not feel heartbroken? In his youth, he felt powerless to protect her, forced to watch her suffer. Now, having grown into adulthood with the ability to alter their fate, he would not allow his mother to endure even the slightest indignity again. Approximately half an hour later, Zhang Xianjie led his mother into a quaint restaurant bustling with life. The wooden tables and chairs were neatly arranged, and several oil paintings depicting scenes of urban life adorned the walls. The lighting was warm and soft, and the air was filled with the enticing aroma of food, mingling with the laughter and chatter of patrons, creating a cozy and lively atmosphere. The mother and son found a vacant table, and Zhang Xianjie deftly took the menu from the waiter, ordering several dishes that Su Shui particularly enjoyed. Mom, please eat more. You've been looking thinner lately. As he spoke, he poured her a cup of warm tea. Su Shui gazed at her considerate son, her heart swelling with gratitude. After their meal, Zhang Xianjie led Su Shui into the Yuan Gemstone Gambling Shop, a name that exuded elegance and a touch of mystery. Earlier that afternoon, while arranging his passport, Zhang Xianjie had taken the time to research the distribution of gemstone shops in Yanjing. To his delight, he discovered that the capital housed over a dozen such establishments, most congregated around Panjiayuan, a testament to the thriving antique market in Yanjing. The yuan shop was the closest one to them. Su Shui, feeling a bit lost, hesitated in her steps and could not help but ask, "This is a gemstone shop. What are we doing here?" "Mom, just don't ask so many questions. Consider it a night of fun with your son, all right?" Zhang Xianjie slowed his pace, looking tenderly at his mother, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Okay." A pang of pain pierced through Su Shui's heart as she perceived the longing and determination in her son's gaze. Resolving to refrain from further inquiries, she nodded affirmatively. Upon entering the stone gambling shop, the spacious interior dazzled the eye. The layout of the store was impeccably organized, showcasing a myriad of rough stones that rivaled the scale of the gambling shop in Wangang. Here, one could find not only a plethora of ordinary raw stones, but also a considerable selection of semi-gambling materials. Semi-gambling materials refer to those that have had a small window cut into them, revealing the verdant jade within, thus at least confirming the presence of jade inside. While the portions beyond the window remain shrouded in mystery, Zhang Xianjie first selected 2 small raw stones from a display rack. One was a black sandskin, its surface glossy and dark, reminiscent of ink. The other a white salt sandskin, its exterior pristine and delicate like grains of salt. He then moved to the area where larger raw materials were laid out on the ground, pacing back and forth as he scrutinized them closely. Before long, he identified a stone the size of a football. He silently sighed, reflecting on the enormity of this gambling shop, which boasted thousands of raw stones. Yet, through his unique ability, he discerned that only 3 held the potential for profit. The peril of stone gambling was starkly evident. Without exceptional skills, even a fortune in the billions could be effortlessly squandered. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xianjie approached the cashier with the 3 selected stones. "That will be 38,000 yuan," the cashier said with a smile. Standing beside him, Su Shui felt a sharp pang at the mention of that figure, her lips involuntarily twitching. 38,000. This represented several months of her salary. Yet, gazing into her son's eyes, brimming with anticipation and hope, she ultimately swallowed her words of protest. This evening, she simply wished to accompany her son, to bring him joy and happiness. Zhang Xianjie placed the stones in the trunk of the car and then drove towards Tianshan Jewelry Company. Along the way, the city's neon lights flickered, and the scenes outside the window rushed by like a slideshow. Having previously communicated with Lu Tianshan via WeChat, by the time they arrived at Tianshan Jewelry Company, Lu Tianshan was already waiting at the entrance, her eyes sparkling with excitement, resembling 2 radiant pearls. Dressed in a well-tailored professional suit, her exquisite makeup highlighted her enthusiasm. "Miss Lu, this is my mother, Su Shui," Zhang Xianjie beamed as he introduced them upon exiting the vehicle. Lu Tianshan warmly grasped Su Shui's hand, greeting her with a friendly, "Hello, Miss Su. Welcome to my company." A somewhat bashful smile crept onto Su Shui's face, as she found herself puzzled about when her son had befriended such a formidable and affluent boss. Zhang Xianjie bent down to lift the larger stone from the trunk, while Su Shui and Lu Tianshan each took a smaller stone. The trio made their way towards the company's stone analysis room, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor resonating crisply in the air. Inside the analysis room, the lights were bright and glaring, and the staff were already poised and ready for the task ahead. As Zhang Xianjie entered the room, the previously solemn faces of the onlookers instantaneously blossomed into expressions of exuberance, reminiscent of encountering an idol. The staff commenced the meticulous process of polishing 2 small stones. The polishing machine emitted a low hum, accompanied by the delicate spray of stone dust. As time appeared to stand still, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixated on the area being polished. At last, the first stone gradually revealed its true nature, its rich, vibrant imperial green resembling a profound lake, emanating a captivating luster under the light. With a texture that was both warm and delicate, it was indeed ice-wave jadeite. Such quality is deemed exceptional within the jade realm, ranking forth after the illustrious glass-type imperial green, ice-wave imperial green, and glass-type Xinjiang green. Wow, how beautiful! Master Zhang, you are incredible. Having unearthed another piece of ice glass-type Xinjiang green jadeite, this piece is worth at least 8 million. Lu Tianshan cradled the jadeite in her hands, her eyes shimmering with awe, as if she were holding the most precious treasure in the world. As for Su Shui, she was utterly astonished. Chapter 49. A windfall of 27 million. Soon after, the second stone was unveiled. This piece was a jadeite of icy, glutinous celery green. Although it was of slightly lesser quality, its considerable size, larger than a fist, was more than sufficient for crafting a bracelet. Its value was estimated at 3 million. Lu Tianshan, brimming with excitement, gazed at Zhang Xianjie with admiration and appreciation, her eyes reflecting awe. Finally, it was time for the large stone. The staff meticulously began cutting along the edges, each slice seemingly synchronizing with the heartbeat of the onlookers. As the green gradually emerged, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. The workers transitioned to polishing the stone, and as the jade was gradually revealed, an immense surprise unfolded before everyone. This was a piece of icy, glutinous rice green jadeite. Though its quality was not top tier, its astonishing size was remarkable. After peeling away a layer of skin, the remaining mass was almost entirely jade, even exceeding the size of a volleyball. Is it really that big? Everyone was taken aback, including Zhang Xianjie, whose eyes widened in disbelief, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of shock. Clearly, the raw stone that had triggered an alarm in his right foot either concealed high-quality jadeite or, although of slightly inferior quality, was of massive proportions either way. It was unlikely to be a loss. However, should one encounter a colossal raw stone, the need for enhancement would become particularly essential. Likewise, when faced with multiple alarm-triggering stones, enhancement would assist in selecting the most valuable. Boss, this could be carved into a jade watermelon. The young man revealing the stone exclaimed. His face flushed with excitement, his voice trembling slightly. Tianshan stroked her chin, furrowing her brow slightly. A jade watermelon seemed enticing, though it wasn't perfectly round. After a moment's hesitation, she dialed a number. Manager Chen, are you off work? You're not? That's splendid. Please come to the stone cutting room. Moments later, Chen Shishir entered the stone cutting chamber with a graceful stride. Dressed in a flowing white dress, the hem swayed gently with her movements, resembling a blooming lily. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders like satin, her fair skin glowed softly under the lights, and her tall, voluptuous figure exuded an aura of elegance with every step, as if she radiated light. What a beautiful lady! Su Shui couldn't help but silently admire. Tianshan smiled and addressed Chen Shishir, Manager Chen. Please appraise these 3 pieces of jadeite at the highest price possible. We will only profit from the processing fees. As a master in jewelry design, Chen Shishir's expertise in jade valuation surpassed even Tianshan's. Chen Shishir leaned slightly forward, meticulously examining each piece of jadeite, her gaze focused and profound, as though she were attempting to perceive every detail of the jade. After a while, she stood upright and announced clearly, this icy wave jadeite is valued at 9 million. This icy, glutinous celery green jadeite is 3.5 million. As for the piece resembling a watermelon, it is valued at 14.5 million, totaling 27 million. Tianshan turned to Zhang Xianjie, smiling warmly. Master Zhang, are you satisfied with this price? Zhang Xianjie nodded vigorously, exclaiming, I am thoroughly satisfied. I will transfer the funds to you now. Please check your account. As Tianshan spoke, she deftly maneuvered her phone. Moments later, a bank notification pinged on Zhang Xianjie's device, indicating a deposit of 27 million. An overwhelming surge of exhilaration washed over him. Madam Su, I sincerely apologize for any oversight this evening. Your son is our company's premier stone gambling consultant, capable of profit sharing. I look forward to relying on his expertise in the future. Let us cultivate a closer relationship, Tianshan said with a look of earnest regret directed at Su Shui. And then she enthusiastically added Su Shui on WeChat, exchanging phone numbers. General Liu, we shall take our leave now, Zhang Xianjie remarked, gently guiding the still-dazed Su Shui away. Tianshan hurried after them, earnestly advising, please return to the company tomorrow after acquiring the stones, to avoid causing a stir outside. Zhang Xianjie, would you like me to give you a ride home? Chen Shishir emerged with a warm smile. Zhang Xianjie inquired, where do you reside? Chen Shishir replied, I live nearby. He shook his head, saying, that would not be on the way. I wouldn't want to trouble you. With that, he ushered Su Shui into the car. And they sped away. That scoundrel has a car? What does he mean by not being on the way? Chen Shishir fumed, her expression darkening as she watched the vehicle disappear. Tianshan sighed. Such a handsome fortune god, yet he has no girlfriend. What a pity my daughter hasn't graduated from university yet. General Liu, did Zhang Xianjie purchase those 3 stones? Chen Shishir could no longer contain her curiosity and asked. Tianshan casually replied, yes, he bought them this evening at a stone gambling shop. Spending only a few tens of thousands and earning approximately 27 million. Chen Shishir instinctively placed her hand on her chest, her face a mask of astonishment. Hardly believing her ears. She had originally thought Zhang Xianjie was just a poor soul dressed in bargain bin attire, only to discover he was a manifestation of wealth. His gambling prowess rivaled that of a money-printing machine. Unable to hold back, she stepped aside and dialed Gui Yaoao's number. Sister, Your friend Zhang Xianjie is actually Tianshan Jewelry's stone gambling consultant? I saw him at work yesterday. You've held off until the day to ask? You certainly have patience. I thought you would inquire yesterday. Gui Yaoyao's voice, tinged with a hint of pride and mystery, resonated from the phone. A gambling consultant is not extraordinary. Although he dominated the competition against 2 other consultants, that was merely theoretical, utilizing the company's raw stones. Thus, I was not overly impressed. But today, he purchased 3 stones from the gambling shop, and they all appreciated, yielding 27 million. Chen Shishir reproached playfully, "Sister, why did you keep this from me? You made me think he was just a poor wretch. I wanted you to have an authentic understanding of him, hence the secrecy. During our time at Wengang, he referred to himself as my brother-in-law, and sometimes I call him that as well. I believe there is a fateful connection between you, for he, astonishingly, has become an esteemed gemstone consultant at Tianshan Jewelry while working alongside you." Chen Yaoyao remarked, half in jest. "What? That scoundrel? Claiming to be my husband?" Chen Shishir exclaimed, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. "He mentioned that once he arrives in Yinjing, he would pursue you. Has he confessed his feelings to you?" Chen Yaoyao inquired with a mischievous grin. "Not at all," Chen Shishir replied coyly. "Even if he did, I might not agree. Sister, have you sold me out? He is remarkably handsome and exceptionally talented, destined to become a wealthy magnate. If only I weren't 5 years his senior, he would be your brother-in-law. Thus, I introduced him to you, ensuring that the benefits remain within the family. Do you now understand why I insisted you go and meet him? Because he might very well be your future boyfriend and husband. Sister, you are simply being outrageous." Chen Shishir retorted bashfully, stamping her foot in playful annoyance, at a loss for words. Nevertheless, Zhang Xianjie is indeed impressive, strikingly handsome, and, most importantly, remarkably humble. She truly admires him. Chapter 50. Returning to the Xia family, a clash ensues. The Audi A6 sped through the night, with Su Shui seated in the passenger seat. Her mind awash with a torrent of confusion. At last, she could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Son, please pull over. I have something to ask you." Zhang Xianjie gradually brought the car to a halt by the roadside, turning his head with a smile, inquiring, "Mom, what do you wish to ask? You spent several tens of thousands to purchase 3 pieces of stone, and they all yielded jade, resulting in a profit of 27 million? Su Shui's voice trembled slightly. Her eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Zhang Xianjie replied earnestly, "Yes, Mom. You are not mistaken, nor is this a dream. How did you acquire such extraordinary abilities in gambling on stones?" Su Shui's heart quaked. She simply could not fathom when her son had become so remarkably skilled. Zhang Xianjie spoke with a seriousness befitting the gravity of the matter. "It is the result of hard work. Throughout my 4 years at university and this past year in Wengang, I have diligently studied various treasures, gaining profound insights into the art of stone gambling. Although I had not achieved enlightenment until recently, my understanding has flourished in Wengang, allowing me to excel in this craft, consistently yielding positive results. I have also earned over 17 million there. Subsequently, I met General Liu, who engaged me as the chief stone gambling consultant for Tianshan Jewelry, offering a monthly salary of 50,000, along with a share of the profits from my endeavors." Zhang Xianjie refrained from mentioning his partnership with Lan Yixue, as it bore little relevance to his stone gambling prowess. He grasped Su Shui's hand tenderly, declaring, "So, Mom, do not perceive your son as a burden. Rather, I am your pillar of support and your safeguard. You need not continue to endure hardship or serve others. If you wish, I can purchase a villa tomorrow, and we can live together, filled with joy and happiness." As Su Shui gazed at her spirited and self-assured son, tears cascaded down her cheeks like a flood breaking through a dam. Her voice quivered with emotion as she said, "Surely it is the heavens that have shown us mercy, opening their eyes to our plight, or perhaps your father's spirit is watching over you, granting you this mysterious and unpredictable talent in stone gambling." After a brief pause, her emotions swelled, and her voice became choked with tears. "Son, do you know? In the Greenwater Manor where I reside, there is a prime villa that has been left vacant, unsold. Why not consider acquiring it?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xianjie furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of hesitation. "Mom, why must we live in the same community as them? Just thinking of their past treatment of us makes my heart feel heavy." A flicker of determination flashed in Su Shui's eyes, her tone imbued with both indignation and hope as she slowly articulated, "They once looked down upon you, ridiculed, humiliated, and even physically assaulted you, treating us as if we were not family. For so many years, we have endured in silence, carrying our burdens. If we do not reside in the same neighborhood, how can we reclaim our dignity? I will not continuously stay in your villa. I have a stake in that house, and I deserve to live there as well. At that time, I will be able to hold my head high, like a dignitary, doing nothing while they cook, do laundry, clean, and even wash my feet. With a son as capable as you, won't they come to curry favor with me? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhang Xianjie's eyes as he nodded emphatically, exclaiming, "Mother, your words resonate so profoundly. Although plans have already been set in motion, the deepening night necessitates that our pursuit of the villa be momentarily postponed." The mother and son proceeded towards their home at Greenwater Manor. Upon opening the door and stepping inside, they noticed that the clock on the wall had silently ticked to 11 o'clock. The dim lighting within the room cast a stifling atmosphere that weighed heavily on their spirits. "You still know how to come back?" Summer Jingxing shot a glance at Su Shui, his anger surging instantaneously, his face a mask of fury, and his gaze seemingly capable of devouring her. "Didn't you say you were working overtime? Why are you back with your son?" Summer Manmin's face was equally frosty, her tone icy and discontented as she imperiously commanded, "We merely had a quick meal. Now we're hungry, so you must prepare a midnight snack." A cold smile crept onto Su Shui's lips as she raised her voice, declaring with conviction, "Don't you have hands of your own? Can you not survive without me? From this day forth, remember to tend to your own affairs, laundry, cooking, cleaning. These responsibilities no longer pertain to me." Zhang Xianjie, his face filled with disdain, chimed in, "Two leeches. From now on, you shall no longer extract a single ounce from mother." "Su Shui, are you attempting to rebel?" Summer Jingxing trembled with rage, veins bulging on his forehead like writhing worms. "Who do you think you are? Get out immediately. This is not your home." Summer Manmin sprang up from the sofa, pointing furiously at Zhang Xianjie, her voice a hysterical shriek. Fueled by anger, Zhang Xianjie stepped forward, undaunted, and retorted, "This house bears half of my mother's ownership. I contributed a down payment of 500,000. I am entitled to my share. You, on the other hand, have no right to be here. It is you who should leave." "What 500,000? You're talking nonsense. My father toiled endlessly to support you and your shameless mother, spending millions." As Summer Manmin hurled insults, she suddenly raised her hand and swung at Zhang Xianjie's face. However, before her slap could land, Zhang Xianjie reacted swiftly, countering with a strike that landed harshly on Summer Manmin's cheek. The sound echoed sharply as she lost her balance and crashed onto the sofa, her head buzzing as if a swarm of bees was wildly buzzing around, stars bursting before her eyes. "You little brat, how dare you strike my daughter? I will see to it that you pay dearly for this." Summer Jingxing, witnessing this scene, was consumed by fury, akin to a raging beast. As he lunged at Zhang Xianjie, his right fist slicing through the air with a ferocious intent aimed at Zhang Xianjie's face. Standing at 6 feet tall and in the prime of his 40s, he prided himself on his fitness and assumed he could easily subdue Zhang Xianjie. Yet, reality delivered a crushing blow. In the next moment, he felt a powerful grip seize his wrist, rendering him immobile. His body was suddenly weightless as Zhang Xianjie forcefully pressed him to the ground. He felt as if an immense mountain were pressing down upon his back, rendering him immobile. His heart filled with shock and dread. Zhang Xianjie, with a face full of mockery and disdain, coldly remarked, "You, a mere insect, dare to lay hands on me? Let me inform you, those days when you bullied and beat me are long gone. You will perish." Recovering her senses, Xiao Manmin, her eyes gleaming with a frenzied intent to kill, seized a vase from the coffee table and staggered towards Zhang Xianjie, aiming a fierce blow at his head. Zhang Xianjie had long anticipated her movement. His gaze sharpened, and he retaliated with a resounding slap. The force of the blow was substantial, sending Xiao Manmin spinning like a chaotic top, and she ultimately collapsed heavily back onto the sofa. This time, she was utterly dazed, slumped on the couch, unable to rise for an extended period. Chapter 51. A moment of triumph, you vile woman. You constantly bully my son. How dare you aspire to be a civil servant? Su Shui, thoroughly incensed by Xiao Manmin's malicious behavior, felt her eyes burn with fury. She rushed forward, seizing Xiao Manmin by the collar and delivered 3 resounding slaps, each one infused with years of pent-up resentment. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside, accompanied by a concerned voice. "Old Xia, what is going on?" Clearly, the neighbors had heard the commotion and had come to inquire. "It's nothing. We're just having a family quarrel." Xiao Manmin quickly regained her composure, stifling the pain on her face and the humiliation in her heart, and shouted at the top of her lungs. She understood that, as a civil servant, Any scandal involving discord and violence within her family could severely tarnish her career. At this moment, Su Shui was determined to unleash her full wrath. Pointing accusingly at Xiaoman's nose, she rebuked, "Are you disabled? Are your hands mere decorations? You can't cook, do laundry, or clean. You malicious woman. Aside from humiliating and bullying my son, what else can you do? You are utterly worthless." With her ire unabated, she directed her fury towards Xia Jingsheng, who was still held down by Zhang Xianjie. "And you disgusting fool, leading the charge to bully and humiliate my son, relentlessly undermining his confidence. What do you have to be proud of? You used my son as 500,000 to buy a house, lived your life in petty business, and still Haven Tea cleared your loans, yet you deny my son a place to stay. Do you dare to divorce me? Do you dare?" Faced with Su Shui's barrage of questions, Xia Jingsheng was paralyzed with fear. He was terrified of receiving another beating from Zhang Xianjie, overwhelmed by Su Shui's commanding presence, and acutely aware that a divorce would mean splitting assets, a loss he could not withstand. Yet, the flames of anger within him raged uncontrollably. As Zhang Xianjie finally released him, he scrambled to retrieve his phone and, with a venomous tone, called out, "Brother, do not arrange that apprentice position at the antique shop for that kid. He's got a volatile temper, and I fear he might ruin your family's antiques." After hanging up, a cold smirk spread across his face as he fixed a predatory gaze upon Zhang Xianjie and Su Shui, inwardly contemplating, "Though I won't divorce, I have plenty of ways to keep your son in check. To oppose me is to court disaster. Son, this room will be yours from now on. Anyone who dares to enter uninvited, you are to strike them down," Su Shui said with a look of disdain and mockery. Pulling Zhang Xianjie into a guest room she had meticulously prepared for him. It was a 3-bedroom apartment, and although this room was the smallest, measuring about 20 square meters, it was immaculately tidy, each corner reflecting Su Shui's love and hope for her son. Reflecting on the past, Su Shui had eagerly anticipated that Xia Jingsheng and Xia Man would, out of long-standing affection, look after her son and secure him a good job. Thus, even though she felt wronged the previous night, she had refrained from being overly assertive with Zhang Xianjie. However, times have changed. The son has become a remarkable master of gemstone gambling, rendering the reliance on these two superfluous. With this thought, Su Shui's gaze filled with determination and pride. "Hee. Tomorrow I shall procure a sturdy lock to secure this room," Zhang Xianjie remarked with a sly smile, feeling an immense weight lift from his chest. A sense of exhilarating relief coursing through him. Reflecting on the previous night, when he refrained from confronting the Xia family out of concern for his mother's feelings, he now recognized that circumstances had shifted dramatically. Although they did not intend to reside here permanently, this room belonged to them, and no one would seize it from them. "If anyone dares to knock on my door tonight, I shall wield a kitchen knife against them," Su Shui declared, her eyes glinting with resolute defiance. Grasping a kitchen knife, she strode into the room and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud, as if proclaiming her unwavering resolve and resilience. "I too should retire for the night." Zhang Xianjie inhaled deeply, calming his racing heart as he picked up his luggage and entered his room, similarly slamming the door behind him, isolating themselves from the tumult of the outside world. This night marked a tranquil interlude following the storm for the mother and son, a new beginning for their lives. As the dawn's light gently filtered through the window, illuminating them. They have truly infuriated me." Xia Jingsheng's piercing shouts seemed poised to shatter the roof. His face flushed with rage, resembling an enraged bull. Xia Man was equally incensed, her fist clenched so tightly that her nails nearly embedded themselves into her palms, her body trembling with fury. Yet, despite the flames of anger raging within them, Xia Jingsheng felt like a spineless coward, unable to approach the firmly closed door. Xia Man, too, was compelled to swallow her frustration, stifling any desperate cries. Reluctantly, they huddled together, heads close, whispering furtively to devise a plan, resembling two scheming mice. The following dawn, sunlight streamed through the thin clouds, gently bathing the earth. Zhang Xianjie and Su Shui stepped out of their home, brimming with vitality and exuberance. In stark contrast, Xia Jingsheng bore dark circles under his eyes as if he had endured 2 heavy blows, appearing utterly dejected. Last night, he had been forced to spend the night on the sofa without even a blanket, shivering in the cold. Xia Man looked even more disheveled. Her once pretty face was swollen, resembling a bloated bun, with distinct red handprints marking her cheeks, telling tales of the previous night's encounter. "How outrageous that they didn't even prepare breakfast for us!" Xia Man shrieked, her face reflecting sheer exasperation. Xia Jingsheng's expression mirrored her own, his body trembling with indignation. Previously, Su Shui had acted as their unpaid servant, diligently attending to their needs, and they had grown accustomed to a life of ease. Now, even a slight disruption was intolerable to them. Meanwhile, in a quaint breakfast establishment by the street, Zhang Xianjie and Su Shui sat across from each other, leisurely indulging in their morning meal. The air was infused with the delightful aroma of food, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Zhang Xianjie recalled the disheveled appearance of Xia Jingxing and Xia Man from earlier, unable to suppress a smile as he exclaimed, "Seeing those two simpletons like that is truly gratifying." Su Shui echoed his sentiments, her face illuminated by a long-lost, carefree smile as she remarked, "No longer having to cater to those two simpletons leaves me feeling utterly refreshed. I have never felt this comfortable before." After a brief pause, a flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes, and she continued, "Son, I inquired about the villa at Lushui Manor last night. It was once valued at 100 million. Although property prices have plummeted, it is unlikely to be worth less than 60 million now. Should we proceed with the purchase?" Chapter 52. Earning money to buy a villa. Zhang Xianjie, with a calm demeanor and a resolute tone, reassured, "Mother, do not worry. Soon, I shall engage in stone gambling, and the funds for our villa will materialize." "I wish to accompany you," Su Shui exclaimed, her face radiating excitement, her eyes shimmering with fervor. The experience of gambling stones the previous night had granted her an unprecedented thrill, an intoxicating sensation that she found utterly irresistible. Indeed, from now on, we, mother and son, need not fret over finances. Your work is not merely for earning money. Consider it a means to alleviate boredom, to savor life, and to embrace a change of mood." Zhang Xianjie said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Shui promptly retrieved her phone and called her workplace to request a leave of absence. Subsequently, the mother and son set off together to various stone gambling establishments. As before, they swiftly selected stones upon entering each shop and then departed without engaging in on-site stone analysis, thus maintaining remarkable speed. By noon, they had whirlwind through over a dozen gambling stores. However, Zhang Xianjie's strategy this time was notably different. He continued to acquire all the raw stones that triggered the alert for his unique abilities, yet simultaneously, he chose some inexpensive raw stones priced at 1 or 2,000, or 2 to 3,000. He understood the importance of maintaining a low profile, concealing his capabilities to create the impression that he too faced losses, ensuring no one would suspect his extraordinary skills. In the afternoon, Zhang Xianjie and Su Shui arrived at Tianshan Jewelry, where the stone analysts were already on high alert. As the machines hummed, the raw stones were revealed one by one. Among them was a top-quality icy green jadeite, its rich green hue resembling a profound lake, exuding a captivating sheen. Albeit not of considerable size, another was a violet jadeite, whose color, though less intense, possessed its own charm. The unveiling yielded dozens of jade pieces, their combined value astonishingly high. After professional appraisal, the total exceeded 210 million. This outcome left Lu Tianshan, the analyst present, and Chen Shishir, who had come for assessment, utterly dumbfounded, their faces a canvas of disbelief. Standing aside, Su Shui beamed with pride, finally convinced that her son had indeed mastered the supreme secrets of stone gambling, destined for abundant wealth in the future. "Alas, it seems my skills in stone gambling are still lacking. Today, I lost more than half." Zhang Xianjie feigned a despondent expression, sighing softly. "The losses were merely on inexpensive stones. It is of no great consequence. Everyone has their off days. Even the most adept stone gambling masters cannot guarantee a profit on every stone." Lu Tianshan quickly approached to offer words of comfort. A stone analyst, eyes alight with admiration, nearly fervently proclaimed, "Master Zhang, you can earn over 2 billion in a single day. At this rate, becoming the world's richest individual is not beyond the realm of possibility." Zhang Xianjie shook his head, adopting a demeanor of regret, and replied, "It is not as simple as you imagine. I have merely mastered a unique skill in stone gambling, applicable only to certain raw stones. I have scoured every stone gambling shop in Beijing, yet have been unable to find stones that meet my criteria for a price increase. Thus, at present, 200 million is my limit. Even if I venture to Myanmar or Yunnan in the future, the situation remains largely the same. There are limits to be observed." Upon hearing this, the staff nodded thoughtfully, seemingly swayed by Zhang Xianjie's words, no longer perceiving him as an omnipotent figure. Each master of stone gambling possesses their own distinctive techniques, and the raw stones in Beijing's gambling shops are already those left behind by numerous experts, with few jade stones available. "However, Master Zhang, To be able to identify raw stones worth 200 million from among them is indeed remarkable. With your presence in our company, I believe we can certainly look forward to a prosperous future, Li Tianshan further elucidated, her words deftly dispelling the doubts of others regarding Zhang Xianjie's abilities. Sensing that his objective had been achieved, Zhang Xianjie chose not to linger further and took his leave with his mother, Su Shui. As soon as they exited the company, an irrepressible excitement surged within Zhang Xianjie. My goodness, I am now worth several hundred million. Beijing truly is a metropolis brimming with opportunities, where chances for wealth are abundant. Merely through stone gambling, one can amass considerable riches, and if one were to additionally engage in treasure hunting, the future wealth would be incalculable. He immediately ushered Su Shui into the car and drove towards Greenwater Manor at a brisk pace. Seated in the passenger seat, Su Shui could hardly contain her eagerness as she dialed the manor's butler. With a hint of pride in her voice, she said, "Hello, butler. This is Su Shui. My son intends to purchase the villa of the Building King. Please ask your boss to come over now, as we are on our way." The butler, filled with curiosity, could not help but inquire, "What does your son do for a living?" Su Shui lifted her chin slightly, a proud expression adorning her face, and replied, "My son is the chief stone gambling consultant for Tianshan Jewelry. He is quite affluent, so do not doubt that." Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Greenwater Manor and made their way directly to the sales office. Upon arrival, they found the owner of the property, Dai Liangkai, already waiting at the entrance. At only 32 years of age, he was rotund, resembling a small hill, and was commonly referred to as Dai the Fat. His father was a renowned real estate mogul, and he himself had also plunged into the real estate industry. Once, he was a figure of immense wealth and prosperity. However, with the ever-changing tides of the real estate market and a significant drop in property prices, his financial chain grew strained, making life quite arduous. Upon hearing that someone intended to purchase the villa of the Building King, Dai the Fat was both astonished and elated. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he could no longer contain his excitement and looked at Zhang Xianjie with wide, eager eyes, asking, "Are you truly planning to buy the villa of the Building King?" Zhang Xianjie maintained a calm demeanor, replying in a steady tone, "Of course, would I deceive you?" "Splendid." Dai the Fat could barely conceal his joy and immediately led Zhang Xianjie and Su Shui to view the villa. Before him stood the villa, a magnificent edifice resembling a grand palace, with 3 stories that exuded an imposing presence, each level boasting an impressive indoor area of 600 square meters. Upon entering the villa, one is struck by the opulence of its decor. Exquisite crystal chandeliers dangle from the ceiling, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The spacious gym is outfitted with top-tier fitness equipment, while the fully equipped home theater offers an indulgent audio-visual experience. The outdoor swimming pool glimmers with enchanting hues under the sun's embrace, and the expansive basement is partitioned into 3 rooms, suitable for storing wine or other treasures. The surrounding greenery is impeccably maintained, with a harmonious arrangement of various flowers, plants, and trees, creating a veritable paradise. Zhang Xianjie was instantly captivated by this villa, firmly believing it to be the future home for himself and his mother. Chapter 53. Changing the password and deleting fingerprints? I kicked the door down. Next came the bargaining phase. Zhang Xianjie, calm and unhurried, stated, 40 million. I can provide cash right now. Upon hearing this, Dai Fatty's smile instantly froze, his brow furrowing tightly. His once round face appeared somewhat contorted, and he quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "This villa was worth 100 million last year. Even with the decline in property prices, it should still be valued at least 80 million. You are slashing it by half. This is unacceptable." However, inwardly, he was elated, observing Zhang Xianjie's confident demeanor. It was clear he was a person of means, capable of producing 40 million in cash at once. No wonder he held the title of chief gemstone consultant at Tianshan Jewelry. Perhaps today, this persistently unsold villa could finally find a buyer. Ultimately, Zhang Xianjie successfully acquired the striking villa for 58 million. Once all the paperwork was completed, night had quietly descended, and the city's neon lights flickered in the darkness, resembling stars that had fallen to earth. Dai Liangkai, brimming with sincerity, warmly invited Zhang Xianjie and Su Shui to dinner. During the meal, glasses clinked, laughter echoed, and the atmosphere was incredibly harmonious, with hosts and guests reveling in each other's company. After dining, Zhang Xianjie promptly transferred 10 million to Su Shui for the purchase of appliances and various daily necessities for the villa. Subsequently, the mother and son returned to their former residence. However, when Su Shui pressed the familiar code, the door lock remained unresponsive. Attempting to unlock it with her fingerprint yielded no results either. The firmly shut doors seemed to cruelly announce their rejection. These two individuals had changed the password and even revoked my fingerprint recognition. Su Shui furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with astonishment and indignation. With a darkened expression, she raised her hand and knocked forcefully on the door. Thud, thud, thud. Inside, Xia Jingxing and Xia Mian were leisurely enjoying takeout. Upon hearing the knocking, they exchanged glances, smirking coldly as if they had heard an inconsequential noise, and continued to indulge in their meal, indifferent to the commotion outside. Mom, step aside. Zhang Xianjie pulled Su Shui aside with concern, a glint of fury flashing in his eyes. He then raised his right foot and forcefully kicked the cold iron door. With a loud crash, the iron door buckled under the impact, distorting and caving in. Zhang Xianjie did not relent. He delivered several more powerful kicks, each strike filled with tremendous force. Eventually, with a resounding crash, the iron door was completely kicked open, collapsing inside and rendered utterly unusable. What do you think you are doing? A neighbor, alarmed by the commotion, rushed out of his house, his face contorted with anger. This man, in his 40s and impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, was a close associate of Xia Jingxing. What business is it of yours? This is my home. I can kick the door if I wish. Zhang Xianjie stood his ground, his gaze piercing as he glared at the man, harboring extreme disdain for him. This individual was as despicable as Xia Jingxing, having once taken advantage of Zhang Xianjie during his downfall, and now he dared to meddle, truly detestable. This is clearly old Xia's house. What relation do you have to it? The middle-aged man still refused to back down, defiantly retorting. Get lost, or I'll knock your teeth out. Zhang Xianjie shouted furiously, his eyes wide with anger. After uttering his threat, he seized Su Shui and strode into the house. You reckless fool, how dare you kick the door? Xia Jingsheng bellowed, his voice attempting to mask the turmoil within. Hurry and call the police. Xia Mian, equally enraged, cried out with a flushed face. This is my own house. I can kick it however I please. Who gave you the right to change the password and delete the fingerprints? Su Shui followed closely behind Zhang Xianjie, her expression icy, her voice laced with frost. Zhang Xianjie, uninterested in engaging with the two, proceeded straight to his room's entrance. His eyes burned with fury as he took out his tools and began to pound on the door with a resounding thud, soon affixing a heavy iron lock with a definitive click. Since you do not regard me as family, why should I extend you any courtesy? From now on, this room shall be my sanctuary. None shall enter at will. Su Shui then entered her own room, deftly gathering some clothes and daily necessities into a bag. Afterwards, the two turned and left without hesitation. Just before exiting, Su Shui paused and coldly remarked, "This will always be my home. If I return and the password remains unchanged, I will continue to kick the door until I see how many doors you can replace. Of course, should you wish for a divorce, I would wholeheartedly support that. I await that day." With that, she left, not looking back, as she departed with Zhang Xianjie from this once oppressive abode. That night, the mother and son settled into a brand new villa. Although the interior still lacked many furnishings, leaving it somewhat vacant, their hearts brimmed with joy and warmth. This was their own home, free from those loathsome outsiders, where every inch radiated happiness and warmth. If only he could find a girlfriend as beautiful and alluring as Chen Shishir or Chen Yaoyao, his happiness would be even greater. Zhang Xianjie found himself a bit greedy. At that very moment, freshly bathed, Chen Shishir lounged in a blue spaghetti strap dress against her headboard. After a moment's hesitation, she finally decided to video call Chen Yaoyao. Soon, Chen Yaoyao appeared on the screen, still awake, sitting on the sofa drying her hair. Chen Shishir, unhurried, waited until Chen Yaoyao had finished drying her hair and turned off the hairdryer before she tentatively said, "Sister, does Zhang Xianjie have X-ray vision? X-ray vision? Are you reading a novel? Who in reality possesses such a gift?" Chen Yaoyao replied, bemused, rubbing her forehead. "But did you know? Today, Zhang Xianjie scoured every gambling stone shop, purchasing dozens of stones, most of which turned out to be profitable, while the worthless ones were merely a loss. I suspect he is intentionally concealing his ability to gamble profitably." Chen Shishir said, her excitement palpable. "How much did he earn?" Chen Yaoyao, intrigued, inquired. "Over 210 million. Isn't that terrifying?" Chen Shishir exclaimed in shock. "What? 210 million? Chen Yaoyao was left utterly astounded, overwhelmed to the point of speechlessness. At that moment, she realized that she had underestimated Zhang Xianjie. He was far more formidable than she had anticipated, akin to a treasure of a man. "Thus, I suspected he possessed X-ray vision," Chen Shishir remarked. "Perhaps he does not have X-ray vision, but rather a metal detector lodged within his right foot. Qin Yaoyao could not help but let her imagination run wild. Memories of the past, when Zhang Xianjie had sought her out for treatment, flooded her mind. Chapter 54. The news of purchasing a villa reached Xia Jingsheng's ears. However, it was utterly absurd and impossible. Thus, Qin Yao now retorted somewhat irritably. He might as well be picking up scraps. Clarity does not significantly aid in that endeavor. Therefore, he is relying on intuition and skill to gamble on stones. So do not let your imagination run wild. Our CEO has also stated that every master in stone gambling possesses their unique skills. Perhaps he has truly discovered a remarkable technique that enables him to identify raw stones with special characteristics, within which jade may be concealed. Chen Shishir pondered. Has he pursued you? Qin Yaoyao shifted the topic, inquiring with anticipation. No, he doesn't even seem interested in pursuing me, Chen Shishir said, her expression one of indignation. Then I shall confront him, Qin Yaoyao declared angrily before abruptly ending the call and initiating a video chat with Zhang Xianjie. Moments later, Zhang Xianjie appeared on the screen. Upon catching sight of Qin Yaoyao's alluring figure, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Sister, you aren't trying to tempt me, are you? I might just explode from restraint. You lecherous fellow with no courage, spare me your flattery. I heard you made over 200 million from gambling on stones? Qin Yaoyao teased, adjusting her dress at the neckline. I merely wanted to buy a villa for my mother, hence I purchased a few more stones, and luck was on my side. Zhang Xianjie replied with a chuckle. But in the stone gambling shops in Yinjing, I can no longer find any stones worth bidding on. 200 million is the limit. However, you might venture to Yunnan or Myanmar. Who knows how much you could earn? Qin Yaoyao was taken aback, her body trembling with excitement. After a brief idle chat, she playfully remarked, Is it because you have money now that you look down on my sister and no longer pursue her? Didn't you say you were going to Yinjing to woo her? Have you forgotten? Sister, I've only been in Yinjing for 2 days, dealing with matters concerning my mother and stepfather, so I've been somewhat distracted. I'll arrange to meet her in a few days, Zhang Xianjie said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, regretting his earlier bravado. A few days? You must ask her out tomorrow, otherwise. I shall inform your mother in Yinjing that I am your girlfriend and insist on moving into your villa. Qin Yaoyao teased. Goodness, sister, you're too ruthless. Zhang Xianjie exclaimed, utterly stunned, and could only repeatedly assure her, all right, I'll ask her out tomorrow and quickly arrange for her to move into my villa. Starting a blissful life together. She might not even fancy you, so don't get your hopes up too high. Qin Yaoyao shot Zhang Xianjie a disapproving glance. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, cascading upon every corner of the city. Su Shui arrived at the company early, embarking on a busy day. While she concentrated intently on her work, she also took advantage of her spare moments to secretly select various furnishings for the villa online. Her colleague Zhao Fong, observant, as always, noticed Su Shui's radiant demeanor, a persistent smile gracing her face, and could not help but inquire curiously, Su Shui, you took leave yesterday. Why do you look so delighted today? Is there some joyful news? Well, my son has found a job, and his monthly salary is an impressive 50,000. Su Shui replied with a smile, her lips curling upward. She refrained from mentioning that her son had extravagantly spent 60 million to purchase a villa, fearing it would sound boastful. Well, your son is quite remarkable, Zhao Fong exclaimed, her eyes widening with evident envy. However, secrets have a way of surfacing. On this day, Xia Jingsheng chose not to go to his small company, instead staying at home preoccupied with installing doors. As he worked, he muttered curses under his breath, his anger raging like an unquenchable fire. At one point, he was so infuriated that he considered calling the police, but upon reflections, he realized that such an action would likely be futile, ultimately resigning himself to the idea. The butler approached unexpectedly, a radiant smile plastered across his face. His tone laced with a hint of flattery as he inquired, Mr. Xia, are you planning to rent out this house? Why do you ask? Xia Jingsheng looked up at the butler, perplexed. This was his sole residence. If he rented it out, where would his family live? Your son has purchased the crown jewel villa in our community, with an impressive indoor area of 800 square meters and countless rooms. Naturally, your family will reside in the villa, so what purpose would this house serve if not rented out? Our properties are highly sought after, if you hand me the keys. I assure you I can rent it out within 3 days, the butler explained patiently, his words dripping with praise for the Xia family. You must have mistaken me for someone else. My son is merely a failure, attending a mediocre university and has yet to secure a job since graduation. Ultimately, he is not even my biological son. Otherwise, how could he be so inept? Him? Buying a villa is utterly preposterous. It's inconceivable in this lifetime. Xia Jingsheng shook his head in disdain, his expression one of scorn and disbelief, completely unconvinced by the butler's assertions. Mr. Xia, Su Shui is your wife, is she not? Yesterday, she and her son, Zhang Xianjie, approached our boss and without hesitation, produced 58 million in cash, purchasing the crown villa without a blink. The butler continued to smile, speaking unhurriedly. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Xia Jingsheng's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, stammering, that little failure. How could he possibly have 58 million? 5,800 would be more plausible. According to your wife, your son Zhang Xianjie is the chief stone gambling consultant at Tianshan Jewelry, a top-tier master in the field, making money with remarkable ease. A simple stroll through a stone gambling shop could net him millions, even tens of millions. The butler, noticing Xia Jingsheng's skepticism, continued to explain with a smile, and when he sensed a retort forming, he asserted firmly, "This is a verifiable fact. You need not doubt it any longer. Why would I deceive you?" Summer Jingsheng could no longer contain the tumult of confusion and astonishment within him. Trembling hands dialed Su Shui's number. When the call connected, he adopted a sycophantic tone, cautiously inquiring, "Darling, did our son purchase the Villa King for 58 million? What do you mean our son? He is my son. And you have no connection to him whatsoever," Su Shui retorted mercilessly, her voice laced with sarcasm and disdain. Did he truly buy the villa? At that moment, Summer Jingsheng was too taken aback by Su Shui's attitude to dwell on it, his heart brimming with shock as he pressed on eagerly. "I stayed in the villa last night. It was incredibly comfortable." "Is it really true?" With that, Su Shui abruptly ended the call. Chapter 55. A stroll through Panjiayuan, could it truly be? That little rascal, no, that son of a bargain, has been infatuated with antiques since childhood. Has he genuinely uncovered the unparalleled secret of stone gambling? Has he amassed a fortune through this? Summer Jingsheng stood rooted to the spot, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. Still unable to fathom this sudden and monumental shift, he pondered for a moment before hastily sifting through his phone's contact list. At last, he found the number, trembling fingers dialing the call. When the line connected, he greeted with a broad smile, enthusiastically exchanging pleasantries. "Master Su, I hear that Tianshan Jewelry has welcomed a new master of stone gambling?" Indeed, he recognized Su Lu, though merely as a friend of a friend, their acquaintance shallows. Having met only a handful of times over drinks, yet he possessed the man's phone number. "Old Xia, your information network is quite impressive. How did you learn of this?" "It is true. Tianshan Jewelry has indeed brought in a master stone gambler named Zhang Xianjie." Su Lu responded on the other end of the line. "Is he remarkably skilled?" Summer Jingsheng inquired anxiously. "Extremely so. Neither Old Guan nor I can compare to him. He is a prodigious talent. Just yesterday, he visited a stone gambling shop in Yanjing, returned with some stones, and made over 2 billion in profit." Su Lu's voice brimmed with admiration for Zhang Xianjie. Earning over 2 billion in a single day? Summer Jingsheng felt his heart quiver, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the sun cast its golden rays like countless threads upon the earth. Zhang Xianjie, filled with excitement and anticipation, drove to Panjiayuan, the sacred ground of antiques in Huagua. At the entrance, the ancient archway stood majestically, resembling a venerable elder silently witnessing the ebb and flow of time. Crossing the high threshold, one was instantly engulfed by the cacophony of voices, akin to a surging tide. Stalls lined the winding paths, sprawling endlessly like a vast ocean crafted from treasures. The array of antiques dazzled the eye. The warm, jade-like sheen of Hetian jade ornaments glimmered softly under the sun, exuding a warmth as if narrating the passage of millennia. The graceful silhouette of a blue and white porcelain vase, adorned with intricate patterns, resembled a flowing inkwash painting, each delicate stroke echoing the artisan's ingenuity. The aged wooden carvings emanated a subtle fragrance of wood, with lifelike figures of flora and fauna seemingly poised to leap from the hands of their skilled creator. Ancient paintings and calligraphy exuded an aroma of ink, the yellowed paper bearing the weight of history, with inscriptions and images that either flowed freely or exuded grandeur, perfectly melding the creator's emotions with the era's imprint. Vendors either lounged leisurely on small stools, their eyes ever watchful for passing customers, or fervently engaged with pedestrians, enthusiastically recounting the legendary origins of their prized possessions. Customers clustered in groups, some wielding magnifying glasses, bending closely to scrutinize their desired items, their eyes alight with focus and yearning. Others haggled with the stall owners, the exchange of words igniting spirited debates. flushed faces revealing a peculiar delight. In the air lingered a faint scent of dust mingled with the distinctive aroma of antiquities, a fragrant testament to the passage of time. In the distance, the occasional melodious chirping of birds mingled with the bustling voices of the crowd, infusing this antique haven with a touch of vivacity and life. Here, time seemed to slow its relentless march. Each artifact stood as a testament to history. Every transaction represented a cultural legacy, and each conversation was a heartfelt reminiscence of bygone days. Beep, 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 3 meters horizontally. Beep, 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 4 meters horizontally. Beep, 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 7 meters horizontally. Suddenly, the blaring alarm and notifications echoed in Zhang Xianjie's mind. Good heavens, so many treasures. Did I miss any? Zhang Xianjie, his face alight with astonishment, hurried to the first stall to meticulously verify the alerted artifact. It was a piece of Hetian jade, quietly resting on a piece of brocade, resembling a transcendent fairy, exuding an enchanting allure that instantly captivated the beholder. Its hue was soft and elegant, reminiscent of the delicate warm yellow that graces the horizon at dawn, interspersed with a hint of milky white radiance, both blending harmoniously to create an ethereal beauty that was dreamlike and elusive. The artifact was intricately carved into the shape of a mystical deer, showcasing exceptional craftsmanship, with every detail painstakingly polished by the artisan's deft hands. The deer stood poised with a graceful posture, its limbs slightly bent, as if leisurely strolling through the woods, yet ready to spring forth at any moment into the distant unknown. Its antlers were distinctly branched, with smooth, flowing lines adorned with exquisite textures, lifelike as if they belonged to a real deer. The creature's eyes were round and expressive, meticulously inlaid with the tiniest jade pieces, radiating an intelligence and gentleness that seemed to penetrate the very essence of the world. Its ears were perked, as if attuned to the subtle sounds of the forest, alert yet playful. The fur was delicately outlined with incised lines, each strand distinct, appearing soft and rich in texture. At the edges of the piece, a small portion of the original skin was cleverly preserved, its natural hue like the mottled marks left by time, adding an air of antiquity and mystery. "Excuse me, may I take a look?" Zhang Xianjie inquired, pointing at the Hetian jade artifact. The vendor, a woman in her 30s with striking features, albeit with slightly tanned skin, smiled and nodded, of course. Zhang Xianjie crouched down and grasped the jade piece. The texture was exquisite and warm, akin to the softest silk in springs, smooth and imbued with just the right warmth, as if it possessed a life of its own, engaging in a gentle interaction with him. Simultaneously, a faint spiritual aura emanated from the artifact, permeating Zhang Xianjie's being, inducing a delightful shiver of comfort. "How much?" he could not help but ask. "The craftsmanship is exceptional. Otherwise, the alert for the right foot would not have sounded." 200,000, the vendor replied. 20,000, Zhang Xianjie countered. "You dare suggest 20,000? Go away, do not disturb my business," the vendor retorted, her nose wrinkling in exasperation. "What is the lowest price?" Zhang Xianjie pressed on, unabashed. 180,000, not a penny less, the vendor declared coldly. Zhang Xianjie did not haggle further. Instead, he ambled away, continuing to explore the stalls. He meticulously examined any treasure that triggered an alarm, inquiring about their prices while absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. His face radiated leisure, and his heart brimmed with happiness and joy. This life of treasure hunting and serendipitous finds was exactly what he cherished and longed for. After perusing a dozen items that had set off alarms, the afternoon had already slipped away. Yet, Zhang Xianjie had not secured any bargains, for the vendors were all aware of the value of their goods and would not part with them cheaply. Beep, 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 horizontal direction, 9 meters. Once again, the alarm and notification echoed in his mind. Zhang Xianjie promptly strode over, lingering for a moment before finally discerning that the source of the alarm was an old book sitting beneath the vendor's seat. Chapter 56, Seeking Guan Luan for Appraisal. Zhang Xianjie's gaze was instantly captivated, his eyes shimmering with an unmistakable excitement. The old book lay beneath the vendor, apparently unrecognized as a treasure. He circled the stall, occasionally picking up other items to feign interest, and pointed to a coin displayed on the table, inquiring, "Sir, this coin appears quite intriguing. May I have a closer look?" The vendor, a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard, glanced at him with indifference and nodded. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xianjie crouched down, leaning slightly forward, ostensibly focused on the coin in his hand, while his peripheral vision remained fixed on the old book. As the vendor engaged with a customer nearby, Zhang discreetly extended his right foot, gently brushing against the ancient tome. In that instant, a faint yet distinct aura surged into his body, while an alarm bell in his mind intensified, urgently urging him, "This is it. Do not let it slip away." Suppressing his inner excitement, Zhang maintained a calm facade and set the ornament down, casually inquiring, "Sir, that book beneath you seems quite aged. What treasure is it?" The vendor paused, glanced down at the book, and replied nonchalantly with a smile, "Oh, that's just an old book, of no value. I usually use it as a seat cushion." Zhang felt a surge of joy within, yet his expression remained impassive as he continued to probe, "If you're not selling it, I'd love to take it off your hands. I have a penchant for collecting such antiques." The vendor scratched his head, pondering for a moment, then said, "All right, make me an offer." Zhang contemplated briefly, extending 2 fingers. 20, how does that sound? The vendor's eyes widened in disbelief. 20? That price is utterly ridiculous. Even if the book is tattered, it's still an ancient text, worth at least 2,000. Internally lamenting, Zhang realized the vendor, despite his earlier nonchalance, was not foolish when it came to negotiations. He forced a smile and shook his head. "Sir, 2,000 is far too steep. I'm just an ordinary antique enthusiast and don't have that kind of money. 50 is my final offer." The vendor frowned, visibly displeased. 50? Your bargaining is rather harsh. It's worth at least 1,500, not a penny less. Zhang feigned a troubled demeanor, pacing back and forth, before finally gritting his teeth. 100, that's my absolute limit. If you agree, I'll pay you immediately. The vendor hesitated, scrutinizing Zhang, a flicker of conflict evident in his eyes. Ultimately, he sighed deeply. "Fine, 100 it is. Take it away." Zhang felt a rush of elation within, though he maintained his composure. He quickly retrieved his wallet, counted out 1,000 yuan, and handed it to the vendor. Then, with utmost care, he picked up the ancient book. The moment his fingers made contact with it, a more potent aura surged through him. After placing the tome into his backpack and exchanging a few casual pleasantries with the vendor, he turned and departed. With a hearty laugh, the vendor exclaimed that a tattered book he had stumbled upon had sold for a remarkable 100. Today, fortune had truly smiled upon him. Unable to contain his amusement, he recounted how he had come to set up his stall. While passing by a heap of refuse, he had fortuitously discovered an old book, which he casually picked up and tucked behind him to serve as a cushion. To his astonishment, a foolish buyer had come along and purchased it for 100. In search of an expert to appraise this unexpected treasure, Zhang Xianjie hastened to a lavish antique shop, Poissy. There, he was greeted by none other than Guan Luan, a consultant for Tianshan Jewelry's stone gambling, along with a 30-something appraiser and a charming young saleswoman in her 20s. Zhang, filled with excitement, entered the establishment and eagerly inquired, "Master Guan, is this your shop?" "Indeed," Guan replied. "Having retired, I decided to open this antique store while also serving as a consultant for Tianshan Jewelry." He stepped out from behind the counter, inviting Zhang to take a seat on the sofa. As he poured tea, he curiously asked, "My dear Zhang, I presume your visit to Panjiayuan today has yielded some treasures?" He was aware that Zhang was not only a master of stone gambling, but also a keen treasure seeker. With a smile, Zhang carefully extracted the ancient tome from his backpack and presented it to Guan with both hands, saying, "Master Guan, your intuition is remarkable. I came across this old book at a small stall, and for some reason, I felt it was extraordinary, so I purchased it for 100 yuan. Your extensive knowledge would be invaluable. Could you help me ascertain its true worth?" Guan took the ancient book and gently placed it on the coffee table. He scrutinized the cover, noting how the once vibrant colors had faded under the ravages of time, the paper yellowed and brittle, with corners showing significant wear. His brow furrowed, and his expression grew serious. Gradually, he opened the book, handling it with the utmost care as if it were a rare gem, fearful that too much pressure would reduce it to mere fragments. The shop fell silent as the 30-something appraiser and the young saleswoman gathered curiously around, their eyes fixed intently on the ancient tome in Guan's hands. Guan turned the pages, occasionally leaning in for a closer inspection of the text and illustrations, sometimes shaking his head, other times nodding gently, emitting soft sounds of contemplation. After a considerable time, Guan set the book down and looked at Zhang with a solemn expression, his eyes brimming with astonishment and delight. "My dear Zhang, congratulations. You have indeed struck gold. Upon my careful examination, I can assert with 99% certainty that this tome is a unique edition from the Song dynasty. The texture and hue of the paper, the printing techniques, and the characters and illustrations within all distinctly reflect the characteristics of the Song era. The brushwork is forceful and elegant, and the illustrations are fluid and lifelike, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary artisan. Unique edition from the Song dynasty? Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief, his face alight with joy. It seemed that the treasures he had stumbled upon were indeed remarkable. His instincts had never failed him. Indeed, similar unique editions can fetch around 2 million at auction. This is not merely a book, it is a treasure that embodies millennia of culture, Guanluan added, his words imbued with a profound reverence for ancient texts. Zhang Xianjie, overwhelmed with excitement, rose to his feet and began to pace back and forth within the shop. His joy barely contained. Thank you so much, Elder Guan. If it weren't for you, I would have remained oblivious to the immense value of this book. Guanluan smiled gently, but his expression turned serious as he continued, Brother Zhang, since you placed your trust in me, I shall not withhold my intentions. I am utterly enamored by this rare Song Dynasty edition. Should you be inclined to part with it, I would be willing to offer 2 million for its acquisition. Of course, this entirely hinges upon your desire. Take your time to contemplate. Chapter 57. The First Encounter with Ming Dynasty Blue and White Porcelain Transaction. Zhang Xianjie merely pondered for a brief moment before nodding in agreement. He held little regard for the old book, deeming its appearance rather unappealing. Moreover, he was not adept at preserving such antiquities. However, once it fell into the hands of old Guan, it would undoubtedly be well cared for. The transaction was swiftly concluded, and Zhang Xianjie found an additional 2 million in his account, bringing him immense satisfaction. Although this was not as lucrative as the returns from his stone gambling ventures, he had already exhausted all the valuable raw stones in the jade shops of Yanjing. As for excavating Hetian jade, that was now nearly impossible. For after a month of fervent digging, the alert signals in his mind had become increasingly rare. 2 million was a sum that his former self would have struggled a decade to amass. This young man is remarkable, turning a mere 1,000 into 2 million. The sales assistant thought, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she regarded Zhang Xianjie. Old Guan, I have a jade pendant here. Could you take a look? Zhang Xianjie produced the jade pendant he had acquired from the black market in Weigang. Guanluan accepted the pendant, cradling it in his palm, his gaze immediately captivated. The store's lighting cascaded down, draping the pendant in a hazy glow, enhancing its already gentle radiance. He first gently caressed the edges of the pendant, savoring its texture. It felt smooth and flawless, akin to the caress of autumn waters, the sensation flowing from his fingertips straight to his heart. The jade quality was exceptional. Likely top-grade Hetian jade, polished by the sands of time to achieve such a splendid touch. Guanluan murmured to himself, his voice laden with astonishment. Next, he brought the pendant closer to his eyes, scrutinizing the peculiar patterns intricately carved upon its surface. The design resembled neither a dragon nor a phoenix, boasting fluid lines imbued with mystery, as if concealing an ancient code awaiting interpretation. Furrowing his brow, Guanluan's gaze traversed every turn and arc of the pattern, attempting to uncover hidden clues. The young appraiser nearby could not resist leaning in, his eyes filled with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. Old Guan, I have never encountered such a pattern. What do you think it represents? He inquired eagerly. Guanluan did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved a high-powered magnifying glass from the counter drawer to examine it more closely. Through the lens, the details of the pattern were magnified infinitely, each carving becoming distinctly visible, the exquisite craftsmanship evoking a sense of reverence. After a prolonged moment, Guanluan slowly set down the magnifying glass, taking a deep breath before proclaiming, "This pattern is exceedingly rare. Based on my years of experience, it may originate from the totem of a mysterious tribe from ancient times. Judging by the carving technique, it is likely the work of an exceptionally skilled artisan, having matured over centuries to embody this profound and weighty charm." Zhang Xianjie listened intently, his curiosity about the pendant's value intensifying, prompting him to ask eagerly, "Old Guan, what do you believe this jade pendant is worth?" Guanluan contemplated for a moment before responding slowly. From the perspective of the jade quality alone, this pendant is certainly of considerable value. With the addition of this enigmatic totemic carving and the ancient craftsmanship, it is undoubtedly an antique jade pendant, valued at approximately 3 million. If its specific era and provenance could be determined, the price could soar even higher. The fact that it holds a value of 3 million in the black market is astonishing. During one visit to the black market, a profit of 4 million was made. Zhang Xianjie felt a surge of delight. He was quite fond of this jade pendant and had no intention of selling it, discreetly tucking it away into a small space. While he was idly conversing, a wealthy lady entered, cradling a snow-white kitten that appeared exceptionally lively. She carried a leather pouch containing a porcelain item, anxiously exclaiming, Boss, please take a look at this vase. If the price is right, I shall sell it. I am in urgent need of funds. Hearing her voice, Guan Luan promptly emerged from behind the counter, wearing a professionally warm smile, and gestured for her to follow him to the appraisal table within the shop. Zhang Xianjie, too, followed with curiosity. Instantly, the atmosphere in the shop shifted to one of tension and anticipation, as the snow-white kitten quietly perched on the lady's shoulder, its dark, glistening eyes surveying the surroundings, occasionally letting out a soft meow. The lady carefully extracted the porcelain vase from her pouch, gently placing it upon the appraisal table adorned with soft satin. In an instant, the shop's lighting illuminated the vase, casting an ancient and mysterious glow. The vase's unique shape featured smooth, flowing lines. Its mouth was slightly inward, the body round and full, with a clearly visible signature at the bottom. Delicate intertwined lotus patterns adorned the neck, each petal appearing to sway in the breeze. The main body of the vase depicted a breathtaking landscape scene, with distant mountains layered against the clouds, and nearby streams bubbling softly, bordered by lush trees. A figure in a long robe leisurely fished, as if the tranquil and distant essence of the landscape was encapsulated within this small vessel. Guan Luan donned pristine white gloves, gently lifting the vase for a closer inspection. He first examined its overall form, nodding slightly in acknowledgement of its craftsmanship. Then, he produced a small magnifying glass, scrutinizing the patterns, glaze, and signature with focused and keen eyes, leaving no detail overlooked. With each examination, his brow would subtly furrow or relax, his expressions revealing the complex judgment swirling within regarding this porcelain piece. After setting down the magnifying glass, he smiled and inquired, "Madam, from where does this vase originate?" The lady sighed softly, her expression tinged with melancholy, and slowly replied, "This vase is a family heirloom, acquired by my great-grandfather during a transaction with a fallen noble. It is said that the noble's ancestors were high officials in the Ming court, and this vase is a relic that escaped from the palace. My family has always cherished it as a treasure, safeguarding it meticulously. However, my husband's business has failed, leaving us with substantial debts, and I find myself with no choice but to sell it for urgent relief." At this, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, filled with reluctance. "Madam, based on the vase's provenance, shape, glaze, and painting techniques, I can preliminarily ascertain that it is a piece of blue and white porcelain from the mid-Ming dynasty. However, to ascertain its authenticity and specific value, more specialized instruments for testing are required," Guan Luan remarked with a smile. The mid-Ming dynasty. Zhang Xianjie was inwardly astonished. Ming dynasty blue and white porcelain has always been highly sought after in the antique market. If this vase is genuine, its worth cannot be underestimated. He discreetly extended his right foot beneath the table, aligning it vertically with the vase on the surface. Beep, 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 1, 2 meters. The familiar alarm and notification resonated in Zhang Xianjie's mind. Holy cow, it's an authentic piece. A spark of excitement ignited in Zhang Xianjie's eyes. He felt a surge of eagerness. Yet, according to protocol, he could not seize the opportunity until negotiations had faltered. Thus, he could only wait on the sidelines, observing the unfolding situation. Chapter 58. Encountering Qinshishi again, boss. I am truly in urgent need of money. Please, just give me a price. If it is reasonable, I will sell it immediately, the anxious noblewoman implored. After a moment of contemplation, Guan Luan responded, "Madam, if this vase is verified as genuine, its market value would likely range between 5 million and 8 million. Upon hearing this, the noblewoman's countenance darkened significantly. 5 million to 8 million? I have consulted other experts, and they claim this vase is worth at least 20 million. Please, do not deceive me." Guan Luan smiled helplessly. "Madam, in the realm of antiques, prices are influenced by numerous factors, and different experts may arrive at varying conclusions. The figure I provided is based on my professional judgment and is merely a preliminary estimate." "Very well then, I will sell it for 8 million, the noblewoman declared, gritting her teeth. "However, we cannot yet ascertain its authenticity. I recommend that we conduct a test using our instruments, which will take 3 days. Only with the results will I feel confident in making a purchase. Moreover, I cannot offer 8 million, as that would result in a loss for me," Guan Luan explained. "But I urgently need the money. I require it today." The noblewoman exclaimed in desperation. "Aren't you a master appraiser? Can you not determine its authenticity by sight alone? This is undoubtedly genuine." "Madam, the current counterfeit technology has reached unprecedented heights. Many esteemed masters have been deceived, leading to their ruin. Thus, even a master appraiser cannot overly rely on their eyesight. Testing is essential, Otherwise, I cannot proceed with the purchase. Regrettably, I am unable to assist you in your urgent need for cash, Guanluan apologized. How about this? I will offer 3 million for the vase. Should the subsequent test reveal any issues, I will accept the loss, Zhang Xianjie interjected suddenly. Master Zhang, are you certain about this? Guanluan looked at Zhang Xianjie in surprise. He was concerned that, owing to Zhang's youth, he might be swayed by the noblewoman's urgency and her compelling narrative. However, having navigated this industry for decades, he had witnessed countless tragic tales, many of which culminated in the revelation of forgeries. The methods of con artists were endless, and a single misstep could lead to disaster. Although Zhang Xianjie had recently profited over 200 million from gambling on stones, a miscalculation would tarnish his reputation. Zhang Xianjie nodded firmly. Guanlao, I have made my decision. Madam, what do you think? 3 million is far too low. I will not sell, the noblewoman replied, her meticulously sculpted brows slightly furrowing, revealing a flicker of hesitation and reluctance in her eyes. After a brief pause, she skillfully reinserted the vase into its leather pouch, delicately fastening the clasp with her slender fingers. She then gracefully, albeit somewhat hurriedly, exited the premises. Alas! Zhang Xianjie sighed softly as he watched the noblewoman's retreating figure, a sense of regret stirring within him. Perhaps he had missed a significant opportunity. Yet, he had no intention of increasing his offer. Should he invest more? Even if the vase proved authentic, the potential profit margins would be minimal. Master Zhang, are you also exceptionally skilled in the appraisal of porcelain? Guanluan inquired with a gentle smile, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. I rely solely on my intuition, sensing that it may very well be an authentic piece, though I must admit my knowledge of antiques is rather superficial. Zhang Xianjie shook his head slightly, a hint of self-deprecating amusement gracing his features. Master Zhang, you are far too modest. Much like the art of stone gambling, you truly possess a gift, Guanluan remarked, his eyes brimming with admiration as he gave a thumbs up. Master Guan, could you help me evaluate this treasure? Is it of considerable worth? Suddenly, a voice as delicate and enchanting as a yellow aureole emerged from outside, and in walked a stunning beauty clad in a form-fitting white dress paired with striking red high heels. The dress accentuated her figure exquisitely, her voluptuous curves seemingly on the verge of breaking free from their confines. With each step she took, her silhouette swayed gracefully, her bosom undulating like waves, radiating an irresistible allure. Her raven hair flowed like satin, cascading down in an elegant curtain, embodying a noble and refined aura that captivated all who beheld her. It was none other than Chen Shishir. Clutching a copper coin in her hand, her eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. How beautiful! Zhang Xianjie couldn't help but silently marvel. At the age of 23, Chen Shishir's visage possessed a youthful vivacity and charm that outshone her sister Chen Yaoyao. Where did you unearth such a gem? Guanluan inquired with a smile, rising to his feet. Why not allow Master Zhang to appraise it? He is a remarkably skilled appraiser. Zhang Xianjie? You are here as well? Chen Shishir finally noticed Zhang Xianjie's presence, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. I don't have a formal job, so it's perfectly normal for me to be here. But what about you? Shouldn't you be at the office? Zhang Xianjie asked, curiosity evident in his gaze. Our Tianshan jewelry has a large store here, and I spend most of my time working here, primarily attending to clients who come to place orders for jewelry. Chen Shishir replied, her lips curling into a sweet smile. Now, please help me examine this copper coin. I purchased it from a small stall, and the vendor was a new face I hadn't seen before. I suspect it might be genuine. As she spoke, she extended her delicate, fair fingers, offering the copper coin to Zhang Xianjie. The moment their fingertips brushed, he felt an electric thrill surge through him, awakening an unusual sensation within. He accepted the coin, elevating it to his gaze for a closer inspection. At the same time, alarm bells and notifications echoed in his mind, signaling an unusual energy emanating from the coin, which wafted gently into his being, invigorating his spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xianjie declared, "This is indeed an authentic piece. Your fortune smiles upon you." An authentic piece? What is its value? Chen Shishir's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile blooming like a flower, enchanting in its beauty. As a master jewelry designer, she had also ventured into the realm of antiques, harboring a keen interest in uncovering hidden treasures. It was her influence that had sparked Chen Yaoyao's curiosity in antiques, leading her to privately explore the art of stone gambling. As for the valuation, I must admit it is not my forte. Let Master Guan undertake that task. Zhang Xianjie remarked, passing the copper coin to Guanluan. Guanluan carefully examined the copper coin, initially scrutinizing it with his naked eye. He then picked up a magnifying glass, meticulously observing every detail of the coin, including the inscriptions, textures, and edges. After a considerable time, he finally set down the magnifying glass, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Poetry, your fortune is quite remarkable. This is a copper coin from the Qing dynasty, specifically from the year of Guangxu Dingwei. The market value for coins in good condition ranges from 30,000 to 70,000, while those in exceptional condition can exceed 200,000. However, this particular coin does not reach the level of excellence, thus its value is approximately 50,000. Chapter 59. The alarm triggering cat. I purchased it for 5 yuan and earned 1,000-fold. Chen Shishir proudly lifted her chin, her face radiating joy. If you are willing to sell, I shall acquire it. Guan Luan smiled as he addressed Chen Shishir. Sell. Without hesitation, Chen Shishir nodded in agreement. For her, the thrill of discovering a treasure far outweighed the importance of personal collection. The transaction was swiftly completed, and Chen Shishir's bank card swelled with an additional 50,000 yuan. Shall we sit down for a cup of tea? Zhang Xianjie extended an invitation to Chen Shishir. I am still at work, but if something arises, my colleagues will call me. Chen Shishir hesitated briefly, but eventually settled onto the sofa beside Zhang Xianjie. Noticing this, Guan Luan tactfully returned to the counter, sitting upright. He understood that these two were well matched, and he did not wish to intrude. Zhang Xianjie poured a cup of tea for Chen Shishir, the steam rising in fragrant tendrils. They soon engaged in casual conversation, revolving around their interests and hobbies. I adore music and literature, and I have a fondness for jewelry, as well as the thrill of gem hunting. I also love pets, though I have never kept one, as I am busy with work and worry that I may not be able to care for it properly. You wouldn't believe it, but today I saw the most beautiful little cat perched on the shoulder of a wealthy lady, its eyes glistening like jewels. I was utterly enchanted. Chen Shishir's voice was clear and melodious, like a captivating piece of music, flowing effortlessly. Just then, the wealthy lady re-entered the store. The little cat on her shoulder, with its gem-like eyes, curiously inspected Zhang Xianjie. Indeed, the little cat was exquisite. Zhang Xianjie mused silently. The lady spotted Zhang Xianjie and seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, saying, "Sir, I am selling this vase to you." She had recently inquired at several antique shops, all of which quoted prices ranging from 3 to 5 million, insisting on testing the item with instruments before agreeing to purchase. Reluctantly, she had returned to Zhang Xianjie. "May I take another look at your vase?" Zhang Xianjie, concerned about a possible switch, stood up to examine the vase once more. Indeed, it was the same blue and white porcelain vase as before. The alarms and alerts echoed once more in his mind. Thus, the transaction was swiftly concluded, and the blue and white vase officially became Zhang Xianjie's possession. The wealthy lady hurriedly turned to leave. However, the little cat on her shoulder suddenly leaped down and approached Zhang Xianjie, affectionately rubbing against his right foot. Then, astonishingly, an alarm rang in Zhang Xianjie's mind. Beep, beep, beep. 0 meters. Could there be a treasure on the cat? Zhang Xianjie was taken aback by the thought that immediately sprang to mind. He swiftly handed the blue and white vase to Chen Shishir and crouched down, carefully lifting the white cat to inspect it thoroughly. Yet, after a careful examination, he found nothing unusual on the cat. Could it be that the white cat had ingested some treasure? Zhang Xianjie furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. No, if it had ingested a treasure, the alarm distance should not be 0 meters. It should at least register as 0.1 meters from his foot. Is it possible that this white cat is indeed a treasure? To think that it could discern biological treasures with its own right paw is nothing short of miraculous. Bai Shui, cease your mischief. The noblewoman, noticing the scene, hastily approached, attempting to retrieve the kitten from Zhang Xianjie's arms. Madam, what breed is this cat? Zhang Xianjie inquired with genuine curiosity, speculating that this feline might belong to an exceedingly rare breed, considering that such esteemed breeds can be valued at hundreds of thousands. It is merely a common cat, not part of any prestigious lineage, the noblewoman replied as she took the white cat from Zhang Xianjie. However, the cat leapt from her hands onto the ground, once again clinging to Zhang Xianjie's right leg. A common cat? Zhang Xianjie's eyes widened in astonishment. Logically, if it were indeed a common cat, it should not trigger an alarm. Thus, he smiled and proposed, "Madam, observe how this cat is so fond of me. How about you set a price and sell it to me?" Convinced that the kitten was a treasure, he was determined not to let it slip away easily. "You wish to purchase it?" The noblewoman's eyes flickered with surprise. "I genuinely adore it and wish to buy it," Zhang Xianjie asserted earnestly. "In the past, had you expressed such affection, I would have gifted it to you. However, I find myself in dire need of funds. Therefore, if you wish to buy it, I must ask for 50,000. The noblewoman hesitated. Asking 50,000 for a common cat was indeed steep. Yet, given the evident affection from the other party, she felt justified in demanding a high price. 10,000, Zhang Xianjie countered. After an intense negotiation, they settled on a price of 30,000. Once the transaction was completed, the noblewoman hurried away, seemingly anxious that Zhang Xianjie might change his mind. After all, selling a common kitten for 30,000 was quite the windfall for her. Meow, meow, meow. The kitten appeared to sense its change of ownership and began to frolic joyfully around Zhang Xianjie, finally curling up at his right foot. Its little claws firmly gripping his calf, remaining steadfast even as he moved. Why does this cat favor my right foot? Has it sensed some latent energy within? Zhang Xianjie pondered, suddenly considering this possibility. He bent down to cradle the kitten in his arms and looked at Chen Shishir, saying, "Would you like it? I can gift it to you." Zhang Xianjie was well aware that, as a treasure hunter, he would frequently travel the world and lacked the patience and conditions to care for a cat. Thus, he sought a reliable owner for the kitten, which would also facilitate his future observations to unravel why this cat had been deemed a treasure by his right foot. "Thank you," Chen Shishir replied. Her cheeks flushed with a shy hue. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately accepted the kitten, cradling it in her arms. She thought to herself that Zhang Xianjie must have overheard her express her fondness for the kitten, leading him to purchase it at a high price as a gesture toward her. Was this an expression of his affection? However, accepting the kitten did not equate to reciprocating his feelings. It was purely due to her overwhelming adoration for the charming little creature. "Ah, Bai Shui, henceforth your mistress shall be the enchanting beauty who cradles you, while I shall be your master. You must behave, do you understand?" Zhang Xianjie could not help but utter playfully. "You scoundrel," Chen Shishir retorted shyly, casting a reproachful glance at Zhang Xianjie. Meanwhile, Bai Shui appeared to comprehend Zhang Xianjie's words, glancing at Chen Shishir and then back at Zhang Xianjie, before letting out a soft meow. "Master Guan, I entrust this bottle to you. Please assist in its appraisal. If it proves to be genuine, kindly facilitate its sale for me," Zhang Xianjie said, turning to Guan Luan with a smile. "Certainly," Guan Luan replied as he accepted the bottle. He then lowered his voice, chuckling as he remarked to Zhang Xianjie, "You rascal. You certainly possess a knack for charming the ladies. Many men pursue Chen Shishir, yet she has never received gifts from any suitor. You must persevere. You both seem quite compatible. Master Guan, we shall take our leave now." Zhang Xianjie chose not to respond to Guan Luan's teasing, instead beckoning Chen Shishir to accompany him as they made their way toward the exit. "I appreciate your assistance in picking me up last time. Allow me to treat you to dinner tonight as a token of my gratitude," Zhang Xianjie whispered softly in Chen Shishir's ear as he drew closer. "I have prior engagements this evening. I am afraid I cannot make it," Chen Shishir replied, a smile adorning her face. Chapter 60, A False Alarm. "Who invited you?" Zhang Xianjie inquired with astonishment. Could it be that Chen Shishir already has a boyfriend? The son of President Lu Tianshan, Fang Yongchong, the esteemed young master. A hint of profound meaning glimmered in Chen Shishir's gaze as she spoke. Indeed, her beauty attracted many admirers. Even the son of Lu Tianshan sought her affection. Zhang Xianjie silently lamented in his heart. This rival was formidable. Recently, he had also unearthed some details about Lu Tianshan. Her husband, Fang Jiqiang, was a prominent mogul in the business realm, primarily engaged in the jewelry industry, owning mines for gold, jade, silver, and gemstones across multiple countries, with a fortune exceeding 100 billion. Naturally, Fang Youchong, as the young master, wielded both wealth and influence. With him pursuing Chen Shishir, did others stand a chance? Right ahead is our Tianshan jewelry store. Let us step inside for a moment. Young Master Fang is also there. It would be a perfect opportunity for you to meet," Chen Shishir suggested with a smile. Tianshan jewelry was indeed extraordinary. The deep brown solid wood door was both heavy and elegant, intricately carved with exquisite lotus vine patterns. And the brass door knocker gleamed softly under the light, silently narrating the passage of time. As the door was gently pushed open, a subtle fragrance mingled with the distinct crispness of jewels enveloped the senses, as if one had entered a magnificent treasury cherished by time. Upon stepping inside, one's gaze was immediately drawn to a nearly 2-meter diameter crystal chandelier, adorned with hundreds of Swarovski crystals cascading like a waterfall. Each crystal, meticulously cut, refracted a kaleidoscope of colors under the warm yellow light, rendering the entire space dreamlike. The light danced like a spirited sprite upon pristine glass display cases, which appeared as invisible guardians, solely to allow the jewels within to take center stage. Beneath the illumination, rows of glass showcases stood polished to perfection, almost ethereal, designed to accentuate the treasures displayed within. To the left, the showcases primarily featured an array of exquisite necklaces. Delicate platinum chains, as slender as hair, were adorned with petite diamonds that sparkled with radiant brilliance under the light, resembling the brightest stars in the night sky, while opulent pearl necklaces, strung with lustrous pearls, emanated a soft and enchanting glow, enhanced by colorful gemstones that infused a sense of vibrancy and luxury, as if the cosmos had been encapsulated within each strand. Among them, a ruby necklace was particularly captivating, with its vividly red stones set upon an elegant gold base, encircled by a halo of tiny diamonds, akin to stars surrounding the moon. The passionate allure of the ruby contrasted beautifully with the dazzling diamonds, creating a mesmerizing beauty that was hard to look away from, as if it possessed a mysterious charm that drew in every gaze. Directly ahead, a display case showcased an assortment of rings. The minimalist style of the wedding bands features delicate engravings on pure silver rings, understated yet exuding a sense of quality, as if whispering a simple and pure love story, perfect for couples who cherish authentic affection. The engagement rings, embellished with large gemstones, boast sapphires as deep as the sea and emeralds as rich as the forest. Each gem seems to harbor a mysterious world, awaiting the fortunate soul to uncover its secrets. Amongst the myriad of rings, one diamond ring stands out, its centerpiece a 1-carat diamond with impeccable cut, radiating brilliance and sparkling under the light. Surrounding the main diamond, smaller diamonds are meticulously set into the band, resembling twinkling stars in the night sky, showcasing luxury and romance, as if narrating eternal vows and witnessing the sweet love of every couple. In the display case to the right, an array of earrings and bracelets captivates the eye. The earrings come in various styles, from petite studs adorned with glistening crystals or pearls, ideal for everyday wear, adding a touch of refinement that allows the wearer to exude elegance effortlessly, to extravagant long earrings, where dangling gemstones and metallic chains sway gracefully with the wearer's movements, embodying fashion and individuality, seemingly crafted for the stage to showcase the wearer's charm. The bracelets range from minimalist leather cords with metal clasps, exuding an air of casual elegance, to luxurious designs strung with assorted gemstones, each carefully selected for harmonious color combinations, transforming each bracelet into a meticulously crafted piece of art, awaiting a kindred spirit to bestow upon it unique significance. Adorning the walls of the shop are exquisite oil paintings, their delicate brushstrokes depicting the artisan's workspace. In these artworks, artisans don gold-rimmed glasses, wielding precision tools, engrossed in the intricate craftsmanship of gemstones, with even the flutter of their eyelashes captured with vivid detail. These paintings not only enhance the artistic ambience but silently narrate the heartfelt stories behind each piece of jewelry, allowing one to envision the artisans in their studios, deeply focused on their craft. In a corner rests a vintage solid-wood table with chairs, upon which lie several jewelry magazines and brochures, inviting customers to rest and peruse while selecting their treasures. The stunning images and detailed descriptions within the magazines provide customers with a deeper understanding of the allure of jewelry, while the brochures featuring promotional offers and new arrivals present them with an array of choices. At the rear of the store, a dedicated customization area is bathed in soft lighting, creating a warm and intimate atmosphere. Walnut display racks showcase design sketches and 3D printed samples, while the walls are adorned with certificates of collaboration from world-renowned jewelry designers, underscoring the expertise and authority of Tianshan jewelry. Here, bespoke jewelry can be tailored to the customer's desires, fulfilling their quest for individuality and exclusivity, ensuring that each piece becomes a singular treasure in their hearts. The staff within the shop are clad in neat uniforms, greeting each customer with warm smiles and enthusiasm, patiently elucidating the characteristics, materials, and meanings of the jewels. Their professional guidance and thoughtful service imbue the jewelry selection process with a sense of homeliness, making every customer feel as though they are the most cherished of friends. Chen Shishir invited Zhang Xianjie to the custom area. At that moment, the shop was devoid of customers, enveloped in a tranquil elegance, with only a young man in his 20s seated in an office chair. Dressed impeccably in a deep navy blue bespoke suit, his crisp collar accentuated his extraordinary demeanor. He exuded an air of nobility, and every gesture revealed his refined stature. Adorning his wrist was a luxurious Patek Philippe watch, its face glimmering subtly under the light, while a jade pendant, radiating a gentle green luminescence, hung around his neck, adding a touch of warmth to his presence. Manager Fong, allow me to introduce our company's chief stone gambling consultant, Zhang Xianjie. Zhang Xianjie, this is Fong Yongchang, the son of our company's owner. Chen Shishir said with a melodious smile. Hello, Master Zhang. I have long known of your prowess in the art of stone gambling, and your reputation as Chen Shishir's partner precedes you. You are indeed remarkably handsome and exceptionally charming. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Fong Yongchang declared enthusiastically, grasping Zhang Xianjie's hand with admiration and reverence shining in his eyes, a testament to his respect for greatness. Indeed, Zhang Xianjie earned over 200 million in a single day of stone gambling. Such astonishing financial prowess is enough to leave anyone in awe. Who would dare to contest it? Manager Fong, what are you talking about? Master Zhang is certainly not my boyfriend, Chen Shishir exclaimed, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink, reminiscent of a blooming peach blossom. Let us not hide the truth. You were the one who picked up Master Zhang when he arrived in Yanjing. It would be strange if he were not your boyfriend, Fong Yongchang remarked seriously, his tone imbued with conviction. Chapter 61. The First Date with Chen Shishir. Chen Shishir felt a tinge of exasperation. How had news of her picking up Zhang Xianjie leaked? It must have been Zhang himself who let it slip. That rascal. With this thought, she shot Zhang Xianjie a fierce glare, her eyes reflecting both reproach and a hint of shyness that was barely perceptible. I truly did not mean to let it slip. It was merely a casual mention to Lu Tianshan the other day, Zhang Xianjie explained, feeling a bit awkward yet inexplicably pleased. For it seemed that Fong Yongchang was no longer pursuing Chen Shishir. After some pleasantries, Zhang Xianjie soon learned that Fong Yongchang was already 26 years old, married with 2 children. It was said that he had married due to an unplanned pregnancy, which left him quite frustrated, as he had intended to enjoy life a little longer before stepping into the roles of a father and husband and prematurely engaging in the management of the company. He now oversaw numerous jewelry stores, this one being among them, and was treating the staff to dinner that evening. So that's what's going on, Chen Shishir thought. Since your boyfriend is here, you need not join the dinner gathering tonight. You may leave work now. Fong Yongchang winked at Zhang Xianjie, a teasing smile gracing his face as he spoke to Chen Shishir. I've told you, he is not my boyfriend yet, Chen Shishir replied, a mix of embarrassment and irritation flashing across her face as she stomped her foot, looking utterly adorable. Master Zhang, you must make an effort. There are many suitors for Chen Shishir, some of whom are exceedingly exceptional, perhaps even rivals to you, Fong Yongchang whispered to Zhang Xianjie, his gaze imbued with goodwill. Thank you, Zhang Xianjie said, feeling somewhat awkward as he expressed his gratitude. He then gently took Chen Shishir's delicate hand and led her outside. Let us find a place to dine. What are you doing? Chen Shishir gasped, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She weakly attempted to withdraw her hand but soon resigned herself to Zhang Xianjie's grasp. His hold felt delightful, akin to cradling a piece of warm jade. And Zhang Xianjie found himself entranced, exhilarated, and slightly agitated. Miao Bai Shui seemed to sense the subtle tension between them, breaking the slightly bashful atmosphere with a call. Manager Chen has indeed fallen in love. Master Zhang has captured her heart. All the staff members, including Fong Yongchang, whispered among themselves, their faces reflecting an air of ambivalence, eyes sparkling with mirth and well wishes. Before long, Zhang Xianjie was leading Chen Shishir out of the store. The street outside was illuminated by vibrant lights, neon flickering, and the bustling traffic creating a stark contrast to the tranquility within the shop. You are quite brazen, aren't you? Will you not let go? Chen Shishir glared at Zhang Xianjie, her face flushed with embarrassment and annoyance. She had refrained from scolding him inside the store, as there were too many acquaintances present, and it was not appropriate in a workplace setting. Your sister has accepted me and even calls me brother-in-law. Shall we embark on our romantic journey now? My mother has long wished for me to find a girlfriend, and I would like to introduce you to her to bring her some joy, Zhang Xianjie said. Still holding her hand, a smile illuminating his face, his eyes filled with hope and tenderness. However, I have yet to accept your advances. We have only known each other for a day, and your fervent pursuit, along with the imaginative gift of a cat, leaves me somewhat flustered. Chen Shishir felt increasingly bashful, unsure of how to proceed. The youth before her was undeniably exceptional, strikingly handsome and athletic, captivating to the point of distraction. Yet, it all felt too swift. She was still in a daze. Have we even taken each other's hands yet? I find myself compelled by your sister's insistence. She has mandated that I must win you over today, or else you will fly to Beijing, move into my villa, and claim to my mother that she is my girlfriend. She is 5 years my senior, which hardly seems appropriate. Please cooperate. We can have a video call with your sister shortly to reassure her. Zhang Xianjie said half in jest, his expression a mix of helplessness and anticipation. My sister truly is unpredictable. Chen Shishir grew increasingly shy and awkward, yet she understood that her sister Qin Yaoao meant well. Zhang Xianjie was indeed a remarkable man, and being a fellow villager made him quite suitable for her, should a romance blossom between them. It would feel like she had struck gold. Before long, they entered a charming Western restaurant. The soft lighting and melodious music created a romantic and warm atmosphere, adding a touch of sweetness to their first date. They quickly placed their orders. The flickering flames of the crystal candlestick cast a rosy glow upon Chen Shishir's cheeks as she stirred her borscht, the silver spoon clinking delicately against the porcelain bowl. Across the snow-white tablecloth, Zhang Xianjie watched her lowered eyelashes casting butterfly-like shadows beneath her eyes, suddenly reminded of the thrilling moments during their stone gambling venture. The fluttering in his chest now felt even more intense than when slicing through the icy, golden stone. Try this, he suggested, deftly turning his wrist as the silver knife and fork effortlessly cut into the medium-rare filet mignon. The tender, rosy meat seemed to harbor the hues of a sunset. And as the blade sliced through, the amber-hued juices mingled with the aroma of black truffle sauce, wafting like a delicate mist in the warm candlelight. He carefully placed the cut steak onto Chen Shishir's plate, a few drops of deep brown sauce lingering at the edge. The server had mentioned that the black truffle sauce was their signature dish, reportedly made from seasonal truffles air-freighted from Italy. Thank you. Chen Shishir gazed down at her plate, her eyelashes casting butterfly-like shadows beneath her eyes. As she grasped the silver spoon, her fingertips turned pale. The sound of metal against porcelain rang out crisp and clear as she scooped a small piece of steak. The background music flowed with Chopin-esque nocturnes, and the flickering candlelight in her wine glass tinted her earlobes a cherry hue, wishing for the floor to crack open and conceal her flushed cheeks. In all her years, this was the first time a man had so meticulously cut steak for her, and even her breathing turned cautious, as if afraid to disrupt this heart-fluttering rhythm. Amidst the delicate sounds of silverware meeting porcelain, Chen Shishir endeavored to steady her emotions and softly inquired, I gather I have a basic understanding of your situation. Moving forward, will treasure hunting and stone gambling be your profession? As she lifted her gaze, her lashes quivered, and the amber chandelier shattered into stars within her pupils, her expression harboring a concern and anticipation she herself had yet to recognize. Essentially, yes. Zhang Xianjie set down his knife and fork, his distinctly articulated fingers gently caressing the base of the wine glass. Yet, should opportunity arise in the future, he would still venture into entrepreneurship. However, even in such pursuits, he could not detach himself from the world of antiques. A smile played upon his lips, and a fervent light danced in his eyes, ever since that first treasure hunt. I have been ensnared, and it seems unlikely I shall ever escape. My sister remarked, haven't you already established a company dedicated to the development of Hetian jade mines? Chen Shishir tilted her head in inquiry, her hair brushing against her collarbone, leaving a trace of an elusive jasmine fragrance in the air. Chapter 62. Enchantment in the Cinema. Indeed, I possess a 55% stake in that company. Zhang Xianjie reclined against the back of his chair, the cuff of his suit slipping down to reveal a discreet Hetian jade bracelet adorning his wrist. However, I merely concern myself with investments, leaving the specifics of operations to my partners. His fingertips lightly tapped the table, as if sketching a blueprint for the future. What I yearn for is to craft my own antique empire with my own hands. Before his words could fade, my phone vibrated against the white tablecloth, the blue glow illuminating Zhang Xianjie's momentarily startled expression. Chen Yaoyao's avatar danced across the screen. Your sister is calling. He cast a resigned glance at Chen Shishir before pressing the answer button. Zhang Xianjie, how are the developments? Chen Yaoyao's melodious voice pierced through the receiver, accompanied by the jingling of keys in the background, indicating she had just entered her home. She lounged on a genuine leather sofa, her hair haphazardly tied into a bun. I could tell you my sister's birth details, but if you haven't managed to hold hands by tonight, I shall book a flight to Beijing right now. Chen Shishir's hand trembled, the silver spoon holding creamy mushroom soup clattering against the bowl's rim, splattering the pale golden liquid onto her lace cuffs. She hurriedly grabbed a napkin to wipe it off, her ears flushed crimson, nearly dripping with embarrassment, even causing the pearl earrings on her earlobes to tremble slightly. Sister, we have already held hands, and we are currently dining. Zhang Xianjie turned the phone's camera towards Chen Shishir, capturing her delicately pressing a tissue against her sleeve, her lashes fluttering as she dared not meet the lens. Sister, what nonsense were you just saying? Chen Shishir's voice was barely above a whisper, her eyes a mixture of shyness and annoyance as she shot a furtive glare at the phone screen, as though wishing to send her sister's teasing back to her. At that moment, she felt both flustered and embarrassed, finally believing Zhang Xianjie's words. So it was indeed her sister orchestrating things from behind the scenes. Yet, why had these two grown so familiar? Ha ha ha, it seems my call has interrupted your date. Chen Yao laughed heartily, seizing a cushion from the sofa and clutching it to her chest. I shall hang up immediately, but I must remind you both, you're off to the movies soon, understand? She winked at the camera, her voice elongated in a teasing manner. Young people in love should not squander such a romantic evening. Understood, Zhang Xianjie replied, stroking his forehead. Though his hand concealed beneath the table tightened into a fist. Calm on the outside, he was elated within. This was no interruption, but rather a fortuitous boost in their favor. Once the call ended, the atmosphere suddenly thickened. Chen Shishir's fingers, clutching the napkin, turned pale, the lace patterns distorted under her grip. Summoning her courage, she lifted her gaze. Her eyes shimmering. My sister has always been overly concerned since childhood. Do not take it to heart. Yet, despite her words, her lashes quivered restlessly, akin to a startled butterfly. Zhang Xianjie unexpectedly reached across the flickering candlelit table, his fingertip brushing against her heated cheek. The gesture as gentle as touching fragile glass. I rather think having such a caring sister is quite wonderful. These words acted as a key, gently unlocking the lock within Chen Shishir's heart. Her tense shoulders suddenly relaxed, and her voice softened. My sister is the best to me. She is especially gentle and virtuous. As she reminisced about the past, a tender smile graced her lips. Soon, she changed the subject. By the way, you're quite adept at stone gambling. Have you ever made a misjudgment? Of course, there have been instances. One often walks by the river. It's inevitable to get one's shoes wet, Zhang Xianjie replied, half serious. As his right foot instinctively curled within his leather shoe, the secrets of treasure hunting are taboo, never to be spoken. He gazed intently at her. Shall we go watch a movie later? Chen Shishir's voice was as delicate as a whisper, and she gently sipped from her fine-boned china teacup. The clinking of the cup and saucer resonating with clarity. Amidst the swirling steam, her charming face grew increasingly flushed, akin to clouds tinged by the evening glow. Outside the window, fine rain had begun to fall, weaving a misty veil beneath the streetlights. A small snow-white cat, appearing from nowhere, nimbly leaped onto Chen Shishir's lap, its fluffy head nuzzling against her wrist, emitting a contented purr. In that moment, the fragrance of steak, the rich aroma of red wine, the warmth of the cat, and the fervent gaze of the man opposite her all converged into the sweetest nectar on this gentle rainy night. As they exited the Western restaurant, the rain had transformed into a fine curtain. Zhang Xianjie removed his suit jacket and draped it over Chen Shishir's shoulders, instantly enveloping her in the scent of cedar mingled with sandalwood. The two shared a black umbrella as they walked along the cobblestone path, while the snow-white cat cozily nestled in Chen Shishir's bag, its fluffy head peeking out inquisitively. The grand posters in the cinema lobby shifted under the neon lights, and Chen Shishir fixated on the advertisement for love in the rainy night, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the hem of Zhang Xianjie's suit. He purchased an oversized portion of popcorn and hot cocoa. When his fingertip brushed against her hand, she recoiled as if scalded, yet slyly extended her hand back when he chuckled softly. As the film commenced, the blue light from the screen flickered across their faces. But Chen Shishir absorbed not a single word. The enticing aroma of popcorn and the subtle sound of breaths nearby sent her heart racing like a drum. When the on-screen couple kissed amidst the rain, Chen Shishir felt a hand tentatively cover hers. Instantly she stiffened, catching a glimpse of Zhang Xianjie's ears flushed crimson. His grip on her hand was surprisingly steady. The popcorn bucket wobbled on her lap, spilling a few kernels onto her skirt, yet she remained oblivious. Suddenly, a thunderous sound effect echoed in the movie, prompting her to instinctively lean away, only to collide into a warm embrace. The faint scent of soap and leather enveloped her as Zhang Xianjie gently brushed his chin against her hair. Don't be afraid, he murmured, his deep voice caressing her ears like a feather, igniting a warmth within her. As the film concluded, Chen Shishir discovered that the snow-white cat had somehow nestled into Zhang Xianjie's suit pocket, curled into a fluffy ball and sound asleep. Apparently, it too sought a warm refuge. Zhang Xianjie smiled down at her, his eyelashes casting a fan-shaped shadow beneath his eyes. Upon exiting the cinema, the rain had ceased, and the moonlight fractured into silver scales upon the puddles. He naturally took her delicate hand in his, and Chen Shishir willingly followed his lead, the warmth of his palm radiating through her arm to her heart. The streetlight elongated the shadows of the two figures, intertwining and separating, mirroring her tumultuous yet sweet emotions at that moment. Suddenly, Bai Shui popped her head out, mewing at the moon, eliciting shared laughter between the two. Their mirth awakening the cicadas perched upon the trees, creating ripples in the serene summer night. Just then, Zhang Xianjie's phone rang, revealing a call from his mother. Su Shui. Upon answering, her slightly excited voice resonated through the device. Son, hurry back. There's a splendid performance awaiting you. It's truly remarkable. You must not miss it. Chapter 63. Xiaomian as shock. The twilight enveloped the skyline of the city like thick ink, gradually staining the atmosphere. At the sound of the 6 o'clock closing bell, Xiaomian promptly exited her workplace, clad in a sharply tailored professional outfit. Her black high heels struck the ground with a crisp resonance as she made her way homeward. The streetlights along the avenue flickered to life, elongating her shadow, rendering her indistinguishable from the throng of hurried individuals returning home. As a civil servant, her life adhered to a rhythm as precise as a finely tuned clock, marked by the monotony of regular hours. Turning into her familiar neighborhood, Xiaomian caught sight of her building from a distance, but halted abruptly just before entering the unit. The once battered security door appeared remarkably rejuvenated, its silver-gray metallic surface gleaming coldly under the light. A frown swiftly creased her brow, her meticulously crafted makeup failing to conceal her displeasure as she muttered under her breath, "That scoundrel ruined my door. May he never find employment," and hastened back to the countryside to cultivate sweet potatoes. With that, she angrily input her code and pushed the door open, as if to vent her pent-up fury upon this new door. The moment she stepped inside, an eerie atmosphere washed over her. The dimly lit room was illuminated only by a solitary floor lamp in the corner, casting a warm yellow glow that split the living room into contrasting halves of light and shadow. An inexplicable sense of unease settled upon her as she beheld her father, Xia Jingsheng, seated on the sofa, his demeanor conveying an indescribable strangeness. At times, he wore a broad grin, his lips stretching to his ears, his eyes flickering with an almost frenzied light. At others, he appeared tense and fearful, gripping his hair tightly, his body trembling slightly. In moments of regret, he would raise his hand to lightly strike his own face, murmuring incoherent words. Could it be that my father has lost his sanity? A sudden jolt of concern replaced her earlier ire. Xiaomian rushed forward, her voice betraying her anxiety. Dad, what's wrong? Why are you like this? It seemed her call jolted him from his stupor. He abruptly looked up, the madness in his eyes gradually giving way to excitement. Ah, man, you're back. Come, sit down. We must discuss something monumental. We've encountered an extraordinary stroke of luck, and I'm a bit dazed, anxious, fearful of missing this opportunity. As he spoke, he reached out to pull Xiaomian onto the sofa opposite him, his urgency bordering on rudeness. An extraordinary stroke of luck? What could it possibly be? Did you win the lottery? Or perhaps stumble upon gold? Xiaomian's expression was one of bewilderment, yet she complied and sat down. Despite her myriad questions, the mention of good fortune inadvertently infused her gaze with a flicker of anticipation and excitement. Your brother and your mother. As soon as Xia Jingsheng began, Xiaomian's countenance darkened. Dad, I have no brother, and I have no mother. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Her tone was frigid, mercilessly cutting off her father's words. In her mind, that so-called brother was nothing more than a burden, and her stepmother, Su Shui's, an irksome presence. Xia Jingsheng's initially excited expression swiftly morphed into a deep crimson, akin to a powder keg ignited in fury. He abruptly slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, You, day in and day out, all you think about is eating. Can't you cook for yourself? Don't you have hands and feet? Listen carefully. From now on you must take charge of cooking, doing laundry, and cleaning. His eyes glowed with rage, and the veins on his forehead bulged ominously, rendering his visage fearsome. Dad, have you lost your mind? Xiaomian retorted, incensed by the sudden onslaught of accusations. She sprang to her feet, her chest heaving violently. I earn a monthly salary of 30,000. Why should I come home and still cook? 30,000? What a joke. Do you have any idea how much your brother makes in a single day? Over 200 million. He has purchased the crown jewel of our neighborhood's villas outright for 58 million. Can you even compare to that? Your mother, Su Shui, is now in a position of privilege. How could you expect her to cook and clean? Xia Jingsheng sneered, his tone dripping with derision. Dad, you must be completely delusional to entertain such absurd thoughts. Zhang Xianjie graduated from a third-rate university and couldn't even secure a job, returning home to farm. Earning over 200 million? Dream on. Even 20 cents would be a stretch, Xiaomian scoffed, her face contorted with disdain. In her memory, Zhang Xianjie was nothing but a failure, and her father's words sounded utterly ludicrous. Yet, Xia Jingsheng remained unfazed, a flicker of pride glinting in his eyes. You only know part of the story. Your brother has had a passion for antiques and relics since childhood, dedicating himself to this pursuit during his university years and continuing thereafter without falter. Now, he possesses an extraordinary skill in gambling stones and has become the foremost consultant for Tianshan jewelry. Just yesterday, he scoured every gambling stone shop in Yanqing, acquiring dozens of stones and netting over 200 million. That is why he bought the villa. I, too, was skeptical at first, but I confirmed it with Su Lu. This is the absolute truth. If you doubt me, you can go see the villa. Your mother, Su Shui, is there, overseeing the decoration with numerous neighbors lending a hand. He spoke rapidly, his gaze fixed intently on Xia Man, as if attempting to penetrate her astonishment. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xia Man was left speechless, her legs giving way as she collapsed onto the sofa. She stared at her father, searching his face for any signs of deceit. This was far too outrageous, too absurd. How could such a thing possibly happen? To believe it would be sheer folly. Come on, if you don't believe it, I'll take you to see for yourself. Xia Jingsheng seized Xia Man's wrist with remarkable strength, pulling her out the door. As they exited the building, they encountered numerous acquaintances. The ordinarily unremarkable neighbors now wore exaggerated expressions of envy and jealousy, flocking to congratulate them. Old Xia, your family has struck it rich, buying a villa for 58 million. You, who are hardly anything special, have married a second wife, and yet here you are, with such an impressive stepson, the top gambling stone consultant for Tianshan jewelry. Is making money really that easy? From now on, may you relish in your fortune. Yet, I harbor no certainty regarding the enjoyment of such blessings. Xia Jingxing feigned a cheerful demeanor while silently harboring doubts within. Meanwhile, Xia Man stood motionless beside him, her heart battered by waves of astonishment, each more tumultuous than the last. Could it be that what her father claimed was indeed true? Had Zhang Xianjie truly ascended to the status of a master in the art of gambling stones, earning over 2 billion in a single day? Before long, they arrived at the villa, the pinnacle of architectural grandeur in the community. This edifice, constructed entirely from opulent stone, emanated an air of authority and luxury under the veil of night. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could observe Su Shui proudly presiding over the living room, attired in a meticulously tailored designer ensemble, directing workers as they positioned various pieces of furniture. Sofas, appliances, exquisite decorative items, all found their designated places under her meticulous arrangement, creating a scene of bustling activity. Chapter 64. Absurd Scheme. Is it truly real? Xia Man murmured to herself. At that moment, she was utterly convinced. She suddenly comprehended why Su Shui had transformed so drastically, becoming unwilling to cook or do laundry, and had even lashed out at the two of them. The reason was that her son, Zhang Xianjie, had become a billionaire, and in the future, he need not fear running out of money if funds were to dwindle. He could simply engage in stone gambling, as there would always be ample raw stones available. If Yanjing were to run dry, he could venture to Yunnan. And if Yunnan were exhausted, he could proceed to Myanmar. Now, do you believe it? You are youthful and a graduate of a prestigious university. Your mind is agile. What do you propose we do to seize this opportunity and have them accept us both, thus allowing us to ascend to greatness, becoming top-tier magnates, and ultimately achieving financial freedom? Xia Jingsheng leaned closer to Xia Man, his eyes brimming with anticipation and yearning. He was acutely aware that he had treated Zhang Xianjie poorly in the past, often resorting to scolding and ridicule, harboring no fondness for him. To gain his acceptance would be an insurmountable challenge. Likewise, Xia Man had not fared any better in her treatment of him, frequently mocking him, making it improbable for him to accept her. If they could not devise a clever strategy to turn the tides, then the immense fortune would remain entirely unrelated to the father-daughter duo, and they would likely become the laughingstock of their neighbors. Dad, let us first find a place to dine and deliberate on this matter carefully. It is of utmost importance and must not be taken lightly. Xia Man suppressed her excitement, maintaining a semblance of composure. She understood well that integrating into Zhang Xianjie and Su Shui's world was no trivial task. 10 minutes later, the two found themselves seated in a private room of a Hunan cuisine restaurant. The sweet aroma of braised pork and the spiciness of chopped pepper fish had mingled with the steam wafting through the air. Yet it did little to ease their taut nerves. Xia Man picked up a piece of greens but hesitated to bring it to her lips. Dad, we were far too harsh on Zhang Xianjie in the past. He harbors not only indifference, but a profound hatred towards us. He would never allow us to take advantage of him. That is why he locked his room, to annoy us, and why he slapped me. Is there truly no way to reverse the situation? Xia Jingxing's expression darkened, regret etched across his face. He stared at the food before him, oblivious to its taste, as memories of his past misdeeds replayed in his mind, filling him with remorse. Dad, I have yet to finish. Xia Mian set her chopsticks down, a glint of cunning in her eyes. Thus, we must rely on Su Shui. The fact that she has not initiated a divorce indicates that she still harbors feelings for you. It is up to you to win her back. You must treat her with utmost kindness, inquiring about her well-being, offering massages, even washing her feet. As for cooking and laundry, you must take on those responsibilities as well. If you are unsure, learn through online resources. Gradually, she will come to accept you. Once she does, it is only a matter of time before she accepts you. For you are ultimately her stepfather. As for me, I too must change. I shall become diligent after work to alter Su Shui's poor impression of me. Your plan, while feasible, is rather slow and torturous. Is there a more effective solution? Xia Jingxing frowned, his face reflecting reluctance. He certainly does not wish to toil painstakingly to please his wife. Being a billionaire, he can indulge in various luxuries, hire a butler, a housekeeper, and an array of servants, or even engage a personal masseur. Why would he need to lift a finger himself? Indeed, there exists a more advantageous approach, though I am uncertain of its feasibility. A bashful blush suddenly adorned Xia Mian's face, her typically composed demeanor momentarily supplanted by a girlish charm, adding an exquisite allure to her presence. What approach? Xia Jingxing leaned forward, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Well, when Su Shui married you, she was exceedingly attentive to me, seeking my favor, even attempting to persuade me to envision a future where I would marry her son. I nearly succumbed to her persuasion, but Zhang Xianjie proved to be utterly inept. As I matured, I realized just how unimpressive he truly was, leading to a complete loss of any fondness for him, coupled with a pronounced aversion. As Xia Mian recounted this, her voice dwindled to a whisper, her head bowing instinctively, exuding a shy and coy demeanor. Your words evoke many memories. When Su Shui wed me, she stipulated a condition, not to impede your freedom and love as you grew, and should you develop mutual affection, to permit your marriage. It seems she had her sights set on you, after all. You are both beautiful and intelligent, qualities that would endear you to anyone. However, Zhang Xianjie's performance was indeed disappointing, and we all harbored disdain for him. Consequently, the matter faded into obscurity. Yet, I am aware she has not relinquished hope. Her reluctance to initiate a divorce stems from her anticipation that you might eventually marry her son. I comprehend her strategy. She aims for me to secure a good job, and as his salary increases, he would gain confidence, especially since he is quite handsome and athletic. The possibility of a union with you would then emerge. At that juncture, she would likely whisper sweet nothings into my ear. Had Zhang Xianjie not become a master of gambling stones and followed her envisioned path, he might have indeed won your heart. Su Shui is, in truth, quite remarkable, possessing considerable patience. The more Xia Jingxing spoke, the more animated he became, his eyes gleaming like a ravenous wolf spotting prey, his countenance reflecting the joy of a momentous discovery. In his perspective, he had unearthed the key to alter fate. All thanks to his daughter's astuteness, her intellect is truly remarkable. Father, do not celebrate prematurely. While Su Shui may hold me in high regard, Zhang Xianjie may not reciprocate. After all, my treatment of him has not been favorable, and now, as a master of gambling stones, he is poised to become a billionaire, if not a multi-billionaire. The contrast is significant. Xia Mian shyly lowered her gaze, her fingers unconsciously twisting the napkin, yet a glimmer of determination shone in her eyes. My daughter is stunning, rivaling even the most popular stars. How could he not be enamored? I recall when he first arrived, he would gaze at you in a daze, clearly harboring a secret infatuation. However, as you treated him poorly, he recognized the improbability of your affection, leading him to abandon hope. If you were to express even a modicum of fondness or reveal your feelings, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Xia Jingxing asserted confidently, pride resonating in his tone. He was not boasting. Xia Mian truly possessed striking beauty. Standing at a height of 1.72 meters, her figure was exquisitely curvaceous, and her features were as delicately crafted as a work of art, with skin as fair as freshly fallen snow. In her daily life, she took great pride in her appearance, always adorned in top-tier fashion, coupled with her status as a civil servant, which afforded her a relaxed workload and generous salary. She emanated an air of confidence and elegance that rendered her a renowned beauty far and wide. It was precisely due to her exceptional talents and looks, along with her esteemed university education, that she harbored a sense of superiority, which led her to increasingly disdain Zhang Xianjie. who attended a less prestigious institution, thereby straining their relationship further. However, in Xia Jingsheng's view, as long as Su Shui altered her attitude towards Zhang Xianjie and took the initiative to pursue him, would he not be overjoyed? Chapter 65. Kneading shoulders and massaging legs. Father, if Zhang Xianjie has indeed been harboring a secret affection for me, this plan could undoubtedly be executed with ease. Let us deliberate further on how to hasten the realization of this endeavor, lest we find ourselves ensnared in a prolonged uncertainty. Xia Mianmin's face was alight with excitement and fervor, though internally she felt a growing urgency. At this juncture, Zhang Xianjie has just ascended to wealth. Untouched by the detrimental habits that often accompany affluence, this is the prime opportunity to win his heart. Should we delay, as he acclimatizes to a life of luxury, he will inevitably come to understand that wealth attracts women aplenty, and a multitude of beautiful suitors will soon vie for his attention. By then, it would be too late. Thus, we must solidify this fortuitous arrangement without delay, ideally, this very evening. Once we return, you should adorn yourself with care, and we shall visit Su Shui's. A mere hint from me will surely delight her. When Zhang Xianjie returns, you must be gentle with him, your smile radiant, and with Su Shui's support, our aspirations shall come to fruition. Henceforth, we shall indeed be a true family. I shall not only be his stepfather, but also his father-in-law, while you will not merely be his sister, but also his girlfriend. His wealth shall be our wealth. He is quite capable of earning, and we shall assist him in spending it, ensuring he does not squander it all. As Xia Jingsheng spoke, he envisioned a splendid future, residing in a villa, driving luxurious cars, and spending lavishly, frequenting upscale establishments, reveling with glamorous models, exuding charm in bars, becoming the envy of all, radiating beauty. Indeed, Xia Mianmin nodded vigorously, her expression mirroring excitement and dreams. She could hardly suppress her fantasies of life as Zhang Xianjie's girlfriend, clad in designer attire and accessories. Surrounded by an array of sports cars, perhaps even a yacht, a private jet was a must, no longer burdened by the need to work. She would embody the role of a wealthy matron, a top socialite, attending high-profile events daily, playing cards with affluent women, indulging in beauty treatments, engaging in lively conversations, sipping fine wines, an utterly enviable existence. Soon, the two hurriedly settled their bill and dashed home, nearly sprinting in their haste. Xia Jingsheng, unable to contain his eagerness, rushed into the bathroom, splashing water as he meticulously cleansed his body, as if to wash away all past misfortunes. After his shower, he retrieved his finest suit. Carefully assembling an ensemble before the mirror, his shoes polished to a gleam, and he adorned himself with a long-neglected watch. After his preparations, he stood before the mirror, exuding an air of confidence as though he had truly become a wealthy man. Meanwhile, Xia Mianmin was in her room, delicately applying her makeup, sitting at her vanity. The soft light caressed her face as she gently swept her makeup brush across her cheeks, creating an exquisite, understated look that enhanced her already stunning features. She slipped into a form-fitting white dress, the deep V-neckline revealing her alluring collarbone, while the off-shoulder design showcased her graceful shoulders. Her freshly washed and dried long hair cascaded down her back like satin, exuding a subtle fragrance of shampoo. She donned black stockings and slipped into 10-centimeter white high heels, her posture instantly becoming more statuesque. Finally, she picked up an LV handbag and stood before the full-length mirror, scrutinizing her reflection with care. In the mirror, the woman was breathtakingly beautiful, so much so that even she found it hard to look away. She reached for a bottle of exquisite perfume, and with a gentle spray, a captivating fragrance enveloped her, refreshing and delightful. This was perfection incarnate. Zhang Xianjie, I refuse to believe you won't be entranced. I refuse to believe you won't succumb to the allure of my charm. Once, you were utterly captivated by my beauty, and I am certain you will be equally mesmerized now. Xia Mianmin murmured shyly yet confidently to herself as she gazed into the mirror. She turned, carrying with her the rich scent as she exited the room. Wow, a celestial being has descended, Xia Jingsheng exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment and undisguised admiration upon seeing his daughter. Thus, the two of them, brimming with confidence, stepped out of the house, their strides purposeful as they made their way towards the villa. Inside the villa, Su Shui had already sent the workers away, restoring tranquility to the home. As her son was due to return soon, she wanted to ensure the atmosphere was warm and welcoming. Standing in the center of the living room, surveying her freshly arranged home, a satisfied smile unconsciously graced her lips. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Su Shui raised an eyebrow in curiosity as she approached the door. only to find Xia Jingxing and the extravagantly dressed Xia Manman waiting outside. A sycophantic smile adorned Xia Jingxing's face, his eyes betraying a hint of nervousness as he said, "Wife, I have something very important to discuss with you." "Then come in and speak," Su Shui replied. Standing at the intricately carved entrance of the villa, the gilded door reflecting her striking features, her fingertips absent-mindedly traced the diamond pattern of her Hermes silk scarf, lowering her gaze to mask her disdain. She stepped aside to allow them passage and caught a glimpse of Xia Manman's slightly trembling toes in her 10-centimeter heels. This subtle imperfection elicited a barely perceptible cold smile from her lips. "Please, have a seat," Su Shui said languidly as she reclined against the arm of the genuine leather sofa, her wine-red nails lightly tapping against the imported leather's texture. The crystal chandelier bathed her meticulously styled hair in a soft glow, with a few strands of silver highlights shimmering in the interplay of light and shadow, creating a delicate contrast to Xia Manman's deliberately crafted feminine demeanor. At that moment, Xia Manman fidgeted nervously with the hem of her dress, her waist held rigid, as if fearing to crease the designer gown prepared to win her favor. "Wife, you must be tired. Let me massage your shoulders," Xia Jingxing said, rubbing his hands together as he cautiously edged closer to Su Shui. His palm, warm with eager intent, rested on her shoulder. Yet it only served to remind her of the years he had been domineering. Once, while she was overwhelmed in the kitchen, he would lounge with his legs crossed watching television. When she fretted over their son's tuition, he would take money and go out drinking and gambling. A bit harder. "Please," Su Shui tilted her head back slightly, allowing her hair to cascade over the sofa's backrest. Today had indeed been a whirlwind of activity, leaving her quite fatigued. With someone offering a free massage, she could hardly refuse. As she reveled in this hard-earned attention, a flicker of satisfaction surged within her. This was but a small interest they were repaying for the years gone by. "Mom, let me massage your legs." Upon witnessing her father's attempts to appease, Xia Manman's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. She promptly settled beside Su Shui and began to gently massage his legs. "Ha ha ha. This is precisely what I had anticipated. After dedicating 8 years to serving these two ungrateful wretches, I can finally reap some returns." This was, after all, the very purpose behind my son purchasing the pinnacle villa in this neighborhood. Su Shui inwardly sighed, observing the once proud father-daughter duo now resembling two beguiling lapdogs, her heart swelling with a sense of vindictive pleasure. Chapter 66: The Thrill of Revenge. After a thorough shoulder massage lasting several minutes, Xia Jingxing finally expressed his remorse. "My dear wife, I acknowledge that I have not shown sufficient concern for you and Xianjie in the past. I sincerely apologize. However, I have indeed exerted considerable effort in securing a job for Xianjie. If he had not become a master of gambling stones, he would not have dismissed that job with disdain and quarreled with me. The apprenticeship in artifact appraisal is undoubtedly promising and aligns with his interests. With dedication over a few years, he could emerge as a master in this field, achieving significant success." "Please, continue," Su Shui replied, her expression subtly shifting. This was a sentiment she could not refute. Despite Xia Jingxing's previous indifference towards her and their son Zhang Xianjie, he had genuinely endeavored to provide for Xianjie's future. The apprenticeship he had introduced was commendable in terms of salary and potential growth. She had been quite pleased with it, eagerly anticipating that her son would seize this opportunity to alter his destiny. However, both Xia Jingxing and Xia Manman had been excessively aloof and dismissive. When their son Zhang Xianjie struggled academically, they mocked him. When he expressed an interest in antiques, they chided him for being unambitious. Those cutting remarks acted like daggers, repeatedly piercing her son's heart and making Su Shui's position in the household increasingly precarious. Undoubtedly, had her son not aspired to be a master of gambling stones, he would likely have been grateful for that job, appreciative of Xia Jingsheng's kindness. "In truth, I am aware that you wish for Manman to marry Xianjie, and I harbor no objections. On the contrary, I secretly hope for it is best that the fruits of our labor remain within our own lineage. Manman is incredibly beautiful and intelligent, a highly paid civil servant. Should she wed Xianjie, their offspring would undoubtedly be exceptional. My previous discontent with him stemmed from my frustration at his lack of ambition. I hoped he would strive for change, yet he stubbornly rejected my guidance, leading to our mutual disdain. Nonetheless, I have arranged the finest opportunities for him, eager for him to become a master in artifact appraisal, amass wealth, and eventually marry Manman. Together, we would form a remarkably joyful and harmonious family." Xia Jingxing spoke gently. "Is it true that you are aware of this, and have orchestrated such plans?" Su Shui's expression was a mixture of complexity as her thoughts drifted back to that sweltering afternoon 8 years ago. At that time, she stood before the dilapidated building of the Xia family with her 15-year-old son, Zhang Xianjie, and was struck by the sight of Xia Man, whose exquisite features and tall stature were indicative of a true beauty. Upon learning that she was also an academic prodigy, ranking first in her school, a secret scheme began to form in her heart. Initially, she held a slight disdain for Xia Jingsheng, yet Xia Man's brilliance shifted her perspective. On the night they obtained their marriage certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau, she embraced Xia Jingsheng, gazing at the peaceful faces of their sleeping children in the bedroom, and softly remarked, "When the children grow up, if they could become partners, our families would truly unite." "That may not be appropriate. I do not agree," Xia Jingsheng responded, visibly displeased, and gently pushed her away. "I am not insisting they marry. Rather, I mean that if they were to fall in love in the future, we, as adults, should not hinder them. Instead, we should bless and support their union wholeheartedly," she clarified, her tone filled with anticipation. "Should the scenario you mentioned arise, I would not oppose it." Impatient to share a room with her, Xia Jingsheng feigned indifference. He had been striving towards this goal, attempting to persuade Xia Man of his son's merits and encouraging his son to treat his sister kindly, envisioning a future where he would marry her. Initially, the results appeared promising. Zhang Xianjie would secretly present Xia Man with small gifts, and she would blush as she accepted them. Regrettably, his academic performance was dismal, rendering him a veritable underachiever, and no amount of effort could elevate his standing. Consequently, both Xia Jingsheng and Xia Man looked down upon him, subjecting him to a barrage of ridicule and disdain. "With your grades, you think you can marry me? Dream on." Xia Man's cutting remarks pierced the hearts of Su Shui and her son like sharp needles. They could only endure in silence, firmly believing that the notion of no good education equating to no promising future was a fallacy. If they nurtured their son's interests, perhaps he could achieve remarkable success. Xia Jingsheng, having numerous acquaintances in the antique industry, made earnest attempts to foster connections between them, hoping to deepen relationships for his son's benefit. The ultimate goal was for Xia Jingsheng to assist his son in securing a position in the field of antique appraisal. However, upon his son's graduation from university, Xia Jingsheng displayed an unwillingness to help, opting instead to let him fend for himself, a truly heartless move. After 8 years of servitude to him and his daughter, enduring their whims, such betrayal was incomprehensible. If not for her relentless pleas over the course of a year, how could she have found her son a job? Now, he boldly claimed credit, asserting that he had long envisioned marrying his daughter to her son. At the thought of this, witnessing the father-daughter duo ingratiating themselves with her, Su Shui nearly laughed aloud. Over the years, she had endured their coldness, the indifference of Xia Jingsheng and the caustic remarks of Xia Man, each grievance meticulously etched in her memory. Now, with her son poised for success, these two resembled sharks sensing blood in the water, and it was utterly absurd. "So, what are you implying?" Su Shui inquired, maintaining an air of calmness, her tone laced with subtle sarcasm. "Well, I know that in the past, my son had a fondness for Man. He must have harbored a secret crush on her. After all, Man is beautiful, alluring, and intelligent, and she had a favorable impression of him. However, his subsequent performance was so poor that Man, in frustration, sought to spur him on through neglect and mockery." Xia Jingsheng stammered, a sheepish smile plastered on his face. Su Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this scoundrel truly utter such fabrications? Man did not merely have a good impression of Zhang Xianjie, she detested him, looking down upon him entirely. Each time he visited, she would go to great lengths to expel him from their home. On one occasion, he had painstakingly saved to buy her a necklace, only for her to toss it into the trash before everyone. Turning to Xia Man, she asked, "Is that so?" Her voice laced with barely perceptible mockery. Xia Man's expression shifted slightly, her meticulously painted lips trembling uncontrollably. Instinctively, she inched closer to her father. Yet when she met Su Shui's knowing gaze, she forced herself to straighten her back. "Mom, I have always remembered your words about marrying my brother when I grew up. However, his performance has been too lacking, and I only wanted to motivate and encourage him. Perhaps I went about it the wrong way, but I truly like him. He is so handsome and athletic. Upon witnessing his obsession with antiques, I too harbor hopes that he will evolve into a master of appraisal. For such a transformation would herald my own happiness in marrying him, and we would become the most splendid family. Mother, you must believe me." She bit her lower lip, her eyelashes clinging to anxious tears, presenting a pitiable visage. Su Shui observed this clumsy performance, a wave of absurd pleasure surging within her. The once lofty young lady, now unabashedly groveling for wealth. A memory struck her, her son, once cast out from their home, while Xiaomanman stood at the threshold, clutching imported snacks, laughing heartily as she declared, country bumpkins ought to return to the countryside. The silent figure from that time, juxtaposed against the resplendent nightscape outside the villa, stirred a bittersweet satisfaction within her heart. Chapter 58. Returning home. Blooming with laughter, Xianjie has an important engagement tonight, which is why he is yet to return. However, I surmise that if he were aware of your affections for him, he would undoubtedly be pleased and likely accept you. Yet, you must also comport yourself well. Su Xuemon absent-mindedly wiped her fingers, deliberately ignoring the sudden spark of anticipation in the eyes of the father-daughter duo. She elongated her tone. Observing the eager lean of Xia Jingsheng and his daughter, a mischievous impulse welled up within her. Man, tomorrow is Saturday. You need not work, correct? Please assist in tidying up the villa tonight. Xianjie's study and room must be meticulously cleaned. Xiaomanman froze in place, her carefully maintained sweet smile nearly faltering. A civil servant earning 30,000 a month being asked to play the role of a maid? It was an utter humiliation. Yet, upon encountering Su Xuemon's meaningful gaze, she swallowed her retort, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. All right, Mom, I will ensure the villa is spotless. Xia Jingsheng. You shall assist in the cleaning as well, Su Xuemon stated flatly, her tone devoid of any room for negotiation. Of course, Xia Jingsheng felt a pang of discomfort. Since his marriage, he had never partaken in household chores. The thought of cleaning the villa in the evening was disheartening, yet to cling to his son as a support, he could only grit his teeth and comply. Once the two of them took their mops and brooms upstairs to clean, Su Xuemon dialed Zhang Xianjie's number. Mom, what exciting drama is unfolding? Zhang Xianjie's voice resonated from the other end, tinged with curiosity. Guess what? Those two parasites are cleaning our house. Su Xuemon could not suppress her laughter, her tone brimming with pride. And even more ludicrous, Xiaomanman actually expressed a desire to be your girlfriend. Goodness. Those two parasites can clean? Zhang Xianjie was genuinely astonished, a surge of inexplicable excitement coursing through him. What had gone awry in their minds? When he heard that Man wished to be his girlfriend, he was left utterly speechless. Truly, the most contemptible could become invincible. It was akin to dreaming of eating clouds. Zhang Xianjie scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. I must return quickly to witness this spectacle. Thus, he turned to Qin Shishir beside him and said, Shishir, my mother needs me. I must head back. Remember, you are already my girlfriend. When did I agree to be your girlfriend? Qin Shishir blushed, playfully shooting him a reproachful glance. Her cheeks flushed, appearing especially enchanting under the streetlight's glow. The moment you agreed to watch a movie with me, you became my girlfriend. Otherwise, I refuse to believe you would go to the cinema with a stranger. Zhang Xianjie chuckled, gently teasing her nose. You. Qin Shishir was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Yet, a thread of sweetness stirred within her, and her shyness deepened. It seemed she truly was on the verge of acquiring a boyfriend. Was this what it felt like to be in a relationship? It was somewhat bewildering and utterly absurd. Too incredible to fathom. The dusk settled like thick ink, quietly saturating the horizon, enveloping the city in a veil of haziness. Zhang Xianjie drove his car swiftly along the winding road, the headlights piercing the darkness like a sharp blade. At this moment, his face radiated an uncontrollable excitement. His lips curled into a triumphant smile, and his eyes sparkled with pride, as though he were filled to the brim with the joy of victory. Finally, the car came to a steady halt at the doorstep of his home. As he pushed open the car door, a familiar scent enveloped him, evoking a profound sense of warmth. He strode purposefully toward the entrance, his steps light and vigorous. Su Shui had long awaited his return at the door, her face adorned with a radiant smile, reminiscent of the gentle sunshine of spring, warm and bright. Her gaze was filled with concern and anticipation, and upon seeing her son return, the joy in her eyes was unmistakable. Have you had dinner yet, dear? Her voice was gentle and affectionate, brimming with maternal love. It's quite late. Of course I've eaten, Zhang Xianjie replied with a smile, his tone laced with a hint of relaxation and delight. Then I shall prepare a midnight snack for you. Su Shui's spirits were exceptionally high. She was filled with joy at the thought of doing something for her son. As if this act could convey all her love to him. Then please make me a bowl of noodles. Zhang Xianjie did not refuse. He too yearned to savor the midnight snack lovingly prepared by his mother, for it was not merely a meal, but a manifestation of maternal affection. By the way, what about those two parasites? he asked, his tone tinged with mockery and disdain. They are still upstairs cleaning, Su Shui replied, suppressing a laugh. A glimmer of mischief in her eyes. A cold smile crept across Zhang Xianjie's lips as he ascended the stairs with purposeful strides. The staircase echoed with a rhythmic thudding beneath his feet, as if accompanying the exuberance of his mood. Upon reaching the upper floor, the sight before him filled his heart with a sense of satisfaction. Xia Jingsheng and Xia Mianman were, as he had anticipated, in a disheveled state while cleaning. Xia Jingsheng had tousled hair, beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and perspiration trickled down his cheeks, soaking his clothes. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving. His face smeared with dust, transforming his formerly neat attire into a soiled mess. Xia Mianman, with slightly disheveled hair and her face also marked with grime, still managed to retain a hint of allure in her gaze. Xianjie, you're back. You've worked hard. Xia Jingsheng managed to force a smile despite his exhaustion, greeting him with a face full of feigned cheerfulness. Brother, I've been tidying up your study. Xia Mianman's voice was soft and enticing, her eyes glimmering with affection as she gazed at Zhang Xianjie, her cheeks flushed with a deep, passionate hue. Zhang Xianjie inwardly scoffed. Once, he too had harbored feelings for Xia Mianman. Her beauty and sensuality had indeed stirred his heart. However, those lovely dreams had long since evaporated amidst countless disdain and insults. Now, all that remained in his heart was animosity toward these two. They were like parasites, once clinging to his mother, and now daring to latch onto him. It was nothing short of delusional. He silently vowed to make them pay for their actions, to let them experience the bitterness of pain and regret. Brother, did you go gambling again today? Xia Mianman's voice resonated with anticipation, her eyes fixed intently on Zhang Xianjie, as if seeking to uncover something profound within his response. Upon hearing her, Xia Jingshen also perked up, wholly engrossed in awaiting Zhang Xianjie's answer. As for the stone gambling, that will have to wait until I journey to Yunnan and Myanmar. Today, we shall merely engage in treasure hunting and opportunistic finds, Zhang Xianjie stated with an unassuming tone, as if it were a matter of little significance. So, did you profit from it? Xia Mianman continued to inquire, her gaze brimming with yearning, her voice gentle and hopeful. Chapter 59. The treasure hunt encounter. Earning a few million seemed trivial. Tomorrow, the aim was to accumulate a bit more. If a day passed without acquiring a villa, it felt utterly pointless. Zhang Xianjie remarked nonchalantly, as though vast fortunes were merely within his grasp. My heavens, is he truly making millions just from picking up scraps? It appears he has not only mastered the art of gambling stones but also the secret to unearthing hidden treasures. Just how much wealth will he amass in the future? How could we ever exhaust it? Both were profoundly astonished and simultaneously filled with exhilaration, brimming with boundless anticipation for what lay ahead. The prospect of potentially possessing immense riches invigorated their efforts, as if they could already glimpse a promising future beckoning them. Zhang Xianjie paid them no further mind. Observing their industriousness brought him immense satisfaction. In the past, all household chores were shouldered solely by his mother. But now these two parasites had finally tasted the fruits of labor. He resolved to let them savor the hardships first, before plunging them into utter despair. Turning, he descended the stairs and sat at the dining table, relishing the heartfelt midnight snack prepared by his mother. The aroma of the noodles wafted through the air, each bite brimming with the essence of home. After finishing his meal, he returned to his room, a sense of contentment enveloping him as he lay in bed, swiftly drifting into slumber. He had no interest in knowing how long Xia Jingsheng and Xia Mianman would toil. As night faded, morning light streamed through the window, dispelling the darkness and rousing Zhang Xianjie from his dreams. It was Saturday. Su Shui did not have to work and had risen early to meticulously prepare a lavish breakfast, eagerly awaiting her son's awakening. Mom, what are you making for breakfast? Why not just hire a nanny or a chef? What is the point of having money if you don't spend it? Zhang Xianjie chuckled. I'm currently looking into it, Su Shui replied, not wishing to resign from her job, but intending to hire a chef, a nanny, and even a bodyguard to manage household affairs. After breakfast, Xia Jingsheng and Xia Mianman arrived to work as usual, laboring diligently in hopes of leaving a good impression on Zhang Xianjie. Watching them, Zhang Xianjie and Su Shui secretly chuckled, considering this a small interest on their past debts. Soon, Zhang Xianjie set off in his car, intending to visit the antique market in Yanjing, a place he regarded as a treasure trove. However, as he passed through a demolition zone, something caught his eye, prompting him to stop the car involuntarily. Within the demolition area, two young men in their 20s wielded metal detectors, their expressions filled with excitement and anticipation as they scoured the ground. The detectors intermittently emitted a beeping sound, and each time, they would halt, eagerly commencing to dig, their fervor suggesting that untold treasures lay beneath the earth. Zhang Xianjie scrutinized the demolition site. It was expansive, devoid of any inhabitants, clearly indicating that the homeowners had vacated. The surrounding walls were adorned with graffiti and demolition signs, lending an air of desolation and decay. The ground was strewn with various debris. Bricks, rubble, and timber were scattered everywhere, resembling a forsaken world. However, in the eyes of Zhang Xianjie, this place brimmed with infinite possibilities, serving as an exquisite treasure-hunting ground. As he passed by, he mused that treasures should not be overlooked. Having encountered this opportunity, he felt compelled to embark on a quest for hidden gems. As for picking up odds and ends, that could wait. Zhang Xianjie murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He swiftly drove to a nearby mall, where he procured a metal detector, which served merely as a tool to divert attention. Returning to the demolition zone, he parked his vehicle and, armed with the metal detector and digging tools, strode confidently into this realm of uncertainty. Another competitor? Two treasure hunters, already engaged in their pursuits, simultaneously frowned and cast Zhang Xianjie a disapproving glare, their eyes brimming with hostility. You focus on your hunt, and I'll focus on mine. It's a matter of indifference. This place is about to be leveled, and soon we shall have no treasures left to seek. Zhang Xianjie, wishing to avoid conflict, greeted them with a friendly smile, sincerity lacing his tone. Indeed, one of the men replied, his demeanor softening considerably. He stepped forward, smiling, and introduced himself. Hello, I am Zhang Xiaoping, 28 years old, hailing from Shaqing. I am a professional treasure hunter. May I ask your esteemed name? I am Zhang Xianjie, 23 years old, from Wengang. I, too, am a professional treasure hunter. Zhang Xianjie extended his hand, and they clasped tightly, smiles illuminating their faces. Ha ha ha, what a delightful coincidence. If we discover promising treasure sites, let us keep in touch. We can hunt together, Zhang Xiaoping exclaimed with enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling with friendliness. Thus, they exchanged WeChat details and phone numbers. Following this, they settled into two abandoned chairs, lighting cigarettes as they began to share their respective treasure hunting experiences. I have just returned from Xinjiang, primarily excavating Hetian jade. How about you? Zhang Xiaoping inquired. I have been hunting in the Yanjing area, where many demolition sites abound, along with the banks of desiccated rivers and the wilds of the suburbs. I once unearthed over 10 pounds of dog-head gold, Zhang Xiaoping boasted, pride and satisfaction radiating from his countenance. Evidently, he was indeed a genuine peer, Zhang Xianjie thought to himself, feeling an inexplicable sense of camaraderie towards Zhang Xiaoping. He resolved to forge a friendship with him, as perhaps they could assist one another in their future treasure-hunting endeavors, discovering even more treasures together. Soon after, they each embarked on their treasure-seeking journeys. Zhang Xiaoping's metal detector quickly emitted an alarm, and he eagerly began to excavate. Unable to resist, Zhang Xianjie approached, stepping onto the spot where Zhang Xiaoping was digging, yet his own mind failed to register any alarm. He shook his head at Zhang Xiaoping, saying, "There is likely no treasure beneath, just iron nails or something of the sort." "How do you know?" Zhang Xiaoping inquired, astonished, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Intuition," Zhang Xianjie replied with a mysterious smile, "though, of course, my intuition is sometimes accurate and sometimes not. At times, even I find it hard to believe. If it is merely iron nails or sheets, the depth will not be significant. Although it may consume some time, it will not be excessively so," Zhang Xiaoping remarked, his words revealing a wealth of experience. Zhang Xianjie nodded and swiftly departed. He wandered through the demolition zone, the metal detector in his hand emitting a continuous series of alerts. Yet, he remained unfazed, for he understood that these were not genuine treasures. At last, upon arriving at a spot marked by an unidentifiable small tree, the alarm sounded, beep beep beep, indicating a depth of 2.5 meters beneath his feet. Chapter 60. The mysterious wooden box. At long last, Zhang Xianjie had discovered a treasure, and his heart brimmed with elation. He could hardly contain his excitement. Nearly leaping with joy, he quickly focused his mind and whispered, "Manifest." Instantly, an ancient and exquisite wooden box materialized in his thoughts. As long as it was not a coffin, he felt a significant weight lift from his heart. His greatest fear had been unearthing a tomb. Not only would the treasure be unattainable, but it could also bring about unwarranted complications. With fervor, Zhang Xianjie began to excavate, his hands moving with the precision and speed of a digger, rapidly shoveling the earth aside. In that moment, he felt an immense surge of strength, allowing him to dig far more swiftly than the average person. As time ticked away, beads of sweat soaked his clothes, yet fatigue was a foreign concept to him. His only focus was the tantalizing prospect of treasure. After 2 hours of relentless effort, Zhang Xianjie finally unearthed a pit 2 meters deep. His face and body were caked in dirt, but he paid it no mind. "Zhang Xianjie, allow me to assist you." Zhang Xiaoping approached, positioning himself at the edge of the pit to help transfer the excavated soil. "Thank you," Zhang Xianjie replied gratefully, his admiration for Zhang Xiaoping growing. "There's no need for thanks. We are friends now, and we should support one another." Zhang Xiaoping smiled, adding, "You should find something remarkable today. Did you discover any treasures?" "Indeed, I unearthed some copper coins and silver dollars, as well as a tin-tail silver ingot," Zhang Xiaoping said, a note of pride in his voice. "That is quite a haul. You truly excel at treasure hunting," Zhang Xianjie remarked with admiration. He recognized that unlike himself, who possessed the extraordinary ability to locate treasures with his right foot, Zhang Xiaoping relied solely on a metal detector to unearth such valuables, a feat not to be underestimated. "Today is simply a stroke of luck. Yet your intuition is remarkable. When you said there was no treasure beneath, you were correct. It was merely a piece of toothpaste tube. Thankfully not buried too deeply," Zhang Xiaoping chuckled. As the excavation progressed, Zhang Xianjie finally reached a depth of 2.5 meters. He cautiously cleared the soil, revealing the full form of a delicately crafted wooden box. The box was substantial, measuring at least 1 meter in length and half a meter in width, seemingly fashioned from mahogany. However, due to its prolonged burial, the surface of the box had begun to decay. A gentle touch caused it to fragment slightly. "Wow, you've uncovered a treasure. Fortune is on your side," Zhang Xiaoping exclaimed in a hushed tone, his eyes shimmering with envy. He meticulously scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one else was nearby before exhaling in relief. "Hurry and extract it. There is no one outside. Let us secure the box and leave promptly." "Understood," Zhang Xianjie responded, quickening his pace. A few minutes later, he had successfully dug out the entire box. Had it not been for Zhang Xiaoping's presence, he could have easily stored the box within the space of his right foot. However, he was now compelled to bind it with rope, climb out of the pit himself, and then hoist the box up. The box weighed approximately 30 pounds. Judging by its weight, it likely contained treasures other than gold. "Once everything is sorted, we shall continue our treasure hunt," Zhang Xiaoping advised, noting that there should be plenty of treasures here and that more treasure seekers might arrive shortly. "All right," Zhang Xianjie replied, carefully wrapping the box in a plastic bag before lifting it and making his way to his vehicle. Soon, he reached the car, opened the trunk, and placed the box inside. However, when no one was watching, he stealthily tucked the box into the space beneath his right foot. After completing this task, he turned and returned to the demolition area to continue his search for treasure. "Aren't you worried someone might steal it from your car? Aren't you going to take a look?" Zhang Xiaoping observed Zhang Xianjie's actions, unable to suppress a puzzled expression. "When I was mining Hetian jade in Xinjiang, I often unearthed pieces worth over 1 million. I have long since become indifferent to treasures," Zhang Xianjie replied nonchalantly. In truth, he was concerned that other treasure hunters would unearth the riches before him, thus he sought to gather every treasure as swiftly as possible. At that moment, 3 more treasure seekers appeared in the demolition area, wielding metal detectors and fervently scanning the ground. Fortunately, the area was littered with iron sheets, nails, tacks, and metal toothpaste tubes, which continuously triggered the alarms of the metal detectors, hindering their pace. Otherwise, Zhang Xianjie would have genuinely worried that the treasures might be discovered ahead of him. "Let us hasten our search for treasure," Zhang Xiaoping suggested. Glancing at the other treasure seekers and quickening his own pace, Zhang Xianjie felt the sweat beat on his palm as he gripped the metal detector. The instrument's buzzing mingled with the cacophony of the construction crew in the distance, composing a unique melody of treasure hunting amidst the desolate landscape. He navigated through the ruins, leaving no potential hiding place for treasures unexplored. Suddenly, he paused. Not far away, a treasure seeker was carefully moving the metal detector against a weathered wall, their focused expression akin to deciphering an ancient code. With a faint beep, the detector emitted a sharp alarm, causing the treasure hunter's pupils to dilate. Trembling hands pried a rusty iron box from the crevice of the wall, cautiously surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was watching. He swiftly stuffed the box into his backpack and feigned nonchalance as he departed, leaving only a cloud of dust dancing in the sunlight behind him. This scene illuminated Zhang Xianjie's thoughts like a beacon. He suddenly realized the need to alter his strategy and began to navigate along the wall with great care. Upon stepping into an ancient structure, a musty odor engulfed him, as if he had transcended time and returned to the past. The walls of this building were constructed of ancient green bricks, weathered by the passage of time, adorned with cracks and moss. resembling an elderly figure who had endured the vicissitudes of history. Large patches of plaster had peeled away from the walls, exposing the rough stones beneath, and in some areas, the structure had collapsed, leaving only crumbling remnants swaying precariously in the wind. The wooden beams above, long decayed and perilously close to fracture, were draped with cobwebs and dust-laden lanterns, swaying gently in the breeze. The floor beneath emitted a creaking lament, as if protesting against Zhang Xianjie's every step. Just as he immersed himself in exploration, a sudden, melodious alarm resonated in his mind. Beep, beep, 8 meters. This sound, akin to a celestial melody, ignited a fervent excitement within his heart. Chapter 61. Treasures hidden in the rooftop. Ha ha ha, I have found a treasure again. Zhang Xianjie silently rejoiced, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He swiftly lifted his gaze, his focus sharp as he locked onto the rooftop 8 meters above. There, a few weather tiles swayed precariously in the wind, seemingly guarding a secret long forgotten. Zhang Xianjie scoured the debris, ultimately discovering a dilapidated table and a stool. With utmost care, he maneuvered the table against the wall and placed the stool securely atop it. Taking a deep breath to muster his courage, he climbed onto the stool, leaning forward as he began to probe among the tiles. Dust cascaded around him, choking him into a cough, yet he remained undeterred, fully absorbed in his search. At last, his fingers brushed against something solid. A surge of joy coursed through him as he pulled, revealing a small, dust-covered box. This exquisite little box, adorned with intricate carvings, bore the marks of time, yet still showcased the artistry of its craftsmanship. Zhang Xianjie's heart raced like a drum. He could hardly contain his eagerness as he gently opened the box. In an instant, a vibrant green hue captured his gaze, reminiscent of lush summer lotus leaves, pulsating with life and vitality. Nestled upon the velvet lining of the box lay an antique jade bracelet. Its deep emerald hue shimmered with clarity, as if it contained a spring of pure water. The green was rich and unblemished, akin to the royal robes of emperors, exuding an air of nobility and mystery. Sunlight filtered through the crevices of the roof, illuminating the jade bracelet and refracting brilliant rays of light, rendering it breathtakingly enchanting. Goodness! Could this possibly be a glass-grade imperial green bracelet? Zhang Xianjie was momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by a tide of astonishment. Recently, he had delved into the study of jade, acquiring a profound understanding of its various qualities and values. He was acutely aware that within the realm of jade, glass-grade was unequivocally the pinnacle, and imperial green was the zenith of that pinnacle, its worth beyond measure. Gold has a price, but jade is priceless, Zhang Xianjie murmured, his voice imbued with reverence. Even a glass-grade Zhenyang green jade bracelet commands a value of 5 million, while the disparity in value between imperial green and Zhenyang green is tenfold. Despite only a slight difference in hue, this implies that the jade bracelet before him could be valued as high as 50 million. Such a staggering figure has the potential to alter one's fate. However, Zhang Xianjie understood that even within the realm of glass-grade imperial green bracelets, 50 million was not the apex. He recalled auction records where some glass-grade imperial green bracelets had fetched astronomical prices of 4.8 billion yuan. Although the years of these transactions were subject to debate, each record resounded with the extraordinary worth of glass-grade imperial green. 4.8 billion? Can you believe it? Yet it remains a factual auction record. Zhang Xianjie, filled with myriad emotions, gazed once more at the jade bracelet, his eyes brimming with awe and elation. After admiring it for an extended period, he reluctantly stowed the jade bracelet away into his personal space, ensuring that he would no longer have to worry about it being discovered. He carefully descended from the table, still engulfed in a blissful reverie. Beijing, indeed, lives up to its reputation as a historical city, resembling a veritable treasure hunter's paradise. He marvels internally at the wealth of treasures here, rivaling even the jade deposits of Xinjiang and providing even greater exhilaration, for each discovery brims with uncertainty and surprise. Just as Zhang Xianjie was poised to continue his quest for treasures, a gasp shattered the tranquility of the demolition zone. Wow, what is this? The voice, infused with astonishment and excitement, belonged to Zhang Xiaoping. Zhang Xianjie felt a tightening in his chest as curiosity ignited within him like an inferno. Without hesitation, he hastened towards the source of the sound. Other treasure hunters swiftly followed suit, and the atmosphere grew lively. Upon Zhang Xianjie's arrival, he beheld a vast pit before him, where Zhang Xiaoping had already vanished into its depths. At the bottom of the pit, a glimmer of bronze hue emerged, resembling the corner of a bronze coffin. This sight startled the onlookers. Had they stumbled upon an ancient tomb? Zhang Xianjie leaned in for a closer inspection, extending his right foot into the air and turning it slowly. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm sounded at 2 meters, then 3. His brow furrowed in concern. Goodness. There are 2 treasures at different depths. Was it possible that the interred individual, wary of their true treasure being uncovered, had concealed a less valuable artifact in a shallow grave? Yet, that seemed implausible. After all, could a bronze artifact truly lack worth? He found himself engulfed in confusion, his mind brimming with questions. This was his first encounter with such an odd phenomenon, prompting him to ponder whether a collapsed burial chamber lay beneath, and if deeper within the earth, further secrets awaited discovery. Had they indeed unearthed an ancient tomb? The crowd exchanged astonished glances, their eyes shimmering with complexity. Their gazes darted about, each calculating their next move, as they realized the absence of others nearby. A greedy desire surged forth like a ravenous beast within their hearts. Why don't we collaborate and excavate the coffin to see if any treasures lie within? Proposed one treasure hunter, his voice tinged with tension and anticipation. I concur. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes glinting with avarice. For these treasure seekers, the peril of unearthing relics from a tomb was no novelty. They had long become accustomed to flirting with the edges of legality and fortune. Only Zhang Xianjie hesitated. He had never excavated a tomb before, relying on his unique treasure-seeking abilities to unearth invaluable artifacts without the need for such risks. His ability to reveal hidden treasures was akin to a tiger gaining strength. Should he ascertain that it was indeed a burial site, he would decisively withdraw. Yet, in the face of the group's fervor, he found himself wavering. Should we delve a bit deeper? Zhang Xianjie suggested uncertainly, his heart a tumult of conflict. Then let's excavate further. If it truly is a bronze coffin, I advise against digging, as that could lead to imprisonment, Zhang Xiaoping remarked, then resumed his frenzied digging. The earth flew beneath his shovel, sweat saturating his garments. As the excavation progressed, the truth gradually emerged. It was not a bronze coffin, but rather a bronze mask. The mask boasts a peculiar design, exquisitely carved, with intricate and delicate patterns that seem to harbor a certain enigmatic power. Zhang Xiaoping is filled with regret, lamenting the moment he uttered that gasp, which drew the attention of his fellow colleagues. The bronze artifact is a national treasure, immensely valuable. Should it be reported, the consequences would be dire. The only recourse is to present the mask to the nation. Zhang Xiaoping meticulously re-explored the area with his metal detector, confirming there were no further discoveries before he ascended. A crowd gathered, curiously admiring the bronze mask, yet unable to discern its significance. They only recognized its ancient origin and superb craftsmanship. Zhang Xianjie also approached, scrutinizing the mask closely. Subsequently, he employed his right foot for another round of detection. Beep, beep, beep. 3 meters below, the alarm sounded once more, showcasing the superiority of his foot in treasure detection. Unlike the metal detector, which could solely detect metal, his foot possessed the ability to sense the presence of any treasure. Undoubtedly, a non-metallic treasure lay buried beneath. Chapter 62. The enigmatic wooden sword. Zhang Xianjie silently recited the incantation in his mind, eagerly yearning to unveil the enigmatic veil surrounding this treasure. In an instant, the image of the artifact materialized in his consciousness, revealing itself as a sword, and astonishingly, a wooden sword. This revelation left him utterly astounded. How could a wooden sword be deemed a treasure? Once the other treasure seekers had departed, Zhang Xianjie wasted no time and leaped into the deep pit, commencing his excavation. With his formidable strength, a depth of 1 meter posed no challenge to him. He filled burlap sacks with the excavated soil, swiftly storing them within a small space at his feet, and worked with remarkable speed. Merely 20 minutes elapsed before he unearthed the wooden sword. The sword measured approximately 2 feet in length, its hue a pale gray, and felt remarkably light in his hand, far less burdensome than iron or bronze swords. The blade was already sharpened, glinting with a cold sheen under the sunlight, appearing remarkably keen. Unable to resist, Zhang Xianjie swung the wooden sword, inadvertently striking a stone. With a sharp crack, the stone silently split into 2 halves, as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. This scene rendered him speechless, his face a canvas of astonishment and disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible, he murmured to himself, as this experience completely overturned his understanding of wooden swords. He cautiously thrust the wooden sword towards another stone, which was easily penetrated, encountering almost no resistance. My heavens, Zhang Xianjie was once again taken aback, finally convinced that this sword could indeed cleave stone like mud. Why would a seemingly ordinary wooden sword possess such extraordinary sharpness? Could it be that it was not a true wooden sword, but rather forged from some unknown material? Zhang Xianjie fell into profound contemplation. Upon closer inspection, he swiftly discerned that it was indeed a wooden sword. His familiarity with wood as a material was unparalleled. Yet the marvel before him was so astonishing, what secrets could it possibly conceal? Crouching in the 3-meter deep pit, he lifted the ancient wooden sword, repeatedly stroking its blade with his fingertips. The wind whisked sand and gravel against his face, delivering a slight sting, yet it did not distract him in the least. The surface of the wooden sword gleamed with a gentle luster. At first glance, it appeared to bear only ordinary wooden grain. But when he angled the blade against the faint light seeping in from the pit's opening, he finally discerned a clue. Interwoven within the intricate wood grain were faint, elusive patterns. Their hues so subtle they seemed to merge with the wood itself, reminiscent of a mysterious code left by the passage of time. These patterns, Zhang Xianjie murmured, furrowing his brow, his eyes brimming with curiosity and perplexity. As a seasoned treasure seeker, he had encountered a myriad of antiquities. Yet he had never before witnessed such an extraordinary entity. What purpose did these patterns serve? Were they ancient symbols? Or perhaps the key to unlocking a mysterious power? He felt as though he stood before a door to an unknown realm, and by unraveling this enigma, he could step into an entirely new domain. This wooden sword undoubtedly harbored a world-shattering secret. No longer hesitating, Zhang Xianjie took a deep breath and stored the wooden sword within the mystical space of his right foot. He crouched slightly, gathering his strength, and then leaped upward, effortlessly escaping the deep pit. As he landed, the soles of his boots kicked up a cloud of dust that mingled with the mist hovering over the desolate land. In the moments that followed, Zhang Xianjie roamed the area. His footsteps traversed a path strewn with gravel, cutting through a thicket of brambles, while the withered wild grass rustled against his legs. In the distance, the jubilant shouts of fellow treasure seekers echoed, occasionally accompanied by the beeping of metal detectors. He knew those individuals had unearthed small trinkets like silver dollars and copper coins. However, for Zhang Xianjie, these commonplace antiquities held no allure. In his eyes, only treasures imbued with genuine mystical power or immense value were worth the expenditure of effort. I'm so exhausted, I need to head back. Are you coming, Zhang Xianjie? Zhang Xiaoping slumped on a nearby earthen slope, his shirt drenched with sweat, dark patches spreading across his back. His chest heaved violently, gasping for breath. His hands thick with calluses, the marks of prolonged treasure hunting. At that moment, his hair was tousled by the wind, dirt smeared across his face, rendering him a picture of disarray and fatigue. Zhang Xianjie approached, settled beside him, and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He extracted 2, offering one to Zhang Xiaoping while placing the other between his lips and igniting it with a lighter. The smoke wafted lazily between them. What do you plan to do with that mask? Zhang Xianjie inquired in a hushed tone, casting a wary glance around. Zhang Xiaoping's brow furrowed, his expression clouded with dismay. Of course, I'd like to sell it, but I fear they might report me. He sighed helplessly, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. In the treasure hunting community, human nature was complex. Jealousy and greed often clouded judgment. Should someone become envious and alert the authorities, not only would the treasure be lost, but he could also land in serious trouble. He instinctively rubbed his hands together, the rough palms producing a faint rasping sound. They might not report you, as they are treasure hunters too and could have discovered something of great value, Zhang Xianjie reasoned, yet his mind harbored ulterior motives. Given the extraordinary nature of the wooden sword, perhaps that bronze mask also possessed unique properties, and the two could potentially be part of a mysterious ancient set. With this thought, a fervent desire surged within him, and he smiled, saying, "What if you sold the mask to me? You're interested in that mask? Why?" Zhang Xiaoping turned in surprise, a look of bewilderment on his face. To him, although the bronze mask was exquisitely crafted, it was merely an ordinary antique, possessing research value but no practical use. He squinted, tilting his head slightly in the wind, trying to glean insight from Zhang Xianjie's expression. "I am an antique enthusiast, fond of collecting various relics, though I often misjudge their worth. Since I witnessed you unearth that bronze mask, it must be an antique, and I wish to add it to my collection," Zhang Xianjie stated, half-truthfully, striving to maintain a natural tone. His fingers unconsciously tapped against his knee. An imperceptible urgency reflected in his gaze. "How much will you offer?" Zhang Xiaoping hesitated for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. For him, exchanging the mask for currency seemed the most prudent choice. "What price do you desire?" Zhang Xianjie retorted, leaning slightly forward, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Xiaoping's eyes. "How about 100,000? Zhang Xiaoping pondered briefly before proposing a figure he deemed substantial. After all, although the mask was an antique, its market value was rather limited. He moistened his parched lips, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Chapter 63. Unboxing. Zhang Xianjie feigned hesitation, contemplating for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. In his mind, the worth of this mask far exceeded 100,000. If it truly possessed magical abilities akin to the wooden sword, it would be a priceless treasure. For him at this moment, 100,000 was merely a trifling sum. Before long, the transaction was completed, and Zhang Xianjie transferred the 100,000 to Zhang Xiaoping via his mobile phone, officially claiming the bronze mask as his own. He placed the mask into his backpack, which was actually a concealed space in his right foot, secretly anticipating the surprises it might bring. At that moment, other treasure hunters began to converge, each one utterly exhausted. Their clothes were caked in mud, their hair disheveled, some leaning on shovels, stumbling as they walked. "Let us go," someone called out, their voice laden with fatigue. Zhang Xianjie rose to his feet, his expression turning serious as he addressed the group. "Friends, I hope that whatever treasures we may find today are not reported. If they are, our lives as treasure hunters will become increasingly arduous. It is in our best interest to conceal our discoveries and never acknowledge any valuable artifacts we unearth. You speak the truth. We rely on treasure hunting as our profession, and naturally, we have all unearthed some extraordinary items. If reported, it would spell great trouble for us. As for me, I will never harbor jealousy towards others to the point of reporting them. I may not find anything today, but tomorrow could bring immense rewards." One treasure hunter nodded in agreement, and the others echoed his sentiments, expressing their concurrence. They gathered around, their faces adorned with weary yet sincere smiles, encouraging one another against the biting wind. Zhang Xianjie felt reassured and retreated alongside them. By now it was 4 in the afternoon, the setting sun casting a blood-red hue across the desolate expanse. The wind continued to howl, stirring up dry leaves and dust, forming small whirlwinds in the air. Zhang Xianjie parked his car in front of the Tianshan jewelry store, where the leaves of the French parasol trees flanking the street had turned a brilliant gold, swaying gently in the breeze. After ensuring the area was clear, he opened the trunk and retrieved the mysterious box from the concealed space in his right foot. His heart raced with anticipation as he opened the box, only to be momentarily stunned. Inside was not a trove of gold and jewels, but rather a collection of books. These volumes were meticulously stored within a waterproof box, preserved in relatively good condition. As he turned the pages, he found them filled with traditional characters, adorned with peculiar illustrations of meridians and acupoints, seemingly related to cultivation practices. Zhang Xianjie felt dizzy and bewildered, shaking his head in resignation, deciding to explore them further when he had more time. After tidying up the box, he took out a piece of Hetian jade from his hidden space and placed it in his bag before stepping into the Tianshan jewelry store. The interior was warm and bright, with crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow, and various exquisite jewels shimmered enticingly in the display cases. The air was imbued with a faint scent of perfume, mingling with the distinctive metallic aroma of the jewels. "Manager Chun, your boyfriend is here. Aren't you going to greet him?" A staff member teased upon spotting Zhang Xianjie, instantly breaking into a smile. Today, Chun Shishir graced the scene in a delicate lavender silk dress, its hem adorned with exquisite white magnolia embroidery that swayed gently with her movements, reminiscent of a blooming flower. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, a pearl hairpin nestled amidst her locks, glistening softly under the lights. She wore a pair of silver stiletto heels, accentuating her graceful demeanor. Her makeup was refined and understated. Beneath her willow-like brows lay a pair of bright, captivating eyes, their outer corners slightly lifted and adorned with a soft pink eyeshadow, while her long, curled lashes enhanced their allure. Her lips, painted in a muted rose hue, exuded a tender charm. Dangling from her earlobes were petite diamond studs, twinkling subtly with her every movement. Upon hearing a playful tease from a shop assistant, a vibrant blush blossomed on Chen Shishir's cheeks, and she shot a reproachful glance at the assistant, her eyes betraying a mix of shyness and mild annoyance. At that moment, Bai Shui leapt gracefully into Zhang Xianjie's embrace, her movements as agile as a true master of lightness. Zhang Xianjie wrapped his arms around Bai Shui, approached Chen Shishir, drew out a chair, and settled down, accepting the tea she offered with a gentle sip. The warm liquid slid down his throat, imparting a wave of delightful comfort. "You're covered in dirt. Have you been hauling bricks?" Chen Shishir inquired, her astonishment evident as she observed his dusty attire. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze filled with concern and curiosity, a stray strand of hair slipping from behind her ear, which she instinctively tucked back. "Shoo, I went treasure hunting," Zhang Xianjie replied in a lowered voice, shrouded in mystery. A hint of pride flickered at the corners of his mouth. Chen Shishir's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Did you find anything? As a master in jewelry design, she was no stranger to the treasure-hunting profession. With many practitioners in Yanjing, leaning forward, her eyes gleamed with anticipation, the necklace at her chest swaying gently with her movement. It's a secret. I cannot disclose it. Zhang Xianjie replied with a mysterious smile, retrieving a jade bracelet from his bag. Take a look. How much do you think this treasure is worth? He was well aware of Chen Shishir's exceptional expertise in jade valuation, surpassing even that of Lu Tianshan. Wow, this is imperial green glass jade, Chen Shishir exclaimed. Carefully taking the bracelet and scrutinizing it closely, her eyes filled with awe and admiration. Her long, slender fingers rotated the bracelet gently under the light. Its rich green hue became even more captivating, a top-tier treasure worth a considerable fortune. I would estimate it to be at least 50 million. 50 million? Guessed a nearby female employee, nearly losing her balance. Her eyes widened, and her mouth fell agape, unable to believe her ears. Although she worked in a jewelry store and had seen her fair share of expensive gems, this jade bracelet valued at 50 million was beyond anything she had encountered. Leaving her utterly astonished, Zhang Xianjie silently marveled, realizing that today's treasure hunt had indeed yielded a fortune akin to an entire villa. Furthermore, this jade bracelet was destined to be his, as no other treasure hunters could possibly detect it with metal detectors. Upon reflecting on this, he couldn't help but feel grateful for his fortunate circumstances. Had he not discovered it, the precious treasure would likely have been reduced to mere fragments once the bulldozer leveled that area. Quick, put it away. Chen Shishir seemed to surmise the origins of the bracelet and hurriedly returned it to Zhang Xianjie. She cast a wary glance around, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. She understood all too well that such a valuable artifact should not be displayed indiscriminately. If it caught the attention of those with ulterior motives, trouble would ensue. I forgot to buy you flowers today, so let this serve as a substitute, Zhang Xianjie said with a smile as he retrieved a hefty piece of Hetian jade weighing over 10 pounds from his bag and handed it to Chen Shishir. You are quite extravagant, aren't you? This is top-quality Hetian jade, worth over 1 million, and you consider it a flower? Chen Shishir replied as she accepted the jade, shooting him a playful glare, though her face could hardly conceal her delight. She cradled the jade in her hands, examining it closely, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 64. The enigmatic power of the bronze mask. I journeyed to the Yulong River in Xinjiang, where I unearthed a considerable quantity of exquisite Hetian jade stones, still possessing many in my possession. This particular piece, what shall you fashion from it? Jewelry perhaps, or a decorative objet? Zhang Xianjie remarked with a relaxed demeanor as he reclined in his chair. Chen Shishir's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her gaze brimming with affection. The previous night, she had conversed with her sister, Chen Yaoyao, and gained a deeper understanding of Zhang Xianjie. She learned of his remarkable aptitude for treasure hunting and his formidable financial acumen, even having gifted Chen Yaoyao a treasure worth several million. Contemplating this, she resolved to accept the gift, for she was now his girlfriend. Gently, she placed the jade aside, her hands intertwining in her lap, betraying a hint of shyness. Why not come over to my house for dinner? I would appreciate your guidance on how to decorate my family's villa. My mother, being of a certain age, lacks a sense of modern style, but you are a master of jewelry design, Zhang Xianjie invited, his eyes glimmering with anticipation, hoping Chen Shishir would acquiesce. Are we truly meeting the parents? Chen Shishir was momentarily taken aback, her expression a delightful mix of bashfulness and astonishment. The rapid unfolding of events left her somewhat flustered. Biting her lip, she contemplated for a moment before softly nodding. I'll need to return home to change clothes after work. Her voice was soft and shy, akin to a kitten's gentle murmur. Zhang Xianjie promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Su Shui's number. Mom, please prepare a bit more food for dinner. I'm bringing my girlfriend home. What? You have a girlfriend? Su Shui's voice on the other end was filled with astonishment. Yes, indeed. It's the stunning lady you met that night, the one with the exquisite jade. Her name is Chen Shishir. Zhang Xianjie succinctly narrated the tale of how he became acquainted with the Chen sisters. Stealing glances at Chen Shishir, he noticed her embarrassment as she lowered her head, her cheeks blooming with a crimson hue. That girl is exceptionally beautiful and a top academic achiever with an impressive salary. My son, you truly have an eye for talent. Su Shui's tone resonated with delight and excitement. After concluding the call, Zhang Xianjie turned to Chen Shishir, stating, I shall return home now to freshen up. You can come over later. I'll send you the location. All right, Chen Shishir replied shyly, a gentle nod accompanying her warm, bashful gaze as she watched him depart. Upon returning home, Zhang Xianjie was indeed seized by Su Shui, who subjected him to a thorough inquiry. Grasping his hands, She scrutinized him from head to toe, her face radiating joy. Finally extricating himself, he retreated to his room, closed the door, and retrieved the bronze mask and wooden sword from his collection, preparing to study them meticulously. He had garnered a substantial understanding of the sword's sharp properties. Now, his entire focus shifted to the bronze mask. He lifted the mask, observing it intently, even attempting to wear it, yet he discerned no peculiarities. The chilling sensation of the mask against his skin sent a shiver down his spine. Could it be that one must shed blood to claim its power? Zhang Xianjie found himself lost in fanciful musings. The marvels of the wooden sword had instilled in him a sense of anticipation for the mask. Perhaps it held the key to unlocking mysterious forces. Upon contemplating this, he grasped the wooden sword and gently sliced his fingertip. Blood welled forth, and he allowed the crimson droplets to fall upon the bronze mask, his heart racing with trepidation, uncertain of what would unfold next. A miraculous event transpired. The blood upon the bronze mask gradually vanished, as if absorbed by its surface. The dark red stains were consumed by an invisible vortex, creating delicate ripples across the mask, and the ancient patterns seemed to come alive, pulsating like serpentine veins. The air was suffused with a faint scent of rust, intertwining with the fragrant incense of the study, crafting an eerie yet enchanting atmosphere. It was utterly astonishing, an experience beyond comprehension. Zhang Xianjie held his breath, his gaze riveted upon the mask, his heart pounding violently in his chest as if yearning to break free from its confines. The light from the desk lamp refracted upon the mask, casting peculiar shadows. The mysterious totems appeared to twist and morph within the light, narrating ancient tales unknown to mankind. More wondrously, Zhang Xianjie discerned a subtle yet profound connection forming between himself and the bronze mask. A warmth, faint yet palpable, spread from his fingertips throughout his entire being, as if an invisible thread bound his soul to the mask. This sensation was both alien and familiar, as if a bond forged over millennia was awakening in this moment. His mind flashed with indistinct images, clashing swords, ancient paths kissed by the western winds, and a mysterious figure clad in dark robes, wielding the wooden sword and donning this very mask, traversing through a tempest of bloodshed. An intense intuition stirred within him, revealing that this mask was no ordinary artifact. It harbored the power to alter destiny itself. Excitement surged like a deluge, instantly overwhelming his rationality, and he eagerly pressed the bronze mask against his face. It seemed to undergo a remarkable transformation, softening and thinning, conforming perfectly to his features. The initially cold sensation dissipated, replaced by a gentle warmth that enveloped him, as if the mask had melded with his very skin. When he reached out to touch it, it felt as though the mask had vanished entirely. His fingertips brushed against his own delicate skin, warm to the touch. He dashed into the bathroom, eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed into the mirror. The incandescent light illuminated the space as brightly as day, reflecting a stranger, a man with sharp brows and bright eyes, a prominent nose, and a chiseled face radiating a heroic aura, entirely unlike himself. He could not even discern the presence of the mask upon his visage. The texture of his skin, the pores, and even the fine hairs were vividly apparent. How extraordinary this was! Zhang Xianjie was left speechless, utterly stunned, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. He leaned closer to the mirror, scrutinizing the unfamiliar face, his hands pressing firmly as he attempted to unveil the mask's disguise. However, no matter how forcefully he pressed, that face remained steadfast, as if it were indeed his own countenance. He nearly questioned his own sanity, pinching his arm sharply. The pain was unmistakable, yet it did little to dispel the astonishment within him. This experience transcended the realm of imagination, defying scientific explanation. Much like the wooden sword's ability to cleave stone as if it were mere clay. Could it truly be changed? Zhang Xianjie murmured to himself. As soon as the words were spoken, a miracle once again descended. The visage in the mirror began to distort and transform, the bones emitting faint cracking sounds, while the skin reshaped itself like molten wax. Moments later, a man with an icy gaze emerged within the mirror, appearing to be in his 20s. His eyes radiating a chilling aura that seemed to repel all who approached. With great curiosity, he toyed with the visage. As his thoughts flowed, the countenance shifted incessantly, at times becoming a gentle scholar, and at others, a weathered hero bearing the weight of experience. Finally, he was astonished to discover that this mask possessed a total of 9 distinct visages, each fixed in form. All 9 were male, comprising 3 youthful men, 3 middle-aged men, and 3 elderly men. Each face seemed to encapsulate a unique life story, whether bold, composed, or sagacious. Chapter 65, The Confession of Xiaoman Man. Is it not the case that from today onwards, I possess 10 identities? No, only 4, for I am presently only suited to disguise myself as young adults. The skin and appearance of the elderly differ significantly. The hair is also dissimilar. Zhang Xianjie's face radiated excitement and fervor, his eyes gleaming with a passionate light. He envisioned himself donning a mask, traversing the bustling streets and alleys of the city, embodying various roles and experiencing diverse lives, contemplating whether to procure 3 more identity cards. This notion was swiftly dismissed without hesitation. It is safer without identity cards. Others cannot trace my origins. In this realm filled with uncertainties, caution is the principle of survival. Yet, am I not merely an ordinary individual, a treasure seeker, and a stone gambler? Such treasures may not be necessary for me. Should I consider a career change to become a spy? His mind raced with thoughts, exhilarated and animated. The mask was simply too delightful, capable of transforming into several different visages without a trace of disguise. Even when touched, it was not the cold feel of a mask, but the softness of real skin. Imbued with the warmth of life, this authenticity seemed to grant him a rebirth, bestowing upon him boundless possibilities. The expenditure of 100,000 was truly worthwhile. I must not allow anyone to expose me. This treasure, I wish to keep, to pass down as a family heirloom. Zhang Xianjie mused silently. He carefully caressed his face, savoring the wondrous transformations brought forth by the mask, and a powerful sense of possession surged within him. This was not merely a treasure. It was the key to unlocking the doors of a new world. Having discerned the mask's capabilities, Zhang Xianjie removed it and stored it within the space of his right foot. That enigmatic space appeared to be another dimension, perfectly accommodating the mask. Awaiting its master's summons, his curiosity then turned toward the wooden sword. The wooden sword did not draw blood and could not recognize its master through blood. Therefore, he could only test its sharpness, his gaze sweeping across the room until it settled upon a box of iron nails in the corner. He retrieved some nails and gently struck them with the wooden sword. The sword sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle, reminiscent of an ancient battle song. Indeed, the nails snapped in response, the edges as smooth as a mirror, seemingly meeting no resistance. Holding an iron nail in one hand and the wooden sword in the other, he delicately shaved the nail. With each stroke, a piece fell away, akin to peeling a radish. Truly, it was like cutting through mud, while the wooden sword remained unscathed. Astonishingly hard. It was extraordinarily sharp, remarkably impressive. What a thrill! Zhang Xianjie's eyes sparkled, his heart racing with elation and excitement. He brandished the wooden sword, leaving trails of afterimages in the room, relishing the exhilaration of the blade slicing through the air. And since both the mask and the wooden sword were so extraordinary, it suggested that the area of your must have been the site of incredibly remarkable tales and histories. Perhaps a remarkable individual once resided there, possessing a magical wooden sword and a disguised mask, capable of transforming into several people. Such an existence must have led an extraordinarily legendary life, undoubtedly powerful. Could it be that the box of cultivation text was left behind by that very individual? Upon contemplating this, Zhang Xianjie felt an increasing sense of anticipation. He eagerly retrieved the ancient texts, discovering a total of 36 volumes, each numbered from 1 to 36. The title read Dao Fei Zi Ran. The yellowed pages, adorned with archaic script, seemed to pulsate with an enigmatic aura. Dao Fei Zi Ran? Was this the reason the wooden sword possessed such sharpness? Was this why the mask held such magic? Zhang Xianjie's heart brimmed with questions and expectations, just as he was about to delve into the first volume. A knock resounded at the door. The crisp sound echoed like a hammer, shattering the tranquility of the room. With a hint of exasperation, Zhang Xianjie swiftly concealed the wooden sword and the texts within his right foot space. He adjusted his attire, inhaled deeply, and approached the door, pulling it open. There stood Xiaomei Man, adorned in a striking outfit. Her white bodycon dress accentuated her alluring figure, while black stockings enveloped her slender legs, and white high heels elevated her stature. Her raven hair flowed like satin, and a rich fragrance wafted from her, invigorating his senses. Yet, this intoxicating scent could not mask the greed and calculation lurking in her gaze. "Brother, may I come in? I have something to discuss with you," she purred. Her eyes sparkling with affection, her cheeks flushed, exuding an air of deep affection towards Zhang Xianjie. Her voice, soft and melodious, seemed capable of dripping with sweetness. Yet he vividly recalled her past mockery and disdain. "Please, come in," Zhang Xianjie responded, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he allowed her entry. They sat opposite each other on the sofa, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. "Brother, I must confess, I know that you once held deep feelings for me, often showering me with gifts. I had envisioned you as my future husband. However, I was disheartened by your academic performance, which I now realize was a foolish judgment. Academic success does not equate to true achievement. Look at you now, a master of stone gambling. Your accomplishments surpass those of many men, Xiaoman said, her face alight with admiration and affection, leaning forward to bridge the distance between them. In the past, I indeed had high hopes for you. But those expectations have since vanished. The mere thought of you now induces a sense of nausea. I struggle to suppress it. Therefore, we are ill-suited. Moreover, I am in a relationship with someone far more attractive and accomplished than you. Do not harbor dreams of being my boyfriend, she declared. Her previous indifference and scorn now transformed into a desperate plea. You cannot attain me now. Zhang Xianjie's expression turned cold, filled with disdain. The memories of her past cruelty surged like a tide, piercing his heart. I was mistaken in my youth. I was naive. Can you not find it in your heart to forgive me just this once? I refuse to believe you have a boyfriend. Do not deceive me. Xiaoman's countenance paled, her hopes and desires dissolving into nothingness. She finally grasped the reality that her past actions had irrevocably shattered the heart of the man before her. At that moment, the sound of a car parking echoed from outside. Zhang Xianjie's eyes brightened. My girlfriend had arrived. He joyfully stepped outside. His footsteps light as he descended the stairs and exited the door. Indeed, it was Xianjie. The autumn sun cast a gentle glow around her. As she parked her car, opened the door, and stepped out. Adorned in a white fitted dress, her exquisite figure was accentuated, while her raven hair cascaded like silk behind her. With a touch of makeup, her features appeared even more refined, resembling a meticulously crafted work of art. Her chest rose and fell slightly, an awe-inspiring sight. She opened the trunk and retrieved several gift boxes, her fingertips glistening with a pearlescent sheen. Naturally, her cheeks were flushed with a charming crimson, revealing her evident shyness, while the diamond earrings dangled from her earlobes, swaying gently with her movements and reflecting a dazzling brilliance.